Chapter 1. The Sunflower Acupoint Technique. In the land of fire, within the village of Konoha, the sky stretched endlessly. Bathed in warm sunlight, on the bustling street, stood a peculiar establishment known as the Invincible Scratchoff Lottery. At its entrance, a colossal loudspeaker blared incessantly, enticing passers-by with its sales pitch. Do you wish to amass wealth overnight? Do you dream of strolling the streets atop a tailed beast? Do you desire to ascend to the position of Hokage without lifting a finger? What are you waiting for? With a mere scratch, any dream can become a reality. Beside the loudspeaker, neatly arranged scratch-off tickets towered to a height of over half a meter. A fair-skinned young man named Wu Di perched upon them, his legs crossed, a grin of uncontrollable delight plastered across his face. But ha. This is exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. The sensation of traversing worlds is beyond description. Truly, my ancestor has outdone himself. Wu Di sipped from a cup of tea, his eyes crinkling with mirth as he threw his head back in laughter. The previous night, as was his routine, he had succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he encountered a mad old man claiming to be his great-great-great-great-grandfather, who informed him of his dominion over countless realms. Bestowing upon him a wish, he assured Wu Di that any desire could be fulfilled. Taking it as a jest, he casually expressed a wish to visit the world of Hokage, hoping for a means of sustenance. To his astonishment, upon awakening, he found himself in this place, surrounded by an abundance of scratch-off tickets. The shop behind him was nothing short of miraculous. It granted him invincibility within a 100-meter radius and allowed him to upgrade his power through the sale of scratch-off tickets, thereby expanding his realm of invincibility. What is this scratch-off lottery? Can it truly make dreams come true? Are you jesting? Before long, a dozen curious onlookers gathered before the little shop. Dreams come true? Overnight wealth? Hokage, having just finished painting a crow on a rock, Naruto, upon hearing the loudspeaker's announcements, rushed forward with his paint bucket in hand. Gazing at the odd sign, he murmured, "Invincible scratch-off lottery? When did it open? Why have I never seen it before?" Noticing the arrival of customers, Wu Di leaped down from the stack of scratch-off tickets, switched off the loudspeaker, and gestured animatedly. "Welcome, everyone. Dear villagers, I am the epitome of beauty and wisdom, the embodiment of intelligence and chivalry, the manager of the Invincible Scratch-Off Lottery, Wu Di." Upon hearing his introduction, many people twitched their lips in disdain, and an awkward silence enveloped the crowd. Wu Di cleared his throat, feeling slightly embarrassed, yet persisted with a flourish. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment for applause." The crowd remained silent, save for Naruto, who fixed Wu Di with his piercing blue gaze and asked, "What exactly is a scratch-off lottery? Can it genuinely make my dreams come true?" Wu Di was not taken aback by Naruto's reaction. Every individual is inherently curious and skeptical of new phenomena, and Naruto was the key to his ascent to greatness. With a cheerful demeanor, he replied, "Indeed, as long as you participate, your dreams will undoubtedly come to fruition in no time. Let me emphasize, take notes. While scratch-off tickets are a form of gambling, they are far more enticing than conventional gambling. Invest just 100 Ryo, and in the blink of an eye, you can exchange a humble dwelling for a luxurious estate." Wu Di gently guided the introduction. However, before he could finish, the guests in front began to stir restlessly. Swapping a flat for a villa? What kind of currency can withstand such grandiose claims? Wu Di licked his lips and chuckled softly. Not just exchanging a flat for a mansion, even swapping villages for cities is entirely plausible. What's more, he continued, this scratch card conceals various ninjutsu and tools. Indeed, it is even possible to uncover forbidden techniques that, I assure you, once you scratch the first one, you will crave a second, and after the second, you'll yearn for the eighth. Especially before the ticket is completely scratched off, you can resell it to others. Ninjas eager to acquire forbidden techniques are as numerous as cattle reselling to them can yield a substantial profit. Wu Di's words left everyone feeling euphoric, as if they were floating in a dream. "Stop deceiving us. We won't be fooled. How could forbidden techniques be revealed from a mere piece of paper?" The onlookers exclaimed one after another. Even the usually carefree Naruto began to harbor doubts. He was well aware of what forbidden techniques were just recently. He had pilfered a scroll for the shadow clone technique. Is it really possible to uncover forbidden techniques in here? Naruto's face twitched, his uncertainty palpable. Why not give a try? Scratch off the coating, and I guarantee you'll find it worthwhile. Wu Di replied with a light laugh. It mattered little if the others were skeptical, as long as he could lure the unsuspecting Naruto into the trap. He wouldn't have to worry about a lack of customers thereafter. "Can I really give it a go?" Though tempted, Naruto hesitated slightly. "Hey, Fox Demon Brat, you really believe this? That's just hilarious. The onlookers displayed disdainful expressions, mocking him openly. Don't call me Fox Demon Brat, Naruto suddenly shouted, resolutely picking up a scratch card. Boss, how much for one? The card you hold is originally priced at 1,000 Ryo, but since you're our first customer, I'll offer it to you for a special price of 100 Ryo. Wu Di replied excitedly. He then surveyed the surroundings and continued his unhurried introduction. Our scratch cards range from a mere 100 to 100,000 Ryo. The rewards you can uncover depend entirely on your luck, however. The more expensive the scratch card, the higher the probability of revealing something valuable. 100 Ryo. Naruto lowered his head, rifling through his belongings. Before long, he gathered 100 Ryo. He slammed the money down in front of Wu Di, who was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling somewhat dazzled. Among the notes was one that still exuded a fragrant aroma. All right, find something sturdy and scratch off the coating directly, Wu Di instructed, hastily placing the bills into a separate box, fearing that if he waited any longer, he might transcend to the afterlife. Naruto pulled out his house key, repeatedly scraping at the coating. Curious onlookers gathered around, eagerly anticipating what the card would reveal. Naruto's breath quickened, his heart pounding with nervous excitement. As fate would have it, at that very moment, Sakura happened to stroll past the scratch-off lottery ticket booth and noticed Naruto engrossed in his task, prompting her curiosity to draw closer. The coating had been scraped away halfway, revealing only the characters for Sunflower. A ninjutsu associated with the name Sunflower? Naruto furrowed his brow. Not only had he never heard of such a technique, but neither had the onlookers gathered around. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his trembling hands. The sensation of gradually uncovering the answer was both exhilarating and torturous. With a swift motion, he scraped away a bit more, and suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst forth from beneath the coating. It's shining. It's shining. The bystanders gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening with excitement that was impossible to conceal. Naruto, your luck seems quite commendable. Just by selecting a single ticket, you've won a prize? Wu Di lifted his teacup, savoring a sip of tea as he spoke softly. Really? That's wonderful. Does this mean I can become Hokage? Naruto inquired eagerly. The crowd leaned in, their curiosity palpable. Meanwhile, Naruto's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Whether you can become Hokage is uncertain, and all depends on what you uncover. No sooner had Wu Di spoken than the coating was entirely removed. A venerable book, bound in blue, slowly emerged. Naruto has revealed the legendary Sunflower Acupoint Technique, an unparalleled martial arts manual. According to ancestral teachings, the host will also receive corresponding rewards. Is it truly the fabled Sunflower Acupoint Technique, and an unavoidable one at that? Wu Di exclaimed, rubbing his nose with delight. In his youth, he had been captivated by this martial arts masterpiece, often witnessing children in the streets raising 2 fingers and shouting, Sunflower Acupoint Technique. Little did he expect to acquire this martial arts manual himself today. The Sunflower Acupoint Technique? What is that? Chapter 2. The Heart's Desire for the Elixir. Seeing Naruto's look of confusion, Wu Di smiled and explained. The Sunflower Acupoint Technique is one of the finest physical arts from our hometown that it can render the victim immobile in an instant. Upon hearing the term physical art, Naruto sighed and shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his voice that, oh, is it merely a physical art? Such rubbish. What a waste of 100 taels. Wu Di waved his hand, a mischievous grin playing on his lips as he regarded him. A chill ran down Naruto's spine. Then, Wu Di suddenly shouted, Sunflower Acupoint Technique. His fingers extended, piercing the air. Caught off guard, Naruto felt a sharp pain in his chest, his entire body stiffening, rendering him incapable of movement. Wu Di leisurely raised his teacup and took a few steps closer, gently sipping his tea. Little friend, do you still consider this physical art to be trash? Do bear in mind, in battles between masters, the difference is often a mere second or two. Look at how long you've been frozen. Naruto, coming to a realization, turned his eyes towards Wu Di, who showed no sign of relenting. Think again, he said with a mischievous smile, licking his lips. What if, at this very moment, you find yourself devoid of funds, and a wealthy patron happens to stroll by? He left his thought unfinished, merely casting a knowing glance at Naruto. The remainder of the scenario was left to Naruto's imagination. Gradually, Naruto began to indulge in fanciful thoughts. A droplet of salivation escaped from the corner of his mouth, yearning for an immediate opportunity to experiment. Witnessing this scene, Sakura shuddered involuntarily. Glancing at the onlookers nearby, their expressions transformed abruptly as they hurriedly clutched their pockets and retreated. They were genuinely apprehensive that Naruto might brazenly relieve them of their wallets. The entire village was aware that his father, Minato Namikaze, had perished while sealing the Nine Tails. If he were to pilfer a few hundred ryo with such tactics, even if someone reported him to the Hokage, there would likely be no repercussions. This place feels ominous. I shall take my leave. One villager swiftly turned away, crouching as he departed. Another villager, witnessing this, feigned urgency, exclaiming, "Oh, I just remembered. My wife is in labor today. I must go." In the blink of an eye, the vicinity of the scratch-off lottery shop returned to solitude, leaving only Sakura and Naruto behind. Irritated, Naruto exclaimed, "Boss, you've got me stuck here. When will you release me?" Wu Di scratched his head. After receiving the information about the acupuncture pressure point technique, he realized that the manual was incomplete, containing only the pressure point section without the means to release them. However, it was noted at the end of the book that it would automatically release after 5 minutes. Just wait a moment. Once the 5 minutes are up, it will unlock on its own. Upon saying this, Wu Di glanced around. He noticed that the departing customers had not strayed far. The one whose wife was supposedly in labor was still across the street, engaged in jovial conversation with a middle-aged woman, occasionally casting glances this way. He could surmise that curiosity about the scratch-off lottery was beginning to stir among them. As long as their curiosity was piqued, the days of prosperity would not be far off for him. Sakura, observing the somewhat desolate lottery shop, sighed and turned to leave that Wu Di, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, stepped forward, blocking her path. "Excuse me, lovely young lady in pink, please hold on." Sakura regarded him warily, her hands, concealed behind her back, gradually clenched in a fist. Wu Di waved his hands gently. "Do not misunderstand, I merely wish to pose a question. At your age, you must have someone you admire, correct?" Sakura froze, her complexion instantly flushed crimson, as she hastily denied, "No, absolutely not." "Then why is your face turned so red?" "It must be embarrassment. However, there's no need for shame. Feeling shy is quite normal." Wu Di chuckled, then retrieved 2 scratch-off tickets from the pile. "Why not try your luck? Who knows? You might uncover something splendid that could win the heart of your beloved." Initially, Sakura had little interest in the shop. Yet, after the proprietor's words, her curiosity was ignited. As she rummaged through her wallet, she discovered she had brought only 200 ryo with her. "Then I shall take 2 tickets, each worth 100 ryo," she whispered softly. Placing the silver note on the counter, Wu Di casually retrieved 2 scratch-off tickets, each worth 100, and handed them to her. Clutching them in her hand, a bead of cold sweat formed in her palm. In the past, she had never engaged in gambling. Today, as she ventured into this realm for the first time, a blend of excitement and trepidation coursed through her. Imitating Naruto, she grasped her key and began to scratch off the gray coating. Before long, a glimmer of golden light emerged. Wu Di's eyes sparkled with delight. Another win. What could this be? Upon closer inspection, he discovered a package of medicinal powder wrapped in talisman paper emerging from the scratch-off ticket, and the corresponding information swiftly imprinted itself in Wu Di's mind. Seeing the powder's ludicrous effects, he couldn't help but cough lightly. "What is this?" Sakura inquired, perplexed. Wu Di scratched his head and explained, "This substance is known as the Heart's Desire Locking Elixir. When you take it home, write the name of your beloved on the talisman paper, then have them consume the powder. Within the specified time, your beloved will think only of you." Sakura's eyes suddenly lit up with astonishment. "Is that true?" "Absolutely true. If not, a full refund is guaranteed." She then scratched off the next ticket. Moments later, golden light flashed. Across the street, a man chatting with a middle-aged woman suddenly brightened. "Oh, did I win again?" The woman, confused, asked, "What do you mean, win again?" The man turned casually, offering a vague response. "Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all." Yet inwardly, he mused, "Is the win rate at this shop truly that high? I must return to check." Inside the store, Sakura was jumping with excitement. Her astonishment. She had gambled only twice, and both times she had won. How could she not be elated? Holding the hefty book in her hands, she inquired, "Boss, what is this?" Wu Di glanced at the book's information and explained, "This tome conceals the treasures of everyone's heart. Simply turn the pages, and you shall sense the direction of the treasures." At that moment, Naruto emerged from his trance, his eyes gleaming as he focused on Sakura. "Sakura, with this book, we can frequently come here for scratch-offs, right?" Sakura's expression darkened. "I can come often. What does that have to do with you?" Naruto fell silent, his face bearing an expression of rejection as he gazed at Sakura like a spurned suitor. Just then, behind them, a boy clad in grayish-blue attire and wearing sunglasses, who appeared to be of similar age, spoke softly. "Naruto, Sakura, it's time to head to school." Naruto turned around, suddenly jolted awake. "Right? Today is the graduation day for the Ninja Academy. How could I have forgotten? Thank you, Shino. Chapter 3. An absurd twist. As Naruto and the others departed, the villagers who had previously scattered returned. The atmosphere outside the scratch-off store buzzed with life once more. The uncle whose wife was in labor was the first to step forward, standing directly at the counter. Boss, give me 2 scratch-off tickets. Behind him, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard scoffed. Shotion, wasn't your wife in labor? What are you doing here? Shotion turned around and snorted dismissively. My wife is no longer in labor. It's fine. In the midst of the altercation, he pulled out 200 silver notes and cheerfully declared, Boss, give me a 200. Boss, I would like a 500. Boss, I want 3 100 notes. The voices echoed persistently within the confines of the small shop. Wuda's face was adorned with a festive glow. Naruto and his companions hurried into the classroom, panting heavily. Sakura retrieved a half-finished bottle of mineral water from the desk and poured in the freshly scraped medicinal powder. As the powder met the water, it dissolved instantly, as if it had never been added at all. She gently clutched her pen, her gaze occasionally darting toward the window. There sat a dashing young man clad in a blue short-sleeved shirt. Sasuke. She meticulously inscribed Sasuke's name onto the parchment, then glanced at the water on the table, swallowing hard. Sasuke is about to fall for me. Her heart raced with excitement. Just then, she slowly lifted her hand, reaching for the water bottle. At that moment, Naruto, who was not far from him, suddenly dashed over. Sakura, I've searched high and low for water and finally found some. I'm parched. He uttered a word, disregarding Sakura's reaction, and directly lifted the water bottle to gulp it down. The half-full bottle of water vanished swiftly under his ravenous consumption. As the water disappeared, Sakura's heart shattered into a myriad of pieces. After setting down the bottle, Naruto wiped his mouth and said, Thanks, Sakura. I'll return you a full bottle next time. Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura momentarily froze, then erupted in a frenzied scream, clutching her hair in a near-manic state. With a stiffened resolve, Naruto muttered, What's the big deal? It was just half a bottle of water. That was. I will never let you off the hook, Sakura exclaimed, slamming her hands on the table as she rose. However, just as she was about to take action, a blue figure abruptly appeared between them. It was Uchiha Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke firmly grasped Sakura's delicate wrist and coldly declared, I will not allow you to harm him. Sakura's heart quivered, feeling as though it had been pierced by countless daggers. Such tenderness was meant for me. It belongs to me. An overwhelming sense of grievance surged within her, as tears streamed down her cheeks. Yet it seemed that Sasuke was oblivious to it all. Then he slowly turned to Naruto, winking at him with a gaze full of affection. This scene left everyone in a state of shock. The sound of countless hearts shattering echoed throughout the classroom. Sasuke, this is all a misunderstanding. Naruto wore a grim smile, retreating with great difficulty. He suddenly recalled the item that Sakura had obtained at the scratch-off lottery store. Do not fear. I am here for you, Sasuke whispered softly. In an instant, the classroom was filled with cries. Sasuke, I never imagined you to be such a person. I shall no longer love you. My dearest Sasuke, from this day forth, you shall forever vanish from my heart. At that moment, Sasuke's mind was remarkably clear. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself unable to control his own body. The words he had just spoken to Naruto even made him feel revolted. Naruto, do not shy away. He took a step forward, inadvertently blurting out. As this transpired, Naruto turned to flee only to collide with Iruka, who was clutching a folder. Iruka stumbled, nearly losing his balance, and shouted at Naruto, Where are you going? We are about to divide into groups. Before he could finish, Naruto felt another jolt from behind, causing him to fall to the ground in an undignified manner. Raising his head, he beheld the Uchiha clan symbol as it pursued Naruto. Sasuke, you should return as well. Seeing that the two showed no regard for his presence, Iruka could only sigh, gather the scattered papers from the floor, and enter the classroom. Classmates, today you will undergo the Chunin exam. We shall now begin the grouping. Instantly, all the students fell silent. Those who had been wiping away tears stifled their sobs. Team 10, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Choji. Team leader, Sarutobi Asuma. As the words fell, the three rose without any surprise. Their families have long been intertwined, having fought alongside each other for many years. Despite being aware of the inherent groupings, the insistence on adhering to formalities is indeed vexing. Shikamaru, with his hands in his pockets and a toothpick clamp between his teeth, sauntered out with Ino and CHG. Team 8 comprises Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame, led by Karina Yuhi. Upon hearing the command, The three rose in succession and followed suit. Next was Team 7, which included Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha. Just as this was mentioned, a loud shout from Naruto echoed outside. Hokage's secret technique, the sunflower stun. Everyone turned to witness the spectacle, jaws dropping in astonishment. There sat Naruto, panting and wiping sweat from his brow, while Sasuke remained hunched over, as if cradling an invisible object, utterly still. Irika, noticing the scene, cleared his throat, redirecting the students' attention back to the classroom. Although they harbored reservations about Sasuke's previous behavior when it came to team assignments, they still wished to be grouped with him, for he had consistently excelled in their assessments, promising a smooth passage through the genin examination. However, when Irika announced the final name, the room fell silent. Naruto Uzumaki. The very mention of Naruto, notoriously known as the class's underachiever, elicited gasps. He was the epitome of mediocrity, consistently finishing at the bottom, a true enigma of ineptitude. How could he be placed in the same team as Sasuke? Whispers of favoritism and backdoor dealings began to circulate among the students. Irika then interjected. The leader of Team 7 will be Kakashi Hitaki. Upon hearing the name of their leader, the once boisterous classroom fell into an abrupt silence. Kakashi Hitaki is a legendary figure at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Among those he has assessed, not a single individual has ever succeeded in becoming a genin. Sakura lightly tapped her broad forehead, instantly feeling a sense of despair. With Sasuke still under the influence of medication, it was uncertain when he would regain consciousness. She sensed that remaining seated here held little purpose and, with her head bowed, she exited the room. Chapter 4. The genin exam. Ever since the utterance of Kakashi Hitaki's name, she felt that this assessment was destined to end in failure. As she passed a trash bin in the corridor, Sakura glanced at the talisman in her hand, feeling a pang of humiliation. In a fit of frustration, she tore the talisman to shreds. Simultaneously, Sasuke returned to his senses. Moments later, the immobilization technique known as the Kage Shuriken wore off, and he tumbled to the ground, directing his ire at Naruto, unable to contain his wrath. Just as he was about to lash out at Naruto, Sakura approached with a troubled expression. Sasuke, let us seek out teacher Kakashi together. We have been assigned to his team. Sasuke did not turn around, his gaze still seething with anger directed at Naruto. His fists clenched tightly. What about our other teammate? He asked coldly. Sakura swallowed hard and glanced sideways at Naruto, who was sitting on the ground. What? Him? Sasuke exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and incredulity washing over him. He was already embarrassed by the earlier incident, and now he was expected to be on the same team as Naruto. He turned away in anger, uttering not a single word, and walked off into the distance with his hands shoved into his pockets. Naruto, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, casually followed behind. He was inherently a person who bore no grudges. Now that Sasuke had recovered, he felt indifferent. Sasuke, rest assured, I will not hold you back this time. With that incredible taijutsu I just displayed, I can undoubtedly defeat Kakashi, Naruto proclaimed confidently, thumping his chest. Sasuke, gritting his teeth, cast him a sidelong glance and coldly retorted, fool. With that, he continued walking ahead, his expression icy. Naruto paused for a moment, incensed to the point of hopping in frustration, and hurried to catch up. Who are you calling a fool, you arrogant oaf? Did you not recognize the prowess of my taijutsu just now? But Sasuke disregarded him entirely, pressing onward. Hey, Sasuke, what is wrong with you? Before he could finish his sentence, Sasuke abruptly halted and spoke in a low tone. Do not shout mindlessly around me, you fool. How dare you call me a fool? Naruto exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves and hastening to match Sasuke's pace, giving a hearty slap to his shoulder. In an instant, Sasuke spun around, his hands swiftly forming seals. The humiliation from the earlier encounter surged within him. Fire release, great fireball technique, sunflower puncturing hand. Both unleashed their techniques simultaneously. However, due to Naruto's overly simplistic move, he struck Sasuke before the latter could complete his seals. Standing with his chest puffed out and lips pursed, displaying a rather flamboyant demeanor, Naruto squinted his eyes with a mischievous grin and said, What do you think? I'm still faster, aren't I? You insufferable little brat. How dare you attempt to burn me? Just wait and see how I deal with you. As he spoke, he removed Sasuke's clothing, draping it over his head, and picked up a branch from beneath a nearby tree, positioning it between Sasuke's lips and nose. Sakura, do you have a pen? Naruto asked with a smile as he turned his head. However, he soon realized that Sakura had mysteriously vanished. Well, I shall spare you for today, but be cautious with your words in the future, or I shall not hesitate to silence you, he declared. Let us wait here for 5 minutes. After that, The pressure points will release. With a chuckle, Naruto made his way to the assembly area. Meanwhile, Sakura gazed at him with a sense of melancholy. He shivered slightly and asked with a smile, "Sakura, why do you regard me with such a gaze?" Sakura's expression darkened. "The Nin exams are about to begin. Can't you consider the bigger picture? Sasuke is the backbone of our team. If anything were to happen, could you bear the responsibility?" Naruto felt unjustly accused. It was clearly Sasuke who made the first move. That was only because you spoke to him disrespectfully. Sakura interjected, refusing to give him a chance to explain. Unbeknownst to them, Kakashi had already appeared behind. Holding a book with an orange cover, he squinted to read it carefully. Shortly thereafter, Sasuke arrived. Kakashi swiftly positioned himself before the group and raised 2 bells, stating seriously, "The task for today's Nin exam is to seize the bells from my hands. You 3 must." Sunflower pointing finger. While he was speaking, Naruto had already approached him, without even a greeting, and extended 2 fingers directly. Kakashi scoffed and calmly employed the body replacement technique. However, when he suddenly reappeared atop a nearby tree, he found himself utterly unable to move. A gentle breeze swept by, causing him to feel precariously balanced. Following the sound, Naruto and the others came over, only to see Kakashi's face buried in a hedgehog. The scene was truly a sight to behold. Naruto casually snatched the bells and chuckled, "See, I told you I would do it." The 3 of them strolled leisurely out of the forest with the bells in hand. "Sasuke, honestly, you should try your luck at the invincible scratch-off lottery sometime. You never know what treasures you might find. Sakura and I have already been, and it was well worth it." Their voices faded as Kakashi, enduring the pain, fought back tears. He truly yearned to call out for Naruto and the others to come and rescue him, yet his throat could emit no sound. Soon, the news of Team 7 swiftly passing the Nin exams spread like wildfire. As everyone expressed their astonishment, they also learned another piece of information. The jutsu that had defeated Kakashi was acquired from the invincible scratch card shop. In the root organization, a man with a face etched with wrinkles leaned heavily on his cane, his countenance dark and foreboding. "Investigate the origins of this scratch card shop thoroughly," he commanded. Yes. Not long after the Nin evaluations concluded, Woody was tidying up the premises of the scratch card shop. In the distance, a figure, their face entirely wrapped in bandages, approached. He was still somewhat curious, for he had never encountered this individual in the realm of Naruto before. In a moment of hesitation, the peculiar man had already entered the shop. He inquired softly, "Is it true that Naruto acquired that secret technique called the sunflower palm here today?" Upon hearing this, Woody immediately realized that this individual must be Kakashi. However, his expression, Woody struggled to suppress a chuckle and replied in a hushed tone, "Indeed. He did acquire the sunflower palm technique here, but it was not obtained through a direct purchase." Kakashi slammed his palm on the table, his anger surging. His face involuntarily contorted, and a wave of excruciating pain swept over him, causing his eyes to squint tightly. "What do you mean by that?" Observing his comical demeanor, Woody stifled his laughter and softly clarified. He won the sunflower palm technique by purchasing a scratch-off lottery ticket from this establishment. If you wish to obtain the technique as well, you might consider purchasing a few tickets to try your luck. As for what you might win, that entirely depends on your fortune. After Woody elaborated enthusiastically, Kakashi furrowed his brow in disbelief, asking, "Is that truly the case?" "Absolutely. Our establishment is sincere and does not deceive our patrons," Woody affirmed with a smile. "All right, how much for a scratch-off ticket?" "I'll take one." With that, he pulled out his wallet. The most affordable ticket was priced at 100 taels, while the most expensive was 1,000,000 taels, the higher the cost, the greater the likelihood of winning something valuable. "What amount would you like?" Woody inquired cheerfully. Kakashi hesitated for a moment and then decided, "I'll take one priced at 10,000 taels." He directly pulled out a 10,000 tael silver note and slapped it on the counter. Woody fetched a scratch card and personally instructed him on how to scratch it. With a swift motion, a glimmer of gold flashed. As the coating was scratched off halfway, the scratch card revealed a dazzling glow of golden light. He was somewhat taken aback and immediately quickened his pace. Once he had finished scratching off the ticket, Woody glanced over and nearly burst into laughter. At that moment, a bottle of fragrant perfume soared out from the scratch card. Kakashi, holding the perfume, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is this?" Woody glanced at the description and quietly explained, "This little item is called perfume, and it contains a unique special illusion known as perfume of poison." "Perfume of poison?" Kakashi asked, thoroughly perplexed. Woody replied with a smile, "Indeed, it is poisonous. This illusion primarily targets male ninjas. Once you spray the perfume, you will transform into an unparalleled beauty in the eyes of male ninjas. Under this effect, their attack and defense capabilities will be halved in an instant, and their intellect will essentially plummet to zero. However, one crucial point to note is that it must never be used on female ninjas. Upon catching a whiff of the perfume, their attributes and intellect will double. Kakashi instinctively recoiled and glanced around cautiously, relieved to find that there was no one else nearby. If anyone were to discover that he possessed such a ninjutsu, his reputation in Konoha would be utterly shattered. He carefully stowed away the perfume, exhaling a sigh of relief. In his heart, he was devising a plan. In the realm of ninjas, where men outnumber women, he could easily employ a strategy of lacing his perfume with poison when confronting male adversaries. With such a tactic, even when facing shadow-level masters, he would possess the confidence to make a swift escape. After securing the perfume, he intended to continue his preparations, but was suddenly interrupted by a cacophony of noises from outside. He turned around and saw that more than a dozen members of the Shadow Division had surrounded the area, leaving no room for escape. A figure clad in black, bearing a short sword on his back and wearing a mask, stepped forward. Under the command of Lord Tongzong, we are here to conduct a search of the establishment. His words were laced with a frigid detachment. Then, he beckoned to the individuals behind him, commanding, "Search for me." Yes. The group nodded in unison and swiftly darted into the establishment. Wudi attempted to obstruct their advance, yet they paid him no heed. He could only let out a long sigh. "Since you have chosen to oppose me without reason, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. Let me make it clear, in this world, I am the invincible deity, Wudi." The people beneath him remained utterly unfazed, resolutely carrying out the search order. A hint of awkwardness flickered at the corner of Wudi's mouth. He despises the feeling of being overlooked, first by those villagers, and now by the members of the Anbu. With 2 fingers suddenly raised, he declared softly, "For your disregard, prepare to face the consequences." The technique of the sunflower acupoint strike commenced, targeting the navel, the soles of the feet, the forehead, and the armpits. A swift gust of wind swept through, causing all the Anbu members who had entered to come to an abrupt halt. Some erupted in raucous laughter, while others wept uncontrollably. Kakashi, witnessing this, was taken aback and clapped his hands in astonishment. Indeed, a true master. Subsequently, with a flick of his sleeve, all the Anbu members were sent flying out. At that very moment, a formidable woman strode in from outside. With her flowing golden locks and clad in a green robe, she cradled a small piglet in her arms. She was none other than Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, known as the casino's Golden Goose. As she made her entrance, a throng of onlookers followed behind her. Kakashi, understanding the situation, discreetly stepped aside and quietly exited. "I hear there's a new game called scratchoffs?" Tsunade inquired with a stoic expression. Wudi rubbed his hands together, recognizing the potential. She was indeed a golden goose, and if he could ensnare her, his business would flourish. "Indeed, Lady Tsunade, I assure you, it will be an enjoyable experience." Wudi briefly explained the game to her, his words eliciting a notable shift in her demeanor. She turned to the silent Ino and commanded, "You, show me how it's done." Ino frowned, as she held no interest in gambling. However, as it was Tsunade's request, she felt unable to refuse. With her head bowed and a resigned mindset, she decided to place a bet. "I'll take 100. Ino murmured. Unexpectedly, Tsunade's voice rang out. "Having been by my side for so long, you have surely mastered the art of gambling. How could you settle for a mere 100? She looked at Wudi and instructed, "Give her a 10,000. 10,000? Ino exclaimed, both surprised and somewhat troubled. Having spent most of her time accompanying Tsunade and seldom taking on missions, 10,000 was no trivial sum for her. Just 10,000. No arguments. Tsunade stated unequivocally. Ino could only sigh deeply. "Very well then, I'll take that 10,000. With a grin, Wudi retrieved a 10,000 scratch-off from the pile behind him and handed it to her. With tears in her eyes, she began scratching off the coating. Just as she reached the halfway mark, a brilliant golden light suddenly emerged from the scratch-off. It seemed fortune was about to smile upon her. As silence enveloped the atmosphere, excitement surged within her, and her hands moved with newfound speed. Just at that moment, the members of the Anbu outside successfully released their seals and entered the establishment, their attention wholly fixed on the lottery scratch card in her hands. Mere seconds later, as the golden light dissipated, a syringe floated forth from the scratch card. Being a medical ninja, she was no stranger to syringes. "Boss, what is this?" she inquired softly. At that moment, Wudi, somewhat dazed, was reading the syringe's instructions. After finishing, he appeared quite alarmed and quickly explained. This syringe contains the power of the heavenly path. Regardless of the state of abnormality, a single injection can remedy it. Even those on the brink of death can be instantaneously saved. Her expression gradually transformed into one of wonder. Possessing such a syringe was akin to having an extra life. Bystanders nearby couldn't help but express their astonishment. In the perilous world of ninjas, having such a safeguard meant that even the most dangerous missions could be approached without fear. The anticipation among the crowd grew palpable. At this juncture, Tsunade laughed heartily, rolling up her sleeves and stepping forward. "I'll take 10 of these to try," she declared, slapping down a stack of silver notes amounting to 100,000. Subsequently, the leading Anbu approached and whispered, "Lady Tsunade, Lord Danzo has instructed us to investigate this scratch card shop. May we?" Before the Anbu could finish, Tsunade flicked her sleeve dismissively. "What does this scratch card shop have to do with your Anbu? Go back and tell Danzo that I stand behind this establishment." The Anbu member hesitated, clearly troubled. Tsunade's fury erupted. She was in the midst of enjoying herself, and no one dared disturb her revelry at that moment. "Get out immediately. And tell Danzo to come here himself if he wants to investigate." The group of Anbu exchanged glances, looking rather dejected as they departed. Turning her gaze back to the scratch card, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with the allure of this novel game, which was irresistibly captivating for someone like her, who had long been immersed in gambling. Chapter 6. Tsunade's luck with deft fingers. Tsunade flicked a coin, scraping it across the surface of the scratch card with increasing enthusiasm. The onlookers held their breath, captivated by the spectacle. Upon completing the first scratch, however, no glimmer of fortune appeared. Her expression dimmed slightly, a hint of disappointment washing over her. Woody calmly elucidated, "Scratch cards are a form of gambling, and as with all games of chance, there exists the possibility of loss." Silence. Without allowing him to finish, Tsunade immediately rebuked him. As if she could not tolerate anyone suggesting that her luck was poor. Wu Di recoiled slightly, instinctively covering his mouth. He was not fearful of Tsunade's strength. Rather, he had been instilled with a belief since childhood that a true man should not engage in conflict with a woman. Despite Tsunade being a woman in her 50s, her appearance belied any trace of age. How could he possibly offend such an attractive and affluent client? Before long, the second scratch card was revealed. Yet it yielded nothing once again. This was an unprecedented occurrence since the shop's opening. Passers-by began to murmur among themselves. They had heard tales of Lady Tsunade's consistently fortunate streak, and today they were witnessing it firsthand. "You must be reckless to speak of Lady Tsunade in such a manner. But one cannot deny the truth in your words." "Hush, let us lower our voices. Lady Tsunade is about to scratch the third card." The tension among the crowd intensified once more. Wu Di scratched his head, quietly pondering. According to Kishimoto's narrative, this scratch card should also be empty. As expected, when Tsunade removed the final layer, she was utterly devastated, letting out a wail of despair. "Why can others uncover rewards while I cannot?" In the next moment, her expression hardened as she leaned on the table, her gaze fixed intently on Wu Di. "Tell me, did you tamper with the scratch cards?" Wu Di raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, a smirk of disbelief gracing his lips. "Lady Tsunade, your inability to win can only be attributed to luck." Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air, accompanied by a powerful shockwave. The sturdy counter was instantly punctured, creating a gaping hole. Wu Di's heart raced with cold sweat as he experienced Tsunade's formidable strength up close. The visual impact was undeniably staggering. His fists were clenched behind his back, prepared for the possibility that Tsunade might dare to provoke him further, in which case he would have no choice but to offend this esteemed client. At that moment, Shizen hurriedly approached, smoothing Tsunade's chest with a gentle touch, softly reassuring her, "Lady Tsunade, please calm down. Allow me to scratch the remaining tickets for you." Having experienced the thrill of winning earlier, Shizun had developed an interest in scratch-off tickets. Yet, at this juncture, Wu Di found himself wishing, "If only I were in Shizun's position now, that softness." Sighing inwardly, Tsunade coldly regarded the 7 remaining scratch-off tickets on the table and remarked, "Go ahead and scratch them for me. I can't be bothered to do it myself. I'm too vexed." Shizun took the coin, smiling brightly as she stepped forward and began to scratch the topmost ticket. Midway through, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from beneath the coating. "Lady Tsunade, I've won again." Tsunade was taken aback, quickly rising to her feet, her eyes glimmering with a complex mix of emotions. Meanwhile, onlookers drew closer, eager to see what Shizun had won this time. As Shizun unveiled the final layer, the golden glow abruptly faded, revealing an object reminiscent of a toy car remote control. Reading the instructions for the remote, Woody couldn't help but slap his forehead in disbelief. He truly had no idea who manufactured these scratch cards, as they seemed to possess an endless array of bizarre and peculiar props. Gazing outside at the bewildered genin, he smiled and explained. This contraption is known as the human remote control. Its effects bear a resemblance to the heart-to-heart technique of the mountain tribe. Albeit with a slight difference, it does not require the user to invade another's body. Of course, even if you wish to invade, it would be futile. This remote control contains a card. By inscribing the name of the person you wish to control upon it, you can manipulate them through the device. As Jingyin listened, her eyes widened further in astonishment. Just as her excitement peaked, she suddenly felt an emptiness in her hands. The remote had already found its way into Tsunade's grasp. This is rather impressive. I shall keep it. Observing her actions, Jingin's expression dimmed slightly. In contrast, Wu Di began to display a peculiar smile. Just as she was about to inquire about the reason, she felt as though the remote had vanished from her hands. Looking down, she indeed found that it had returned to Jingin's possession. Jingyin, what are you trying to do? She admonished in a hushed tone. Jingyin hastily shook her head, stepping forward to return the remote to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I haven't done anything. Please don't take your anger out on me. Yet, as she retreated, the remote once again found its way back to her hands. Gazing at Tsunade's somewhat grave expression, she felt utterly despondent. Tsunade, gritting her teeth, coldly inquired, Boss, what does this mean? Wu Di exhaled deeply, elaborating, this scratch card was scratched by Jingyin, thus its contents rightfully belong to her. So my money has been wasted? Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. Wu Di chuckled softly, raising two fingers. How could it be a waste? Allow me to present you with two solutions. First, you could have Jingyin return all the remaining lottery funds to you. Upon hearing this, Jingyin nearly stumbled, close to fainting. She could scarcely manage a mere 10,000 silver notes, let alone the remaining 70,000. Tsunade seemed well aware of this, giving it no further thought. And the second? Well, Wu Di deliberately elongated her words, drawing the attention of the passers-by outside, who also perked up their ears. He cleared his throat and continued. The second suggestion was for her to scratch half of it first. Upon seeing the glimmer of gold, she would then proceed to scratch the remaining portion. In doing so, the prize revealed would rightfully belong to you. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's spirits lifted considerably. Sakura, continue scratching. Once the gold appears, hand it over to me. All right. Sakura eagerly nodded, her hand trembling as it pressed against the scratch card. Indeed, the outcome was markedly different with a change of hands. The next card erupted in a shower of golden light. Tsunade quickly took it, scratching with excitement as she exclaimed, Today, I shall also strike it rich. Anyone who dares to claim my luck is lacking shall surely face my wrath. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, particularly those who had previously spoken ill, feeling an inexplicable chill wafting beneath them. In the blink of an eye, the scratch card was completely revealed, and from it emerged a crumpled piece of paper. Wu Di felt a sense of familiarity with this paper. Just as he pondered this, an overpowering stench of feet swept through the small shop like a raging torrent. He hurriedly opened the box, and the silver note that Naruto had concealed in his shoe had vanished without a trace. Tsunade, suppressing the urge to retch, squinted to take a closer look. To her astonishment, it was a 10-tael silver note. She set the note aside and proceeded to scratch off the remaining half of the lottery tickets. In the presence of Wu Di, Naruto's 100-tael silver note had all manifested through the lottery tickets into Tsunade's hands. Chapter 7. The dispute over spicy strips. Wu Di swallowed nervously, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Tsunade's expression was complex, making it difficult to discern whether it was one of delight or dismay. Beside her, Shizen remained silent, too apprehensive to utter a word. After a prolonged silence, Tsunade exhaled deeply, her previously tranquil brow twitching slightly. Then, she erupted into hearty laughter. Shizen, after so many years of gambling, I have finally witnessed a return on my investment today. This scene nearly brought Wu Di to his knees in profound emotion. The 100-tael silver note had been revealed from the 6 lottery tickets, which collectively cost a staggering 60,000 taels. In comparison to this 100-tael note, it was indeed somewhat. After laughing heartily for a while, Tsunade lowered her head and remarked, Your shop is quite commendable. I shall return in the future. Wu Di, feeling both awkward and flattered, chuckled in response. I am truly grateful. Tsunade then cheerfully declared, Shizen, I am in a splendid mood today. Let us go and enjoy some barbecue. At that moment, the little piglet she cradled in her arms squeaked a couple of times. Tsunade affectionately bent down, saying, All right. All right. We shall bring you along, Tun-Tun. As she departed from the small shop, Woody let out a sigh of relief. He suddenly perceived that Tsunade was truly an extraordinary woman. She appeared to be remarkably easy to please. Just as he was reflecting on this, members of Team 8 and Team 10 entered the room. They all decided to come after hearing about the happenings of Class 7. This little shop appeared rather modest in size. Asuma, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, turned to survey the somewhat dimly lit room. He then approached the counter and inquired, "I have heard you sell something called scratch-off tickets. May I see 2 of them?" Without hesitation, Woody retrieved 2 scratch-off tickets valued at 10,000 each. Individuals of their caliber, as high-ranking shinobi, typically carried a bit of extra coin. Moreover, being the son of the 3rd Hokage, he undoubtedly received gifts of considerable value on various occasions. The 2 tickets amounted to a total of 20,000. Without a second thought, Asuma pulled out his wallet and extracted 2 large denomination banknotes. Noticing that there appeared to be several more high-value notes within his wallet, Woody's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A moment later, a flash of gold emerged as a bag of spicy strips floated out from the scratch-off ticket. "What is this?" Asuma exclaimed. Taken aback, he had never encountered such a packaging before. However, for Woody, such items were exceedingly commonplace in his original world. He whispered, "This delicacy is called spicy strips. A culinary treasure from my hometown. You should savor it thoroughly." Culinary treasure? The ash from Asuma's cigarette fell abruptly. "What kind of delicacy is this that cost me 1,000 taels? Are you robbing me?" Woody raised his hand slightly, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. "You have yet to experience the sensory delight that spicy strips offer. I dare you to open the bag and have a taste." Asuma, filled with skepticism, tore open the packaging. In an instant, a rich aroma enveloped the cramped 10-square-meter room. Even the usually indifferent Tsunade found herself salivating at the enticing scent, let alone Choji, who regarded food as sacred. Choji seemed to lose all reason, leaping onto Asuma and sinking his teeth into his arm. "Choji, have you lost your mind? You're like a dog," Asuma exclaimed, shaking his arm desperately. Yet, Choji showed no signs of releasing his grip, managing to squeeze out, "Unless you give me a piece. I want to let go even in death." On the side, Shikamaru could hardly bear to watch and helplessly slapped his forehead. Just as he was about to use the shadow binding technique to separate the two, a white figure suddenly dashed into the fray. This ethereal silhouette belonged to Akamaru, the divine beast of Inuzuka Kiba. Asuma felt utterly exasperated. After all, he was a genin and could not resort to violence against a mere genin and a creature that wasn't even a proper ninja. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly sprang into action, breaking through the encirclement and racing towards the Hokage's office. At this juncture, the Hokage's office seemed to be the only sanctuary he could think of, his father's domain. Accompanying him were Choji and Akamaru, while reluctantly dragging along Inuzuka Kiba, who appeared indifferent to the culinary delights around him. The atmosphere in the room instantly quieted down. Yui Kurenai sighed softly, picking up the scratch-off ticket that Asuma had neglected, pressing it firmly onto the table. With a vigorous scratch, a flash of golden light erupted, accompanied by a resounding clap of thunder. Clang, clang, clang. A wondrous jade-green stick materialized before her eyes. Woody found himself at a loss for words regarding the absurdity of this unexpected outcome. He truly wished to inquire of his great-great-grandfather why one could not conjure some earthly accompaniment. As the setting sun cast its crimson glow, Zaihong curiously regarded the jade stick and asked, "Boss, what is this peculiar object?" Wu Di cleared his throat and whispered, "This stick is known as the dog-whacking stick. As the name implies, whomever it strikes shall transform into a small dog, with the metamorphosis lasting 5 minutes." Zaihong inhaled deeply, her scarlet eyes shimmering with a hint of wonder. "Is that truly the case? How astonishing." As she spoke, she scrutinized the dog-whacking stick before her. The onlookers, intrigued by the stick's extraordinary properties, could not resist the urge to catch a glimpse. Just then, an unknown individual jostled against her arm, causing the stick to collide with her forehead. In an instant, Zaihong vanished, replaced by a small dog with ruby eyes on the ground. Everyone instinctively stepped back, fearful of inadvertently encountering the dog-whacking stick and facing a similar fate. Nonetheless, this very incident intensified the crowd's insatiable desire for the scratch-off lottery tickets. They circled around Zaihong, pressing forward to the counter. "Boss, I would like 2 tickets worth 100. Boss, I desire 10 tickets worth 100. Meanwhile, on the other side, Asuma had dutifully retreated into the Hokage's office. Dingsy gazed at the office door, unable to contain his heartache, collapsing to the floor in tears. "Asuma-sensei, please let me have a taste. I cannot bear this craving any longer." I implore you. Beside him, Shamaru mimicked his actions, kneeling and wailing incessantly. No matter how much Inuzuka Kiba tugged at him, he could not be roused. Inside the room, Asuma clutched a spicy snack, standing warily before the third Hokage, panting heavily. The third Hokage wrinkled his nose, detecting the tantalizing aroma of the snack. What is this? He inquired, swallowing hard. Asuma, still catching his breath, replied. This is something I acquired from the scratchoff lottery store. I hear it is a delicacy from the shopkeeper's hometown. Let me have a taste. The third Hokage raised his hand authoritatively. Asuma's body trembled, retreating 2 steps while eyeing the third Hokage warily. This is my possession. Do you intend to seize it? The third Hokage exhaled a smoke ring and slowly rose to his feet, a sinister smile gracing his lips. 5 elements. Great multi-strike technique. In an instant. Chakra of 5 attributes, wind, lightning, fire, water, and earth swirled around him. Although he had restrained it to its minimal level, it remained utterly formidable. Thud, 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 thud. The sound echoed as 5 strikes landed upon Asuma, embedding him into the wall behind him. The spicy snack slipped from his grasp. Why, you are my esteemed father. In the 3rd generation, one was plucked out and placed in the mouth, leisurely proclaiming, Child, remember, there are no father and son in the face of exquisite cuisine. Chapter 8, The Little Sorceress, Tuanzong, the Invincible Scratch Card. Wudi busily toiled with fervor. In just a short span of time, he had already sold over 30 scratch cards. His small money box was soon filled with banknotes. Shikamaru, look, I've won. I've struck gold. Ino exclaimed with delight, shaking the partially scratched lottery ticket in front of Shikamaru. He cast a sideways glance, his expression unperturbed, and replied, The odds of winning here are quite favorable. Just take a look for yourself. As soon as his voice fell, a dazzling golden light emerged from his coat. Such brilliance was no longer a novelty to Wudi. Just as he awaited the conclusion of their discussion to provide an explanation, a cacophony erupted from outside. Wudi stood on tiptoe to peer out, catching sight of a figure clad in a black robe, his face partially obscured by bandages and leaning on a cane. Following closely behind were several masked ninjas dressed in dark attire. I am Shimura Danzo from the Anbu, here to conduct an investigation. As he spoke, his gaze flickered and caught sight of Ino and Shikamaru holding a scratch card that shimmered with golden light. Ino, having never witnessed such a spectacle at school, timidly hid behind Shikamaru. What you have in your hands is a scratch card, correct? Danzo inquired softly. Ino nodded nervously. However, Shikamaru appeared unfazed, continuing to scratch the card with nonchalance. Soon, the radiant glow of his card faded, revealing a mechanical mouse that floated out. Wudi explained. This contraption is known as a mechanical mouse, capable of swiftly burrowing underground. It significantly enhances the range of your shadow binding technique. Shikamaru swiftly stowed the mechanical mouse away, casually remarking, Oh, understood. In contrast to his calm demeanor, Ino was visibly anxious. Trembling, she returned to the table, ready to resume scratching the half-finished card when Danzo's voice cut through. Hand your card over to me. Instantly, Ino felt a wave of weakness wash over her. Retreating in trepidation. Faced with Danzo's imposing presence, she, a mere newly appointed genin, felt a twinge of fear. Danzo leisurely approached the counter, scraping away the remaining layers of the card. The golden glow gradually dissipated, revealing a purple flower wand adorned with a heart. Wudi nearly choked on his breath. Overwhelmed by nostalgia, the shape was all too familiar. It resembled a prop from a live-action animation he had often seen on television during his childhood. What is this? Danzo asked, his brows furrowing slightly. Wudi swallowed hard and explained, This is called a magic fairy wand. Utilizing the transformation effect of the wand will significantly enhance your combat prowess. Upon hearing this, Ino's eyes brimmed with tears. This wand was rightfully hers, yet it had been snatched away by this unfamiliar elder. Danzo examined the magic fairy wand closely and inquired, How does one use this? Wudi continued. The wand is activated with a chant, Balala energy, little magic fairy, transform. Just recite the incantation before use. Danzo frowned. Balala energy, little magic fairy, transform? All the ninjutsu he had encountered thus far relied on hand seals. This was his first experience with an incantation. Unable to suppress his skepticism, he voiced his doubts. Just as his words faded, a beam of purple light shot forth from the wand, enveloping him entirely. In the next moment, as the light dissipated, Danzo appeared transformed into a bizarre amalgamation of human and spirit. His aged visage bore no trace of youth. Rather, his hair appeared faintly pink. He was clad in a delicate, pastel pink ensemble reminiscent of a magical fairy. His gnarled hands emerged from within the garb, presenting an exceptionally peculiar sight. What could this be? He sprang up in astonishment. Those who had already finished scratching their lottery tickets held their prizes while casting amused glances at Danzo. Unable to suppress their laughter, even Ino let out a sigh of relief. If she were to be dressed in such a manner, she would feel too embarrassed to step outside. Danzo felt a sudden warmth rise to his aged cheeks. The once dull and dark skin now tinged with a hint of crimson. What? How do I undo this? He stammered, grasping his pink hair and struggling to contain his fury. Wudi clicked his tongue, releasing a long sigh. The spell could only be broken with an incantation. Without uttering the words, Danzo would remain in this state. However, recalling Danzo's previously irksome appearance from the anime, he resolved to simply devour the incantation instead. After all, within this establishment, Wudi was an unrivaled deity. No one could challenge him. He scratched his head and said, once this magical wand transforms, it cannot be undone for a lifetime. Please accept my condolences, esteemed elder. I, Tuanzong, glared with wide eyes, a surge of urgency rushing to my heart. Just as I was about to unfasten the bangle sealing my Sharingan, I noticed Wudi make a slight movement, the sunflower-pointing hand. In an instant, I found myself rendered motionless. He executed a swift kick, sending a mysterious pink object soaring into the midst of the street. The commotion it caused drew the attention of nearby onlookers, who gathered in curiosity. At that precise moment, Naruto had just finished his ramen at Ichiraku and emerged, clutching his stomach. Upon noticing the figure sprawled on the ground, he approached with intrigue to take a closer look. He had originally assumed that someone so flamboyantly dressed must be an invincible young beauty. However, upon seeing Shimura Danzo's face, he could not contain himself, and the remnants of his earlier meal splattered all over Danzo's visage. At that moment, Danzo's subordinates emerged, and upon noticing the throng of onlookers, they prioritized escorting Danzo away, disregarding Naruto's plight. Naruto crouched down, gazing at the remains of the ramen on the ground, weeping profusely. After a moment, he rose, wiped his nose, and ventured into the scratch-off lottery shop across the street. Just then, he spotted Ino and Shikamaru emerging together, and he blurted out, "Shikamaru, why are it just you and Ino? Where's Choji? You two aren't." He squinted his eyes, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Shikamaru scoffed, "Fool. Who resembles you and Sasuke?" With that, he shoved his hands into his pockets and departed alongside Ino. Naruto stood bewildered in the wind for a moment, then shouted at Shikamaru's retreating figure, "Sasuke, and I have no issues at all." Subsequently, he stormed into the scratch-off lottery shop. "Boss, give me 100. Wudi chuckled as he produced a scratch-off ticket worth 100, placing it before him. Naruto then retrieved a coin, cradled it in his palm, and pressed his hands together, mumbling something inaudible. After a brief pause, he exhaled deeply, "I'm ready to scratch." Chapter 9. Departure to the Land of Waves. He puffed out his cheeks and waved his arms, pressing directly onto the scratch-off ticket. With a vigorous scraping motion, a flash of golden light emerged. From the center of the ticket, a rather worn broom flew out, its handle adorned with a series of letters. "What is this?" Naruto held it in his hand, examining it with curiosity. "A broom? Isn't it a tad too antiquated?" he remarked with a hint of disdain. Wudi, suppressing a smile, gazed at the broom, reminiscing about his childhood once more. He slowly stepped forward, taking the broom with a gentle explanation. "This is no ordinary broom. It is a flying broom, an artifact reserved for the wizards of my homeland. Once you mount it, you can soar through the skies with the freedom of a bird." Naruto's azure eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. "Is it truly that magical? Will I be able to fly once I ride it?" He could hardly contain his exhilaration, swiftly mounting his broom and exclaiming, "Take me to the Yao ramen shop." Whoosh! A fleeting shadow was left on the ground. His figure vanished in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a cacophony of shattered pots and bowls resonated, accompanied by the furious roar of Uncle Ichiraku. "Naruto, you shall compensate for the damages." Through the narrow doorway, Wudi witnessed Uncle Ichiraku, his head ablaze with fury over the ramen, seizing Naruto and hurling him outside. "Unless you make amends for my losses, you shall have no ramen in the future." With a dismissive clap of his hands, Uncle Ichiraku turned and retreated into the shop. Naruto, feeling utterly wronged, gazed at the broom in his hands, torn between the urge to discard it and the reluctance to do so. At this juncture, he found himself devoid of alternatives, compelled to accept a task to repay his debts. He let out a sigh, feeling somewhat dejected as he mounted his broom and softly proclaimed, "To the Hokage's office." Whoosh! His silhouette vanished once more. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage, with a pipe clenched between his teeth, was intently scrutinizing the mission handbook with a grave expression. Beside him, 4 or 5 masons were diligently filling the large human-shaped pit left by Asuma. The third Hokage took a deep breath, exhaling a ring of smoke, and pushed the mission manual forward, pointing to a specific line. Kakashi, this task from the Land of Waves is quite straightforward. Take your team to accomplish it. Kakashi lowered his gaze, a hint of disdain flickering in his bandaged eye as he murmured, "This task seems rather too simplistic. Surely, sending out 3 genin should suffice." Before he could finish, the third Hokage shook his head. "It's precisely your team. Those 2 children need some experience." Instantly, Kakashi stood straighter, his demeanor becoming more serious. He was well aware of who those 2 children were. "All right, I shall return now to inform them." He turned around and was about to step outside when he heard Naruto's anguished wails echoing from the outside. "Get out of the way. I can't stop." Suddenly, a resounding crash followed by the shattering of glass, and the impact against the wall occurred in less than a tenth of a second. The workers in the office were left in a state of bewilderment. After much effort, they had finally repaired the gaping hole, only for it to be struck once again by an unidentified flying object. Moments later, Naruto emerged from the rubble, his eyes swollen and resembling walnuts as he surveyed his surroundings. With a hint of resentment, he exclaimed, "Didn't I tell you to stay clear?" Kakashi, with a grave expression, gazed at him intently and muttered through clenched teeth, "Naruto, what are you doing here?" Naruto quietly lifted his gaze, revealing a look of confusion. Who is this strange old man with the bandaged head? Why does his voice sound so familiar? Kakashi was left momentarily speechless. Why is there a bandage wrapped around his head, if not due to Naruto's doing? "Naruto, can you not even recognize my voice?" Kakashi leaned in a bit closer, a chilling glint flickering in his eyes. Naruto shivered suddenly, breaking into a broad grin. "Oh, it's just you, Kakashi-sensei." He then patted the dirt off himself and climbed out from the pile of sand and gravel while holding a broom. The third Hokage glanced at him, puffing out a ring of smoke, and spoke softly. "Naruto, what brings you here?" Naruto scratched his head, a sheepish smile adorning his face. "Well, I wish to take on a mission. I broke Uncle Irika's cooking utensils and need to earn money to compensate him." As he spoke, the third Hokage noticed the broom in Naruto's hand and inquired, "What is that?" Naruto immediately tilted his head back proudly. "This is my flying broom from the scratchoff shop. Riding it allows me to soar through the skies." The third Hokage frowned, pondering to himself. "Another scratch-off shop? It seems Asuma just wants something there too. I must go take a look when I have the chance." He then spoke gently, "Kakashi, please take Naruto and the others to carry out their mission." "Yes." Kakashi stood tall, nodding earnestly. Upon hearing this, Naruto leaped with excitement. "Hooray, off to a mission." In the dark depths of the Anbu headquarters below the Hokage's office, a group of incompetents stood there, unable to even manage a single strand of hair. "What use are you to me?" Danzo clenched his hair tightly, shouting at those beside him, his eyes radiating an overwhelming despair. After being brought back from the scratch-off shop, he commanded everyone around him to keep silent. He then ordered his trusted confidants to cut off all his pink hair. However, barely half a minute had passed when that vibrant pink hair started growing back once more. The hair that had been cut away vanished without a trace. His clothes had been torn to shreds countless times, yet they clung to him stubbornly even now. He let out a desperate, cold laugh, curling in upon himself. Gazing at the pitch-black room before him, he murmured, "Please leave me alone for a while." At once, a group of masked individuals turned and exited the chamber. In front of the gates of Konoha, Kakashi met up with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. "The mission we are undertaking today is exceedingly perilous. We must journey across the ocean to the Land of Waves. Prepare yourselves accordingly." Naruto immediately stood at attention, responding with a certain gravity, "Understood." Sasuke shot him a sidelong glance, recalling the scene from the classroom, and deliberately distanced himself from Naruto. "Let us depart," Kakashi said. Unperturbed by the tension between the two, the quartet shouldered their packs and set off towards the horizon. The journey from their village to the Land of Waves required traversing a vast expanse of ocean, and a considerable distance lay between Konoha and the dock. Along the way, Naruto rode his flying broomstick, skillfully maneuvering it with increasing confidence. Sasuke looked up at him, feeling an inexplicable emotion stir within. The silhouette of a man with a 3-tomo Sharingan gradually materialized in his mind. "One day, I shall slay him with my own hands. Upon my return, I must also visit the lottery shop." Chapter 10. Treasure hunting at sea. Time at sea often drags on interminably. Naruto fared somewhat better, as he had his flying broomstick to entertain himself. Conversely, Sakura, who had also visited the lottery shop, was becoming quite bored. She sat at the edge of the boat, gazing out at the boundless ocean, sighing wistfully. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She had won a treasure book at the lottery shop and had deliberately brought it along. How could she have forgotten about it? She hurriedly rummaged through her backpack, and within moments, the book came into view. Its cover appeared aged and antiquated, exuding a sense of history. Beside her, Kakashi expressed curiosity. Sakura, what is that? Sakura smiled faintly. It's something I won at the lottery shop. They say it's a treasure book. A treasure book. Kakashi's eyes brightened, and soon, the other passengers aboard the ship gathered around, some with avarice gleaming in their eyes. They were keenly interested in discovering what kind of treasures lay within the pages of the book. Sakura, how do we use this treasure book? Kakashi inquired further. Sakura opened the pages, frowning slightly. The owner at the lottery shop only told me that it contains the treasures of everyone as heart. I seem to have forgotten to ask how to use it. The surrounding individuals stumbled in surprise. However, just as everyone was taken aback by the absurdity of the situation, the treasure book suddenly erupted with a dazzling radiance. Upon the blank pages, an unusual pattern abruptly emerged. Sakura scrutinized it closely, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. Suddenly, enlightenment struck her. Is it not the very ship we are currently aboard? Her exclamation drew a considerable crowd. The dark lines of the vessel were marked with 2 red crosses. Surely, the red crosses denote the location of the treasure, Kakashi murmured. Meanwhile, several observant individuals also noted this detail. Sakura nodded emphatically, rising to approach the nearest red cross. As she made her move, nearly half of the people aboard stirred in response. They were all immensely curious whether this treasure map could indeed lead to a genuine treasure. At that moment, the captain approached, for this vessel was his own, and he could not recall having concealed any treasures aboard. Driven by curiosity, he followed suit. According to the map's indications, the red cross marked a spot quite near them, located in the boiler room at the bottom of the deck. Soon, the group arrived at the boiler room, where the atmosphere was stifling, and they observed a burly man with dark skin shoveling coal into the furnace. What treasure could possibly exist in such a place? The captain scoffed derisively, a contemptuous smile gracing his face. The crew members trailing behind him began to mock. Your book must be a hoax. Where's the treasure? Here. Aside from coal dust, there's only a mute giant. Could this giant be the treasure, or perhaps the shovel he wielded? Sakura paid no heed to their jeers. Judging by the items previously extracted by Naruto and his companions, the trinkets from the scratchoff shop were certainly not so trivial. There had to be treasure here. Meanwhile, the other passengers displayed a variety of expressions. Sakura endeavored to calm her mind and proceeded toward the location indicated by the red cross. Just as she was about to approach her destination, the dark-skinned giant suddenly stepped forward, visibly agitated. Kakashi, noticing this, positioned himself in front of the man and remarked with an easy smile, "Why are you so anxious? It's not as if we are after your treasure. I, Kakashi, a jonin of Konoha, assure you that no one here will touch your treasure. Otherwise, they would be opposing a Konoha jonin. The strength of Konoha was well known, and ordinarily, no one would dare provoke a ninja from the village." Nevertheless, the giant continued to dodge and weave, attempting to charge at Sakura. "Sakura, act swiftly," Kakashi whispered. Sakura nodded and quickened her pace. Upon reaching the location marked by the red cross, she discovered a pile of coal. If that were all there was, what could be causing the giant's agitation? She grabbed a nearby shovel and began to dig. In mere seconds, a glimmering light emanated from beneath the coal. Sakura's eyes widened in astonishment as she hastened her efforts. Before long, she unearthed a diamond the size of her thumb from within the coal. The captain stood frozen in disbelief. "Captain, isn't that the diamond you lost a few days ago?" One of the crew members remarked quietly from behind. The captain glared furiously at the giant, his breath quickening as he commanded the crew member behind him. "Bind him up and hand him over to the authorities once we reach shore." "Yes." Several crew members responded in unison, observing the dazzling diamond in Sakura's hand. The captain rubbed his hands together and smiled. "Thank you all. May I have the diamond back now?" Sakura, somewhat dazed, extended her hand. At that moment, Kakashi abruptly intervened. Grinning, "This diamond can be considered contraband. Once we reach shore, it shall be surrendered to the authorities." He tilted his head slightly, advising Sakura, "You may keep it for now." "All right." Sakura nodded. Following this treasure hunt, many were left utterly astonished. They gathered around Sakura, inquiring about the origins of the treasure map. With a Konoha jonin present, they certainly could not attempt to seize it by force. Thus, uncovering the source of the treasure map became their utmost concern. This treasure map was acquired through a winning ticket from the unbeatable scratchoff lottery in Konoha. If you wish to try your luck, feel free to give it a shot. Everyone's eyes lit up, including the captain and his crew, who hurriedly produced paper and pen to jot down the address of the unbeatable scratch-off lottery. After sharing this, glancing at the remaining red cross on the map, Sakura felt an insatiable urge. Bystanders eagerly suggested that she continue her search. She nodded, "All right. Let us seek it out together." Following the route indicated, they soon arrived at the captain's cabin door. According to the clues, the treasure was supposed to be within the captain's quarters. Let us take a look. After obtaining the captain's consent, she led the curious onlookers into his bedroom. The captain himself was puzzled, unable to recall any treasure hidden in his room. Sakura followed the directions of the red cross diligently. At last, in a dark corner, she discovered a chest draped in cobwebs. Upon seeing the chest, the captain grew visibly anxious, exclaiming, "How could it be here? Was it lost before?" He then approached Sakura and covered the chest with his hands. "Perhaps we should leave this treasure alone. It is best that not too many eyes see it." Chapter 11. Encounter with Zabuza that cannot be right. "So many are waiting here," Kakashi asserted, "in the name of the Konoha Jonin. I assure you that no one dares to covet your treasure." Kakashi's eyes narrowed, exuding an undeniable authority. The captain shivered slightly and quietly stepped aside. Sakura took a deep breath and slowly laid the chest down. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room grew exceedingly tense. One could faintly hear the rapid beating of many hearts. Click. A latch released. The captain slowly lowered his head, the wrinkles on his face tightening in apprehension. Unable to dare glance at the chest again. Click. Another latch snapped open. Immediately, there was a loud bang, and the box burst open in an instant, spilling its contents everywhere. Sakura, caught off guard, found her eyes suddenly covered. The expressions of the onlookers froze in shock. When Sakura finally removed the object obscuring her vision, her face flushed with embarrassment. She never imagined the captain harbored such peculiar tastes. "Let us disperse." Kakashi chuckled awkwardly at the sight of women's undergarments strewn across the floor. The crew members nearby stifled their laughter, covering their mouths in a desperate attempt to suppress any sound. Sakura, holding a particularly voluptuous and soft piece of lingerie, glanced down at her own figure, her cheeks reddening even more. "You old pervert." She shot the captain a fierce glare and hastily pushed through the crowd, rushing outside. The onlookers, witnessing Sakura's departure, lost interest and, casting sympathetic glances at the captain, began to leave. Once back in the cabin, the topic of Konoha Village's undefeated scratch-off lottery ignited excitement among the passengers, many eager to try their luck at the lottery shop. As the ship docked, the burly man was escorted away by the authorities. The passengers bid farewell to Kakashi and his companions before boarding a smaller vessel sent by Raditz to retrieve them. Upon setting sail, Raditz sighed heavily. Kakashi sensed something amiss and inquired, "Is there something troubling you?" Raditz pondered for a moment, then sighed again, revealing the truth to Kakashi. "Your primary responsibility on this trip is to ensure my personal safety. There is an individual named Kato who seeks to take my life." Kakashi's brow furrowed in surprise. "Kato? The incredibly wealthy, extravagant Kato?" "Precisely." Raditz sighed once more. "He has hired someone to kill me, and without your protection, I might not even make it home alive." Naruto, leaning against his flying broom, chuckled, "Don't worry, with us guarding you, no one can harm you." Raditz turned to him with a grave expression. "What if that person is Momochi Zabuza?" "Momochi Zabuza?" Kakashi exclaimed in shock. Seeing his reaction, Naruto and the others quickly pressed for details. Kakashi took a deep breath, his demeanor growing somber. "Momochi Zabuza, a rogue ninja from the mist, is an expert in silent assassination techniques and a formidable adversary." He then turned to Raditz, stating, "We were assigned a C-rank mission, but given the current circumstances, it appears we have surpassed the boundaries of a mere C-rank task." Raditz buried his head, his expression one of profound distress. "I truly cannot afford to pay a higher task fee," he lamented, exhaling deeply, a trace of sorrow evident on his face. "If you believe the mission is flawed, you may return once we reach the shore." Kakashi remained silent, offering a long sigh in response. Only Naruto, carefree and unperturbed, laughed heartily. "Kakashi-sensei, whether it's Momochi Zabuza or Kagaya Zabuza, the four of us are more than enough to handle him." Observing Naruto's demeanor, Kakashi's mood seemed to lighten slightly. After traversing through the mist for a while, they finally reached the shore. Raditz, visibly anxious, inquired, "Do you intend to go back? If so, I can have the ferryman take you." Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let's first accompany you inside and take a look." Under normal circumstances, he might have chosen to retreat. However, as Naruto had pointed out, they were now a quartet. Furthermore, armed with powerful tools, eliminating Momochi Zabuza should pose little difficulty. As they ventured a short distance deeper into the woods, suddenly, a massive blade flew through the air, crashing into a nearby tree. Following this, a figure clad in gray leaped from the foliage, landing atop the enormous blade. His face was obscured by a white mask, reminiscent of Kakashi's current appearance. "Hand that old man over to me," Zabuza declared, arms crossed, his tone brooking no argument. Kakashi's senses heightened in an instant, as he spread his arms wide to shield Naruto and the others behind him. Yet, Naruto, ever the wild card, occasionally engaged in behaviors that defied comprehension. He soared slowly into the sky on his broom, right before Kakashi's very eyes, arriving before Zabuza. He mimicked Zabuza's demeanor, crossing his arms and declaring, "Even if you're Zabuza, you." He awkwardly elongated his words, and in that instant, all the fierce remarks he had just contemplated vanished from his mind. After pondering for a moment, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes as he cheerfully inquired, "That outfit of yours is quite lovely. Where did you purchase it?" Behind him, Kakashi and the others were in a state of panic. "You fool, that is a genin." Engaging in casual conversation with a genin is tantamount to courting death. Meanwhile, Momochi Zabuza appeared to be engulfed in humiliation, his already dark visage devoid of any semblance of luster. He raised the formidable blade beneath his feet and swung it towards Naruto. However, Naruto, mounted on his broom, vanished in the blink of an eye. Upon landing, Zabuza was consumed by fury, immediately raising his arm, and in an instant, a thick mist enveloped the forest. Kakashi cautioned those behind him, "Be careful, this is his signature technique, the silent assassination." Simultaneously, Sasuke and Sakura brandished their kunai, positioning themselves on either side of Raditz. The mist quickly obscured their vision, rendering even close distances devoid of any visible figures. A flicker of panic stirred within Sakura and Sasuke. While Naruto had completely disappeared from sight, Kakashi heightened his senses, nervously scanning the surroundings. At this juncture, unwrapping the bandages to reveal his Sharingan would be too late. Thus, he recalled the bottle of perfume from the lottery shop. It was time to showcase true skill. He leisurely retrieved the perfume and sprayed it around him. In the next moment, Zabuza reappeared, raising his blade to strike down. However, as he inhaled the alluring fragrance that filled the air, he couldn't resist taking a couple of deep breaths. Miraculously, where Kakashi had once stood, a stunning woman with alluring curves suddenly materialized. Chapter 12. Uzumaki Naruto. With her snow-white legs, slender waist, and captivating allure, she exuded a hazy beauty amidst the swirling mist. Zabuza couldn't help but swallow hard. Even being a staunchly masculine man, he found himself wanting to steal another glance. In reality, Kakashi, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but feel amused. If the outside world were to catch wind of Zabuza's current predicament, they would surely burst into laughter. He tucked away the perfume, softly exclaiming, "Indeed, this substance is extraordinary. Once I return, I shall indulge in it once more." Subsequently, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. As a seasoned ninja, he had never entertained the notion of sparing any adversary that posed a potential threat. He withdrew a kunai from his tool pouch and slowly approached Zabuza, letting out a soft sigh. "If there is anyone to blame, it is your choice of opponent." In an instant, the blade struck, piercing a hole through Zabuza's chest. A torrent of warmth erupted forth. Yet, remarkably, Zabuza appeared to feel no pain whatsoever. Time passed swiftly. He gradually reclined, until his life ebbed away, a playful smile lingering on his face in his final moments. Kakashi let out a deep sigh. He now finds himself suddenly intrigued by the true potency of this perfume. He is acutely aware of his past encounters with the notorious figure, a ruthless killer whose gaze never falters even in the face of death. The very rules within the blood-soaked mist are subject to his whims. Yet, astonishingly, even such a cold-blooded individual can be utterly captivated by the fragrance, rendered disoriented and bewildered. It appears that every item produced within the lottery shop should not be underestimated. As the shadow of the killer fades away, the dense fog gradually dissipates. Not far off, perched upon a tree, stands a young man clad in blue and adorned with a mask. He is a subordinate of Zabuza Momochi. Gently removed his mask, revealing a hint of savagery in his eyes, while his delicate face twitched incessantly. Without hesitation, he leaped forward, silver needles glinting in his hand, charging directly towards Kakashi. Kakashi retreated several steps, yet did not pause for a moment. He formed hand seals, and suddenly, walls of ice materialized around him. "Ice release. You are by." Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. Earlier, he had heard of a ninja from the mists Anbu known as a master of ice release who had never failed on a mission. His extraordinary bloodline limit has claimed the lives of numerous renowned ninjas. However, there exists a piece of fortunate news amidst this. Despite Bai's feminine appearance, he is undeniably a man of substance. Kakashi, with a mischievous grin, retrieved a bottle of perfume from his pocket and began to spray it liberally into the air around him. Bai, concealed behind an ice wall, observed Kakashi's peculiar actions with a furrowed brow, pondering his intentions. What exactly was he up to? After a moment of contemplation, Bai swiftly emerged from his hiding place, brandishing a silver needle directed at Kakashi. Meanwhile, Kakashi stood unfazed amidst the fragrant mist, calmly awaiting the approach of his prey. As Bai traversed the aromatic radius, his chakra surged dramatically. Kakashi momentarily faltered. Was this perfume not specifically designed to affect male ninjas? Why had its effects altered in Bai's case? He narrowly evaded an attack and quickly glanced at the perfume. Indeed, at the very bottom of the instructions, he noticed a line of fine print. A bitman is equivalent to a woman. Users are advised to discern with caution. Boss, you have deceived me, Kakashi exclaimed, cursing towards the heavens. Meanwhile, silver needles descended from all directions, swiftly turning him into a pincushion. You dare to kill Mr. Zabuza? I shall make you pay with your life. A desperate roar echoed from within the ice wall. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Sasuke hurried forward and unleashed a technique. Fire release, great fireball jutsu against the ice wall. However, bolstered by enhanced strength, the ice wall conjured by Haku was not so easily melted. He clenched his fists tightly, an overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfing his entire being. At that moment, Naruto soared back from the distance. Make way. Let me shatter it, he shouted with a wide grin. Sakura and Sasuke turned their gazes toward the sound, witnessing Naruto diving towards the ice wall with incredible speed. In an instant, a thunderous explosion echoed as the outer ice wall shattered. Bai's gaze fixated on the scene, a mix of astonishment and a flicker of anger stirring within him. For the very first time in history, his ice barrier was breached. The one who accomplished this feat was, surprisingly, a young boy with golden hair. It was an affront, an utter humiliation of the highest order. He suddenly emerged, 3 silver needles clutched between his fingers, aiming for Naruto's vital points. A ghostly smile curled at the corners of Naruto's mouth. With a swift jab of his finger, he precisely struck the toe of Bai. Sunflower acupoint technique. Upon uttering the incantation, Bai found himself utterly immobilized, his entire body rendered rigid from within. Naruto clapped his hands together, rising to his feet, and proclaimed, surprised? Unexpected? Am I not impressive? Sasuke and Sakura rushed in immediately afterward. Upon witnessing Kakashi adorned with needles, Sakura gasped in horror, covering her mouth as tears welled in her eyes. Beside her, Sasuke's expression shifted, his hand trembling as he raised a kunai. He is a man burdened by deep-seated enmity and blood-soaked grievances. One day he shall take it upon himself to slay that man with his own hands. Yet, as of now, he has not committed murder. He turned to gaze at the now motionless Bai, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, allowing his arm to drop. Blood splattered forth, and Bai crumpled into a pool of crimson. In his final moments, his paralysis lifted, and he slowly crawled into Zabuza's embrace, closing his eyes with a smile. Raditz looked on in astonishment at the scene, a faint smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Quickly, come with me to my home. Let us tend to your wounds properly. He hurriedly stepped forward, lifting Kakashi onto his back as he made his way toward his house. Now that Zabuza had been slain, the remaining foes should no longer pose a threat. As they approached the village, before even entering, Raditz's grandson came rushing toward them. Grandfather, Kato has run away. His youthful voice resonated like celestial music, striking a deep chord within Raditz's heart. In their arduous efforts to connect the village with the outside world, they toiled to construct a bridge. However, their progress was halted midway by the intervention of the wealthy Kato. Now that Kato had departed, the construction of the Grand Bridge could surely resume. Raditz hurriedly escorted Kakashi back home, enlisting assistance for his care, before setting off with the villagers to the construction site. Just before leaving, he glanced back at Naruto and softly inquired, "Child, what is your name?" "I am Uzumaki Naruto," Naruto replied, raising the broom in his hand with a hint of seriousness. Raditz turned away. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi's injuries had healed, the bandages on his face removed. Raditz led them to the bridge, where they beheld the grand inscription above, Naruto Bridge. With their departure from Raditz and the villagers' warm send-off, the four crossed to the opposite side and boarded the ferry returning to Konoha Village. Konoha Village. The unrivaled scratch card. An elderly gentleman, appearing rather affable with a pipe in hand, ambled in. Wu Di's eyes brightened, and he quickly approached to greet him. "Third Hokage, please come in." Chapter 13. Evading debts. The third Hokage entered slowly, wearing a cheerful smile. "I heard from Asuma that you sell scratch cards that can yield many extraordinary prizes?" Wu Di chuckled softly, humbly responding, "They are merely ordinary items, nothing remarkable. If you're curious, why not try your luck? That is precisely my intention." The third Hokage laughed heartily. "I've heard your most expensive card is 1,000,000? Wu Di's eyes sparkled, his service demeanor improving significantly. "Indeed. It is 1,000,000 per card. May I have one?" The third Hokage rolled up his sleeves and produced a silver note, slapping it onto the counter with great generosity. "I'll take 100,000 won." Wu Di stumbled momentarily, mentally cursing the third Hokage for his boldness. Nevertheless, 100,000 per card was not inexpensive. A profit of 100,000 was still a profit. He swiftly withdrew a scratch-off ticket worth 100,000 and placed it before the third Hokage, meticulously explaining the rules of the game. The third Hokage, gripping a coin, had his eyes gleaming with excitement. Passers-by outside, witnessing this scene, began to gather around. After all, this was the third Hokage, a figure rarely seen, suddenly present in a scratch-off ticket shop. Moreover, they had just caught wind of his intention to scratch off a ticket worth 100,000. A scratch-off ticket of such value was something they had never even laid eyes upon. As the rustling sound filled the air, the hearts of all present raced to their throats. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and a blue ancient tome gently floated out. The third Hokage was overjoyed, and Wu Di's expression grew increasingly radiant. On the cover of the blue tome, 5 gilded characters shimmered, "The Art of the Heavenly Transfer." This manual was a legendary creation by the master genin of the real world, a cherished aspiration for countless youths who dreamed of martial prowess. In his youth, Wu Di had also fantasized about mastering such an art, capable of vanquishing all foes. Now, as the divine skill manifested, the third Hokage acquired the Art of the Heavenly Transfer, and he too received a copy of this remarkable tome. Suppressing his exhilaration, he explained with a smile. "Esteemed third Hokage, this ancient tome is one of the secret texts passed down in my hometown. Mastering this technique to its fullest extent would enable one to manipulate the very essence of the universe, making the impossible feat of moving mountains and parting seas a trivial endeavor." The crowd around him gasped in astonishment, never having anticipated that such a formidable artifact could be acquired for a mere 100,000 ryo. The third Hokage himself felt a shiver of trepidation. Throughout the annals of history, only a couple of shinobi had ever possessed the ability to perform such extraordinary feats, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. The most crucial aspect was that both of these legendary figures had long since departed from this world. If this book were indeed as miraculous as the proprietor claimed, might he not ascend to become the third unparalleled powerhouse following in their footsteps? A spark of anticipation ignited within the third Hokage as he gazed longingly at the Tome of Cosmic Transference. "I shall return to practice now. You focus on your shop. I have great faith in you." With that, he turned and exited, making his way toward the Hokage Tower. The onlookers were left in a state of fervent excitement, their mouths dry with anticipation. If what Wu Di said were true, would not the third Hokage's strength ascend to an even higher echelon? At that point, who would dare to provoke the Hidden Leaf Village? They seemed to envision the moment when Konoha would dominate the entire world. However, they overlooked a crucial point. Wu Di once remarked that this book requires extensive cultivation. In the early stages, even if one can manifest power, it would not be excessively formidable. Nonetheless, this was merely in reference to the third Hokage. As for himself, from the very instant he emerged from the vast cosmic shift, he had already attained a profound understanding. He tidied up the desk that had been soiled during the recent lottery draw, preparing to welcome the next batch of guests. At that moment, a familiar shout echoed from a distance. "Boss, we're back. First, give me 5 scratch cards worth 100. That voice, it belonged to Naruto Uzumaki. Wu Di furrowed his brow and calculated with his fingers. The timing seemed off, according to the pacing of the original story. They should only be encountering Zabuza for the second time at this point. Could it be? He recalled that both Kakashi and Naruto possessed items from his shop, which brought him a sense of relief. Perhaps they had utilized these items to expedite their progress. After muttering this softly to himself, he promptly wiped the counter clean and retrieved 5 scratch-off tickets, each worth 100 ryo, from behind him. Soon after, Naruto, accompanied by Kakashi and the others, entered the quaint little shop. With a coin in hand, Naruto excitedly took a seat. However, before he could begin scratching off the tickets, a loud shout erupted from the neighboring Ichiraka ramen shop, where the owner, Irika, bellowed, "Naruto, pay up quickly." Instantly, Naruto felt a shiver run down his spine as the image of an enraged Iruka flashed through his mind, prompting him to swallow hard. He tucked away 5 scratch-off tickets and glanced around cautiously before whispering, "Boss, do you have a back door?" Wudi's expression darkened. This young man. Where did he learn the art of evading debts? Such a habit must not be indulged. Our establishment has never had a back door. Naruto smacked his forehead and replied in a somber tone, "What shall I do then? I currently lack the means to repay." After a sigh, he hesitantly reached into his pocket. "It seems I have no choice but to return these 5 scratch-offs." Wudi's face instantly changed in alarm. "That is out of the question. Our shop has a strict no-return policy." He then cleared his throat and pointed towards the window. "That is the only place in this little shop where one might discreetly make an escape." Naruto sprang to his feet, clasping his hands in gratitude. With a nimble leap, he slipped through the window. Kakashi and the others had intended to intervene, but at that moment, Wudi produced a handful of scratch-off tickets, leaving them no time to attend to Naruto. Just as Naruto made his exit, Uncle Lo entered, wielding a ladle, exclaiming, "Naruto, pay up." Before he could finish, he suddenly realized that Naruto was nowhere to be found. Kakashi and the others began rummaging through their pockets for coins. He glanced up at Wudi and inquired, "Boss, where is Naruto?" Wudi tilted his head and gestured towards the swaying window with a nod. "Naruto, don't run away." Uncle Ichiraku raised his ladle high, charging out with the force of 1,000 troops. Outside, Naruto, having only just fled a short distance, felt a chilling cold that sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to leap directly onto the rooftop. After all, Ichiraku was not a ninja. He had barely pursued for long before completely losing track of him. In a fit of rage, he hurled the rice spoon to the ground, stomping his feet as he exclaimed, "Naruto, you shall never indulge in Ichiraku ramen again in this lifetime." Having escaped a considerable distance, Naruto, noticing that Ichiraku had not pursued him, let out a sigh of relief. The silver notes he could earn from this mission amount to less than 1,000 taels. After deducting the 500 taels spent on scratch-off lottery tickets, what remains is barely sufficient to sustain a modest livelihood. He retrieved a scratch card from his pocket, his eyes gleaming with golden light. With a soft chuckle, he swiftly delved into the nearby woods. Chapter 14. The Unfortunate Danzo. Once in the forest, Naruto glanced around, ensuring no one was in sight, and then pulled out 5 scratch cards from his jacket. Unbeknownst to him, not far away, a rosy figure was lamentably tugging at her hair. What on earth? I, Shimura Danzo, have lived for so many years, and now, in my twilight, I find myself in such disrepute. I shall never indulge in scratch cards again. I detest you all. He gazed at his clear reflection in the stream, a trace of tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. He had never imagined that one day he would find himself in such a predicament. Just as he was lamenting his fate, he suddenly noticed a golden light illuminating behind the sky. What on earth? He suddenly rose, gazing in astonishment towards the direction from which the golden light emanated. This sensation felt eerily reminiscent of a scratch-off lottery ticket. He furrowed his brow and swiftly dashed towards the source of the golden light. Upon reaching the location from which the radiance emanated, TZ crouched upon a tree trunk and peered down. There, beside Naruto, lay 4 scratched-off lottery tickets. In his hand, he held another ticket that was also gleaming with golden light. "Sunflower," Naruto exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the partially scratched surface. Previously, he had uncovered the chakra points of the sunflower pressure point technique. Now, as he revealed the sunflower once more, it was surely the unlocking technique that awaited him. He excitedly licked his lips. Danzo crouched atop the tree, a slight furrow forming between his brows. In the lottery ticket shop, he had previously been dealt with by the owner's sunflower point sealing technique, instilling in him an instinctive fear of the term sunflower. Now, the little imp below had also revealed a sunflower. If he could seize the opportunity to snatch it away, might he not acquire the ability to immobilize others at will? He exhaled softly, a dangerous curve gracing the corners of his lips. In the next instant, his figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear behind Naruto. At that moment, Naruto was wholly engrossed in scratching off a lottery ticket, utterly oblivious to the presence of Danzo looming behind him. Danzo raised his hand lightly and tapped the back of Naruto's neck. Naruto felt the world spin around him and, in mere moments, collapsed to the ground. The lottery ticket, half scratched, continued to shimmer with golden light in his grasp. Danzo licked his lips, his eyes glinting with insatiable greed. "Once I master the sunflower pointing technique, let us see how you will deal with me." In his mind, the image of Wudi holding a scratch card emerged. "I wonder if you will relieve me of this unpleasant state when the time comes." With a heavy snort, he directly picked up the unfinished scratch card. Meanwhile, In the store, Woody was detoxifying in the restroom. Suddenly, a message flashed through his mind. A customer has uncovered the sunflower scripture. Does the host wish to accept? Woody was taken aback, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Who is this, possessing such remarkable energy, to have revealed the signature technique of the undefeated goddess?" He hurriedly tidied himself up and emerged from the restroom. Upon reaching the foyer, he found Kakashi and the others had already finished shaving. Before each of the three lay an intriguing artifact, awaiting Woody's introduction. Woody stepped forward and softly inquired, "Has anyone managed to uncover the sunflower manual?" The trio was taken aback, shaking their heads in unison. He felt a sense of bewilderment. Who could have possibly uncovered that? Just as he pondered this, he heard Kakashi inquire, "What is the sunflower manual? Is Naruto's sunflower pressure point technique formidable?" Woody's body shuddered. Indeed, there was also Naruto to consider. He took away 5 sheets today. Could it be that the sunflower manual was derived from those 5 sheets? He swallowed hard, a sudden rush of apprehension coursing through him. The subsequent scenes were too daunting to contemplate. What if Naruto truly decided to practice the Sunflower Sutra? Has he not become a sinner of the Hidden Leaf Village? He could not help but gaze in the direction of Yin Yin, murmuring, "4th generation, I am truly sorry." After uttering these words, he turned his attention back to the props positioned before Kakashi and the other two. In Kakashi's hand rested a desiccated gecko. Observing the description that floated before him, Woody softly elucidated, "This desiccated gecko is an arcane artifact from a foreign realm. It possesses the ability to temporarily summon the power of thunder and lightning for the purposes of attack, defense, and sealing. The incantation to wield the gecko is, 'Evil spirits and monsters, begone. Evil spirits and monsters, begone.'" Kakashi's face instantly bore 3 dark lines, contemplating how rather beneath the standard this incantation seemed. Nevertheless, judging by the artifacts he had previously conjured here, it was reasonable to assume this gecko was far from ordinary. Woody shifted his gaze towards the prop in his hands, involuntarily twitching the corners of his eyes twice. The prop in his hand was quite peculiar, featuring a long metallic rod with a golden hand at its tip, proudly displaying a raised middle finger. This object is known as the Otaku Provocation Stick. Possessing this item grants the ability to provoke anyone you desire. Anyone who falls victim to this provocation, regardless of their innermost thoughts, must engage in battle with you. However, during the confrontation, the opponent's attack and defense power will be enhanced by 30%. Therefore, before initiating a provocation, one must carefully consider whether they possess sufficient confidence to secure victory. As for its usage, it is remarkably simple. Merely point the tip of your finger at the individual you wish to provoke and shout, "You are nothing but garbage." Sasuke swallowed hard. After listening to Wu D's elaborate introduction, he suddenly felt that this stick was rather useless. The only person he truly wished to confront was the man who shared his bloodline, and he was already significantly weaker than that individual. Using the Otaku Provocation Stick would surely lead to his utter demise. Ignoring Sasuke's thoughts, Wu stepped in front of Sakura again. The prop she had obtained was considerably more conventional than the previous 2, a cat bell. This item was easier to explain. A gentle shake of the bell would summon all nearby cats to her side. Sakura felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. Why were Kakashi and Sasuke's props so formidable, while hers was merely a trinket? The 3 of them exchanged silver notes and departed, each harboring their own sentiments. Not long after, a sound came from the window on the side of the little shop. Naruto tumbled in, clutching 2 props. There was nothing resembling a martial arts manual among them. Wu Di, perplexed, quietly inquired, "Is this all you managed to obtain?" With a downcast expression, Naruto lamented, "Don't even get me started. I was halfway through scratching off a 3rd prop when someone appeared out of nowhere and knocked me unconscious from behind. By the time I regained consciousness, the scratch-off had already been completed." Wu Di scratched his head, pondering who could have the audacity to ambush Naruto from behind. He inquired softly, "Did you manage to discern the appearance of that individual?" Naruto abruptly shook his head. "I hardly had the chance to see their face. I only recall, before losing consciousness, catching a glimpse of pink hair." "Pink hair," Woody mused while stroking his chin. In the entire realm of Hokage, it appears that only Haruno Sakura possesses such a distinctive hue. Yet, Sakura was entirely present in her shop just moments ago. Could it be? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, and he could not help but stifle a muffled chuckle. He realized that this unfortunate soul was undoubtedly Shimura Danzo. Chapter 15. The Heist. Woody gazed at the 2 items in Naruto's hands and spoke softly, "The meatball you hold in your left hand is called a pulwan, specifically designed to ensnare carnivorous beasts. Once a wild animal consumes this meatball, it will utterly obey your commands. As for the scroll in your right hand, Wudi scrutinized it closely and gasped in astonishment. Truly, Naruto, as the protagonist of the Hokage, was imbued with an aura of good fortune even while scratching off a lottery ticket. Inside lies a set of composite ninjutsu known as wood release, thousand-year cutting technique. It possesses the controlling effects of wood release grafting techniques, along with the profound essence of the taijutsu thousand-year kill. Make sure to practice it diligently. Naruto scratched his head, looking utterly perplexed. He had previously heard tales of the formidable nature of wood release, yet the composite ninjutsu seemed rather lackluster. If only he could combine it with a more potent offensive technique, wouldn't he be invincible? However, upon reflection, he came to a realization. Scratching off a lottery ticket worth 100 taels to uncover a ninjutsu was already quite impressive. How much more could one possibly desire? He gathered 2 props and was about to step outside when he was confronted by a towering white figure blocking the doorway. Adorning its head was a chef's head emblazoned with 2 bold red characters, Yile. He instantly sensed something amiss. Just as he was about to turn and flee through the window, he felt a hand grasping his collar from behind. Naruto, pay back what you owe, Uncle Iruka bellowed. In a state of panic, Naruto raised 2 fingers and randomly jabbed behind him, exclaiming, "The sunflower puncturing technique." In the next moment, he felt as though Uncle Iruka had become immobilized, allowing him to exert a little strength and free himself from Iruka's grip. Turning around with a cheeky grin, he said, "Uncle Iruka, can you give me a few more days? Once I complete my mission and earn some money, I promise to repay you immediately." Iruka glared with wide eyes, ready to unleash a torrent of reprimands, but found himself unable to open his mouth, reduced to a muffled whimper. Naruto clapped his hands and swaggered away with an air of triumph. By the time Iruka regained his composure, Naruto had vanished without a trace. As he strolled along the street, a sense of melancholy washed over Naruto. He owes a sum for a bowl of ramen, which he shall inevitably repay, however. He desires to save the money earned from his tasks for a chance at the lottery. What a predicament this presents. Just as he found himself in a quandary, a figure clad in dark sunglasses and wrapped in a black scarf, resembling a ninja, dashed past the street corner. Naruto hurried after him, noticing he was in pursuit of a child no older than 5 or 6. "Konoha, come back. Lord Third is looking for you," he called out. I refused to return. "It's utterly tedious being forced to learn ninjutsu by that old man," Konoha shouted in defiance. In that moment, a glimmer of cunning flickered in Naruto's eyes. Of course, how could I forget the ultimate secret of the sunflower ninjutsu? With a deeply ingrained expression of mischief, he hurriedly rushed forward. "Teacher Ebisu, leave Konoha to me," he shouted from behind. Ebisu halted his steps, casting a sidelong glance at Naruto as he adjusted his glasses. Now, Naruto had become a genin, and as a minor, it was only natural for him to delegate such trivial tasks to him. Ebisu nodded, supporting himself with his arms. "Go ahead." "All right," Naruto exclaimed, a triumphant grin spreading across his face as he called out to Konoha, "Konoha, stop right there." Ebisu crossed his arms, preparing to enjoy the unfolding scene. However, just as Naruto passed by him, he suddenly changed direction. A pair of fingers extended forth. "Kage Shuriken no Jutsu." Upon uttering the words, Ebisu was taken aback, only to discover with astonishment that he was rendered immobile. He widened his eyes, wanting to inquire what Naruto had done to him. Yet he found himself unable to utter a word. "Teacher Ebisu, I sincerely apologize." Naruto approached, rubbing his palms together, and, under Ebisu's watchful gaze, unceremoniously plunged his hands into the teacher's pockets. "Naruto, what are you up to? I warn you, I am a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Do you dare to treat me this way? Are you not afraid that I will send you back to the academy for a retraining? I will have you learn alongside those 4- and 5-year-olds. Ah, Naruto, I swear I will make you pay." On the surface, Ebisu appeared calm, yet in his heart, he had already cursed Naruto a million times, and the corners of his eyes were beginning to glisten with unshed tears. He observed Naruto brazenly extracting banknotes from his wallet. The funds he possessed were originally intended for purchasing flowers in the mountains, meant to be gifted to the girl of his affections. Naruto extracted 3,000 taels of silver from within, leaving himself with only a few hundred to sustain his livelihood. "Thank you so much, Master Ebisu. I promise to repay you when I have the means." Naruto beamed as he closed his wallet and playfully placed it atop Ebisu's glasses. Not far away, Konoha witnessed the scene of Naruto seizing the money and rushed over with exuberance. "Hero, take me on as your apprentice." Naruto disregarded him, casting a fleeting glance before continuing on his way. He stomped his foot and bellowed, "If you refuse to accept me, I shall report you to grandfather." claiming that you were publicly robbing me. Upon hearing this, Naruto's temper flared, and he promptly delivered a set of Konoha's secret techniques to Konohamaru. Observing the two immobilized and unable to move, Naruto chuckled softly, humming a little tune as he took his leave. Moments later, the immobilization effect on Ebisu was lifted. And with tears streaming down his face, he took off his wallet and let out a wail to the heavens. Naruto, I shall not rest until one of us is vanquished. Despite his loud proclamations, Naruto was already beyond the reach of his voice. He exited the Ichiraku ramen shop, gazing at the 200 yen note remaining in his hand, letting out a deep sigh. At that moment, Sakura passed by him. Naruto, I came across a D-rank mission in the task manual that requires 3 people to complete. I've already contacted Sasuke, we just need one more person. Will you join us? Naruto's excitement surged instantly. Of course I will. Being invited by Sakura is an immense fortune. How could I possibly refuse? Then let us hurry. We should keep Sasuke waiting. Sakura replied with a cheerful smile, though a hint of urgency flickered in her eyes. Noting this, Naruto felt a slight pang in his heart, but nonetheless followed closely behind her as they ventured into the woods. Within the forest, Sasuke was brandishing a nerdy provocateur stick, swinging it around aimlessly. By sheer coincidence, he encountered a ferocious wild bear through a thicket. Its roar shattered the tranquility of the mountains. Outside the forest, Sakura turned anxiously toward the source of the roar. Oh no, that's precisely the area where we're supposed to carry out our mission. Sasuke must be in danger. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped into the woods. Naruto trailed behind her, feeling a twinge of discomfort at her evident concern for Sasuke. Yet he could not help but follow. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the mission area. They spotted a wild bear, its body charred and blackened, with several kunai embedded in its back, roaring beneath a tree. Perched helplessly atop a sturdy branch above, it was Sasuke. Sasuke! Sakura halted and called out loudly. The wild bear turned its head at the sound of Sakura's voice, but showed no interest, continuing to scratch the tree trunk. Gritting his teeth, Naruto drew a kunai and hurled it at the bear. However, the bear's skin was remarkably tough. The kunai merely lodged into its surface without inflicting any significant damage. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. In a moment of desperation, he recalled the meatball from the scratch-off ticket. With great anticipation, he extracted it. The moment the mat appeared, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, swiftly capturing the wild bear's attention. Observing this, Naruto's face blossomed with a smug smile as he casually tossed the mat aside. The bear lunged forward, pinning the mat beneath its bulk, happily licking at it. In the blink of an eye, the fist-sized meatball had shrunk to the size of a ping-pong ball. Once the bear had devoured the entire mat, Naruto cleared his throat. Let us return to the woods. Sakura and Sasuke were momentarily taken aback, gazing at him as if he were a fool. After all, it was a wild bear. How could it possibly heed his words and retreat to the woods? However, to their astonishment, the bear seemed to comprehend Naruto's utterance, slowly turning around and ambling towards the forest with its plump backside swaying. Sasuke, perched on a branch, exhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. He then leaped down and swiftly stowed away the provocative stick belonging to the otaku. He was reluctant to inadvertently point at anything inappropriate. Sakura rushed over, anxiously scrutinizing Sasuke. Are you all right, Sasuke? Sasuke, maintaining a stoic expression, feigned composure and replied, I'm fine. Let us discuss the mission first. Indeed, Sakura. Is that cat lost in this vicinity? Naruto inquired softly as he joined them. Sakura picked up the mission scroll and glanced at the surrounding terrain. It's definitely here. No doubt about it. Then what are we waiting for? Let us find the cat. Naruto rolled up his sleeves, ready to dash into the woods. Sakura smiled subtly, retrieving the cat bell she had won at the scratch-off shop that day. With a gentle shake, the clear sound of the bell pierced through the forest, resonating within a radius of several hundred meters. Before long, the branches and underbrush began to rustle. One by one, wild cats emerged, gathering at Sakura's feet. After comparing the photograph of the missing cat, she finally spotted it among the group. Naruto, that's it, she exclaimed joyfully. Naruto lunged forward, scooping up the cat. As soon as the kitten was cradled in his arms, it struggled fiercely, leaving several scratches on Naruto's face. His expression darkened instantly, and he raised 2 fingers. Kage Shuriken. Since mastering this technique, he had only ever used it on people. He had never applied it to animals before. Today seemed like the perfect opportunity to test it out. Sure enough, the moment his fingers touched the cat, it fell utterly still, like a stone statue. Wow, it really works. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have had to feed the wild bear earlier. What a regret. Tears streamed down his face as he lamented inwardly. Subsequently, the trio returned to the Hokage building, cat in tow. In the Hokage's office, Ebisu animatedly recounted the incident of being robbed by Naruto, his face streaked with tears. Seeing his distress, the third Hokage sighed. Very well, I will have the Anbu compensate you for the 3,000. As for Naruto, let things unfold naturally. The fourth Hokage sacrificed his life for the peace of Konoha. If we do not extend a bit more understanding towards his son, he may not find peace in the afterlife either. Ebisu sniffled like a wrong spouse. Fortunately, the 3,000 ryo he had lost were fully reimbursed. He could still venture to the mountain village to purchase flowers, and he could also pursue the girl of his dreams. As he bowed and stepped back, he fortuitously encountered Naruto, who was returning to submit his mission just as he was about to open the door. His anger flared instantly, and just as he was about to reprimand them, he heard the third Hokage whisper behind him. Ebisu, please return and diligently instruct Konohamaru. I place great trust in you. Upon hearing these words, Ebisu turned around, tears of excitement in his eyes, bowing deeply. Thank you for your recognition, Lord Third. I shall not disappoint your expectations. With that, he disregarded any grievances he had with Naruto and, fist clenched, marched determinedly toward the door. After the trio completed their mission and collected their reward from the Hokage office, they contemplated visiting a scratch-off lottery shop for a bit of gambling. At that moment, Kakashi, Karina, Asuma, and Guy entered. Noticing the three genin counting their cash, Kakashi chuckled. There you all are. This saves me the trouble of searching for you. Naruto leaned forward slightly, squinting as he inquired, Kakashi-sensei, what brings you here? Kakashi ignored him and approached the third Hokage, handing him a form. Standing aside, Naruto felt as though he were being completely overlooked as two crows flew overhead. Lord Third, this is the list of participants for the Chunin exam. Please review it. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of white smoke. So, all 12 of the genin you four are mentoring will participate? Upon hearing this, Naruto and his companions were momentarily taken aback, then observed as Kakashi and the others nodded solemnly. Indeed, the third Hokage placed the form aside with a calm demeanor. In that case, let them fill out the Chunin exam registration forms. He then retrieved a stack of colorful and mysterious forms from his drawer. Kakashi took 3 sheets and approached Naruto and the others. Fill these out now. Sasuke had no objections. Advancing to Chunin would enhance his strength and bring him closer to that man. Sakura, seeing him take the registration form, followed suit, though she hesitated slightly. Naruto licked his lips. Initially, he had no desire to participate in the exam so soon. However, seeing his classmates signing up, he felt compelled to join them. After completing the registration forms, Kakashi advised, spend the next couple of days practicing your jutsu diligently to ensure you can pass the Chunin exam. Understood. The 3 responded in unison. As they exited the Hokage's office, Naruto spotted Ebisu at the end of the corridor, counting the freshly acquired cash. A sly smile playing on his lips. They are on the brink of the Chunin exams, and prior to that, it is only fitting to pay a visit to the scratch-off lottery shop for a chance to win. Should fortune smile upon him with a special item, he would no longer need to fret about the impending examination. Although he has consistently lagged behind in the cultivation of ninjutsu when it comes to employing cunning strategies, he is undoubtedly a genius. He hurriedly pursued, smiling as he called out, Teacher Ebisu, wait. Upon hearing the voice, Ebisu turned back. Upon glimpsing Naruto's repugnant visage, he instinctively recoiled 2 steps, warily clutching his wallet. Chapter 17. Scratch-off lottery before the match do not come any closer. Ebisu exclaimed, a hint of trepidation in his tone. He was genuinely terrified that Naruto would once again fixate on him. Naruto, cradling his head, chuckled nonchalantly. Ebisu-sensei, there's no need to be so frightened. I harbor no ill intentions. Then keep your distance. I dislike it when others are too close. Ebisu fervently shook his head, retreating further. Naruto scratched his face and let out a light laugh. What if I were to change my appearance? Before the words fully escaped his lips, he raised his hands and swiftly formed a series of seals. Behold, Naruto's self-created technique, the harem jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. A succession of explosive sounds filled the air, followed by the emergence of numerous ethereal, golden-haired maidens enveloped in mist within the corridor. Some leaned against the walls, while others caressed their delicate long legs. Ebisu immediately swallowed hard, warm crimson liquid trickling from his nostrils. As these mist-wreathed beauties approached, he found himself utterly immobilized, drooling with awe. They are breathtakingly beautiful. Meanwhile, Sakura watched with flushed cheeks, wishing fervently to hide in a corner. One of the golden-haired beauties, conjured by Naruto, gracefully approached Ebisu, her voice sultry. "Ebisu-sensei, am I beautiful?" As she spoke, she playfully bit her lip and cast a flirtatious glance. Ebisu's heart melted instantly. "So beautiful, utterly captivating," he exclaimed with a foolish grin. Only to hear Naruto's soft voice whisper, "Sunflower pointing technique." His body froze once more, the lewd grin on his face instantly solidifying. And even as blood trickled from his nose to his lips, he found himself incapable of wiping it away. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him, realizing he had once again fallen into Naruto's trap. Alas, the 3,000 taels of silver notes had yet to warm in his grasp. At that moment, Naruto gleefully counted the banknotes, completely oblivious to the dissolution of his harem technique. Kakashi and the others emerged from the Hokage's office. Upon witnessing the scene in the corridor, the eyes of the three men widened in astonishment. Yui Kurenai cast a glance at Asuma, her anger flaring instantly, and with a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap. Asuma was instantly jolted back to reality. Turning to face Kurenai, he found her gritting her teeth and brandishing a kunai. He leaned against the corner of the wall, crying out in despair, "Father, save me." Behind the rudimentary wooden door, the third Hokage chuckled softly, "A bag of spicy strips. Do you still consider me your true father?" The third took a deep breath. "How dare you question me?" 5 elements. Great explosive technique. Observing the chaos brewing in the hallway, Naruto quickly withdrew his harem technique and made his escape. Now, 2 jonin were embroiled in a confrontation due to his harem technique, with the third Hokage also becoming involved. Should they inadvertently cause collateral damage, the consequences could be dire. The 3 of them stealthily exited the building along the base of the wall, and then, like a bolt of lightning, dashed towards the irresistible scratch-off lottery tickets. "Today, Teacher Huibisu is treating us. Let us indulge in an exhilarating session. Boss, bring us 3 tickets worth 1,000 each." With a spirited shout, Naruto placed 3,000 yuan in cash upon the table. Woody extracted 3 tickets from the pile of scratch-offs and cheerfully handed them over to them. He leaned against the counter, resting his face in his hand. "Didn't we just finish the lottery today? Where did all this money come from?" Naruto, without lifting his head, chuckled softly. "Today someone is treating us. And since we're preparing for the Chunin exams, let us see if we can draw something good." As they spoke, the 3 lottery tickets erupted with golden light, releasing an array of peculiar items. "Naruto, yours is a tool called the Mysterious Map, a consumable with a time limit. Once you officially activate it, you will clearly know the precise locations of any places you wish to visit in the world. However, it is only usable for 1 day." Naruto rejoiced, treasure in hand, and immediately stowed the map away. After explaining the item, he turned to Sakura. "Yours is a pen of knowledge. This pen comes with its own system, capable of effortlessly answering any question you desire." As she spoke of the pen's wondrous qualities, envious murmurs arose from behind. Sakura suddenly turned around, only to see that classes 8, 10, and Niji's class had all arrived at the shop. "I heard the first part of the Chunin exam is a written test. With that pen, you'll surely breeze through it." Big forehead. Ino approached, feigning a smile as she patted Sakura on the shoulder. This pair of faux sister rivals had been in competition since their acquaintance, each unwilling to see the other excel too much. Sakura managed an awkward smile, internally cursing Ino 1,000 times. If Sasuke weren't present, she would have loved to roll up her sleeves and confront Ino. Shikamaru cast a sideways glance at them, bearing an expression of utter lethargy, and looked at the tiny chili pepper in Sasuke's hand. "What do you have there?" he inquired. Woody chuckled and explained. "This is quite impressive. It's a spicy delicacy from our hometown, called Little Millet Chili. It possesses a remarkable effect, allowing the consumer's chakra to surge tenfold for a short time. However, the side effect is that your mouth will feel a slight sting afterward." Sasuke responded with a simple "oh," and placed the Little Millet Chili in his ninja tool pouch, knowing well he would save such a useful item for the Chunin exams. The 3 friends left the shop together and returned home to prepare for the upcoming test. Naruto, feeling the composite ninjutsu in his tool pouch, sighed deeply. He knew he had to master this ninjutsu before the Chunin exams. In the Anbu, Danzo stared at the sunflower secret technique in front of him, sighing softly. This was prompted by a phrase inscribed on the book's cover page. To practice this skill, one must first undergo castration. What does self-castration mean? He certainly comprehends it. Recalling the technique that Woody had employed in the shop, the sunflower pointing hand, a glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. For the sake of power, he did it. With gritted teeth, he brandished a small knife. What followed was a heart-wrenching wail that echoed through the air. "I have severed all that needed to be cut. Now I can finally devote myself to my cultivation." He gritted his teeth, beads of sweat falling from his forehead like large pearls. One must commend him. For the sake of his strength, he is capable of achieving anything. He reluctantly turned to the second page, and his complexion immediately turned pale. There, inscribed upon the page, was a chilling phrase: castration does not guarantee success. A sense of despair washed over him. With a furious curse, he felt a wave of dizziness overcome him, and he collapsed onto the bed. The small knife in his hand fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. The day of the Chunin exams was steadily approaching. Numerous ninjas from neighboring villages flocked to Konoha. As they passed by the scratch card shop, a few, driven by curiosity, would occasionally venture inside to try their luck. However, they typically left after purchasing just 1 or 2 tickets, merely seeking novelty rather than genuine hope of winning. This peculiar form of gambling was still somewhat foreign to them. Wu Di observed the departing figures with an unperturbed expression. He let out a light chuckle. You will all return sooner or later. Chapter 18. The Chunin exams begin. The atmosphere surrounding the Chunin exams grew increasingly intense, and the village of Konoha became ever more lively. Gaara, there's a rather peculiar shop here. Let us venture inside. On the street, Temari, carrying a large fan, excitedly exclaimed, pointing towards the enticing lottery scratch cards. Gaara, with a stoic expression, turned his head without uttering a word and directly entered the shop. Inside, a few other ninjas from different villages were engaged in gambling. Upon seeing Gaara's expression as if he had lost his father, they cast him disdainful glances. Boss, how much for this? I'd like to try a couple. Temari eagerly inquired. Girls often exhibit a greater enthusiasm for novel experiences than boys. Watching the occasional glimmer of gold followed by the emergence of a curious little trinket heightened her excitement. Wu Di leisurely explained the game to her, and she, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, Then let me have 3 tickets for 100 each, to get a taste of it. Very well. Wu Di retrieved 3 scratch cards from behind him and slid them across the table. The 3 sat side by side, and before long, a flash of gold erupted from Temari's scratch card. A fan adorned with feathers floated out from within. Wu Di softly elucidated, this item is known as the Juga Feather Fan. Using the Juga Feather Fan to create a breeze will temporarily enhance the user's intelligence. Temari gasped in astonishment, quickly seizing the fan and gently waving it about her. In an instant, she felt as though her mind had entered a state of ethereal clarity. The sensation was simply exquisite, rendering her utterly captivated. At that moment, Gaara's scratch card also revealed an item, a charming cat's tail. Wu Di struggled to suppress his laughter, for the resemblance of this cat's tail to Shikaku's tail was strikingly uncanny. Gaara frowned slightly and inquired, What is this? Wu Di quietly explained, It is known as Shikaku's tail. If you don this item according to the instructions, your attack power will be temporarily enhanced. Before Wu Di could finish his explanation, Gaara's expression had already contorted into one of rage. Within him lies the seal of a single raccoon spirit. Since childhood, he has been plagued by this troublesome creature, suffering sleepless nights. Now, as the artifacts from the raccoon are unearthed, how could he possibly refrain from his wrath? Gaara grit his teeth, his chakra involuntarily surging forth. The sand from his gourd began to disperse into the air. Witnessing this scene, the ninjas engaged in the lottery hastily withdrew. None wished to sustain injuries before the Chunin exams. Wu Di observed the unfolding drama with a calm demeanor, letting out a resigned sigh. In this confined space, he stands as an invincible deity. Gaara's disturbance is clearly an act of recklessness, akin to an ancient figure seeking to end his own existence out of sheer impatience. He leisurely raised his hand, effortlessly forming a series of seals, would release, 1,000-year cutting technique. In an instant, a dozen wooden stakes shot forth from the quaint shop, firmly securing Gaara in place. No matter how he struggled, it proved futile. Wu Di scoffed. The cutting technique was a signature skill of the first Hokage, not easily undone. Then, the tiles beneath Gaara's feet suddenly cracked open, and a wooden stake resembling a human hand shot forth, striking deep. Gaara's eyes widened in shock. Wu Di remarked nonchalantly, With the Chunin exams approaching, if you wish to retain your eligibility, I suggest you refrain from causing a disturbance in my establishment. Should you continue to misbehave, I would not hesitate to roast you like a kebab, sprinkled with cumin and chili powder. Beside him, Temari and Kankuro sensed the gravity of the situation and, recognizing Wu Di's prowess, quickly offered their apologies. Forgive us, esteemed sir, we did not intend to cause trouble. Could you please spare Gaara? Wu Di let out a cold snort, subtly altering his hand seals, causing all the wooden stakes to vanish in an instant. Gaara, clutching his injuries, glared at the tail of Shikaku, his anger intensifying. ultimately leaving it behind in the shop without taking it with him. He was assisted out of the small shop by Shoju and Kanjuro. The onlookers outside, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but stifle their laughter. It was indeed a sight to behold. If he were to maintain this state, wouldn't he be devoid of an opponent during the Chunin exams? Woody gazed at their gradually receding figures, casting a fleeting glance at the tail of the Shoha resting on the counter, and let out a soft huff. Off you go. Seek your original master. The Shoha's tail, as if imbued with an understanding of human speech, soared out of the shop. Thud. A muffled sound echoed from several dozen meters away, followed by the anguished cry of Gaara. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the tail of the Shoha was perfectly lodged within him. A collective gasp arose from the surrounding crowd. Today marked the first day of the Chunin exams. All participating genin should refrain from being caught cheating. At the podium, Marino Abiki spoke gravely about the examination rules. The expressions of the examinees varied widely. For instance, Naruto was completely unfazed, as he had not even bothered to listen and had instead opted to lay his head down on the desk, fast asleep. After all, he would know the answers to the questions on the exam paper, so listening was futile. Then there was Gaara. Following the crisis involving his rear, he had not dared to leave his bed for 2 consecutive days. If it weren't for the Chunin exams today, he would likely still be sprawled on his bed at this hour. Upon his chair lay a thick sponge cushion, and his complexion bore the marks of considerable distress. I hereby declare the commencement of the first round of the CH9 exams. With the authoritative command of Marino Abiki, all candidates seized their pens and began inscribing fervently upon their examination papers. Before long, a resounding shout echoed. Noera Shinasuke, disqualified for cheating. A ninja clad in red attire, with a round head, stood up and innocently inquired, "What do you mean I cheated?" A glint of severity flickered across Marino Abiki's brow as he seized Shinasuke's wrist. From his sleeve fell a meticulously folded cheat sheet. With a sigh, Noera lamented, "I told you this method of cheating wouldn't work, but Miko insisted I do it. I can no longer trust her. Take him away." Marino Abiki commanded sharply. 2 ninjas approached from behind and swiftly apprehended Noera Shinasuke. "I shall return," he declared. With one candidate caught, the remaining participants grew increasingly cautious, yet none could evade the piercing gaze of Abiki. The primary objective of this examination was not merely to assess scores, but rather to observe the various ways in which they might attempt to cheat under such scrutiny. If they managed to avoid detection by the proctor, they would be deemed successful. Marino Abiki's gaze swept across the assembly, settling upon Naruto. He let out a sigh. Given Naruto's current state, even if he submitted a blank exam, he would undoubtedly pass. At the same time, he felt a twinge of surprise. According to the information, Sakura, Haruno, and Sasuke were in the same class as him, yet those two answered with remarkable fluency. Especially Sakura, who seemed to require no contemplation whatsoever. With her head down, she was furiously scribbling away, her heart brimming with excitement. The scratch-off pen she had procured was simply too effective. Chapter 19. The written exam concludes. Heiji Hattori, eliminated. Kakarote, eliminated. Dahua Kucha, eliminated. Amidst the chorus of eliminations, one ninja after another was declared out of the competition. In the blink of an eye, less than half of the candidates remained in the examination hall. Naruto continued to slumber in the corner, occasionally smacking his lips. Sakura, having completed all her answers, submitted her paper while playfully sticking her tongue out at Ino. Ino, irritated to the core, could do nothing in response, for she had not acquired the miraculous pen either. Ibiki Marino observed the remaining candidates, his expression devoid of its initial ease. Among them, there were certainly individuals who had resorted to cheating. However, their methods were sophisticated enough to evade immediate detection. After a considerable time had passed, the bell rang. As the sound echoed, the examination concluded. Ibiki clapped his hands and addressed the candidates who had not been eliminated. "Congratulations, you have passed the first exam." Many were taken aback, but soon grasped its significance. It turned out that the purpose of this examination was to weed out those whose cheating methods were inadequate. One by one, the crowd dispersed. Ibiki collected the unfinished papers, and when he reached Naruto's desk, he lightly tapped on the table. However, Naruto remained unfazed, his head bowed in a daze. Curious, Ibiki leaned in to see what Naruto was up to. Just then, Naruto groggily raised 2 fingers and mumbled, "Hokage's finger jutsu." With a dull thud, Naruto's fingers inadvertently found their way into Ibiki's nostrils. In an exquisitely awkward manner, Ibiki froze mid-bend. Naruto wiggled his fingers. What is this sensation? He gradually opened his eyes, and the scarred visage of Ibushi was but a mere 2 inches away from him. Startled, he rose abruptly. only to collide headfirst with Ibiki's chin, causing Ibiki to collapse to the ground in such a manner. Ouch, that hurts. Naruto clutched his head and scampered away, disregarding the exam paper. Upon exiting the examination room, he spotted a figure clad in black, dejectedly making its way towards him. Kisame-sensei, he exclaimed joyfully. However, upon hearing his voice, Kisame shuddered violently and shouted, "Do not come any closer, or I shall scream." Naruto licked his lips and scratched his head, inquiring, "You seem rather downcast. What troubles you?" Clenching his fists, Kisame bellowed, "Isn't it obvious? You stole my money. And now I lack the means to buy flowers for the girl I admire." At this point, he suddenly shivered. Naruto's unwarranted concern for him surely heralded no good tidings. He stepped back repeatedly, exclaiming, "Stay away from me. You are not permitted to come any closer." Naruto, however, paid no heed and continued to advance. Hibiki turned around, recalling the scene that had transpired earlier in the Hokage building. To this day, he remains haunted by lingering fears. He can no longer allow Naruto to approach him, nor will he cast his gaze in his direction. He refuses to believe that Naruto possesses any further means. Ebisu murmured softly, swiftly removing his headscarf and covering his eyes. "Naruto, let us see what you can conjure this time." He arrogantly lifted his chin. In his eyes, Naruto was merely a low-ranking ninja, while he himself had already attained the status of a high-ranking shinobi, even with his eyes closed. It was inconceivable for Naruto to approach him. However, he overlooked a crucial detail. Naruto frequently indulged in visiting the scratch-off lottery shop, so it was unlikely he would be devoid of any trump cards. "Ebisu-sensei, allow me to showcase the composite ninjutsu I have recently mastered." Composite ninjutsu? Ebisu was momentarily taken aback. He had never heard anyone utter such a term before. Then, he heard Naruto whisper, "Composite ninjutsu would release 1,000-year cutting technique." In an instant, countless wooden stakes descended abruptly, ensnaring Ebisu tightly. Following that, the ground erupted with a loud bang as a piece of wood struck him squarely in a most sensitive area. Ebisu let out a piercing scream of agony. Naruto, with ill intentions, approached him and slowly extended his hand towards the pocket where he kept his money. "Naruto, I only have a meager amount of money left. How can you be so shameless?" Ebisu exclaimed in panic. Whether due to the pain or the loss of money was uncertain. Naruto opened his wallet, observing the crumpled bills inside, and softly sighed, "Ebisu-sensei, it seems you're also financially challenged now." Tears streamed down Ebisu's face. "You've robbed me 3 times already. Where do you expect me to find more money?" Nevertheless, despite his protests, Naruto had no intention of sparing him this time. He emptied the entire wallet, leaving no coins behind. "This paltry sum isn't even enough for me to play a game." Just as he wore a frown, Konoha happened to appear. "If you let me be your apprentice, I can introduce you to someone wealthy, and after your second exam, we can go and win big." After the first round of the Chunin exam concluded, Ino dragged Shikamaru and the others to the lottery. Upon witnessing Sakura wielding a miraculous pin, her heart was set ablaze with excitement. However, as they arrived at the lottery shop, they were met with a throng of masked Anbu ninjas, armed with short swords. Among them stood a striking figure adorned in pink. A shiver ran down Ino's spine. Was that not the old man who had previously snatched her fairy wand? "Shikamaru, I think we should just wait until he leaves before we try our luck." Shikamaru shook his head in resignation. Women are truly troublesome. Ino smiled apologetically and addressed her companions. "Don't be upset. I'll treat you to barbecue." "Barbecue?" Upon hearing those words, Choji's eyes widened with excitement. Yes, I adore barbecue. Let us go eat barbecue." Shikamaru gazed at the two individuals with a stoic expression, letting out a long sigh. Inside the scratch card shop, as he observed the approaching figure clad in pink, a unique charm flickered in Wudi's eyes. "Ah, is that not Danzo from the root? It is said that you have unleashed a divine ninjutsu, the Konoha's secret art. Have you severed the ties that bind you to the root?" As his words echoed, those outside appeared bewildered, while only Danzo bore an expression that suggested a predatory intent. He certainly comprehends the essence of what Wudi is articulating. He gritted his teeth and inquired, "Is there any way for me to restore the bond with the root?" Wudi chuckled slyly, gesturing towards the scratch-off lottery tickets behind him. "As long as fortune smiles upon you, there is certainly a chance to regain your former glory. A friendly reminder, the more expensive the scratch-off ticket, the better the rewards within." With determination, Tuanzong boldly withdrew a stack of banknotes from his pocket and slapped them onto the counter. Chapter 20. Please grant me my favorite treat, a generous portion. I would like a ticket worth 100,000. He slammed his hand on the table, his expression contorted. Wudi casually pulled out a scratch card and slid it before him. What you seek may very well lie within. Hasten to unveil it. Danzo inhaled deeply, grasped the coin, and began to delicately scratch away at the surface. Suddenly, a glimmer of gold flashed forth. His eyes gleamed with newfound light. In the blink of an eye, a white, fluffy bun soared forth from the ticket. Upon reading the description, Woody nearly burst into laughter. This bun, known as the repentance bun, was said to invoke remorse for one's past misdeeds upon consumption. Truly, it is an essential remedy for nurturing the soul, whether at home or during travel. With a sudden thud, Tuanzong slammed his hand on the counter, pointing an accusatory finger at Wu Di, and bellowed. Are you mocking me? Wu Di merely shrugged, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. How can you accuse me of trickery? It is merely your own bad luck. Who else can you blame? Tuanzang's expression darkened, his rising blood pressure causing a wave of dizziness, and his fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. Someone, dismantle this little shop. Without turning his head, he shouted loudly. Immediately, over a dozen members of the Anbu surged in. Wu Di smiled gently at him, betraying not a hint of anxiety, and said in a low voice, If you wish to dismantle my little shop, surely you must have a valid reason. Danzo unconsciously raised his delicate fingers, gesturing to every corner of the shop. According to the regulations governing merchants in Konoha, your establishment lacks the necessary documentation. Thus, I am entitled to have it demolished. Oh, is that so? Wu Di arched an eyebrow. He has been in the world of Naruto for quite some time now, and this is the first he has heard of such peculiar regulations in Konoha. However, as long as he remains within the confines of the shop, even if the Navi Otsutsuki were to arrive, he could manage her affairs with utmost clarity, not to mention those inconsequential Anbu agents. Tear it down, Danzo shouted in a strained voice, his panic palpable. Woody's expression suddenly shifted, raising his hands as if to confront him, but the authoritative voice of Tsunade resonated from outside. I dare anyone to try. With a thunderous declaration, Tsunade entered the shop, casting a sidelong glance at the pale-faced Danzo, her face betraying disdain. I rather like this establishment. Do you still intend to resort to violence? Danzo, with a resentful twist of his mouth, glared with a hint of malevolence. This woman before him had always been domineering, leveraging her lineage as the granddaughter of the first Hokage to do as she pleased within the village. He waved his hand and said, This establishment has violated the merchant management regulations of Konoha. Are you going to intervene as well? Konoha merchant management regulations? Tsunade furrowed her brows, perplexed by this peculiar rule she had never heard of before. As she spoke, her gaze shifted downward, landing on the steamed bun in Danzo's hand, and she let out a cold huff. You should eat if you're hungry. There's no need for you to concern yourself with this matter. In a swift motion, she snatched the bun from Danzo's grasp and forcefully stuffed it into his mouth. Danzo's eyes widened in shock, his facial expression transforming dramatically. Tears of regret streamed down his aged visage. Gradually, he knelt on the ground, clutching his chest, and lamented, I am the sinner of the Shimura clan. In pursuit of mastering the forbidden techniques, I severed my ties to our lineage, giving no thought to the continuation of our race. I am also a sinner of Konoha. Driven by selfish desires, I concocted a flimsy excuse to obliterate this lottery shop, completely disregarding the feelings of others. Observing his tearful state, the Anbu ninjas accompanying him shamefully covered their eyes. They knew well what kind of man Danzo was. If they dared to record today's events, he would ensure they would not see the light of day again once he regained his strength. Danzo crawled over, clutching Tsunade's leg and shaking it fervently. Tsunade, I beg you, grant me the favor of your infamous slap. I can no longer face the elders of Konoha, he pleaded. After you strike me, I shall reveal even more infuriating truths. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. Her immense strength was known throughout the village. What had possessed Danzo to think she would strike him? Nevertheless, such an exhilarating request was a rare occurrence. With a flourish, she swung her arm. Smack! With a sharp crack, Danzo flew through the air, landing unconscious atop the stove of a nearby ramen shop. The Anbu ninjas, witnessing the scene, hurriedly rushed over to carry Danzo away amidst the chaos. Once they departed, the lottery shop buzzed with activity once more. Tsunade turned around, swaying her upper body and laughing heartily. Today, I have resolved a considerable dilemma for you. How shall you express your gratitude? Wu Di scratched his head. He truly wished to reveal the truth to Tsunade, even without her. Danzo and his minions would not dare to take action against him. However, considering Tsunade's status as a valued client, he reluctantly uttered, Then allow me to present you with a scratch card. Subsequently, he painfully produced a scratch card worth 100 Ryo from behind. Stingy, Tsunade muttered under her breath, then waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. I wouldn't even bother with 100 Ryo scratch card. Bring me 3 worth 10,000 instead. Woody swiftly retrieved 3 scratch cards, standing on tiptoe to glance behind Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, didn't you bring your silence today? No. I still have some matters to attend to regarding the Chunin exams. I'll see if I can win something. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then, she seized a coin and began to scratch vigorously. Unsurprisingly, after finishing all 3 scratch cards, not a glimmer of gold emerged. Tsunade sighed, as if she had foreseen this outcome. Well, it's no matter. I'll take my leave now and return in a few days. Woody chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Very well. Safe travels, Lady Tsunade. Just as Tsunade exited the small shop, a ninja clad in earthy tones, adorned with a grass village forehead protector, entered closely behind. Woody recognized this familiar visage all too well. Beneath this unassuming exterior undoubtedly lay a soul fervently devoted to research. Please, give me a scratch card as well. He slowly spoke. Woody repeated the price and informed him of the rule that the more expensive scratch-off tickets would yield better prizes. He knew that Uncle Snake was considered one of the prominent wealthy individuals in the world of Naruto. Otherwise, he could not have sustained his research expenses over the years. Uncle Snake pointed to Tsunade, who was walking away, and inquired, how much did she just purchase? Woody chuckled lightly. You are referring to Lady Tsunade. She bought it for 10,000 per piece. Then I shall have 1,000 of those as well, Uncle Snake declared, producing a note of 10,000 silver taels from his pocket. Subsequently, he picked up a coin and began to gently scratch the surface of a coating. Just as he had scraped halfway, a flash of golden light suddenly erupted. A glimmer of astonishment shone in Uncle Snake's eyes. Before long, a grenade shaped like a cantaloupe floated out from the surface of the note. Gazing at the description of the grenade, Woody felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach. The extraordinary imagery was beyond his imagination. What you have uncovered is known as the herring can grenade. It is a psychological weapon. Chapter 21. Entering the Forest of Death, the herring can grenade? A psychological weapon? Uncle Snake scratched his head in doubt. Woody explained with utmost seriousness. Indeed. Herring is a fish imbued with neurotoxins, typically found beneath millennia-old ice, making it exceedingly rare to collect. Its flavor is particularly unique, often inducing nausea and dizziness. Once deployed, it will render the area within a 10-meter radius utterly barren. As Uncle Snake listened to his introduction, his eyes narrowed with intrigue. He had come with numerous ambitions this time. With such a formidable weapon in hand, wouldn't his chances of success multiply exponentially? Not to mention, even a mere few seconds of dizziness and nausea would be more than sufficient. He excitedly took the hand grenade and departed. Woody gazed at his retreating figure, a ghostly smile playing on his lips. He had not informed Uncle Snake that the sardine can employ a detonator with instantaneous ignition. Once the ring was pulled, the grenade would explode without delay. At that moment, the 10 pounds of loose sardines concealed within would rain down from above. The thought sent a shiver down Woody's spine, rendering him unable to contemplate further. The scene shifted to the entrance of the Death Forest. A chilling wind blew as crows occasionally flew in pairs overhead. The 12 young ninjas of Konoha, along with the lower ninjas who had passed the first written examination, gathered together, listening to the chief examiner, Mitarashi Anko, as she elucidated the examination rules. Each team possessed a scroll, either the Heaven or Earth scroll. Every group needed to acquire a pair of both scrolls and reach the center of the Death Forest within 5 days to pass. Now, they would be led by their respective examiners to different gates. In 30 minutes, the gates would be uniformly opened, marking the beginning of the examination. As her words faded, the advancing candidates dispersed towards the various gates. Naruto, grinning broadly, followed the examiner, cradling his head in his arms. Once we enter the forest, I'll activate the map, and we'll head straight for the finish line. We'll undoubtedly be the first to arrive. Sasuke shot him a sidelong glance, snorting derisively. Don't forget, we also need to seize the scrolls, you fool. Naruto's expression froze momentarily, but then he paused and replied with a smile, no worries. We can wait at the finish line. When others pass by, we can help them carry their scrolls, right? Just as Kakashi said, we don't produce scrolls. We are merely the transporters of them. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances, finding some merit in Naruto's words, nodding in agreement. All right, let us do it your way. Naruto laughed heartily, overwhelmed with joy. This was the first time they had followed his suggestions since they were assigned to the same team, and the feeling of being acknowledged was truly delightful. Before long, they arrived at a rusted gate, immediately suggesting it had not been opened in years. Naruto shivered slightly. Are we really going in through here? He inquired, his uncertainty evident. The examiner shot him a sideways glance but chose not to respond. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, and the rusted gate creaked open slowly. Sasuke leaped forward, darting inside, facing the eerie and foreboding forest. Naruto swallowed hard, his complexion paling slightly. Are we sure we want to go in? No one answered. By the time he regained his senses, Sasuke and the others had already ventured far ahead. Wait for me. Naruto suddenly leaped forward, quickening his pace to catch up with the two companions. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more ominous and eerie the atmosphere became, with withered vines coiling around the tree trunks, occasionally revealing dark red hues. A shiver ran down Naruto's spine as he hastily pulled out the map. Let us first ascertain our direction, he declared. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Naruto pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the map, which instantly radiated a brilliant glow. A line, visible only to him, gradually emerged before his eyes. This way, Naruto exclaimed, turning and leaping towards a slightly leftward direction. Sakura, trailing closely behind, expressed her concern. Naruto, are you certain this is the right path? With a reassuring smile, Naruto replied, have faith. The map has shown me the way. There is absolutely no mistake. Sakura and Sasuke shared a glance, ultimately choosing to trust Naruto and proceeded deeper into the woods. However, not long after, a figure clad in yellow robes obstructed their path. It was none other than Orochimaru, masquerading as a grass ninja. Orochimaru licked his lips, his gaze fixated on Sasuke, wearing an expression of eager anticipation. A member of the Uchiha clan. How intriguing. He murmured softly, hey, don't obstruct our path. We are quite formidable. Naruto rolled up his sleeves and approached him step by step. Little fox demon, I didn't expect you to be so boastful, Uncle Snake said with a sly smile, leaping directly from the tree to pounce on Naruto. A smirk appeared at the corner of Naruto's mouth. His map had a mere one-day limit. Thus it was imperative to reach the center within this time frame. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his trump card, raising 2 fingers and exclaiming, sunflower dots of acupressure. Uncle Snake was momentarily taken aback. Before his escape from Konoha, he had thoroughly studied all the ninjutsu of the village. How could he have never heard of the technique known as the sunflower pointing hand? Could it be that some new ninjutsu has been developed recently? Nevertheless, a technique utilized by a mere genin, no matter how advanced it may be, could it truly reach an extraordinary level? He was utterly unprepared, extending his hand directly towards Naruto's crown. However, just as their fingers made contact, Naruto's 2 fingers struck his wrist. He suddenly felt as though his entire body had turned to stone, completely immobilized. Thud! His entire body crashed heavily against the stone in front of him, his head perfectly embedded within the crevices of the rock. The remaining half of his body lay exposed, certain to be discovered by anyone who chanced upon the scene. Sasuke, Sakura, we must go? Naruto urged in a hushed tone. The trio did not linger, continuing their flight into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, Uncle Snake found himself ensconced within the stone fissure, unable to move, enduring great discomfort. Had someone approached him at that moment and ended his life, perhaps there would have been far fewer tales to unfold thereafter. Nevertheless, as one of the legendary Sannin, he was capable of extraordinary feats when the situation demanded. During the 5 minutes of his immobilization, not a single team passed by. Once he regained his composure, it took considerable effort to extricate his head from the stone's grasp. A small gash had marred the visage of his skin. You little fox demon, Uchiha brat, you shall not escape my grasp. He growled in a low, furious whisper. He was once a member of Konoha, having ventured into the forest of death countless times. Glancing back at the direction they had departed, he smirked and mused, those wretched little brats must be heading towards the central point. My prey, you shall not escape my grasp. He stretched his neck, brimming with boundless excitement, and leapt forth. Chapter 22. Unleashing a Great Serpent. The speed of the serpent uncle was astonishingly swift, surpassing theirs by an immeasurable degree. In mere minutes, he had traversed the dense forest and caught sight of Naruto and his companions in the distance. You all halt at once, roared the serpent uncle, as he bit into his fingertip, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall into his palm. Swiftly, he formed a series of intricate hand seals, and a peculiar pattern emerged beneath him in midair. Immediately, a thunderous roar echoed through the forest as a massive, earth-toned serpent burst forth from the grand design. The serpent uncle stood atop the serpent's head, a fierce grin adorning his face as he charged forward. Sakura, the sole female in the team, was already terrified of snakes and insects. Upon witnessing such a gigantic serpent, her fear escalated, and she let out a scream, collapsing to the ground in terror. Naruto, leading the group, turned back, cursing under his breath, his eyes igniting with fury. How could he possibly appear here after they had just pushed him into a pile of stones? Had no other teams passed through in that time? He halted in his tracks and turned around, positioning Sakura protectively behind him. The colossal serpent was already drawing near. Even if he wished to employ wood release to subdue the beast, he likely would not have sufficient time to form the necessary hand seals. He hurriedly raised his arms to shield his chest, attempting to withstand the onslaught of the colossal serpent with his own strength. Sasuke paused on the branch. A look of urgency etched on his face as he furrowed his brows and shouted, "Fool! Hurry and run! Run!" Naruto exhaled deeply. If he fled, Sakura would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries from the serpent, or worse, be killed. Having grown up without companions, he had finally found allies. How could he stand idly by and watch his comrade face peril? He silently shook his head, his entire body tensing with anticipation. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, startling countless birds from the trees. The ground beneath Naruto was cleaved open, forming a deep trench over a meter wide. Meanwhile, the colossal serpent showed no signs of halting, persistently driving forward, shoving Naruto ahead. Sakura, paralyzed by fear, found her mind blank, helplessly watching as Naruto was propelled through the air, her limbs devoid of strength. Fool! Even at this moment, still pretending. Sasuke cursed silently, swiftly retrieving a small chili pepper from his ninja pouch, a potent item he had intended to save for the finals of the Chunin exam. However, given the urgency of the situation, he had no choice but to consume it immediately. Crunch! The pepper emitted a crisp sound as he bit into it. In an instant, a wave of scorching heat enveloped his body, making him feel as though every pore was wide open, desperately expelling warmth. Within him, a rich surge of chakra began to swell ceaselessly. This small chili pepper was indeed a miraculous catalyst for augmenting chakra. He let out a sigh of lamentation, feeling a twinge of regret, and then, with a swift motion, he leaped forward and bellowed at Uncle Snake, "Cease at once." He swung his arm vigorously, delivering a powerful blow to the serpent's head. In an instant, a gaping hole appeared atop the creature's skull, and silence enveloped the scene. Shortly thereafter, a resonant sound echoed through the air, and the serpent vanished without a trace. He fell to the ground with a swift turn. Behold his current appearance. His complexion is flushed, and wisps of white vapor escape as he breathes. His two Sharingan, each adorned with the double tomo, emit a chilling radiance. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming surge of elation. He had never imagined that a mere Chunin could unleash such formidable combat prowess. If captured and used as a test subject, he would undoubtedly be the finest choice, even if Sasuke were not to become a test specimen. Retaining him as a vessel for future reincarnation would be quite advantageous as well. As Uncle Snake daydreamed about the future, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, and a colossal fireball erupted forth. Uncle Snake chuckled softly. Such ninjutsu was child's play for him to counter. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. A dozen small fireballs spewed from his mouth once more. Empowered by the presence of a small chili pepper, he felt as though his chakra was inexhaustible. After launching 2 successive ninjutsu, a glimmer of greed flashed in Uncle Snake's eyes. He was increasingly optimistic about this body. "Fool, how are you faring?" Seizing the moment afforded by the fire technique, Sasuke turned his head to observe Naruto, half buried in the earth, and inquired anxiously. Naruto crawled out from the mound, shook his head, and brushed off the dust while complaining, "Damn it, the giant snake is too powerful. But thankfully, I'm still alive." "Then hurry and help," Sasuke bellowed, hurling 2 shurikens. Naruto exhaled deeply and leapt forward, executing the sunflower chakra dots technique. As he approached, Uncle Snake smirked slightly. "Do you truly believe I would fall for the same trick a second time?" In an instant, Uncle Snake leaped high, soaring over Naruto's head. Though the sunflower chakra dots technique had an unavoidable effect, it required contact with the opponent. Uncle Snake had intentionally maintained his distance, causing Naruto to stumble forward after his attack missed. "My target today is Sasuke. Consider yourself spared for now." Uncle Snake did not look back as he charged towards Sasuke. Simultaneously, Sasuke formed seals once more. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Uncle Snake stood unfazed, murmuring softly, "Humph." A mere Chunin unleashing 3 ninjutsu in succession must surely have depleted most of his chakra. However, to his astonishment, The effects of the dragon fire technique had not yet faded when Sasuke's voice echoed for the fourth time. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Uncle Snake was taken aback, his pace faltering slightly. Was this truly a chunin? It was already extraordinary for a chunin to execute 2 ninjutsu in succession. To perform 3 was a rarity seen only once in years. Yet, the boy before him had unleashed 4. He harbored a modicum of doubt regarding the serpent's vitality. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Naruto caught sight of him and swiftly formed hand seals. Wood release, 1,000-year sapling technique. He bellowed, as a multitude of wooden stakes descended from the heavens, ensnaring the serpent within their grasp. Simultaneously, Sasuke unleashed his great dragon fire technique, which enveloped Orochimaru's form in a searing embrace. Impossible. Aside from the first Hokage, how could anyone wield wood release? How could a mere genin execute 4 ninjutsu in succession? It cannot be. As he vociferated in disbelief, the earth beneath him suddenly fissured, revealing a gleaming wooden hand that shot forth with remarkable swiftness. Fingers raised in a gesture of defiance. A muffled sound resonated, imbued with a sense of urgency. Enclosed between the flames and wooden stakes, the serpent let out a desperate roar. Moments later, a massive white serpent erupted from the fire, its gaping maw lunging toward Sasuke. With a swift motion, Sasuke flung the creature into the underbrush, where it vanished without a trace. "Sasuke, are you all right?" Naruto inquired, his tone laced with concern as he rushed to his side. Sasuke grimaced, clutching the wound on his neck, and replied, "It's nothing, just a bit painful. It will pass soon." Yet, at that moment, the effects of the spicy pepper's enhancement began to wane, and the accompanying side effects surged forth. Sasuke extended his tongue, gasping for air. Feeling as though 2 hedgehogs were engaged in a fierce battle within his mouth, an unrelenting sting. Is this what one would call merely a little pain? "Boss. You green-haired turtle, how could you deceive me?" He let out a heart-wrenching cry, his vision fading to black as he collapsed backward. In a small shop, Wu Di was observing several individuals scratching off lottery tickets when he suddenly sneezed. Gazing at the bright, sunny weather outside, he found himself puzzled. It was strange. The weather hadn't changed, so why had he sneezed? Chapter 23. Encounter with the Sound Ninja Trio in a dimly lit clearing within the Death Forest. "Sasuke! Sasuke!" Naruto called softly, shaking Sasuke's shoulder. Yet, Sasuke remained unresponsive, as if in a deep slumber. Placing his hand on Sasuke's forehead, Naruto frowned. "Sakura," he asked, burning up. "What?" Sakura gasped, covering her lips, tears glistening in her eyes. The examination had only just begun, and if Sasuke remained in such a state, they would undoubtedly face elimination. What could they do? She turned to Naruto, her eyes pleading for help. Understanding her silent plea, Naruto sighed in resignation, then pulled out a map and slowly closed his eyes. "Sakura, there's a small river not far from here. I'll fetch a cool cloth. You stay here and take care of him." Without a moment's hesitation, Sakura nodded vigorously. She had never encountered such a situation before, leaving her feeling somewhat helpless. Watching Sasuke's contorted face, her heart ached with worry. "Naruto, please hurry back," she called out to his receding figure. "Okay," Naruto replied, hastening his pace as he shook the towel in his hand. Meanwhile, not far from their location, 3 ninjas adorned with Sound Village headbands paused in their tracks. "Sak, did you hear something?" The only female ninja among them inquired. The ninja named Sak, clad in a yellow outfit emblazoned with the character for death, halted and surveyed the ominous forest surrounding them, chuckling. "Kin, don't scare us like that. You must have misheard." Kin shook her head vigorously, and the ninja named Tors, who stood beside her, echoed her sentiment. "I thought I heard something too." "Well then, let us go investigate," Sak said, pressing his ears, reluctantly acquiescing to the majority's decision. The 3 of them then set off toward the source of the sound. In the clearing, Sakura gripped the kunai tightly, her apprehension evident as she scanned her surroundings. Suddenly, a single acorn fell to the ground behind her. She spun around, crouching defensively, alertly searching the area. Once she confirmed no other presence, she exhaled a sigh of relief. "I knew it. There's definitely someone here." As she prepared to take a seat, a melodious voice broke the stillness from a branch opposite her. The speaker was none other than the female ninja, Kodo, who had initially discovered the sound. Sakura raised her gaze, her nerves immediately taut. At present, Sasuke lay in a state of unconsciousness, while Naruto had gone in search of water. She was utterly incapable of confronting 3 adversaries alone. Moreover, judging by their demeanor, each appeared to possess formidable strength. Trembling, she slowly raised her kunai, her heart fervently calling out, "Naruto, Please return quickly. Please come back. With a gulp, she gradually stood up. Toss, isn't it somewhat unfair for us three to gang up on one? Kodo replied, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Toss scratched his head. It doesn't seem unfair to me. I quite enjoy outnumbering others. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. Sak leaped forward, eager to engage. Ninja art, air cannon. He formed hand seals, unleashing two powerful bursts of air from his palms. Caught off guard, Sakura was propelled several meters back by the air cannon, landing right beside Sasuke. Gazing at the unconscious Sasuke, she gritted her teeth and stood once more. Kodo suddenly leapt forward, her movements ghostly as she closed in on Sakura. Alarmed, Sakura retreated repeatedly, compelled to force distance between them. However, before she could regain her balance, Toss, adorned with a beehive on his arm, appeared behind her. A sharp sound emanated from the hive, and she instantly felt dizzy, her vision becoming increasingly blurred. Seizing the moment of her distraction, Toss struck down hard, knocking her to the ground. Her head struck the rocky surface, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Naruto, please hurry back. Sakura gritted her teeth, her fingers digging into the earth. Toss, eliminate these two, seize their scroll, and let us make haste. Kodo, kunai poised between her fingers, remarked with a hint of amusement. All right. Toss nodded, grabbing Sakura by her collar. In that critical moment, a resounding roar echoed from afar. Let them go. Following the sound, they beheld an individual soaring through the sky on a broom, racing towards them. The broom sliced through the air, trailing a shadow in its wake. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at their location, but bang! Due to the excessive speed, the broom's rider had neglected to secure their seatbelt. Half of the broom plunged into a tree, and the rider, propelled by inertia, slammed against the trunk. Leaves cascaded down as he too tumbled to the ground. Toss and his companions stared in disbelief, three crows flitting overhead. Who is this fool, so recklessly delivering themselves to us? Naruto rubbed his nose, tears streaming down his face. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The cursed broom, having been neglected for a few days, has once again become uncooperative. After venting his frustration, he tossed the towel aside and swiftly formed hand signs. Sasuke and Sakura are injured. I lack the patience to indulge you further. Shadow clone technique. With a pair of resounding bursts of air, two identical Narutos materialized beside him. The original, standing in the center, declared solemnly, there is no time to waste. Engage them directly. Oh ho. The two clones raised their fists in enthusiastic accord. In the blink of an eye, all three Narutos charged forward. The trio opposing them smirked knowingly. The most significant characteristic of clones is their inability to withstand attacks. A single hit is sufficient to dispel the technique. As the three Narutos sprinted, they extended their fingers. The 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The sound ninja trio erupted into laughter. Such a name clearly suggested a physical technique. Using shadow clones in a physical confrontation is akin to courting disaster, they thought, completely unprepared. Yet, the moment they collided with Naruto, all three froze in astonishment. Why? Why could their bodies not move? They gazed in fear, their eyes wide with trepidation. Naruto stroked his chin, pondering uncertainly. I wonder if, once they are freed from their paralysis, they will pursue us like the great white serpent? A mischievous glint flashed in his eyes as he turned to his shadow clone and said, let us bestow upon these two male ninjas a set of composite jutsu, and then we can vanish. With a triumphant shout, the clone clenched his fist and formed hand seals. Wood release, 1,000-year cutting technique. Dozens of wooden stakes descended around Tosu and Sak, while beneath the ground, 2 rounded wooden hands emerged. They gazed vacantly ahead, their faces betraying no hint of emotion. Though not a single word passed their lips, tears streamed down, poignant and profound. Naruto clapped his hands and, with a lewd grin, taunted them. Did you underestimate me? Now you know the consequences. He turned with a smile, picked up the damp towel that had fallen onto the branch, and walked towards Sasuke. At that moment, a fiery red whirlwind enveloped Sasuke, who slowly rose to his feet. Chapter 24, The Recombined Ninjutsu After Shrinking. Naruto exclaimed joyfully, Sasuke, you're awake. However, Sasuke did not respond. He kept his head down, emitting a chilling sound from his throat. Naruto furrowed his brow and cautiously approached him. Sasuke, what's wrong? Suddenly, Sasuke shot his head up, his Sharingan eyes narrowing sharply. With a surge of power, he lunged wildly towards Naruto. Caught off guard, Naruto was thrust into the trees behind him. The tremendous impact caused blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, Sasuke, what is happening to you? Naruto shouted. Yet Sasuke seemed oblivious, leaping once more and charging at an astonishing speed. He swiftly turned to evade, unable to bring himself to harm his own comrade. With a flick of his wrist, a flying broom materialized in his grasp. Now that Sasuke had succumbed to madness, he could only temporarily restrain him by riding the broom. If he fled, the next victim would likely be Sakura. Sakura lay in the distance, her gaze fixed upon the frenzied Sasuke, tears glistening in her eyes. "Sasuke, what has become of you?" she whispered, her voice laden with despair. On the ground, Sasuke continued to roar, his blood-red eyes fixated firmly on Naruto, who was mounted on the flying broom. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. He swiftly formed hand seals, and a line of small fireballs erupted from his mouth, hurtling directly towards Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened, and he immediately felt a wave of heat radiating from behind him. Turning around, he discovered that the bristles of his broom had already ignited in flames. His trousers were precisely at the tip of the flames, swiftly burning a hole through them. "Sasuke, I send my regards to your esteemed uncle." He let out a thunderous roar, leaping directly off the broom and plunging into the adjacent puddle. With a splash, a plume of white smoke ascended, and Naruto's entire body relaxed in unison. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. At that moment, from the opposite side of the forest, Sasuke's voice echoed once more. Naruto hurriedly darted aside, narrowly avoiding a massive fireball that soared past him. He clenched his teeth, a hint of ferocity flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Sasuke was engulfed in a state of frenzy. Approaching him seemed perilous. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, "Sasuke, do not hold this against me." Would release, thousand-year insertion technique? Sasuke was instantly ensnared, and as the wooden hand struck its target, he let out a desperate scream. A malevolent red energy sphere erupted from his mouth, and soon after, the crimson whirlwind enveloping him dissipated quietly. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply. Once Sasuke returned to his senses, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his lower regions. Looking down, he discovered himself bound by a cluster of wooden stakes. This particular ninjutsu was known only to Naruto among their group of novices. He shouted frantically, "Doomed Naruto, you must ascend. Quickly, put me down." Naruto curled his lip, uncertain of who was truly doomed, and with a gentle clasp of his hands, the wooden stakes binding him vanished into thin air. He stumbled forward, hands clutching his backside, casting a resentful glare at Naruto. The events of earlier had completely slipped his mind. "Sasuke, we must hurry. Otherwise, they'll soon be freed from their immobilization," Naruto murmured. Sasuke's expression darkened, as if someone owed him a substantial debt. "You're not planning to bind the one who can still move, are you?" Naruto scratched his head, a faint blush creeping onto his face. "But she's a girl, isn't that a bit inappropriate? You could just bind her alone," Sasuke replied, a mix of anger and exasperation evident in his tone. "This is a combined jutsu. Once released, it encompasses the entire set. Then let S form half the seals." "Ah, why didn't I think of that?" Naruto's eyes sparkled with realization. He then raised his hand to form the seals, would release, cutting technique. As the words fell, the ground beneath Kodo suddenly fractured, and a wooden hand shot forth. Puff. Kodo's face flushed crimson as she was thrust into the air. A scroll tumbled from her ninja tool pouch. Naruto, momentarily stunned, picked it up, scratching his head awkwardly before laughing. "Haha. I never expected the sealing technique would unfold like this." With that, he hastily pursued Sasuke and Sakura. On the other side of the forest, Mitarashi Anko leaped between branches, speaking into her earpiece. "I've detected a possible trace of Orochimaru. I request immediate mobilization of the Anbu for a search." She repeated, "Possible trace of Orochimaru detected. I request immediate mobilization of the Anbu for a search." Beneath a tree she passed, a white snake slithered, its eyes glinting with ferocity. "Anko, my dear apprentice, I regret that I am unable to meet with you this time due to ill health." With those words, he hastily retreated into the tree hollow. In a different scene, Woody sat behind the counter, tapping his fingers on the surface while stifling yawns. Ever since Naruto and the others began their examination in the forest, the probability of golden flashes in the little shop had significantly diminished. He cast a languid glance at the lottery ticket behind him, and suddenly, an intriguing idea sparked within him. He runs a scratch-off lottery shop, yet it seems he has never tried his luck even once. Perhaps he should consider giving it a go himself? He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze lingering on the scratch-off ticket worth $1 million. Since the little shop opened, not a single ticket with $1 million prize had ever been sold. He rubbed his hands together and directly took a ticket. Gazing at the pristine surface of the ticket, he hesitated for a moment. If nothing were to be revealed, that million-tail silver note would be lost. After a brief internal struggle, he steeled his resolve. After all, It had been sitting there untouched, and the inability to sell it bore the same weight as its absence. Thus, he thought, why not take matters into his own hands? If he were to uncover something extraordinary, it would be a tremendous windfall. With this clarity, he seized a coin and began to scratch. As he scraped away the coating, a sudden burst of golden light erupted. This radiance was far more intense than the usual winning glow. Curious onlookers gathered around, bewildered by the brilliance. What could it be? Why is it so bright? Indeed, I'm intrigued. Wudi chuckled to himself, rolling up his sleeves to swiftly uncover the coating. In an instant, a shimmering golden scroll flew forth. Unlike other ninja technique scrolls, which lost their luster after being revealed, this scroll continued to sparkle until it landed in Wudi's hands. Goodness, this must be something remarkable. Boss, you have incredible luck. Wudi laughed heartily, eagerly unrolling it. The title gleamed with 8 grand characters, Ancient Divine Technique. Fiery Eyes of Insight. To his astonishment, it was indeed the legendary Fiery Eyes of Insight from the Monkey King. His eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. In his childhood, he had often fantasized about possessing the same keen insight as the Monkey King, able to effortlessly perceive the intricacies of the world. To his astonishment, upon entering the world of Naruto, he inadvertently fulfilled the wish of his youth. He took a deep breath and mentally accepted the gift bestowed upon him. As for the original version, he intended to cherish it meticulously. Since receiving the flame golden eye, Wudi discovered that everything he viewed became remarkably clearer than before. At that moment, a young man entered the shop, clutching his diary chapter 25, Pursuit. Explosion. Poor Uncle Snake Wudi cast a glance at him and instantly recognized the face concealed beneath the youthful exterior. It was none other than Orochimaru. However, judging by his protective stance, it was evident that something untoward had transpired. The onlookers were somewhat perplexed, their brows furrowing in confusion. Wudi, with a smile, elucidated. His current state is the result of the 1,000-year grafting technique, a novel bloodline limit composite ninjutsu developed by our establishment. Orochimaru's lips twitched slightly. At last, he comprehended the origin of Naruto's would release. It was only natural. Who else in this world, apart from the original, would possess such a skill? As the realization dawned upon everyone, they couldn't help but stifle their laughter at Uncle Snake's awkward demeanor. With a determined grit, he slammed down a banknote of 10,000 taels and declared, "Boss, give me a scratch-off ticket worth 10,000. Wudi swiftly retrieved one from behind and slid it across the counter towards him. Uncle Snake's eyes, filled with a sinister glint, fixated on the scratch-off coating as he inwardly cursed Naruto. "You little fox demon, just wait until I unveil a divine skill to deal with you," he thought. He then raised his hand, swiftly scraping away at the surface. Within the span of 2 blinks, a flash of gold shimmered beneath the coating, and Uncle Snake's gaze transformed with growing excitement. I've won. I've won." He could hardly contain his elation. In an instant, the golden glow faded, revealing a card that floated out from the center of the ticket. Puzzled, Uncle Snake inquired, "Boss, what is this?" Wudi hastily skimmed through the description and exclaimed in astonishment, "Congratulations. You've unveiled a skill experience card for the Divine Skill Flash." Divine Skill Flash? Uncle Snake was left utterly perplexed. He had never heard of such a ninjutsu before. Thus, he quietly inquired, "What is Flash Movement?" Wudi chuckled softly. Flash Movement is akin to the Flying Thunder God created by the 2nd Hokage and the Body Flicker technique of the 4th Hokage. Both are ninjutsu that enable one to traverse distances instantaneously. However, while the Flying Thunder God and Body Flicker technique require the establishment of a mark prior to their execution, Flash Movement allows one to leap 100 meters without such prerequisites. Within 100 meters, one need only gaze at their desired destination and silently invoke the experience card to achieve the desired effect. Uncle Snake's eyes sparkled with excitement as he murmured, "This is splendid." In his mind, a grand plan was taking shape. With the previously acquired Sardine King grenades and now the Flash Movement experience card, accomplishing his ambition seemed effortlessly within reach. He joyfully tucked away the experience card and elegantly swayed his hips as he made his way outside. Once his figure had completely vanished, Wudi couldn't help but chuckle softly. He has once again caused mischief. This Flash experience card possesses a critical flaw. It can only teleport the user themselves. In other words, it can only transport their physical form. As for their clothing and other external belongings, well, one can only imagine them being worn. Barely a few minutes after the departure of Uncle Snake, Akane Mitsuyoshi hurriedly entered the shop. "I heard that you can scrape anything here. Tell me, can you scrape up a tool for locating someone? I urgently require it." Wudi exhaled softly, wearing a harmless smile. The items that can be scraped from the shop are entirely beyond your imagination. Tools for locating people certainly exist, but whether you can scrape one up entirely depends on your own fortune. So, how much do you wish to scrape? Akane scratched her head and replied, I'll take one for 10,000. Wu Di casually reached behind him and produced a ticket worth 10,000. Thank you. She nodded and immediately began to scratch the coin vigorously. Half of the coating removed, a flash of golden light suddenly erupted, causing her to lick her lips in increasing anticipation. Before long, the golden light vanished, revealing a missile-shaped object soaring from the ticket. Wu Di glanced at the description and couldn't help but muse about Uncle Snake's fate. Boss, what is this? Akane Mitsuyoshi inquired, perplexed. He took a deep breath and began to explain at a leisurely pace. This device is known as the name tracking bomb. Take a closer look at the white square on the bomb. Simply inscribe the name of the individual you wish to track within it. As long as they are alive, no matter where they are in the world, they can be traced. Indeed, as the saying goes, tracking a package ensures its delivery. As Wu Di elaborated, Hongdo eagerly inscribed the name of Uncle Snake in the square. The moment the final stroke was completed, the previously stable tracking bomb suddenly sprang to life. The tranquil nozzle erupted with a burst of blue flames, trailing a pristine white plume as it soared into the sky. Outside of Konoha village, amidst a grove of trees, Uncle Snake held a flash experience card in his left hand and a Harrington grenade in his right, a smile dancing at the corners of his eyes. Saratobi Hiruzen. This time, your Konoha shall belong to me. Haha. Just as he was laughing maniacally, he suddenly heard a sound akin to wine slicing through the air behind him. Turning slightly, he beheld a missile adorned with a shark's head hurtling toward him. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Boom. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended. Accompanied by flashes of lightning, a gaping pit appeared in the tranquil grove, deep and unfathomable. As for Uncle Snake, he was obliterated, reduced to nothing but ash. Thousands of kilometers away, in the Sound Village, a young man with tousled blonde hair suddenly convulsed violently. The three-pronged jade seal on the back of his neck suddenly radiated a brilliant light. From within the seal emerged a formidable serpent. Its mouth agape as Orochimaru slithered out with a dark expression. In his grasp were the two tools from earlier. Konoha village, this serpent shall never coexist with you. Mitsuhashi Azuki gazed at the lingering mushroom cloud with a deep sigh. Surely, this time Orochimaru must be dead for good. Wu Di could not help but mock her inwardly. It seemed she had a woeful lack of understanding regarding Orochimaru. In this world, he had bitten countless individuals, and anyone marked by his curse could resurrect him without limit. Azuki stretched languidly, turning her gaze directly towards Wu Di. He felt a shiver run down his spine. If one were to speak of her current figure, it was indeed commendable. However, as time passed, her curvaceous form would likely transform into that of a round and plump figure. Wu Di awkwardly inquired, Do you need something? Azuki tilted her neck, pondering before stating, You should be able to issue an invoice here, right? Wu Di stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. What do you mean? I'm tracking Orochimaru as an official matter for Konoha, and you expect me not to issue an invoice? Azuki calculated with a knowing smile. Wu Di sighed softly. All right, but how should I phrase the invoice? Simply write. She rubbed her chin, contemplating for a moment before her eyes sparkled with inspiration. Just right purchase of scratch-off lottery tickets and tracking bombs. Total expenditure, 100,000 Rio. Wu Di licked his lips. He worked tirelessly selling scratch-off tickets and sometimes barely made 100,000 in a day. Azuki, with just her words, had effortlessly earned 90,000. Comparing oneself to others can be exasperating. Chapter 26. The grand appearance of various tools. The second round of the Chunin exams had finally concluded. Naruto and his companions gathered, discussing how they had successfully passed this assessment. Unsurprisingly, they had managed to do so with considerable ease. Although they encountered some peril, they skillfully navigated through it using the tools and ninjutsu from the scratch-off lottery shop, turning danger into opportunity. During their conversation, several ninjas from neighboring villages overheard them and were filled with a sense of curiosity regarding the invincible scratch-off game. Upon emerging from the forest of death, none of the Konoha 12 returned home immediately. Instead, they collectively ventured to the scratch-off store. The imminent half-elimination matches were approaching, and during this interval, they were likely to encounter formidable opponents. Acquiring some items from the scratch-off store was crucial for their success. Inside the quaint shop, Wu Di was busy selling scratch-off tickets. As the fame of these tickets grew, the number of patrons in the store increased significantly. Even the notoriously frugal Uncle Yile permitted SHBU to use 1,000 Rio to indulge in a few tickets. SHBU had a stroke of luck and immediately revealed a ramen duplication ticket. From then on, as long as he prepared a fresh batch of ramen in the morning, he could replicate it endlessly, substantially reducing his costs. Shortly after SHBU departed, the 12 entered the shop one after another. Woody's eyes brightened each time they visited. Their odds of winning were notably higher than those of other customers. Their collective presence would undoubtedly bring him considerable business. "Welcome, everyone. I trust you have all successfully passed the second exam," Woody exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Naruto adjusted his headband, revealing a brilliant smile as he replied, "Of course. Just look at who we are." Woody turned around and promptly prepared 12 scratch-off tickets, each costing 100 Ryo, setting them out before him. "I knew you would return. I had them ready for you." The 12 promptly produced their 100 Ryo bills. They have all witnessed Woody's wrath at one point or another. Though he appears jovial and carefree now, provoking his ire is indeed a most terrifying affair. Before long, their scratch cards began to gleam with golden light. Naruto was the first to unveil his card, revealing a yo-yo encased in a bag. He seized it eagerly, just about to open it, when Woody quickly intervened. His voice laced with urgency. "You must not open that in the shop." Naruto tilted his head in curiosity. "Why not?" Woody exhaled softly, a smile gracing his lips as he elucidated, "That contraption is a stink pouch yo-yo. Once opened, its foul odor will permeate the entire room." As he spoke, the others regarded Naruto with disdain, shifting away in an attempt to distance themselves from him. With a smirk, Naruto simply stuffed the yo-yo into his ninja equipment pouch. Just as he finished his task, an object floated out from Xiao Li's scratch card, a secret manual bound in blue. Woody glanced through it and softly remarked, "You are indeed fortunate. You have uncovered the legendary manual, the Golden Bell Shield. This guide is not particularly difficult to master. With a bit of effort, you should be able to learn it before the second examination. Once you have mastered it, your body will become significantly more resilient than the average person." After explaining, he let out a gentle sigh. With this manual in hand, Xiao Li should not suffer as grievously as in the original story. At the very least, he would not end up half disabled. Xiao Li cradled the manual in his hands, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Shortly thereafter, both Ye and Ning Ci received items as well. Ye's item was a clown's nose, which, when worn, could amplify his sense of smell 100-fold. Moreover, it would allow him to discern the outline of his opponent through scent. On the other hand, Ning Ci's item was far simpler, the basic earth release technique. Once underground, one could traverse the earth at will. The only drawback was that this technique was effective only on soil, if the terrain were rocky. The earth release would be rendered useless. Then, a scratch card from Sakura revealed a manual with a black cover. Woody furrowed his brow. Many had uncovered manuals in recent days, predominantly in shades of blue or green. This black cover was a first for him. He raised his eyes slightly and managed an awkward smile. "What you have uncovered is a manual titled 5 Seconds of True Manhood." Upon hearing the name of this manual, Ino suddenly burst into laughter. "Look, even the scratch card recognizes you as a man, with that broad forehead." Sakura clenched her fists, nearly on the verge of an outburst. Wu Di continued to elucidate. "The manual titled 5 Seconds of True Manhood is not exclusive to men. This manual possesses a unique ability. When chakra is depleted, it forces the hidden energy within to the surface, allowing one to continue fighting for 5 extraordinary seconds. However, be warned, once this manual is employed, you will enter a state of weakness for the next 10 minutes. Sakura nodded thoughtfully, carefully stowing away the secret scroll. In the later stages of the Chunin exams, when everyone was severely fatigued, those precious 5 seconds could very well become the decisive factor. Just as she finished securing her scroll, Hinata, Choji, Shikamaru, and Ino each revealed an array of unique items. Hinata unveiled a martial arts technique known as Young Maiden's Enchantment Fist. This particular skill was exclusively effective against men, rendering their defensive capabilities utterly nullified. Choji's item was rather straightforward, a pair of black cloth shoes, humorously noted as geriatric footwear, which promised to enhance mobility by 20% when worn. Shikamaru's discovery was a pair of walnuts, polished to perfection over 80 years, possessing significant collectible value. Consuming these walnuts would instantaneously augment one's intellect. Ino revealed a violet scroll containing an illusion technique titled Floral Butterflies. The afflicted would find themselves surrounded by an endless swarm of butterflies until they were vanquished by the caster. Lastly, Tintin produced a cannon-shaped contraption dubbed the Human Cannon. When loaded with shuriken and perched upon her shoulder, this device would autonomously lock onto targets based on Tintin's gaze, launching the shuriken with precision. After they finished scratching, a green substance resembling a large blob of mucus emerged from Zeno's scratch card. Wudi's eyes widened in astonishment. Could a living creature truly be revealed from a scratch card? He then whispered an explanation. This peculiar little being is a summoned creature from a foreign realm, known as the digital snail. Its ultimate move is to unleash excrement. Once summoned, it will rapidly multiply into a multitude, launching an assault upon the enemy. Zeno was utterly astonished. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Do I already possess a summoned beast?" He was exceedingly thrilled. At this moment, none of the 12 young champions possessed a spirit beast. "Boss, what is the method of summoning?" Wu Di chuckled softly. "Since it is a creature from another realm, the summoning technique is naturally unique. Before the summoning, you simply need to call out loudly, 'Slime,' and it will reveal itself to you." "How magnificent!" exclaimed Jinao, brimming with excitement. Just as he reveled in his enthusiasm, a sudden and bizarre sound of a rubber chicken echoed through the air. Oh. Chapter 27. Robbing one's own grandson. Wu Di was left speechless. How could he encounter such an oddity in this world? "Boss, what is this peculiar thing?" Sasuke inquired softly. Wu Di, with a darkened expression, awkwardly replied, "Within this lies a set of highly destructive dance-step ninjutsu." Dance-step ninjutsu? Everyone was taken aback. They had never heard of such a technique before. Eagerly, they perked up their ears to listen intently. This dance-step ninjutsu is called Your Beauty is Too Striking, and it must be used in conjunction with the rubber chicken in your hand. Before unleashing the dance-step ninjutsu, squeeze the rubber chicken 3 times, and the technique will naturally activate. Upon hearing this, Sasuke was overwhelmed with excitement. Previously, Naruto had stumbled upon a combined ninjutsu, and now he too had discovered a ninjutsu, one that he had never encountered before, the dance-step ninjutsu. He found it difficult to contain his excitement. Without hesitation, he rolled up his sleeves and seized the screaming chicken. Observing this, Wu Di swiftly knocked the chicken from his grasp, feeling embarrassed as he exclaimed, "Your ninjutsu is an area of effect technique. Releasing it here could harm innocents." "Thank you for the reminder," Sasuke replied earnestly, before turning to retrieve the screaming chicken. This excursion to the scratch-off store yielded fruitful results for all 12 young warriors. They walked outside, laughing heartily together. After a short distance, suddenly, around the street corner, 2 figures, one yellow and one black, swiftly flashed by. Naruto's eyes gleamed, and he shouted, "Ebisu-sensei, wait." Upon hearing that devilish voice, Ebisu shuddered and instinctively pulled out his wallet. Turning around with tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, "I beg you, let someone else rob me, even if it means targeting Irika." Seeing his distraught expression, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle as he took the wallet from him. "Irika is my dear teacher. How could I possibly rob him? Besides, I truly didn't intend to take your money, but since you've offered it so readily, I shall graciously accept." Ebisu's face immediately darkened. "What do you mean you didn't intend to rob me?" Naruto smirked. "I was merely looking for Konoha. He promised me he would take me on a big heist." Ebisu let out a sigh of relief, rubbing his hands together. "If that's the case, can I have my wallet back?" Naruto shot him a sideways glance and raised 2 fingers. He shuddered momentarily and conceded, "Fine, take my wallet. There isn't much money inside anyway." Naruto chuckled silently and dashed out swiftly. "Konoha, wait for me." Upon hearing the call, Konohamaru's ears perked up. Realizing it wasn't Ebisu, he gradually came to a halt. Turning around, he was elated to see Naruto pursuing him. "Master, you finally came to find me." Naruto landed before him, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he inquired, "You mentioned wanting to pull off a big heist with me. When shall we embark on that adventure?" Konohamaru chuckled heartily and leaned closer. "Listen. I saw Grandpa with a thick stack of banknotes in his pocket the other day. If you allow me to become your apprentice, I can devise a way to lure him out. Once you deal with him, the money will naturally belong to us both." Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You want to rob the 3rd Hokage? Are you out of your mind?" He let out a soft snort, who compelled him to incessantly push me to learn ninjutsu. "Just state whether you are in or out. If you are in, we shall act immediately, with the spoils divided 70-30, my share being 3 and yours 7. However, there exists a prerequisite. I must be allowed to take you as my master." Observing the earnest demeanor of Konohamaru, Naruto stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. He had just heard that the 3rd Hokage's wallet was filled with a thick stack of banknotes. If those notes were exchanged for scratch-off tickets, imagine the splendid prizes that could be revealed. With this thought, his greed ignited uncontrollably. He cast a glance down at Konohamaru and declared, "All right, let us proceed together." With that, the two exchanged a fist bump and dashed towards the Hokage building. "Master, you should conceal yourself on the rooftop while I go and lure the old man out. Once he emerges, You can immobilize him from behind. As soon as he is restrained, the banknotes shall be ours. Naruto swallowed hard, feeling a flicker of hesitation. However, the prospect of the banknotes within his grasp spurred him to take the daring leap. He stealthily ascended to the rooftop of the Hokage building, concealing himself at the stairwell. Before long, Konohamaru indeed led the third Hokage up the stairs. Konohamaru, if you wish to learn ninjutsu, you could easily seek out Ebisu for instruction. The third's voice grew ever closer, causing Naruto's heart to race wildly. I just want you to teach me. Will you, or won't you? Konohamaru replied stubbornly. At this moment, he had already stepped up from the stairwell. The third Hokage followed closely, chuckling. Of course, I will teach you. Before he could finish his sentence, Naruto burst forth, shouting Konoha's secret technique, sunflower sealing palm. The third Hokage leisurely raised his hand, placing it on Konohamaru's shoulder, the first form of the universal shift, transference. In an instant, the effects of the sunflower sealing palm were transferred to Konohamaru, leaving him completely immobilized. The third smirked from the very beginning. I noticed you two sneaking in. Now, tell me, what are your intentions? Naruto scratched the back of his head, feeling awkward. Grandpa Third, we didn't intend to do anything. The third snorted. Do you think I believe that? Not really. Naruto's expression shifted as he quickly formed hand seals. Would release. 1,000-year cutting technique. The third inhaled deeply, the second form of the universal shift, rebound. In an instant, the log that had appeared beside the third vanished, only to crash down upon Naruto. The wooden hand that should have appeared behind the third now materialized beneath Naruto's feet. Thud. In that moment, Naruto finally understood the feeling Sasuke had experienced back then. Ah, that hurts. He cried out in despair. With hands clasped behind his back, Sandai appeared utterly unfazed, pulling out 2 ropes from his sleeves. Whistling a cheerful tune, he bound Naruto and Konohamaru together. Then, he dragged them to the edge of the Hokage building, tying one end of the rope to the railing and unceremoniously throwing them over the edge, leaving them dangling in midair. Konohamaru, I will end you, Naruto cried, tears streaming down his face as he swayed from side to side. However, Konohamaru remained in a state of shock, staring blankly ahead. The third round of the Chunin exam had arrived as scheduled. Naruto, clutching his lower body, hesitantly entered the examination hall. The third round consisted of one-on-one matches with half of the participants to be eliminated. The draw for matchups was about to commence. Tsukuyami, looking somewhat under the weather, cleared his throat and spoke. All the successful genin gathered around to draw their respective numbers from the lottery barrel. Soon, the matchups were unveiled, and the crowd gazed at the list, each harboring their own thoughts. The first duel commenced, Sasuke from Konoha versus Tors from the Sound Village. The match began. Chapter 28. Stunning you with my beauty. Sasuke leaped onto the stage, holding a light yellow toy chicken, a look of disdain etched on his face. Previously, in the Forest of Death, they had clashed with Tors and his companions. Surprisingly, they had managed to snatch the scrolls from Tors, and yet they still succeeded in passing the second round of the exam. You possess some skill, Sasuke remarked coldly. A glint of sharpness flickered in Tors's eyes. I will reclaim the humiliation from the Forest of Death today. Let us see if you have the capability to do so. Sasuke's expression shifted, a hint of a devilish smile emerging as he raised the toy chicken and squeezed it 3 times with force. Oh, oh, oh. In an instant, the lights of the arena began to flicker erratically. A melody they had never heard before inexplicably emanated from the loudspeakers originally intended for announcements. I am a trainee idol, practicing for 2.5 years. Stunning you with my beauty. Hey, 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 hey. Stunning you with my beauty. Hey, 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 hey. You are truly stunning. In the center of the arena, the rubber chicken in Sasuke's hand suddenly inflated to the size of a basketball, bouncing repeatedly upon the vast ground of the venue. Its graceful movements ignited a frenzy among the crowd, leading to a wave of discomfort among many spectators. Notably, Tos, who was closest to Sasuke, had already collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably. Observing his state, Sasuke smirked, realizing that he could not bring himself to stop. It wasn't until the song concluded and he struck his final pose that his movements finally came to a reluctant halt. The surrounding ninjas in the waiting area had all succumbed to nausea, while Tos, positioned nearest to him, was now frothing at the mouth. Moonlight Gale wiped the corner of his mouth and slowly approached the center of the stage, though he still felt the urge to heave as the chief examiner. He had to announce the result before anything else. The victor of this round, wretch. He turned away, taking quite some time to regain his composure. He wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and said, I apologize. That was a mistake. He then announced, now, I declare that the competitor advancing to the next round is none other than you are so beautiful, no, Uchiha Sasuke. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the sidelines. Unable to suppress his admiration for Sasuke's mesmerizing dance-like ninjutsu. Given the impact of the dance ninjutsu, we shall take a brief intermission of 30 minutes before resuming the competition. As his words echoed, Ino and Sakura, who were slated to compete in the second round, let out a sigh of relief. If they had been forced to enter the arena in such a state, they feared they might succumb to exhaustion before even managing to defeat their opponents. In the scratch card shop, Woody rested his chin on his hand, gazing out at the sky, exhaling deeply. Surely, this Chunin exam promises to be exhilarating. With you are so beautiful and 5 seconds of true men in the mix. Alas, I shall not be able to witness it. His current invincible territory is merely confined to 100 meters around the small shop. In other words, if he were to venture beyond this area now, he would likely find himself unable to even best Konohamaru. Just as he was wallowing in his despondency, Tsunade arrived once more, this time accompanied by Shizen. As soon as they entered, Tsunade flamboyantly slapped down a stack of banknotes totaling 100,000 ryo. Bring me 10 tickets worth 10,000 each to alleviate my boredom, she proclaimed with exuberance. Then, she turned to Shizen, instructing her, you scratch off half first, and when you see the golden light, hand it over to me. Shizen nodded slightly, accepting the 10 scratch-off tickets from Woody. She began to scratch them off, and soon, glimmers of gold began to emerge one after another. The more she saw, the more thrilled Tsunade became, eagerly snatching them to continue scratching. In no time, the 10 tickets were consumed, and she counted the winnings in her hands, bursting into laughter. This place is indeed wonderful. It has allowed me to witness a return on my investment. Ha ha ha. Woody could only smile sheepishly. He truly wished to add that exchanging 100,000 ryo for a mere 130 ryo seemed rather absurd. Yet it brought him undeniable joy. Perhaps, among all, only Tsunade could be so carefree. Well, I had a splendid time today. I shall return to gamble again in a couple of days. With that, Tsunade carefully tucked the 130 ryo into her bosom. Her cautious demeanor was far more pronounced than when she had drawn out the 100,000 ryo. As her figure receded into the distance, Woody let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, a veritable cash cow at the gambling den. At the examination site, after a brief period of adjustment, the participants had nearly regained their composure. Ino and Sakura took to the stage in succession. On the sidelines, Naruto moved stealthily. Approaching 10-10, he whispered, 10-10. Do you have any smoke bombs? May I borrow a couple? 10-10 was the most well-equipped among the ninjas, possessing almost every tool a ninja could require. Some questioned, what do you need smoke bombs for? Naruto chuckled mischievously. I've been feeling a bit under the weather lately, during my match with Kiba. I plan to deploy a couple to obscure his vision. 10-10 looked at him as if he were a fool. After all, who in their right mind didn't know that the Inuzuka clan primarily trained in the art of ninja dogs? Any member of their family, when selected, possesses a remarkable sense of intuition. The notion of using smoke bombs to confuse Inuzuka Kiba is nothing short of a fanciful dream. She casually produced a few smoke bombs and handed them to Naruto, saying, this is all I have. It's all yours. Naruto bowed repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much, Tenden. In the center of the arena, the duel between Sakura and Ino had commenced. These two had grown up together, embodying a classic case of superficial harmony masking deep-seated rivalry. They were a naturally discordant pair, akin to plastic sisters. Don't forget to employ your true man technique within 5 seconds. With that wide forehead of yours, your flat chest does indeed bear a resemblance to that of a man. Ino stifled a laugh behind her hand. Sakura clenched her fists, veins bulging on her forehead. You are the one resembling a runway. Beware, or I might just tear your mouth apart. With that, the two ladies immediately engaged in a fierce grapple. The Yamanaka clan primarily practiced the mind transfer technique, yet Sakura's close-range assault rendered such a technique impractical. Gritting her teeth, she formed a series of hand seals. In that case, allow me to showcase the elegance of the fluttering butterfly, she shouted. Instantly, a multitude of exquisite butterflies began to dance before her eyes. She had heard about the effects of the fluttering butterfly technique during her visit to the scratch-off shop. True to her expectations, the butterflies in front of her soon multiplied, gradually obscuring her vision. Standing still, she found herself under relentless strikes from Ino coming from various directions. As their leader, Asuma observed with a hint of confusion. Turning to Shikamaru, he inquired, what exactly is happening here? Shikamaru, adjusting his ears, replied vaguely. Ino must have activated an illusion from the scratch-off shop, so Sakura is likely caught in it. This remark piqued the interest of many around them. Initially, they had heard that the scratch-off shop yielded great rewards, but to discover that even ninjutsu could be obtained was truly astonishing. Asuma gritted his teeth. Recalling the consequences of his previous winnings, a memory of his father's profound love felt as fresh as yesterday, especially during this period spent with Kurenai. Any hint of disobedience would result in her striking him with that wretched stick. After this examination, it would be essential to try his luck at the scratch-off shop again. Asuma took a puff of his cigarette and sighed deeply. Chapter 29. The curse seal's second eruption. Just as he was lost in thought, Sasuke, standing on the platform at the edge of the arena, felt an inexplicable twitch in his brow, followed by a clouding of his gaze. He involuntarily shook his neck. His fists suddenly clenched. In an instant, a fiery red chakra surged from within him, coiling around him like a whirlwind. Above his neck, the three-tomo-shaped curse mark began to transform. A ring of magma-like patterns gradually emerged, slowly enveloping his body. Everyone was taken aback, their gazes drawn to his position. This chakra. Why is it so powerful, and it emanates an aura of malevolence? Kakashi's eyes widened, his words momentarily caught in his throat. Yugao and Asuma quickly approached, all fixated on the changing Sasuke. Kakashi, the situation seems rather dire, Asuma stated gravely. Kakashi sighed softly, his expression grim as he nodded slightly. We must find a way to restrain him. If this continues, it will surely disrupt the exam. Asuma and Yugao nodded in agreement. All right, let us first contain him. Just as the three prepared to take action, Naruto swaggered up from behind. There's no need to rush. I can handle this. Kakashi and the others were momentarily taken aback, then observed as Naruto confidently stepped forward, laughing heartily. This kind of situation has occurred in the forest before. It's easily resolved. With that, he raised his hands. A mischievous grin on his face as he formed the seals. Would release. 1,000-year sapling technique. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke was ensnared by wooden stakes, and a wooden hand jabbed him fiercely, eliciting a pained scream from him. Once again, a wave of malevolent chakra erupted from his mouth. Sasuke instantly returned to normal. Naruto, you fool. No wonder your father died. You deserve it. At this moment, Kakashi stepped forward, regarding the now normal Sasuke with a low voice. What exactly did you encounter in the forest to release such evil chakra? Hearing his question, Sasuke appeared puzzled. What evil chakra? I have no idea. If you want to know what I encountered in the forest, I suppose it was just a giant snake that transformed into a human and bit me. Kakashi's body shook in shock. A giant snake that transformed into a human? Was it Orochimaru? He tilted his head and noticed the three-tomo curse mark on Sasuke's neck, his expression turning gravely serious. Subsequently, he exhaled deeply and retrieved a desiccated gecko from his ninja tool pouch. This was the mysterious artifact he had won from a scratch-off lottery. The shopkeeper had once informed him that this gecko possessed the abilities to attack, defend, and even seal. He grasped the lizard's tail in one hand while the other slowly lifted, resembling a sorcerer, as he began to chant incantations. Spirits and demons, depart swiftly. Spirits and demons, depart swiftly. Grant me your seal. As his words echoed, a flash of green lightning suddenly surged forth from the lizard, coiling around Sasuke's neck, surrounding the three-tomo curse mark. An additional layer of sealing emerged, akin to a cage. Kakashi observed it closely and let out a relaxed sigh. All right. I have now added a layer of sealing to the curse mark, so such issues should not arise again easily. Naruto, release him. Naruto clasped his hands, and the wood release technique vanished in an instant. Sasuke slumped weakly to the ground. Not far away, the eyes of the foreign village ninjas grew increasingly solemn. They truly failed to comprehend when the ninjas of Konoha became so formidable. Remarkably, even wood release has become part of their arsenal. Clearly, it is high time to investigate this matter thoroughly. On the competition stage, Ino was gaining momentum, while Sakura appeared increasingly unsteady, gradually succumbing to the pressure. Sakura, pull yourself together. Naruto shouted fervently from the railing. Yet, how much did Sakura wish to muster her spirit? At that moment, her vision was clouded by a flurry of butterflies, rendering her unable to see clearly. Ino's assaults grew more frequent and forceful. Sakura's steps began to falter, and it seemed inevitable that she would soon be defeated by Ino. Clenching the railing tightly, Naruto gritted his teeth, muttering in frustration. Sakura endeavored to steady her breath, acutely sensing every strike emanating from her surroundings. Suddenly, she reached out, successfully grasping Ino. Ino, taken aback, incredulously asked, your vision isn't compromised? But upon noticing Sakura's unfocused gaze, She quickly realized that Sakura had discerned her attack trajectory. Attempting to retreat, Ino found herself firmly ensnared by Sakura's grip, a wave of foreboding washing over her. With a cold smirk, Sakura's chakra surged dramatically, enveloping her fists in a fierce, tempestuous wind. 5 seconds, true man. With a resounding battle cry, Sakura launched her desperate counterattack. She struck with a powerful punch, leaving Ino no time to evade, landing a direct blow to her chest. Ino staggered back, gasping for breath. Before she could regain her composure, Sakura appeared behind her, delivering another decisive blow to the back of her neck. Ino's steps wavered, her head ringing, and her vision began to dim. She had not anticipated such overwhelming strength from Sakura once she unleashed her potential. Reluctantly, she leaned forward, feeling the weight of defeat. Empowered by the 5 seconds, true man, every strike from Sakura was exponentially more forceful than usual, making Ino's inability to withstand the onslaught entirely reasonable. However, unleashing such a technique left Sakura in a state of vulnerability shortly thereafter. As the 5 seconds elapsed, the chakra enveloping Sakura dissipated abruptly. She felt as though the very fabric of her world was unraveling, with the earth spinning wildly and her surroundings warping grotesquely. Observing the disoriented Ino falling to the ground, a faint smile graced Sakura's lips. Thud! She swayed and collapsed onto the floor. A gasp swept through the crowd. It seemed this was the first occurrence of such a situation in the Chunin exams. Moonlight Gale hurriedly approached to assess the conditions of the two competitors, clearing his throat as he straightened. In this match, Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura have drawn, and both are eliminated. Upon hearing such results, everyone could not help but engage in hushed discussions. Kakashi and Asuma simultaneously rushed forward, each lifting one of the fallen, and returned directly to the stands. Sakura! Sakura! Naruto exclaimed, hastening towards the unconscious Sakura, calling out to her with urgency. Yet, Sakura was entirely oblivious to the world around her. The effects of the true man technique were not easily overcome. In the center of the arena, the voice of Moonlight Gale resonated once more. The next duel features Naruto Uzumaki from the Hidden Leaf Village against Kiba Inuzuka, who also hails from the same village. Please take the stage. Clenching his fists, Naruto, filled with concern, turned around, awkwardly maneuvering down the stairs. Chapter 30. A bit of a surprise observing him, the crowd was rife with curiosity. Just moments ago, he had been aggressive, yet now he seemed to be in a rather awkward predicament. Kiba scratched his head, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. When Naruto had attempted to rob the third Hokage, Kiba happened to be in the Hokage's office receiving a mission, and he felt both admiration and sympathy for Naruto's audacity. However, he also believed that Naruto had brought this upon himself. Of all the villagers, he chose to target the strongest. If he didn't receive a proper lesson, wouldn't he just become insufferably arrogant? Let the match begin. With the proclamation of Moonlight Gale, Kiba charged forward with determination. He was aware that Naruto possessed two remarkable techniques, and when he found himself grouped with Naruto, he discreetly sought out Shikamaru. With Shikamaru's intellect, it was effortless for him to deduce the weaknesses of Naruto's two signature moves. The 1,000-year cut technique involved intricate hand seals and required considerable time to execute. If one could strike him before he completed the seals, the 1,000-year cut would be rendered ineffective. Meanwhile, the sunflower acupoint technique was a close combat maneuver. Therefore, if the distance was maintained at a moderate level, Naruto's two techniques would have no application. At this moment, Naruto was at a disadvantage, his movements sluggish, making it easy to control the distance. All that was needed was to wear him down for a while, and given Naruto's temperament, he would surely surrender. Observing that Kiba remained at an optimal distance, Naruto clenched his fists tightly. Then, he crossed his hands and whispered, "Shadow Clone Technique." Instantly, two additional figures of Naruto materialized in the arena. However, influenced by Naruto's original form, the clones also exhibited awkwardness, hindered in their movements. "Akamaru," Kiba shouted, his eyes glinting with a mischievous light. Akamaru instantly understood his intent, baring his youthful fangs and swiftly lunging at Naruto's clone. His two clones were instantaneously obliterated. Naruto gritted his teeth and murmured, "Damn it, at this rate, there is absolutely no way out. Initially, when I asked Tion to lend me smoke bombs, I intended to use them from a distance to confuse him, but he never gave me the chance." He reached into his tool pouch, and suddenly his fingers brushed against something tied with a string, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Indeed, I almost forgot about this," Naruto whispered to himself. He then withdrew his hand and crossed his arms. Shadow Clone Technique. In the blink of an eye, the arena was suddenly filled with more than a dozen Narutos. Naruto, it seems your desire to win has driven you to madness, releasing so many clones at once. Can you still unleash your ultimate move? Naruto chuckled mischievously. Whether I can or not, you'll find out soon enough. Immediately, he hurled all the smoke bombs into the air, and the entire venue was enveloped in a thick haze. Inuzuka Kiba smirked. Naruto, you are mistaken. Our Inuzuka clan primarily trains our sense of smell, so you cannot escape. He forcefully sniffed, and his complexion involuntarily darkened. It is no wonder that the technique of shadow clone is classified as forbidden. The clones created from shadows possess identical characteristics to the original. Even the scent emanating from them is indistinguishable, making it utterly impossible to discern them by mere olfactory means. He anxiously surveyed his surroundings, remaining vigilant for the imminent emergence of Naruto's shadow clones. One hand instinctively reached into his ninja tool pouch. Naruto, do you truly harbor such naive beliefs that a mere handful of shadow clones could possibly contend with me? He extracted the prop clown nose and affixed it directly onto his face. In the next moment, he realized that he had captured the essence of the entire venue. Even the outlines of the spectators seated far away in the stands materialized within his field of vision. As for Naruto's numerous clones, Naruto, are you prepared to accept defeat? He let out an excited growl, his body swiftly darting forward, his sharp fingertips raised. In no time, he eliminated all the clones on the field with an exceptionally cunning angle. Not far away, the silhouette of the last Naruto remained. A cold smile crept across his heart. That must surely be the true form of Naruto. He moved with a delicate grace, yet his speed remained unwavering as he surged directly behind Naruto. Naruto, you have been defeated. He exuberantly shouted aloud, then struck with a punch. Boom. The silhouette erupted once more. Another shadow clone? Where's Naruto? He felt bewildered, a hint of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. Glancing around, he realized that Naruto's figure was indeed absent from the arena. Impossible. He couldn't have slipped away right under my nose, Yagura pondered in confusion. Just then, a teasing voice came from above his head. Yagura. Didn't he expect to find me right above you? Yagura abruptly looked up. There was Naruto, perched atop his flying broom, hovering in midair at an awkward height, one that, if he leapt, he could easily evade. Yagura pointed at him and shouted furiously, riding a broomstick is not impressive. Come down here if you dare. Naruto stuck out his tongue mischievously, replying, come up here. You can't reach me. It drives you mad. Come down. You come up. The two bickered for several seconds, with Yagura trembling in frustration. At that moment, Naruto suddenly yawned. This is boring. I think I'll come down after all. He snapped his fingers, and the broom descended slowly. Just as it was about to touch the ground, he shook his arms vigorously, unveiling a mysterious bag. The instant the bag's opening revealed its contents, Naruto was overcome with tears. The aroma, no wonder the owner forbade opening it in his little shop. With a mischievous grin, he abruptly yanked out the skunk scent pouch. Here, I've got something special for you. As he spoke, he let the pouch dangle before him. His body stiffened. The clown nose had already heightened his sense of smell 100-fold. The unbearable stench that would incapacitate most was, for him, a veritable poison. In an instant, he felt as though a barrage of nuclear bombs had been unleashed upon his head, causing tears to stream down his face as he collapsed without any strength to resist. Upon witnessing this, Naruto, with a grin, tucked away his yo-yo and leaped down from the broomstick. Dare to provoke me again? And do you yield? His words were destined to go unanswered. At that moment, you lay on the ground, unconscious, bubbles frothing from his mouth. Cough, cough. In this fierce contest, Naruto emerged victorious, announced Tsukuyomi, covering his nose. Outside the ring, two medical ninjas rushed in with a stretcher, promptly placing you upon it and carrying him away. The spectators from the neighboring villages sighed in unison, particularly those who had come to lead the team. Almost every one of them had previously accompanied numerous genin, yet this Chunin exam was their first encounter. The props present on the field were, in the past, utterly unfamiliar to them. Gaara, do you comprehend the situation? Inquired the jonin leading the sand shinobi, positioned beside Gaara. Gaara's expression was exceedingly somber as he flicked the tail of Shikaku, embedded at his rear, and muttered, it is still due to that damn scratch-and-win shop. The mere mention of the scratch-and-win shop conjured an image in Gaara's mind of a seemingly innocuous yet profoundly detestable face. Chapter 31. The Mushroom Cloud Above the Cliff. Woody, with a toothpick clenched between his teeth, was incessantly sneezing. Ever since the commencement of the Chunin exam, he had noticed a significant increase in the frequency of his sneezes. Could it be that an influx of outsiders from other villages had brought some contagion with them? He whispered softly. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, Danzo entered. adorned with a delicate veil. Observing his alluring sway, it seemed he had fully embraced his current guise. Previously, after snatching the Sunflower Manual from Naruto, he presumed it to be a mere relic of no value. However, upon practicing the techniques within, he discovered them to be remarkably powerful and formidable. This visit to the shop was primarily to test his fortune, hoping to uncover yet another masterpiece. He raised his delicate fingers and, with an affected tone, exclaimed, "Boss, bring me a more expensive scratch-off ticket." Upon hearing that voice, Wudi was instantly repulsed, a shiver coursing down his spine. How could this insufferable Tuanzang, now transformed into a eunuch, still retain such a tone? Nevertheless, Wudi complied and handed him a scratch-off ticket. In this day and age, when one possesses a gender but lacks wealth, who would be foolish enough to antagonize money? Tuanzang, elated, began to scratch away. Wudi, glancing up momentarily, inadvertently noticed the thick layer of nail polish adorning Tuanzang's nearly withered fingers. How shameless, Wudi muttered under his breath. Yet, Tuanzang appeared utterly oblivious, flaunting his delicate fingers with a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This shamelessness, after all, was a result of your influence. Enjoy yourself at your leisure. I have come today to support you, as a token of my gratitude. Without you, I would never have experienced such exhilaration. Truth be told, ever since I cultivated the sunflower scripture, I feel as though walking has become effortless. There are no more hindrances. Wudi's stomach churned violently, nearly prompting him to retch. For heaven's sake, just scratch it already. Why all this nonsense? Tuanzang arrogantly twisted his waist. A look of disdain etched across his face. In the next moment, a flash of gold emerged, and a lipstick floated out from the ticket. The sight of the lipstick made Wudi's stomach turn even more. This particular lipstick, named Heartfelt Kiss, promised that with just a touch, one could blow a kiss across the room and conjure a magnificent heart. Ugh! Gazing at Tuanzang's aged visage, coupled with the description, a vivid image formed in his mind. In an instant, he could no longer contain himself and erupted in a fit of nausea. It took quite some time before his breaths began to stabilize. He dabbed at the corner of his mouth and continued to elucidate. All you need to do is blow a kiss, and a magnificent red heart will float towards the other person. If they pierce the heart, it will trigger a tremendous explosion. If not, they will be enveloped by the heart and ultimately suffocate within. Tuanzo, clutching the lipstick, clapped his hands incessantly. Yay, this is fantastic. I truly adore this lipstick. Observing his exuberant demeanor, the vision of the lipstick's effect resurfaced in Wudi's mind. Ugh! He once again leaned over the counter and began to retch. Tuanzang, lost in a haze of joy, showed no urgency to depart. By the time Wudi raised his head again, Tuanzang had finished applying a vivid shade of red to his lips. Perhaps due to his inexperience with lipstick, he had managed to smear the color all around his mouth. The effect was a ghastly sight, far more unsightly than one could imagine. With his current appearance, was there even a need for a kiss? Just a glance at him was enough to provoke revulsion. Boss, do you think I look beautiful like this? Tuanzang asked, removing his veil and casting a flirtatious glance at Wudi. Unable to contain himself any longer, Wudi shouted, "Get lost. Just go." Tuanzang shrugged his shoulders and flashed a lewd grin. Why do you speak to me so harshly, you despicable little nuisance? Wudi finally lost his temper. Send my regards to your uncle's second cousin's little dog. In an instant, the aura of a true man was unleashed. He exerted every ounce of his strength and delivered a powerful punch. In an instant, Danzo's figure vanished without a trace. However, this alone did not suffice. He felt an insatiable fury within him. Consequently, he returned to the back room, the place where he typically rested. There, he found a large chest, within which lay an assortment of tools he had received. He rummaged through the drawers and discovered the tracking bomb crafted from the red beans of the royal hand wash. With a fierce determination, he inscribed the name Shimura Danzo upon it. The bomb activated instantly, launching forth with a brilliant azure-tail flame. In the village of Konoha, above the rocky precipice, a thunderous boom echoed. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, crackling with streaks of lightning, causing the entire village to tremble. As the smoke dissipated, beneath the crater, Danzo exhaled wisps of smoke. Fortunately, I had given you a heads up beforehand. Otherwise, you would have truly obliterated me. Meanwhile, at the examination venue, Hinata and Niji, having just stepped into the center of the arena, felt the tremor and anxiously glanced around. Through the window, they beheld the enormous mushroom cloud, reminiscent of one they had witnessed just days prior outside the village. Could another crisis be unfolding? After a considerable wait, the loudspeaker remained silent. Since there appears to be no issue, let us continue the exam, declared Moonlight, albeit in a feeble tone. The two nodded in unison. Hinata inhaled deeply. Previously, she had observed the contestants employing various ninjutsu and tools from the scratch-off lottery, achieving remarkable results. Without a second thought, she leapt into action, shouting, "Cute girl punch." In an instant, two hearts were launched forth. Meanwhile, Niji had a sudden flash of insight and swiftly burrowed underground. The cute girl punch missed its mark. As Hinata returned to the ground, she surveyed the empty arena, her anxiety mounting. Niji had undoubtedly witnessed her special move and would not fall for it easily. Yet, she could not remain idle. With a sigh, she concentrated her chakra to her eyes. Byakugan. In that moment, the entire arena lay bare before her gaze. However, after scanning the area, she found no trace of Niji. This was unexpected. She murmured under her breath. The Byakugan, unlike the Sharingan, could effortlessly discern the chakra of others, regardless of barriers. Yet, it was clear that Niji was nowhere to be found. Could it be a wave of disbelief washed over her, prompting her to quickly lower her gaze? Indeed, Niji had stealthily positioned himself beneath her feet. Startled, she sprang upward. However, Niji seemed to have activated his Byakugan as well, capturing her every movement. Just as her toes barely lifted off the ground, a hand surged forth from the earth. With a firm tug, half of Hinata's body was ensnared in the soil. She cried out in alarm, attempting to break free, only to discover that the surrounding dirt had firmly bound her, rendering her immobile. Niji emerged from behind her, a shuriken in hand, pressing it against her neck. "You have lost." Chapter 32. The remarkably resilient slug Hinata cast her gaze downward, for despite her reluctance to concede defeat, the circumstances surrounding her were all too evident. Even if she wished to persist, surrender was now inevitable. "I concede." She sighed, her voice tinged with discontent. On the sidelines, the ninjas from other villages grew increasingly restless. This Chunin exam was undeniably bizarre. Not only were the tools peculiar, but the jutsu employed were equally unconventional. If this continued, how could anyone from outside the Hidden Leaf village hope to advance in rank? It was an egregious injustice. Moonlight Gale stepped forward. In this match, Hyuga Niji emerged victorious. In the next bout, Inazuka Shino of the Hidden Leaf would face off against Sark. With a sly grin, Sark twisted his neck as he strode to the center of the arena, casting a sidelong glance at Naruto, his eyes glimmering with malice. The humiliation he had suffered in the Forest of Death, that bitter memory, would forever be etched in his mind. He raised his hand and pointed at Naruto, exclaiming loudly, "Wait for it. We shall undoubtedly meet again." Naruto responded with a mocking grimace. "Fine, let us wait. When that time comes, I'll ensure you are overwhelmed." Shino stood opposite Sasuke, observing their quarrel, and remarked in a low voice, "It seems you have misjudged your opponent." He turned around and scoffed. "You are nothing more than an insignificant insect. I could dispatch you with the slightest effort." With that, he raised his hands and bellowed, "Air cannon." In an instant, two invisible projectiles, forged from chakra, hurtled forth. Zeno evaded to the sides, his expression betraying no emotion. "Is that how you wish to commence with such grand displays? Allow me to demonstrate my summoning technique. Slug, you shall be the one." As his words fell, a pitch-black portal flickered into existence in the void. From this abyss emerged a sequence of binary codes, followed by a small, green creature resembling a grotesque snot. "Yaya," it cried softly, clutching a lump of pink excrement. Mere seconds after landing, the creature split in two, startling Sak. After another beat, the two multiplied into four, leaving all present in astonishment. Such a creature capable of division was unheard of in the ninja world, save for Tsunade's slug, which merely diminishes in size upon division. This snot, however, retained its original dimensions post-split. In the blink of an eye, 10 seconds elapsed, and the snot seemed to cease its multiplication. Looking down, the ground was now blanketed with these creatures, numbering at least 500. Sak scratched his face, afflicted by a phobia of clusters. The sight of so many snot creatures sent goosebumps racing across his skin. Yaya, the horde of over 500 snot creatures, brandishing their excrement, regarded Sak with malicious intent. Suddenly, one among them hurled a lump at him. In an instant, an avalanche of pink excrement surged towards Sak. "You will all perish," he screamed in a frenzy, raising his hands to unleash two air cannons. The projectiles obliterated the snot creatures in their path, yet within seconds, they reappeared anew. Sak narrowed his eyes, grappling with the urge to abandon his resistance. A dull thud echoed from his face. He suddenly felt his vision obstructed. Raising his hand to swipe, he noticed a warm sticky sensation on his face, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Ah! In a fit of desperation, he roared, "I shall kill you all." Raising his hands, he summoned the chakra within him. Alas, before he could unleash his air cannon, a relentless barrage of pink excrement buried him beneath its weight. His outstretched hands became ensnared, enveloped by layers of filth, rendering him incapable of releasing the air cannon. In less than half a minute, a towering mound, approximately 2 meters high, had manifested in the center of the arena. Observing the stillness of Sak, the snails turned their gaze toward the onlookers. A palpable sense of dread swept through the crowd. Suddenly, a series of sharp whooshing sounds filled the air as the entire venue succumbed to a bombardment of feces. Initially, the ninjas at the periphery attempted to resist, but upon witnessing the snails' extraordinary regenerative abilities, despair washed over them. Shino repeatedly implored, "Do not continue to throw excrement." Yet, the snails remained oblivious to his pleas, heedless of any admonition. In a moment of impatience, Moonlight Gale declared, "This match is won by Oil Woman Shino. Swiftly take your snails and depart." Before he could finish his sentence, a warm, sticky, and rather odorous mass obscured his face. Observing this, Oil Woman Shino hastily fled the scene. He had forgotten to inquire with his superior about how to make the snails vanish. Clearly, the situation had spiraled out of control, and he could only escape amidst the chaos in search of a resolution. However, upon exiting, it seemed the snails had lost their focus and, in their frantic pursuit, followed him relentlessly. Moonlight Gale, having dealt with the mess on his face, retched in disgust. The match was paused for half an hour, with all present required to assist in cleaning the venue. Those who did not participate would face immediate elimination. Indeed, this year's competition had proven to be bizarre. In previous years, there had never been a stoppage mid-competition, yet this year, after only a few matches, there had already been 2 interruptions. On the streets of the Leaf Village, Shino sprinted at breakneck speed, the snails closely tailing him. Initially, onlookers were taken aback, gathering to witness the spectacle. However, upon experiencing the warm, sticky, and distinctly foul-smelling pink excrement, they quickly recoiled in revulsion. Yet, the snails, undeterred, took offense at their avoidance, launching themselves to attack the very people who sought to evade them. Along the streets leading from the arena to the scratchoff shop, an overwhelming stench permeated the air. Glass surfaces, signs, lampposts, and trash bins, wherever one could imagine, a mysterious pink substance seemed to cling. "Oil Woman Shino, clean the windows for me. Stand still." The voices of discontent echoed from both sides of the street. Shino, flushed with embarrassment, dashed toward the small shop, shouting, "Boss, help me." At this moment, Wu Di reclined atop a pile of scratch-off lottery tickets, lost in a reverie of grand aspirations. Upon hearing Zeno's call, he sprang to his feet. In an instant, Zeno entered the room, accompanied by a long procession of green slugs. Once inside the shop, before Wu Di could utter a word, he observed those slugs discarding the excrement they had been carrying. "Hey, why don't you take care of them?" Zeno said, her voice tinged with grievance. "You never told me how to bring them back." Wu Di slapped his forehead, vexed at his forgetfulness regarding such a crucial matter. He quickly composed himself and declared earnestly, "To send them back, simply shout, 'You've worked hard, return now.'" Without a moment's hesitation, Zeno followed Wu Di's instructions and shouted at the slugs. Indeed, as her voice echoed, the slugs vanished into thin air. However, the evidence of their presence lingered, leaving a clear mark behind. Chapter 33, The Binding of the Coffin. The coffin. The coffin. Wu Di gazed at the chaotic room and the excrement adorning the walls, his expression darkening. He gazed at Zeno, his voice dripping with malice. "You have half an hour to clear this place, or I assure you, I will take your life with my own hands." Wu Di's capabilities were well known to him, and with such a threat, how could he dare to delay? Little did he know that Wu Di's skills were confined to the vicinity of the small shop. Beyond that, he was merely an ordinary individual. In the arena, after half an hour of diligent cleaning, the venue was finally restored to its pristine state. Moonlight Gale stood at the center of the arena, holding a folder. The next match features Rock Lee from the Hidden Leaf Village against Gaara from the Sand Village. As soon as the announcement was made, both combatants leaped into the arena. "Lee, embody your ninja way," Mado Guy called out from the stands, his enthusiasm reminiscent of someone invigorated by a potent elixir. The surrounding ninjas glanced over. Even Kakashi, his close friend, wore a bemused expression. Then, Lee raised his thumb and flashed a radiant smile at Mado Guy, his pearly whites gleaming. Turning back, his demeanor suddenly took on a more serious tone. Gaara, on the other hand, exhibited a confident smile. feeling invigorated by the presence of Shikaku's tail. During the lottery that day, he had fully grasped the extent of its effects, but after several days of adaptation, he had come to understand its power. Lee exhaled deeply and leaped onto the towering seal statue behind him. The spectators were left in bewilderment. Ordinarily, one would expect him to charge forward as the match commenced. Why was he retreating instead? Just as the audience pondered this, he slowly rolled up his pant leg and unfastened 2 lead weights from his legs. Merely removing weights, how much could that truly enhance his attack power? Gaara scoffed at the sight of the falling weights. However, when they struck the ground, the tremendous impact sent a tremor through the entire arena. Gaara's eyes widened in disbelief, staring incredulously ahead. Was he joking? In the next instant, Lee erupted into motion, his speed surging to an entirely new level. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Gaara. He unleashed a powerful punch, causing even the sand defenses to falter. Gaara felt a twinge of anxiety as he clenched his fists tightly, the tail of Shikaku gradually expanding behind him. Do you think such trivial tactics can harm me? Lee chuckled, swiftly appearing behind him. Allow me to demonstrate the ninjutsu of Konoha, the petal dance. However, as soon as he called out, he realized a grave predicament. Upon reaching Gaara, the massive tail had silently loomed above him. Cursed be the situation. He inwardly cursed. If he continued to attack in this manner, the tail would surely bring him down. The only course of action was to temporarily abandon his assault on Gaara. Lee swiftly retreated a few steps. Gaara, too, relaxed slightly. Turning to glance at the swaying tail behind him, he couldn't help but let out a joyful laugh. It was the first time he found this tail to be somewhat endearing. Lee positioned himself in a spot beyond the reach of the tail, gritting his teeth resolutely. The sand ninja opposite him is truly formidable, rendering any attempt to approach him futile. If this continues, will not all his efforts and physical training be in vain? He took a deep breath, forcing his chakra to surge towards the 8 gates. The 3rd gate, the life gate, opened. The 4th gate, the wound gate, opened. As he unlocked the 4th gate, a halo of green manifested around his body. Let's see how you defend against this. Exhaling heavily, Lee suddenly charged forward. The golden bell shield, activate. Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light emerged on the silhouette of his rushing form. Gaara, caught off guard, found his sand defenses utterly breached. Even Shikaku's tail could not keep pace with the current speed. He was astounded, never having imagined that among his peers there could be someone who had cultivated their martial arts to such an extraordinary level. He clenched his fists tightly, gazing at Xiaoli with a mix of frustration and helplessness. Xiaoli steadied his breath and unleashed his utmost speed, propelling Gaara into the air. In that fleeting moment of suspension, a faint crack appeared on Gaara's face. His once proud absolute defense has been breached? In an instant. An overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within him. Without any attempt to conceal his murderous intent, it erupted forth in an instant. After this strike, he would ensure the complete demise of Xiaoli. Reaching the ceiling, Xiaoli took a deep breath. The 5th gate, the door of dueling, opens. In the blink of an eye, the door of dueling swung wide, and Xiaoli's speed surged once more. Allow me to unleash my ultimate technique, the Lotus of the White Moon. A deafening roar of wind filled the air, accompanied by an unrelenting shockwave. And Gaara plummeted at an alarming rate. Fortunately, he was still a considerable height above the ground, with the giant gourd behind him and Shikaku's tail entangling him tightly. Boom. The arena was engulfed in a cloud of dust. Xiaoli tumbled out from the haze, weakly collapsing to one side. After opening the 5th gate, he was utterly exhausted, devoid of any strength to resist. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, in the center of the arena, Gaara was ensconced securely within the grip of Shikaku's tail. It appeared as though he had suffered no injuries. However, this was merely an illusion. Following the earlier impact, turmoil raged within Gaara, leaving him in immense discomfort. He raised his hand, glaring fiercely at Xiaoli. I shall end your life. I shall end your life. A malevolent chakra emanated from his mouth, coalescing into a murky stream of energy. The sand behind him surged forth like a swift blade, rapidly ensnaring Xiaoli's limbs. Gaara let out a sinister laugh. You shall not be forgiven for breaching my sand armor. Sand burial coffin. He clenched his fist with a sudden force, and in an instant, the sand enveloping Xiaoli collapsed inward. However, although Xiaoli was now weakened, the effect of the protective golden bell remained. Under the enhancement of the golden bell, how could he be so easily harmed by Gaara? Gaara was somewhat perplexed. His sand coffin had never once disappointed him. How could it possibly lose its efficacy this time? Sand coffin, coffin, coffin. He clenched his fist 3 times in succession. Yet the sand entwined around Xiaoli remained utterly motionless. He furrowed his brows in utter bewilderment, his lips involuntarily twitching. Soon after, darkness began to envelop his vision. The blow he had just endured was overwhelmingly severe, far surpassing his capacity to withstand it. He could not help but lean back. Initially, everyone believed that this match would conclude in a draw. However, just as Gaara was about to fall, the tail of Sakura suddenly rose, supporting him entirely. Seeing this, the swift Moonlight Gale sighed helplessly, stepped forward, and cleared his throat, declaring, "The victor of this match is Gaara of the Sand Village." Chapter 34, The Wooden Hand vs. Kiku, a dazzling appearance of color as the half of the elimination matches gradually approached their conclusion. Many ninjas from outside the village began to contemplate their strategies amidst the peculiar and diverse ninja tools employed by Konoha. Upon entering the scratch card shop, Woody greeted them with great enthusiasm. Temari chuckled softly, "Boss, we're here to scratch some tickets again." "Welcome, welcome. How much do you intend to scratch this time?" Woody rubbed his hands together, resembling a dubious merchant. He had long anticipated that once the knockout rounds concluded, many people from neighboring villages would come to scratch their tickets. Temari cast a sidelong glance at Gaara beside her, contemplating for a moment before murmuring, "Let us purchase 3 tickets, each worth 1,000 ryo." Woody, standing behind, promptly produced 3 tickets and handed them over. Temari chuckled softly. "The props that emerged from your shop during this Chunin exam are truly astonishing." Woody beamed. "Is that so? I didn't expect it myself." However, he had already foreseen the outcome. Soon, Temari distributed 1 ticket each to Kankuro and Gaara. The 3 of them eagerly began to scratch their tickets. Yet, midway through, Temari's expression noticeably faltered. While Kankuro and Gaara's tickets illuminated with golden gleams, hers remained devoid of any shine. Observing this, Woody offered consolation. "Scratching tickets is a form of gambling. It's perfectly normal not to win, so don't be too disheartened." With a scowl and a dismissive laugh, she turned to Gaara and the others, letting out a soft sigh. Kankuro finished first, and from his ticket, a spool of fishing line sprang forth. He was filled with perplexity. After reviewing the instructions, Woody smiled and elucidated. "This tool is called the tenacious fishing line. The user manipulates the puppet through this line, and regardless of the circumstances, it cannot be severed. Given that you are a puppeteer, this spool of line is perfectly suited for you." Upon hearing Wu Di's explanation, Kanjuro's eyes gleamed with excitement. As a puppeteer, his greatest fear was having the chakra threads cut, which would render him entirely incapable of controlling his puppets. With this fishing line, he would no longer need to fear such an eventuality. Wu Di stifled a chuckle, easily discerning Kanjuro's thoughts from his expression, and cautioned, "This fishing line is a single-use consumable. Once employed, it cannot be reclaimed, so be sure to contemplate its use wisely." Kanjuro's expression immediately darkened considerably. After a resigned sigh, he chose to stow away the fishing line, recognizing that an opportunity to wield his puppets without restraint was indeed rare. At that moment, a peculiar item also floated from Gaara's ticket, a pair of adorably naive raccoon ears hairpin. Wu Di was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a hearty laugh. This item is known as the ears of the guardian crane. Just as the words escaped his lips, Gaara's demeanor became abruptly tense. What extraordinary luck he possesses. He has won the lottery twice in total, and each time he cannot escape the watchful gaze of the guardian crane. He suddenly clenched his fists. Although the tale of Shoha had aided him in securing victory during the previous competition, the thought of always being tethered to a tail, no matter where he went, made him prefer to forego this triumph. Now, to his dismay, he found himself with yet another ear. This scratch card shop truly seemed intent on adorning him in the fashion of Shoha. "This ear is quite remarkable." Wu Di chuckled softly. "It can amplify your hearing tenfold." Gaara's expression darkened considerably. "With my absolute defense, what use do I have for such hearing?" After a moment of contemplation, Wu Di countered. "With tenfold hearing, you could discern sounds clearly within 100 meters. Isn't that beneficial?" "Not in the slightest." Gaara slowly rose to his feet, and, mirroring his previous actions, tossed the Shoha ear onto the counter as he made his way towards the exit. As he reached the doorway, he cast a glance back and declared, "You are nothing but an unscrupulous merchant." His words instantly ignited Wu Di's fury. When has he ever been labeled as a ruthless merchant? Although at times he himself feels as though he is conducting business with a guilty conscience, he cannot possibly tolerate others voicing such accusations. Would release millennia-old Cutting's technique. He let out a startled cry, and Gaara had no time to evade, becoming ensnared within. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his entire being. "Ah!" Gaara's anguished wail echoed down the street, drawing the attention of passers-by. Upon witnessing his elegant posture, they all turned away, their faces flushed. Between the grip of the wooden hand and the confines of his private parts, Shikaku's tail stood rigid, its fur bristling as if it too felt the same torment. Wu Di cast a glance at Shikaku's ears upon the counter and softly instructed, "Go." In the next moment, Shikaku's ear ornament soared into the air, landing squarely atop Gaara's head. A hypnotic chant of sacred sounds flowed into his ears. Noting your mood seems a bit agitated, Shikaku's ears will assist you in finding tranquility. Wu Di chuckled nonchalantly, and with a wave of his hand, the wooden technique dissipated as Kankuro and Temari swiftly lifted him away. On the streets of Konoha, Naruto, with a toothpick between his teeth, appeared somewhat lost in thought. Gazing at the dwindling bills in his wallet, he sighed heavily. He had no money left to continue his lottery pursuits, and what would become of the upcoming exam? His companions were all too aware of his current predicament. Just as he wallowed in despair, he noticed, not far off, an elderly man with a head of white hair, clad in wooden sandals. Peering through binoculars from atop an artificial hill, saliva dripping from his mouth in a most unbecoming manner. "Hey, who are you? Why are you spying on others bathing?" Naruto's voice rang out loudly enough for those inside the bathhouse to hear, causing immediate chaos within. Many rushed to cover themselves in a flurry. The old man on the foam mountain turned in a fit of rage and shouted, "You little rascal, why must you ruin my affairs? That is my source of enlightenment." He erupted in a fit of rage, leaping forward to stand before Naruto. Upon realizing that his opponent was also a ninja, Naruto immediately became vigilant, hastily dodging backwards, fearing that this peculiar man with an oil-stained forehead protector might strike him. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiraiya, the number one on the list of Konoha's top 10 handsome men, also known as the Sage of the Toads. Why not come forth and let me relieve my frustrations with a good beating?" Jiraiya's voice was deep and resonant, causing Naruto to shiver involuntarily. Yet his hands instinctively formed the necessary seals. Would release? Thousand-year rooting technique? At that moment, Jiraiya, caught in a pose, could scarcely fathom that despite revealing his identity, the child dared to make a move. Moreover, it was would release. By the time he grasped the situation, he found himself ensnared by Naruto's technique, as wooden hands emerged from the ground, imparting an ethereal sensation of ascendance. "Ah!" he shouted loudly, his face flushed. Then, enduring the pain, he lowered his head and said, "Youngster, I am indeed the Toad Sage." Chapter 35. Supreme Perspective Sunglasses. Naruto licked his lips, and with a change of hand seals, he exclaimed, "Would release. 1,000 years of pain." Thud. Another wooden hand shot forth, striking Jiraiya squarely in the posterior. Jiraiya howled in agony once more. He yearned to break free immediately and teach that scoundrel Naruto a severe lesson. With a playful grin, Naruto approached, patting his forehead protector. "What a foolish sage. Clearly, he is a lecherous old man. You little brat." Jiraiya seethed with indignation. After a few futile attempts to escape, he released a heavy sigh, his demeanor softening considerably. "Where on earth did you learn that ninjutsu, boy?" Naruto twisted his neck and turned away. "Don't call me boy. I am the wood-style prodigy of the Hidden Leaf Village, Uzumaki Naruto." "Uzumaki Naruto? The child of Minato." Jiraiya burst into hearty laughter. After years of wandering, he was astonished to find Minato's child had grown so much. "Quick, put me down." Naruto hesitated, glancing back at him. "You know my father?" "Of course I do. And I know him quite well," Jiraiya replied with pride. Naruto's lips quivered slightly. "My dad isn't like that. You must be mistaken." With that, he took a step to leave. Jiraiya quickly called out to him, "Wait a moment. I have something to ask you." Naruto cautiously turned back, whispering, "What is it? Speak. How did you come by that wood-style jutsu? Tell me." Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could learn wood style, he could help Naruto control the Nine Tails, thus fulfilling Minato's dying wish. Naruto tapped his ear and softly replied, "Ichiraka Ramen, the unbeatable lottery. Once you go, you'll know." Jiraiya hurriedly noted it down. Watching Naruto's retreating figure, he shouted, "Hey, don't go. Release my wood style." Naruto paused, suddenly recalling that he might not have any money for the lottery. He turned back and said in a low voice, "How about this? You give me some cash, and I'll let you down." Jiraiya's face darkened with frustration. "It's in my pocket. Help yourself." Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto reached into Jiraiya's pocket. Contemplating the weighty wallet, he couldn't help but exclaim, "In this day and age, robbing is the quickest way to make money." Jiraiya quietly listened, utterly at the mercy of Naruto. Watching Naruto pilfer from his wallet, he murmured, "Can I be let down now?" Naruto grinned slyly, raising two fingers. "Sure, I can let you down, but I'm afraid once you're free, you might hit me. So, you'll have to endure a little longer. 8 trigram 64 palms. As the words fell, 2 fingers pressed directly upon Jiraiya's forehead. Instantly, he felt as though his body had been petrified, with even his fingers rendered immobile. You need not worry about this. In 5 minutes, you will be free. Naruto declared cheerfully before departing with a wave of his hand. The would-release technique was promptly lifted, and beneath the rocky fade, Jiraiya found himself in an undignified position, cursing Naruto 1,000 times over in his mind. Before long, his paralysis was alleviated. He hastily straightened up, hands clutching his posterior, and shouted in indignation, "Naruto Uzumaki, do not let me catch you." Regaining his composure, he felt the emptiness of his wallet, his fists clenching involuntarily. Scratch-off lottery tickets, he had never heard of such a thing before. Surely, it must be a burgeoning industry. Alas, all his money had been spirited away by Naruto, leaving him unable to delve deeper into this newfound curiosity. With a sullen expression, he rummaged through his belongings and finally uncovered some items of value. Gazing into the distance, he noticed that not far ahead stood a pawnshop. He walked in with his head bowed. A formidable lottery ticket awaited him. Naruto entered, clutching a substantial handful of silver notes. Upon seeing the throngs of people crowded at the counter, he could only let out a resigned sigh and took his place at the end of the long line. After what felt like an eternity, his turn finally arrived, and he tossed the silver notes onto the counter with abandon. "Boss, I've just counted exactly 10,000 in silver notes. Give me a scratch-off ticket worth 10,000. He recalled how he had previously won the sunflower puncturing technique from a 10,000 ticket. If he could procure another ticket of the same value, who knows what formidable jutsu he might unveil. With the 10,000 lottery ticket in hand, he gently blew on his palm and picked up a coin to begin scratching. Before long, a glimmer of gold flashed beneath the coating of the scratch-off. He hastened his pace. Moments later, a small yellow pull tab can floated out from the ticket. Adorning the surface of the can was a striking Red Bull's head. He appeared somewhat taken aback. With a smile, Wu Di elucidated. "This is a functional beverage from my hometown, known as Red M. Consuming this drink can swiftly unleash an extraordinary surge of chakra." Just as he was explaining, Jiraiya limped in from outside, his backside protruding comically. He gritted his teeth as he gazed at Naruto, his eyes betraying an unmasked blend of shame and indignation. Wu Di instantly comprehended the situation. No wonder Naruto was so affluent, for he had evidently captivated this best-selling author. He promptly intervened, declaring, "Within this establishment, no fighting is permitted." Jiraiya gritted his teeth, observing the respect shown by the foreign village's jonin towards the proprietor, and a sense of doubt began to stir within him. "In that case, I shall deal with you once I step outside." He directly took a seat at the counter and softly requested, "Please give me a scratch card. The one worth 10,000. Naruto, slightly taken aback, inquired, "Haven't I already cleaned you out of silver notes? How do you still have money?" Jiraiya let out a cold snort, appearing indifferent, yet his heart was bleeding. "My manuscript." He pledged the manuscript of Intimate Paradise to the pawnshop, which in turn granted him the present sum of 10,000 taels of silver. He mimicked the actions of others, swiftly scraping away the coating. In the blink of an eye, a golden flash emerged. Suddenly, a pair of sunglasses flew out from the ticket. "Boss, what is this?" he inquired with a hint of confusion. Wu Di glanced at the description and, with a slightly embarrassed smile, replied, "This is known as the Supreme X-ray sunglasses, capable of seeing through any external object." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. He quickly snatched the glasses and donned them on his face. In an instant, the entire room transformed, revealing a different scene altogether. "Oh dear, this room is filled with males, how dull," he complained with a hint of joy. Turning to make his way towards the door, his heart brimming with uncontainable excitement. Surely, there must be numerous women on the streets. However, just as he glanced back, he was met with the sight of 2 flesh-colored watermelons swaying incessantly at the entrance. As he looked up from the watermelons, he beheld the youthful visage of Tsunade. Jiraiya immediately erupted, blood gushing from his nose uncontrollably. Tsunade, slightly perplexed, turned to Wu Di and inquired, "Boss, what is happening to him?" Chapter 36, Wazi. "It's nothing. I'm just taking a stroll," Wu Di replied with a muffled chuckle. "Lady Tsunade, here's the situation." He leaned closer to Tsunade's ear and softly recited the functionality of his glasses. Tsunade felt her cheeks grow increasingly warm. In a fit of rage, she turned around. Jiraiya, a resounding greeting, accompanied by a fervent fist, came crashing down. With nowhere to retreat, Jiraiya could only muster a wry smile. Bracing himself against the onslaught with his sturdy cheek, Across the street, at the Ichiraka ramen shop, broth was simmering on the stove for the ramen. Jiraiya, feeling somewhat dazed, sat within, relishing the moment. Moments later, he felt a sharp pain in his rear, and with a sudden jolt, he leapt from the pot. Back in the middle of the street, observing the throngs of passers-by, Jiraiya found his nosebleed uncontrollable, gushing forth like a torrential flood. He fished out an unopened pack of tissues from his pocket, incessantly twisting and stuffing them into his nostrils. However, given the volume of blood he was losing, it was futile. Just as he managed to secure one, another was expelled due to the pressure. After a few rounds of this, he felt slightly dizzy and turned back to the front of the scratch-off ticket shop, sitting on the steps and spinning his head. Inside the shop, Jiraiya's antics had dampened Tsunade's enthusiasm for play, prompting her to leave with Shizen. Upon reaching the entrance, she couldn't resist giving Jiraiya another kick, leaving a fiery red shoe print on his face. At that moment, Asuma and Kurenai arrived. Witnessing Tsunade's explosive demeanor, they shivered and promptly sidestepped into the shop. Naruto, seeing Asuma, felt a surge of curiosity, eager to see what treasures he might unearth. "Boss, I'll take 2 scratch-off tickets worth 10,000, he said softly. Soon after, he and Kurenai each took a ticket and began scratching. Moments later, Asuma's ticket gleamed, revealing a perfectly square red box. Kurenai turned her head, looking at him with a hint of envy. Even one item from 2 scratch-off tickets is better than none. Seeing her expression, Asuma quickly reassured her. He then turned to the shopkeeper and inquired, "Why does this box resemble a cigarette pack?" Woody nodded. "Indeed, it is a cigarette. This is a local brand from my hometown called Huazi. To truly appreciate this cigarette, one must accompany it with a specific incantation to reveal its nobility." "An incantation? Do you really need a spell to smoke now?" Asuma asked, his eyes widening in disbelief. Woody chuckled softly. "Yes, remember, the incantation is, 'No worries, I'm just wandering.'" "No worries, I'm just wandering," Asuma murmured under his breath, then pulled a cigarette from the box and placed it between his lips. With the crisp sound of a lighter igniting, a wisp of smoke rose from the tip. "No worries, I'm just wandering." He tentatively uttered a phrase. In an instant, a delicate haze enveloped him in layers. The rich aroma of smoke emanated from every pore of his being. Among the individuals present, engaged in the lottery, there were undoubtedly other smokers. Upon catching a whiff of this fragrant smoke, they suddenly realized that the cigarettes they were smoking seemed to have entirely lost their flavor. They stared at Asuma with an intensity akin to ravenous wolves. "Sell me one, just one, so that I too may savor the pleasure of the stroll." "Indeed. Sell me one. I offer 1,000 taels for a single stick. I shall bid 3,000 taels." The cacophony of voices surged around him. Asuma chuckled with pride and casually placed the cigarette into his pocket. Such a delightful treasure could hardly be entrusted to another. Naruto gently shrugged, having witnessed the spectacle. It was time for him to depart. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by the familiar sight of the lecherous sage still seated at the entrance. Before him lay a paper ball as large as a small hill, smeared with blood from his nose. A glance at the sage's countenance revealed it had turned nearly as pale as the paper itself. "Hey, kid, the place you recommended is quite remarkable." Jiraiya weakly raised his hand. Turning his head, he revealed the imprint of a high-heeled shoe on the other side of his face. Naruto shivered involuntarily, thinking to himself, "I never imagined Granny Tsunade could be so tempestuous. I must be cautious not to provoke her in the future." "Naruto, to express my gratitude, I have decided to teach you a ninjutsu. What would you like to learn?" Naruto furrowed his brow. "Teach me ninjutsu?" He scrutinized Jiraiya from head to toe, silently weighing his worth. Though he was undeniably a bit lecherous, why did Naruto constantly feel that there was something remarkably formidable about him? He pondered the recent elimination match carefully, and a glimmer of brilliance suddenly sparkled in his eyes. That ability to communicate with the spirit realm. Do you possess it? He rubbed his hands together, eagerly gazing at Jiraiya. During the match, he had witnessed Shino summon a slug, a remarkable feat indeed. If he too could master the art of summoning, he would surely dazzle many during the finals. Jiraiya chuckled softly and said, "Isn't it merely the art of summoning? What is so difficult about it? Come, let me teach you the way of summoning." He rose to his feet unsteadily, his legs trembling incessantly. After they departed, Asuma and Hong emerged as well. Within the shop, Asuma was treated like a cherished star by the multitude of smokers, leaving him in a euphoric state. Ultimately, at the persistent urging of the crowd, he sold 5 Huazi, each fetching the remarkable price of 8,000 taels. However, as they stepped outside, they unexpectedly encountered Sandai. Instinctively, Asuma covered his pocket. "Sandai, With a benevolent smile, inquired, Asuma, what is it that you are concealing? Nothing. Nothing at all. He was engulfed in a profound sense of trepidation. For if the third Hokage were to discover his possession of the contraband, what fate would await him? Alas, he found himself surrounded by an array of inept companions. Inside the modest establishment, sounds of indulgence echoed incessantly. No worries. I'm just taking a stroll. The third Hokage peered inside, only to see a seasoned jonin from the sand village emerging slowly. Upon noticing the third, the jonin's expression shifted to one of unease. What were you just whispering about? No worries. I'm just taking a stroll, the third inquired in a hushed tone. The sand jonin chuckled, producing a half-extinguished cigarette, but he had extinguished earlier. You truly are unaware of this, aren't you? It's the contraband, freshly rolled by Asuma himself. When you smoke it, you simply shout, no worries, I'm just taking a stroll, and the experience is utterly transcendent. The third Hokage's demeanor darkened immediately, and he turned to Asuma, asking, is this true? Asuma swallowed hard and nodded silently. The third let out a soft huff, extending his palm. You little rascal. Have you forgotten me when you come across something splendid? Faced with a dilemma, Asuma reluctantly retrieved the contraband, extracting a single piece from within. The third Hokage coughed lightly, his gaze sharpening to an acute intensity as he regarded him. He suddenly shivered and pulled out two more. The third Hokage sighed helplessly, saying, my dear child, why must you be so thoughtless? 5 Natures, Great Deluge Technique. Chapter 37, Drinking Red Moo, Summoning the Great Toad. At the entrance of the small shop, Asuma's jubilant, yet mournful cries rang out. The third Hokage lowered his gaze, observing Asuma, whose eyes sparkled with stars, and gently admonished, child, learn to be more considerate. You must honor your elders and care for the young. As he spoke, he bent down and stealthily pocketed the entire box of cigarettes. Boss, I've benefited today, so I won't scratch any tickets for now. The third Hokage cheerfully greeted the shopkeeper as he turned to leave. After a while, Asuma regained his composure and, with a sorrowful expression, inquired, boss, why is it that others cannot take away what they scratch, yet mine is continually snatched away? Wu Di scratched his head, perplexed by the question himself. After a moment's thought, he smiled and explained, perhaps it's because your spending in this establishment does not match that of the third Hokage. Remember this, the invincible scratch-off is futile if you lack the funds. With tears glistening in his eyes, Asuma stood up, burdened with grievances, and slowly departed. Outside the village of Konoha, beside a deep canyon, Jiraiya leaned weakly against a large rock and said feebly, Naruto, pay attention. I will now teach you the summoning technique. As he spoke, he quickly formed hand seals and then struck the ground forcefully. In an instant, mist billowed forth, and a toad over a meter tall sprang from the summoning array. Huh, I have been summoned. I am finally summoned. Toad Gamma exclaimed joyfully. Turning to face the pale Jiraiya, he curiously asked, wait a moment. Normally, you summon my father, don't you? Jiraiya coughed awkwardly, his face flushing with embarrassment. I am unwell today, severely injured, and lack sufficient chakra. Oh. Toad Gamma nodded thoughtfully. He then looked at Naruto and inquired, who is this little brat? Upon hearing a small toad refer to him in such a manner, Naruto's expression darkened instantly, and he shouted, you're the little brat. Your whole family are little brats. Toad Gamma turned away, unimpressed, saying, not amusing at all. I'm going back. With a loud bang, Toad Gamma vanished. Jiraiya slowly sat up and asked, did you clearly see the hand seals just now? Yes. Yes. Naruto nodded earnestly. Then, Jiraiya began to explain. This summoning technique can call forth the great toads of Mount Myaboku. Give it a try. Oh ho. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fists. He then mimicked Jiraiya, forming the hand seals. Summoning technique. Bang. Beneath his palm, a tadpole, newly sprouted with hind legs, was incessantly hopping about. Hey, I am not ready for battle yet. Return. With a thud, the little tadpole vanished. Naruto let out a sigh, his gaze suddenly sharpening. It was indeed a remarkable feat to have summoned the tadpole for the very first time. He took a deep breath and formed the hand seals once more. Summoning technique. Boom. It was the same little tadpole as before. The tadpole incessantly flicked its tail and exclaimed, why is it you again? I've already told you not to summon me for battle. If you do so again, I shall spit in your face. Boom. The little tadpole vanished once more. Naruto scratched his head, a hint of frustration crossing his features. Jiraiya chuckled softly. This is quite normal. Just practice a bit more. Naruto exhaled deeply and reassembled his resolve. Once again, he formed the seals, summoning technique. Boom. Yet again, it was the same tadpole. How old are you? Why must it always be you? Can't you summon someone else? The tadpole flicked its tail, its cheeks puffing up. Humph. A viscous substance erupted from its mouth, splattering directly onto Naruto's face. Enraged, Naruto jumped up. If you dare to summon me again, I shall spit twice. Boom. The tadpole vanished for the third time. Observing Naruto's repeated failures, Jiraiya let out a sigh. It seemed that without some forceful motivation, it would be quite a challenge to summon a true toad. Jiraiya stepped in front of Naruto, grasped his clothing, and with a vigorous shake declared, "Off you go." Naruto plummeted into the abyss. The sound of rushing wind filled his ears as his mind went blank. At that moment, a yellow soda can unexpectedly rolled out from his ninja tool pouch. He smiled with delight, exclaiming, "How could I have forgotten you?" He swiftly pulled the lever, and with a resounding thud, he vanquished Red. A wave of warmth surged from within him as crimson chakra emanated from his body. He attempted to form a seal once more, striking downward with fervor, summoning technique. Instantly, a colossal toad materialized from the abyss. Clutching a pipe, it exhaled a great puff of smoke, exclaiming, "What manner of place is this?" Naruto tumbled onto its back, gazing in awe at the immense creature beneath him, and joyfully exclaimed, "Yes, I have summoned a great toad." The toad lifted its eyelids and, upon noticing a small figure atop its head, erupted in fury, leaping out of the abyss to land on solid ground nearby. Not far off, Jiraiya leaned against a rock, his complexion somewhat pale. "Untai, did this little brat summon you?" Following Jiraiya's voice, the toad lowered its head slightly. Upon seeing 2 wads of paper stuffed in his nostrils, it roared with laughter. "You old rascal, surely you haven't been peeping at someone bathing again." Jiraiya felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was not secretly watching others bathe. Rather, he was openly observing women strolling through the streets. When Tai glanced at Naruto above him, his expression suddenly shifting to one of disdain. "Is it you, this little brat, who summoned me?" Naruto snapped his fingers and proudly declared, "Of course." In an instant, the toad Untai twisted his body and flung him away. Nowadays, even the most insignificant little brats can wield summoning techniques. Being summoned by you is a disgrace to me. You little rascal, if you dare to summon me again, I shall strangle you." Naruto tumbled from Untai's head and landed awkwardly in the ground. He withdrew his head, shaking off the dirt that clung to it, his gaze gradually darkening. Subsequently, he formed hand seals and shouted, "Would release, 1,000-year cutting technique." The toad elder was momentarily taken aback, feeling his body ensnared by an array of wooden stakes. He shook vigorously, only to see a remarkably stout wooden hand emerge from the ground. The sensation was overwhelming, leaving him in a state of acute discomfort. Meanwhile, Naruto exhibited no inclination to relent. Approaching the creature, he raised 2 fingers and declared, "Sunflower pointing finger technique." Nearby, Jiraiya was perplexed, unsure of Naruto's intentions. Amidst his confusion, he observed Naruto gradually climbing onto the toad's head, retrieving an item wrapped in a bag from his ninja tool pouch. "You look down on me. Now it is time for you to experience my true might." He let out a thunderous roar, retrieving from his bag an object exuding a foul odor, the stink weasel's scent pouch, a true menace. Chapter 38, A Serendipitous Encounter with Fans. Winna could hardly bear it, feeling the urge to retch yet unable to open his mouth, tears of anguish streaming down his face. Naruto erupted in laughter, playfully thumping Winta on the head, inquiring, "Oh, big toad, do you concede?" The great toad leader wished to respond, but his mouth remained firmly shut, rendering him speechless. As time ticked by, the moment finally arrived for the paralysis to lift. Without a second thought, Winta hastily fled back to Myaboka Mountain. Naruto stood before Jiraiya, hands on his hips, bursting with laughter. "Come on, declare me a genius, ha ha ha." Just as he reveled in his triumph, the stink weasel's scent pouch plummeted from the sky, landing squarely between the two. They exchanged awkward glances, their faces turning an unsettling shade of green as their stomachs churned violently. They turned away, retching a small amount of refuse. Naruto held his breath, hastily stowing away the pouch. Glancing back at Jiraiya, he appeared as though buried up to his neck in soil, exhaling more than he inhaled. He hurriedly inhaled 2 deep breaths of fresh air, feeling a semblance of normalcy return to his mind, and assisted Jiraiya as they made their way back towards the Hidden Leaf Village. During their return journey, he threw his head back and laughed heartily. Now having mastered the summoning technique, he was determined to astonish everyone during the finals of the Chunin exams. The 2 of them paused every few steps, and after much effort, they finally reached the village. Shortly after entering, they encountered Kakashi strolling leisurely down the street. Upon spotting the duo from a distance, he approached them directly. As he drew near, he scrutinized them from head to toe, stroking his chin with a furrowed brow. With his forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of oil, his head adorned with white hair, and clad in traditional wooden sandals. After a brief moment of recollection, he took 2 surprised steps back and exclaimed, "Are you Jiraiya-senpai?" Jiraiya nodded, casting a weary glance at Naruto beside him, and replied with a touch of pride, "See, I still hold quite the reputation in the village. It's just you, kid, who is too blind to recognize me." Naruto scoffed inwardly, thinking to himself, "Why would I bother recognizing an old lecher who only peeks at women's baths?" Kakashi then cheerfully stepped forward, whispering, "Jiraiya-senpai, I am an immense fan of your work, Ika Paradise. Would you be so kind as to sign my book?" Jiraiya's expression froze. He had initially assumed that Kakashi's respect stemmed from his formidable prowess, only to discover that it was all because of a book. He murmured, his face flushed. "Perhaps it would be best to forego this. Considering my current physical condition, such exuberant material is not suitable for me." Kakashi, feeling somewhat disheartened, refrained from further comment, allowing the hand that grasped the book to droop beside him. Naruto, intrigued, leaned in closer, exclaiming, "Ah, so this is the paradise of affection." Kakashi retreated hastily, concealing the book behind him. "This sort of literature is not appropriate for you. It would be wise to avoid it." Naruto, with a dismissive pout, retorted, "It's merely a book. What is so special about it? If you don't believe me, take a look at mine." He took a deep breath, crossing his arms before his chest. "Behold, the technique of the harem, created by Uzumaki Naruto." Bang, bang, bang. In rapid succession, a series of explosive sounds erupted. And on the already narrow street, a dozen S-shaped beauties, shrouded in mist, suddenly appeared. "Ah, Naruto, this." Kakashi felt a flush rise to his cheeks, and soon realized that the mask covering his face felt damp. He wished to turn his head, yet his eyes would not permit him to do so. He stared blankly, his brows furrowed. Beside him, the already frail Jiraiya raised his eyebrows slightly, blood spurting from his nostrils as his head tilted backward. "Jiraiya-sensei." Kakashi rushed forward, and Naruto's harem technique was consequently dispelled. Upon realizing that Jiraiya was unconscious, the two of them hoisted him up and made their way to the Konoha hospital. "Jiraiya-sensei, you mustn't be in any danger. The updates for Paradise of Affection are not yet complete." Naruto shouted, "It's just a book, Kakashi-sensei. If you like it, I can transform for you every day." "Naruto, this is all your fault." The voices faded into the distance. In the unrivaled scratch lottery, Woody was anxiously busy, having not rested for quite some time. With the 4th round of the Chunin exams approaching, more people began to flock to scratch tickets. At the counter, she was bustling with excitement, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. The last person who won a formidable weapon here had proven to be exceedingly useful, effortlessly cornering their opponent during one-on-one duels. She mused that if she could procure another miraculous item, her advancement to Chunin would be all but guaranteed. While she pondered this, a flash of gold illuminated her surroundings, making her eyes shine brightly. A spiked club leisurely emerged from the surface of the scratch ticket. Simultaneously, the voice she had heard upon entering the shop resonated in her mind. In the unrivaled scratch lottery shop, once the sales reach 10 million Ryo, an upgrade is granted. The next upgrade requirement is 100 million Ryo. A plethora of information flooded her consciousness. Originally, her domain of invincibility extended only 100 meters around the shop. But after the upgrade, it expanded to a staggering 1,000 meters, tenfold the distance. Now, apart from the outskirts of Konoha, there was scarcely a place within the village she could not access. More importantly, the shop had unlocked a novel skill, the ability to adjust the winning odds of the scratch tickets. From now on, regardless of who entered her shop to purchase a ticket, as long as she concentrated before handing it over, she could instantly increase or decrease an individual's winning probability by 10%. This was a remarkable ability. Henceforth, anyone who came into her shop to buy a scratch ticket, if they struck her fancy, would have their odds enhanced, while those who did not would see their chances diminished. He has begun to indulge in fantasies of himself reigning supreme in his village. He, with his eyes narrowed, he certainly does not appear to be a man of good character. Day after day, he softly inquires, "Boss, what exactly is this spike club for?" This single question from Daetion abruptly yanked him back to reality. He quickly glanced at the instructions. Currently, his invincible range extends merely to the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village. To enhance it further, he must diligently endeavor to sell scratch-off lottery tickets. He took a deep breath and remarked, "This prop is called the 100% Stun Wolf Fong Club. If this club strikes someone who is not wearing armor produced by the scratch card, they will undoubtedly enter a stunned state. Tian was overjoyed. This item is truly astonishing. With it in hand, advancing to Chunin would be a guaranteed success. She laughed heartily. Thank you, boss. With that, she departed, clutching the Wolf Fang Club. Watching her retreating figure, Wu Di exhaled a sigh of relief. The final Chunin exam was imminent, and the high-ranking officials from various allied villages had gathered in Konoha. Outside, a figure clad in a white robe and adorned with a blue wind character had entered the small shop. Chapter 39. A low-cost plot for 2 or 3. Wu Di merely glanced at him and immediately recognized his true identity. It was Uncle Snake once again. Indeed. A tracking explosive had failed to eliminate him. He had successfully evaded death once more. With a smile, Wu Di mused. Let us see if your skill can alter the odds of winning. Boss, I'll have a 10,000 yen scratch card, Uncle Snake said softly. Wu Di nodded slightly. And as he retrieved the scratch card, he silently chanted, reduce the winning odds by 10%. A slight tremor coursed through the ticket. As if it had received his message, Uncle Snake eagerly accepted it, filled with anticipation as he began to scratch. The previous 2 scratch cards had yielded highly useful items, and he wondered what fresh treasures this one might reveal. As the coin glided halfway across the ticket, he furrowed his brow slightly. The earlier scratch cards had erupted in golden light at this point, yet this ticket remained eerily silent. He raised his head and inquired, Boss, what is this? Wu Di glanced over and replied with a nonchalant tone, Your demeanor suggests you have not one. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Snake Uncle's eyes. Scratch-off lottery tickets are inherently a form of gambling. You ought to learn a thing or two from Lady Tsunade, Wu Di added from the side. Snake Uncle shook his head in disagreement and turned to exit, inwardly murmuring, learn from her? Wouldn't that mean my meager research funds would be utterly squandered? Tsunade's esteemed reputation as a high-stakes gambler resonates far beyond the confines of Konoha. In neighboring nations, any casino of repute undoubtedly recognizes her illustrious visage. Departing in a state of despondency, Snake Uncle made his way towards the examination venue, accompanied by the subordinate ninjas. This testing ground was considerably more spacious than the previous round. Towering city walls encircled the area, and atop them sat not only the higher-ups of various villages but also spectators drawn by curiosity. Amidst cheers, the formidable Kazekage and Saratobi Hiruzen took their seats. Not far behind them were the leaders of the Anbu and elite jonin from other ninja villages. As the Anbu leaders entered, the audience remained largely silent. However, when Danzo made his entrance, a wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd. Isn't Konoha supposed to be above such individuals? Indeed. I always thought the people of Konoha were quite ordinary. Who would have thought they harbor such anomalies among their ranks? Paying no heed to the external commotion, Danzo dismissed the chatter as mere background noise, maintaining his poised demeanor as he delicately adjusted his stance. Once everyone settled in their seats, the atmosphere in the arena turned gravely serious. The Chunin exams were about to commence. Wu Di, resting his chin on his hand, sighed softly. With the upgrade of his establishment, his invincibility range had expanded tenfold. Initially, he had wished to witness the Chunin exams firsthand, yet at this very moment, a group of sand ninja entered. As soon as they crossed the threshold, Wu Di discerned their unfortunate gullibility, having been successfully duped by Snake Uncle. Why are they not staying there properly at this moment, but have instead come to the village? I have heard that your scratch lottery shop offers some remarkable prizes. Why not give it a try? The leading figure, a masked ninja, whispered softly. Wu Di nonchalantly drew out several scratch cards, inwardly reciting, may the odds of winning be reduced by 10% for all. A subtle tremor emanated from the ticket's surface. Soon, the first person finished scratching, only to find nothing within his card. Disappointed, he inquired, Boss, surely you aren't deceiving us just because we hail from another village? Wu Di chuckled lightly. I conduct my business with integrity. You may inquire with the neighbors on the street. Before long, one among them was dazzled by a flash of gold. As a mysterious scroll emerged from the ticket, witnessing his companion's victory, the unfortunate one fell silent, likely lamenting his own ill fortune. After an extensive scratching session, merely 3 or 4 among the dozen or so participants emerged victorious. Moreover, the prizes they won paled in comparison to those claimed by Naruto and his friends, rendering them almost worthless. Wu Di mused to himself, if I send them away, they will likely not return for more scratching. Upon reaching this conclusion, he issued an eviction notice. As he watched them depart, Wu Di felt a surge of excitement. At last, he could witness the grandeur of the competition. Yet, just as he began to take a step, He spotted Jiraiya approaching, leaning on a cane and limping. "Boss, I would like a scratch card worth 10,000. His voice was somewhat frail, yet his gaze bore no trace of despondency. Woody let out a sigh, realizing that his hopes of attending the Chunin exam were likely dashed. He handed Jiraiya a scratch card, watching as Jiraiya, panting, sat at the counter, meticulously scraping away, unable to quell the resentment brewing within him. Before long, a brilliant flash of gold erupted. An object resembling a smartphone floated into view. Upon catching sight of it, Woody couldn't help but chuckle, and the previous vexation dissipated entirely. This object was known as a plot editor. A plot editor? Jiraiya questioned, a hint of confusion in his expression. Woody deliberately lowered his voice and remarked, "I know you are a best-selling author. Am I correct?" Jiraiya's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The types of books he writes are well known among the adults of Konoha. Such stories do not require an abundance of protagonists. 2 or 3 are sufficient. He awkwardly murmured, Indeed, but typical narratives may not suit me." Woody waved his hand dismissively. "You underestimate the narrative editor, regardless of the scenario. As long as you dare to envision it, the narrative editor will automatically generate it." Jiraiya was taken aback. "Really? Any story can be created?" Woody confidently replied, "Absolutely. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." "All right." Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, immediately plunging into contemplation. Within 10 seconds, the editor resonated with the melodies of spring. Woody tiptoed, casting a sidelong glance. Indeed, it was precisely as he had imagined. The first narrative that Jiraiya conceived upon acquiring the editor was undoubtedly of this modest caliber. Woody touched his nose and gently advised, "Allow me to offer a suggestion. Try to refrain from watching films that can be concluded with just a few characters. It's detrimental to your health." Jiraiya earnestly nodded. "Understood. I'm merely assessing its functionality." He spoke such words, yet his eyes betrayed an undeniable honesty, never once straying from the narrative editor. Before long, 2 crimson threads emerged from his nostrils. He could not maintain his balance and fell backward, yet even as he lay on the ground, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. "Hey, if you're going to pass out, don't do it in my shop." On the competition grounds, all the participants were poised and ready. The first pair to take the stage was Temari and Shikamaru. As they arrived, Shikamaru continued to yawn incessantly. Chapter 40, Shikamaru vs. Temari. As the two took their positions, the chief examiner, Narashikaku, approached. He held a toothpick between his lips, resembling a ruffian. He cleared his throat softly. "Due to the main examiner being afflicted by the moonlight gale disease, I shall take over for this round. I hereby declare the competition to commence." With this proclamation, both Shikamaru and Temari sprang into action simultaneously. Temari retrieved the Juga fan from her ninja tool pouch, which she had won earlier, and gave it a gentle shake. Instantly, her mind felt remarkably clearer, allowing her to anticipate Shikamaru's movements with greater accuracy. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, silently reflecting, "That fan has a rather peculiar shape. It must have originated from a lottery shop. I must proceed with caution." At that moment, Temari suddenly advanced, swinging the large fan vigorously. A powerful gust of wind swept across the entire arena, propelling Shikamaru backward until he collided with the surrounding wall. As he landed, he glanced down with a faint smile, retrieving the mechanical mouse he had won earlier from his tool pouch. This was indeed a valuable item, as the proprietor had mentioned. If utilized properly, it could indefinitely extend the reach of his shadow. This subtle maneuver went entirely unnoticed by the gathered spectators, including Temari, his opponent, who remained blissfully unaware. The mechanical mouse swiftly burrowed into the earth. Rising to his feet, Shikamaru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and approached Temari once more. She retreated, fully aware of the formidable nature of the Nara clan's shadow techniques. Given that it was midday, extending his shadow would be particularly challenging. As long as she maintained her distance, Shikamaru would find himself at a disadvantage. A sly smile graced her lips as she prepared to strike again. With a swift motion, she swung the fan once more. Shikamaru quickly dodged to the left, only to find a shuriken hurtling toward him as he emerged from his evasive maneuver. He was somewhat bewildered, his eyes wide open in astonishment. When did Temari learn to anticipate others' movements? The fan. It must be due to that fan. Shikamaru gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of indignation. Left with no choice, he could only retract his neck and cross his arms to brace against the assault of wind release. Thud. Once again, a dull sound echoed from the top of the wall. Shikamaru's body slammed forcefully against the wall. After landing, he grimaced, gritting his teeth, and reached into his ninja tool pouch once more. In no time, he extracted 2 smooth, glossy walnuts. When he had scratched these items from a scratch-off ticket, he had considered them somewhat superfluous. With his intellect, even if he couldn't rank among the top 10 in the ninja world, he could at least secure a steady position in the top 3. These walnuts were mere ornaments beside him. However, today, after Temari wielded that feathered fan, her attacks had grown significantly more ferocious, and she could accurately predict his movements. This left him feeling quite unsettled. Subsequently, he exerted a slight pressure with his palm, and the 2 walnuts were instantly crushed. If this were the real world, how many hearts would shatter along with them? The 2 walnut kernels, reduced to the size of a fingernail, seemed to have withered over the years from relentless scrutiny. He placed the walnut kernel into his mouth, and in an instant, his mind became significantly more alert. He chuckled softly to himself, contemplating that the fan and the 2 walnut kernels likely served a similar purpose. At that moment, Shoju launched her attack once more, raising her fan to unleash a fierce gust. Shikamaru's lips curled slightly as he observed the oncoming wind release, calculating his options with poise. Presently, if he did not evade, the likelihood of being struck was undoubtedly 100%. To the left, the probability of being targeted was approximately 30%, while to the right, it stood at 70. Thus, with a sudden surge of strength in his legs, he leapt upward, soaring alongside the wall for a considerable distance. Subsequently, he forcefully kicked off the wall, intensifying his descent as he propelled himself toward Shoju with remarkable speed. He deduced that, given Shoju's current state, she would undoubtedly choose to retreat. As expected, when he was still over 20 meters away from her, Shoju suddenly burst forth. At this moment, Shikamaru was merely a genin, with his shadow stretching no more than a few meters under the sunlight. Shoju let out a cold laugh, swiftly flicking her fan 3 times. 3 powerful gusts of wind aligned in a row, effectively sealing off Shikamaru's flanks. Simultaneously, she hurled 3 shurikens atop the wind. Now, there was no escape for you, Shoju proclaimed with confidence. Shikamaru clenched his fists tightly. The current situation was indeed far more complicated than he had anticipated. He drew out 3 shurikens and hurled them directly into the sky, propelling his body into the air. For now, he could only devise a way to evade this strike. He calmly assessed the situation. The range of SHY's wind-based attacks was excessively broad. If the stalemate persisted, he would inevitably find himself at a disadvantage. The only hope now lay in the mechanical mouse swiftly completing the underground passage. As for the ensuing confrontation, it would be prudent to evade when possible. Being pursued relentlessly was certainly preferable to recklessly charging into danger. After evading that gust of wind, he retreated a considerable distance. Gradually, SHY appeared to relax a bit more. At the Konoha hospital, after escorting Jiraiya to the facility, Woody glanced at the clock in the lobby and shook his head in resignation. At this hour, there was clearly no chance of resuming his attendance at the match. He could only let out a sigh, finding a small space beside Jiraiya's sickbed. He surmised that in a short while, Uncle Snake would make his move, and by then, the 3 generations would meet their demise, and the city walls would be breached. He was unaware of how many ninjas would perish. Naturally, he felt no sorrow for the fallen ninjas, as they bore no familial ties to him. However, the silver notes in the pockets of the deceased ninjas were indeed of concern to him. His small shop still requires funds for upgrades. After accumulating 10 million taels over such an extended period, if another batch of ninjas were to perish, reaching 100 million would seem like an endeavor for the distant future. He let out a long sigh once more. At that moment, Jiraiya awakened, weakly opening his eyes and inquiring, "Where am I?" With a somber expression, Woody replied, "In the hospital. If it weren't for my intervention, you would have perished in my shop." Jiraiya exhaled deeply, trembling as he grasped the plot editor. "No, I haven't finished that storyline yet. My inspiration is still insufficient." Woody snatched the plot editor from his hands, exclaiming, "Enough. If you keep looking at it, you'll be dead." With that, he promptly retrieved a soldier's food pill from his pocket and placed it into Jiraiya's mouth. Regarding the origins of this pill, he couldn't help but express his disdain for Naruto. Previously, during their raid on Ebisu, not even the soldier's food pill in his possession had been spared. All had been confiscated. In the end, lacking funds for a lottery ticket, he had to trade this single soldier's food pill for 100 taels of silver notes. After consuming the pill, Jiraiya's spirit was considerably revitalized, and his complexion grew rosy. He quickly sat up and gestured towards Woody, saying, "You can hand me the script editor now, can't you?" Chapter 41. A Surge of Sand Shinobi. Woody let out a light hum. He truly found himself at a loss for words. Were it not for an urgent matter requiring Jiraiya's attention, he would undoubtedly have erupted in anger on the spot. "I shall temporarily safeguard your plot editor." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately wilted, his face contorting into an expression of utter despair. This plot editor was the finest treasure he had ever encountered since his birth. If it were not returned to him, his future existence would be devoid of joy. Observing his dismay, Woody cleared his throat. I have a task that requires your assistance. Should you successfully complete it, not only will I return the plot editor to you, but I shall also bestow upon you an additional scratch-off ticket worth 10,000 taels. What do you say? Jiraiya's ears perked up, his outward demeanor feigning indifference, yet inwardly he was brimming with elation. He nodded and said, very well then, in light of the lottery ticket, speak your mind. What is it? Outside of Konoha, a substantial gathering of sand shinobi has assembled. You need to confront them. Before Woody could finish, Jiraiya slammed his hand on the table with righteous indignation. Glaring angrily, how dare those sand shinobi linger outside of Konoha? Allow me to deal with them. With that, he rose and strode purposefully towards the door. Woody sighed softly, reflecting, though this Jiraiya appears to be lecherous and carefree, he does take the village seriously when it matters. Little did Woody know, his current assumption was utterly misguided. Jiraiya had just emerged from the hospital and promptly adopted a different demeanor. His old face slightly flushed, he muttered. How formidable can a large group of sand shinobi really be? Just wait for me. Meanwhile, on the competition grounds, the match continued. Ever since Shikamaru decided to evade Temari, he had not closed the distance between them. Temari's wind techniques were now distant, and their power had significantly diminished. Shikamaru nimbly dodged and leapt, remarkably sustaining minimal injuries. In the stands, many spectators were already yawning, reflecting on previous Chunin exams. As soon as the examiner began to speak, it was akin to wielding a cleaver to sever wires, sparks flying in a dazzling display. This year, however, one was desperately fanning themselves while the other merely evaded. What is this? Have they developed a mutual affection? Are this little couple exchanging flirtations in the arena? Numerous spectators were unable to contain themselves. Hey, can you speed up the match? I'm getting drowsy here. Indeed, if this continues, we might demand refunds. Listening to the surrounding shouts, Shikamaru could only shrug helplessly. He could sense that the mechanical mouse had already traversed all nearby areas, and in no more than a minute or two, it would emerge from beneath Shoju's feet. Unbeknownst to her, danger loomed nearby as she planted her fan into the ground and bellowed. Can you not approach like a man and engage in an honorable duel with me? Nara Shikamaru let out a bitter smile, pondering the complexities of women. Indeed, they could be quite troublesome. She was the one urging him to come closer while simultaneously creating distance. What was he to do to navigate this predicament correctly? The atmosphere became palpably awkward. In the stands, Danzo concealed his face, stifling a laugh. This boy from the Nara clan is rather timid. He ought to learn from how his mother once was, truly formidable and imposing. Not far from her sat a man with a pineapple-shaped head and a goat-like beard. His name is Nara Shikaku, the father of Shikamaru. At this moment, he spoke in an indifferent tone. Perhaps it is for the best to refrain, lest this young lad learns ill ways and one day resorts to self-mutilation, leaving the Nara clan without heirs. In my opinion, one songstress is sufficient for Konoha. There is no need for another. Danzo's expression darkened considerably as he retrieved lipstick from his pocket and began to apply it with vigor. You dare speak of me, and soon I shall send you to the afterlife. Just as he was in the midst of his transformation, the third Hokage intervened with decisive action. There are still ninjas from other villages present. You must both temper your behavior. Shikaka turned away, silent. Danzo, pouting in exasperation, lamented, Third Hokage. He speaks to me in such a manner. Can you truly stand by? After all, we were classmates back in the day. The third Hokage's face twitched slightly. Truth be told, he wished he had never met this classmate. Can't you rein him in? Danzo shook his shoulders in frustration, his words laden with grievance. The third Hokage cleared his throat, exhaling a long sigh, and swiftly formed hand seals. 5 elements. Great multi-shadow clone technique. In an instant, the venue erupted, as Danzo was blasted away by 5 distinct chakra elements. Third Hokage, even you strike me. I am utterly heartbroken. I shall return. Danzo's voice faded into the distance. The third Hokage awkwardly scratched his head. That was purely an accident. My hands slipped. They slipped. The onlookers regarded him with disdain. Hands slipped? Who would believe such a tale? That 5 elements technique was undoubtedly far more ruthless than when he had battled Asuma. Were it not for their positions, they would have boldly queried the third Hokage, are you attempting to silence him? Meanwhile, the competition continued below, as Shikamaru's mechanical mouse had successfully excavated the entire tunnel. Now, the entirety of the arena lay within the reach of his shadow. He resolved to deliver a decisive blow. Hey, judging by your expression. It seems you no longer wish to evade. Are you contemplating surrender? Temari remarked with a scornful smile. However, before she could savor her amusement for 3 seconds, a sudden rupture appeared beneath Shikamaru's feet. A mechanical mouse emerged, burrowing forth. Shikamaru let out a soft huff. Whether you concede or not will soon be revealed. Temari abruptly regained her senses and glanced down, only to discover a small hole had inexplicably formed beneath her. She attempted to flee swiftly, only to realize that there were no footholds remaining on the ground. Damn it, she muttered darkly before she descended. The instant her toes grazed the surface, a shadow promptly locked onto her. Subsequently, she discarded her fan amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd. Retrieving a kunai from her ninja tool pouch, she pressed it against her chin. Will you concede? Shikamaru inquired with a quiet chuckle. He held nothing in his hands, thus unburdened by fear as he pressed on. Shumaru let out a long sigh. I concede. Reluctantly, she acknowledged her defeat, for she had been in the advantageous position at the start. How could the tides have turned so dramatically in an instant? At that moment, Noara Jenkins stepped into the center of the arena and proclaimed loudly, in this match, Nara Shikamaru emerges victorious. The spectators from Konoha erupted in jubilant cheers, as if they themselves had claimed the victory. The next match featured Yamanaka Shino against Kankuro. With those words, both competitors positioned themselves in the arena. Kankuro set his puppet on the ground, preparing to dismantle it, when he suddenly heard Shino shout, Slug. It shall be you. Bang. A vibrant green slug materialized at Shino's feet. In a blink, it divided into 2, and then 4. Kankuro shuddered, recalling the grim fate of his comrade during the elimination round, and swallowed hard. Chapter 42, A Stunning Turn of Events. May I concede? Kankuro murmured softly. He truly wished to avoid any contact with that repulsive entity. Shiranui Gunma gently rubbed his temples and softly declared, Very well, since you concede, according to the rules. This match is won by Oilwoman Shino. Shino appeared somewhat perplexed, having never anticipated that securing a victory could be so effortless. The spectators in the stands could not help but voice their discontent. What is happening? Can this year's Chunin exams proceed normally? If you're not competing, just step down and stop wasting our time. Amidst the crowd's clamoring, Kankuro slowly exited the arena. Today, they had a significant task at hand, one that did not allow for the expenditure of excessive chakra. As the third match commenced, it was Uzumaki Naruto from the Hidden Leaf Village against Hyuga Niji. Also from the Hidden Leaf Village, Shiranui Gunma announced loudly to the audience. Naruto and Niji entered the arena amidst the spectators' fervent calls. Upon reaching the center of the field, Naruto remarked, Without the Byakugan, you should concede. I possess a multitude of techniques. Niji, however, disregarded him entirely and assumed a combat stance. As Shiranui Gunma's hand fell, Niji swiftly dove underground. The audience was once again left bewildered. This year's Chunin exams were indeed quite extravagant. The genin from the Hidden Leaf were behaving increasingly erratically. They began to anticipate what novel tricks Naruto might unveil. As Niji vanished, Naruto let out a soft snort. You have already employed that technique against Hinata. Do you truly intend to use it a second time? As he spoke, he waved his arm, and from the distant horizon, a broom swiftly soared towards him. Whoosh! Bang! In a flash, the broom lodged itself firmly into the wall, and Naruto found himself stuck alongside it. Can't you come a bit slower next time? Tears streaming down his face, Naruto struggled to free himself from the wall's grip. He then commanded the broom to spin him around in the open space. Outside the village of Konoha, Jiraiya hummed a cheerful tune, the sound of his wooden clogs echoing against the forest path. He pondered just how formidable the so-called Great Sand Ninja mentioned by the young proprietor might be, and whether it even compared to Tsunade. He squinted his eyes, a lewd smile creeping across his face. Suddenly, he turned a corner and beheld a group of individuals clad in sandy-colored garments, gathered together in a circle, engaged in some unknown activity. His expression suddenly turned grave. There must be something amiss when circumstances deviate from the norm. Harboring a hint of skepticism, he approached directly. What are you doing? He exclaimed loudly. The group of sand shinobi immediately became alarmed. Their current actions must not be easily detected, should they be discovered. A return would spell misfortune for them. The leader of the group approached slowly and whispered, We are merely examining the props in the scratchoff lottery shop. Our village is participating in the Chunin exam today, so we thought we would join in the festivities for a while before departing. Jiraiya tilted his head, observing the peculiar objects strewn across the ground, and thus refrained from further suspicion. He exhaled deeply, and in an instant, His previously serious countenance transformed into one of warmth and approachability. It turned out that you had also emerged from the scratch-off lottery shop. At this moment, he was even more convinced that the young proprietor had indeed caught sight of that formidable ninja. He inquired with a cheerful smile, "Surely, there must be a female ninja among your ranks." The leader scratched his head, initially pondering how to divert Jiraiya's attention, only to unexpectedly discover a reason of his own. The man nodded and pointed towards the distant woods, saying, "She has gone over there to find a place to relieve herself. You may search in that direction." Relieving herself, Jiraiya's eyes blazed with fervor, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the forest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Woody had returned to the scratch-off lottery shop, leaning on the counter and gazing in the direction of the village outskirts. Had he known that Jiraiya accomplished the task he entrusted in such a manner, he would surely have been driven to despair. On the arena, Naruto has been suspended in the air for quite some time. Yet there is not a trace of Neji to be seen. He hesitated to descend, fearing that if Neji pulled him into the earth, defeat would be inevitable. After much contemplation, he retrieved a stink weasel yo-yo from his ninja tool pouch. Pinching his nose, he untied the yo-yo string and lowered himself slightly. He halted at a height of approximately 1 meter above the ground. Then, he dragged the yo-yo behind him, continuing to soar around the arena. In the stands, the audience slapped their foreheads in disbelief. "I feel as though I am witnessing a counterfeit Chunin exam." Indeed, I share the same sentiment. I wonder where they procured such bizarre contraptions. You are unaware? It's the invincible scratch-off lottery. Once their exam concludes, I too shall partake. On the sidelines, Kurama rubbed his temples, the tedious spectacle inducing a sense of drowsiness. At that moment, Neji could no longer contain himself and leaped forth. "Naruto, must you twirl that foul object about? I can hardly breathe down here." Naruto licked his lips. "If I didn't do this, you wouldn't have come out." Neji clenched his fists, breathing heavily. "Dare you engage me in a fair battle? Let us compete. I fear no one." Naruto, with his straightforward nature, took Neji's challenge seriously and descended. As he slowly retracted the stink weasel yo-yo, a sly smile crept across Neji's lips. "Now, allow me to teach you the art of deception," Neji shouted, sprinting forward in a blur, plunging directly into the earth. Naruto gasped in astonishment. In his recollection, Neji had always been a person of his word. How could he suddenly behave so differently today? He stumbled back in fright. However, after retreating a few steps, he suddenly halted, gazing at Neji in utter confusion. At that moment, Neji's upper body was already buried in the ground, while the lower half remained exposed. His posture was rigid, as if every motion had come to an abrupt standstill. After a brief moment, Neji's body sagged, and he collapsed onto the earth. Naruto cautiously approached, first tossing a small stone at him, observing the lack of response. Then, he gave him a gentle kick, confirming the absence of any reaction. He sensed a certain discrepancy and hastily cast Neji aside. Beneath the surface, Neji's head was perfectly wedged against a large boulder. Were it not for the protection of his forehead protector, he would likely have met with a gruesome fate. Nara Shikamaru felt a pang of compassion, having previously believed that Naruto's naive trust in others would lead to his downfall. However, he could hardly fathom that the situation would take such a dramatic turn. The prodigious Hyuga Neji, who possessed both intellect and strength, had unexpectedly succumbed in this manner. He heaved a deep sigh, lamenting, "Alas." The words of the 3 generations of Hokage ring true. Sometimes, luck is indeed a form of strength. Chapter 43, The Collapse Plan of Konoha. Nara Shikamaru, feeling helpless, scratched his head and glanced at the battle chart in his hand. The next match was to be between Sasuke and Gaara. Observing the raucous crowd surrounding him, he sighed once more. Regardless of the circumstances, the competition must continue. Next up, Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha versus Sand Shinobi Gaara. On the sidelines, Sand Shinobi spectators began to shout enthusiastically. They were all acutely aware of Gaara's formidable prowess. "Konoha brat, surrender. Lord Gaara is exceptionally powerful. Do not engage, otherwise you may meet your demise," the Sand Shinobi audience relentlessly urged. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Gaara made his grand entrance, burdened by his large gourd, his expression devoid of any emotion. Yet, the adorable cat ears and tail adorning him rendered his austere demeanor utterly dissipated. Sasuke rotated his neck, recalling the strength he had witnessed firsthand during the Chunin exams. Even the formidable Lee, upon opening the 5th gate, had been unable to defeat Gaara. How much confidence could he possibly possess in this encounter? He reached into his ninja tool pouch. At such a moment, it was best to unleash his most formidable technique. Gaara, with his arms crossed, spoke softly. You should concede. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Sasuke smirked disdainfully, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his eyes. The outcome is still uncertain. Why draw conclusions so prematurely? With that, he extracted a rubber chicken from his pouch. Gaara was taken aback, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. You were too powerful, compelling me to resort to my trump card. Sasuke's lips curled into a sly grin as he slowly raised the rubber chicken. Oh. In an instant, darkness enveloped the sky, and the winds began to howl. The arena was filled with an eerie silence as if all the loudspeakers had been infiltrated by a hacker. Simultaneously, a melody resonated. You're too beautiful, hey. You're simply too beautiful, hey. You're undeniably too beautiful, hey. The hypnotic accompaniment, combined with an equally mesmerizing dance, rendered the surroundings in a hushed stillness. Gaara's feline ears, which amplified his hearing tenfold, left him utterly entranced by the music, standing dazed nearby, his eyes clouded with confusion. Moments later, he twitched, his fist clenched tightly, a singular thought forming in his mind, to eliminate Sasuke, leaving no chance of reprisal. He let out a tremendous roar, and a conspicuous transformation manifested on the right side of his body. Uncle Snake furrowed his brow in anxiety. This was certainly not the scenario he wished to witness at this moment. However, if this continued, Gaara would inevitably unleash Shikaku completely. What should be done? He could not help but grit his teeth, his brows furrowing in concentration. After what felt like an eternity, as Ai Luo on the arena was on the brink of revealing his true form, he could no longer remain seated. Rising abruptly, he produced a firecracker with a pull tab and yanked it forcefully. A piercing arrow soared through the clouds, heralding the arrival of 1,000 troops. Upon witnessing this, the third Hokage hastily stood up, acutely aware of the impending danger. In the audience, Kankuro, who had already completed his match, suddenly erupted, brandishing his puppet and unleashing a torrent of poisonous gas in all directions. The unexpected turn of events plunged the entire audience into chaos. The third Hokage, in a state of heightened tension, remained vigilant. Yet, in a fleeting moment of distraction, Orochimaru, disguised as the wind shadow, inexplicably appeared behind him, pressing a kunai against his throat. Let us go. Together we shall admire the view from the rooftop. The third Hokage scoffed coldly. Yet realizing he had fallen into his grasp, he had no choice but to accompany him to the rooftop. Teacher, behold the walls of Konoha. Soon they shall crumble. Orochimaru peeled away his disguise, his crimson tongue flicking out as he spoke softly. The third Hokage, taken aback, cast a slow glance at him, a deep sigh of regret escaping his lips. Orochimaru, you truly have not perished. I now deeply regret allowing you to escape. It was a monumental error. Indeed, teacher, if it had been a mistake, I would not be the person I am today. As soon as his words fell, a resounding crash echoed from the edge of the village, where a gigantic serpent, towering several meters high, suddenly appeared, crashing through the walls of Konohagakure. In the heart of the village, Woody hastily exited the small shop, his brows furrowing in bewilderment at the sight of the monstrous serpent before him. He had clearly informed Jiraiya moments ago about the impending wave of sand shinobi. Realizing this, he couldn't help but slap his forehead. How foolish of me. He muttered to himself, how could I not have considered that with Jiraiya's impulsive nature, he must have misunderstood the situation. This is not good. Many shinobi are bound to perish, and those are precious resources down the drain. Meanwhile, in the forest, Jiraiya abruptly turned upon hearing the commotion. Good heavens. When did this beast emerge? How did I fail to notice it? He squinted, scrutinizing the figure perched atop the serpent's head. That scoundrel. Is he not the same one who spoke to me moments ago? Daring to plot against Konoha in my presence. How audacious. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals and forcefully struck the ground. Summoning technique. Bang. Fukasaku leapt forth, clutching a pipe. The instant he emerged, he hurriedly glanced around, cautiously whispering. That rascal isn't here, is he? Jiraiya patted his large head reassuringly. Fear not. He is currently occupied with the exam. A sigh of relief escaped Fukasaku, his body relaxing considerably. The shadow left by Naruto was overwhelmingly large. Fukasaku, there's a lengthy worm ahead. Assist me in eliminating it. Jiraiya crouched down, speaking softly. With a scoff, Fukasaku's massive form suddenly sprang into action. As he soared through the air, Jiraiya noticed a long bandage trailing from his rear end. On the rooftop of the examination venue, the third Hokage spotted Fukasaku's silhouette from afar, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Just wait. Jiraiya will soon take care of your allies. The snake sage ground his teeth in frustration. That damn Jiraiya, why did he choose to return now of all times? With him present, that enormous serpent has surely lost its effectiveness. He murmured, "Teacher, there is no need to rush. Even if that great serpent loses its efficacy, I shall still emerge victorious. At the very least, I will slay you and depart safely." The third Hokage replied calmly, "Why?" Uncle Snake inhaled deeply, his gaze drifting into the distance, filled with emotion. "Because I possess a trump card." As he spoke, he lowered the kunai in his hand. It had been far too long since he had engaged in a battle with his teacher. This time, he would fight earnestly. "Allowing you to witness whether I have made any progress," Uncle Snake declared confidently, his hand already reaching for his ninja tool pouch. Within that pouch, he still held 2 items procured from a scratch-off lottery shop. With unwavering confidence, he believed that with these 2 props, he would undoubtedly surpass the third generation. The third generation, unhurried, took 2 steps forward and turned back to softly inquire, "What makes you so certain you can defeat me?" "Teacher," he remarked, "you remain as self-assured as ever, yet this very confidence is destined to lead you to failure." He licked his lips and promptly produced a fragrant melon grenade. "Ultimately, I must express my gratitude to the scratch card shop in your village for allowing me to uncover such a remarkable item. With this, dear teacher, your defeat is inevitable." Chapter 44. The first generation, the second generation subsequently. Uncle Snake turned to the audience below and whispered, "Come forth." In an instant, 4 individuals, each adorned with purple hemp sashes, sprang into action, landing at the corners of the rooftop. 4 purple flame formation. The quartet swiftly formed seals and shouted in unison. A violet luminescence gradually ascended, completely isolating this realm from the outside world. Uncle Snake, shaking the grenade with disdain, declared, "Teacher, it has been a long time. Allow me to present you with a gift." Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the pin. In an instant, the grenade detonated before him, and a black hole suddenly materialized in the sky. Dozens of pounds of aromatic loose herring cans cascaded down, covering Uncle Snake entirely without a scrap wasted. He found himself somewhat bewildered. He had encountered grenades before, yet he had never seen one that exploded merely by pulling the pin. Just as his confusion deepened, a delightful aroma wafted into his nostrils. His eyes instantly lost their luster, and a dizzy sensation enveloped his entire head, while his stomach churned tumultuously. What on earth is happening? He erupted in a frenzied roar of anger, flinging all the cans at his feet. "Boss, you are truly deceiving me." He leaped in disdain, shouting. The third Hokage observed calmly for a brief moment, then swiftly formed a series of hand seals, summoning technique. Boom. A black-faced, white-haired monkey materialized before him. Uenma, transform into the Rui Jingu Bang. Roar. The Uenma pounded its chest with both fists, transforming into a golden rod with a dark center. Lengthen. With a mighty shout from the third Hokage, the Rui Jingu Bang instantly extended, colliding directly with Uncle Snake. Uncle Snake smirked. "Teacher, do you truly believe that you can defeat me with a mere stick? How utterly fanciful." He swiftly drew a shuriken from his tool pouch, while his other hand clutched a teleportation experience card, murmuring, "Teleport." Whoosh. His figure vanished in place, and upon a second glance, he had already arrived before the third generation. "Teacher, I am grateful for your years of nurturing. Now perish." He glared with his crimson eyes and thrust forward with great force. However, when his fist finally made contact with the body of the third generation, he was astonished to find that the kunai in his hand had inexplicably vanished. As his gaze slowly descended, a blush of crimson suddenly appeared on his ashen face. "Where's my clothing?" He let out a thunderous roar in his moment of despair. At that moment, he was completely bare, his skin a shade of bluish purple, accentuating the 108 sinuous serpentine muscles of his abdomen, exuding an enchanting allure. He suddenly turned around, only to discover that his clothing, along with the kunai, had all fallen where he had used his teleportation. "Damn it, you've tricked me again!" Uncle Snake cried out in despair, hastily retreating, intent on retrieving his garments. However, would the third Hokage grant him such an opportunity? Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball, a meter in diameter, shot forth from his mouth, incinerating the clothes completely before Uncle Snake could reach them. He crouched down, his legs crossed, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Teacher, is it not a bit excessive for you to act this way?" The third Hokage scratched his ear and replied, Old age has dulled my precision. I intended to spray you, but alas, I veered off course and burned your clothes instead. How about this? If you surrender immediately, I can have Danzo prepare a new set of garments for you. Uncle Snake clenched his fists tightly. He had witnessed Danzo's character all too well. Being outfitted by him seemed a fate worse than death. With a swift motion of his hands, he softly declared, "Do not presume that this is all I possess. Allow me to reveal a familiar jutsu. Impure world reincarnation." The third Hokage was taken aback. This technique, conceived by his mentor, Hashirama Senju, necessitated the sacrifice of a living soul each time it was performed, rendering it exceedingly cruel, and ultimately it was classified as a forbidden art. How could he possess such ninjutsu? However, what astonished the third Hokage was not merely this. After releasing the reanimation jutsu, the first two coffins that emerged bore the inscriptions of 1 and 2. He seemed to realize the gravity of the situation. As the third coffin emerged, he hastily struck it down with his golden staff, forcefully sending it back. Upon witnessing this, the serpent master refrained from further summoning and instead clapped his hands upon the two coffins before him. Instantly, the lids fell open, and the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, followed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, emerged in succession. The third Hokage felt a tightening in his chest. The first Hokage, revered as the god of shinobi, possessed a strength that was insurmountable, and now, with the addition of the second Hokage, the situation appeared dire. As the coffins vanished, the serpent master donned a ghostly smile and picked up two kunai inscribed with symbols, inserting them into the backs of the two resurrected ninjas. Instantly, the eyes of the summoned ninjas turned white, radiating an aura of terrifying malevolence. Would release, advent of the tree world. The first Hokage clasped his hands together. In an instant, a forest materialized upon the rooftop. The Leaf Village ninjas engaged in battle below could not help but be astonished, erupting in curses directed at the Serpent Master. Wood release was a technique exclusive to the first Hokage, a figure they revered as godlike. The despicable Orochimaru was using the first Hokage to annihilate Konoha. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the emergence of the forest, the Serpent Master displayed a flower-like smile and hurriedly scurried into it. His current appearance is truly unsightly. "Unearthing, focus on Orochimaru." The third roared. At almost the same moment, the first and second began to move. "Monkey, be cautious," the second shouted, propelling himself forward with great force. Simultaneously, the first flanked from the side. Ever since they were pierced by the kunai of Uncle Snake, their movements had been severely impaired. Even if their minds retained a hint of clarity, it rendered no assistance whatsoever. The third clenched his fists tightly, tearing his Hokage cloak apart with a single swipe, revealing the armor concealed beneath. The first form of the universe shift, transfer. Bang. All of the second's attacks, channeled through the third's body, cascaded onto the first. A massive gash was carved out before the first, and the shattered form swayed endlessly in the wind. He gazed at the third Hokage with a hint of astonishment and inquired, "Monkey, what kind of ninjutsu is this? I have never encountered it before." While skillfully fending off the second Hokage's assault, the third replied with a smile, "I acquired it from a newly opened shop in our ninja village. There. With just a few thousand ryo, one has a high probability of obtaining exceedingly formidable ninjutsu." The first Hokage chuckled softly, a flicker of delight crossing his face, as he had been concerned that the third might not withstand the onslaught from both himself and the second. However, it seemed that there was no cause for alarm. "Now I can rest easy." He exhaled deeply, gazing at the wounds on his body that had now healed, murmuring, "Monkey, I have recovered, be cautious." The third generation responded with a heavy acknowledgement. From the brief exchanges witnessed during the confrontation between the first and second generations, it was evident that neither had exhibited their peak prowess. If this continued, perhaps he still held a glimmer of hope for victory. Chapter 45. Fierce Battle Below the Arena. Gaara, having been pushed to the limits by Sasuke's intricate dance of ninjutsu, found half of his body transformed into the form of Shikaku. The tail behind him swayed gently, as if it had already become one with him. "I will kill you. I will kill you." Gaara gasped heavily, his panda-like eyes clouded with fury. Yet, regardless of the anger boiling within him, he found himself unable to move an inch, as if advancing even slightly was an insurmountable effort. He could no longer endure such a dance. Clutching his head, he turned and charged toward the crowd in the stands. "Watch out. Quickly move aside," Kakashi urgently warned the spectators. But it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the entire circle of onlookers was decimated by Gaara. Presently, he had no time to spare, as numerous foreign ninjas emerged around him, relentlessly pushing him to his limits. He gritted his teeth and glanced at the few remaining individuals capable of movement. Seemingly only Naruto and Sakura were left. "You too." Swiftly pursue Gaara. Do not allow him to wreak havoc in the village. Understood. Naruto replied promptly. Then, in a hushed tone, he inquired, Kakashi-sensei, shouldn't we wait for Sasuke? What are you waiting for? He hasn't even finished his dance yet. Hurry up. Kakashi bellowed. Naruto tensed and, with Sakura in tow, hastily set off in pursuit. Meanwhile, atop the rooftops, the battle between the third Hokage and the two former Hokage continued unabated. In the meantime, Orochimaru seized the opportunity to slip into the forest, where he plucked a few leaves and tied them around his waist. Suddenly, the Monkey King transformed into a golden staff and charged forward, scattering the leaves that adorned his waist. Orochimaru somersaulted backward, pleading helplessly, Monkey King, grant me a chance to live. I wish to be human too. The Monkey King, reverting to his original form, paid no heed to Orochimaru's words and raised his fist to deliver a ferocious blow. Do you think I am easily intimidated? As he retreated, a glint of savagery flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. His current state significantly constrains his combat ability. He refrains from making any bold movements. For should he act too recklessly and venture out from the woods, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. He deftly dodged and evaded, striving to avoid each assault from the ape demon. In no time, the trees before him were utterly shattered by the creature's relentless onslaught. He was cornered on the rooftop. The ape demon clenched his fists, revealing two sharp fangs, his neck swaying as he emitted a series of ominous clicks. Hey, gorilla. There is an ancient saying from the distant east, leave a thread of kindness for future encounters. Before Uncle Snake could finish his thought, the ape demon surged forward once more, charging directly at him. Uncle Snake glanced behind him, realizing there was no retreat left. If this continued, he would be gradually consumed by the beast. Rather than resigning himself to fate, he decided to cast aside his pride and fight with all his might. He flexed his wrist and charged directly at the ape demon. The two collided with tremendous force, creating a resounding shockwave that reverberated through the air. The surrounding trees trembled violently, some even splintering in two. Uncle Snake gritted his teeth in humiliation and fury, growling softly, You dare bully me? I cannot even find a leaf to cover my shame. I shall slay you now. Unfazed, the ape demon continued to unleash a flurry of punches at Uncle Snake. After several exchanges, Uncle Snake's arms were already swollen and bruised, as if his bones had been shattered, and the pain was relentless. He gasped heavily, his eyes glaring with resentment at the third generation. There exists a significant disparity between humans and summoned beasts. In terms of physical strength and the density of chakra, humans are vastly inferior to their summoned counterparts. It is only that old man who could conceive of having the ape demon confront him. He swallowed hard, his gaze fixed ahead. Now, the only hope lay with the first and second generations. In the distance, the battle among the trio raged on. The second generation darted swiftly, launching attacks from various angles at the third generation. Yet, with each strike, it was invariably the first generation who bore the brunt of the damage. The first generation lingered in a state of oscillation between being struck and self-repair, having spent a lifetime as a ninja. Witnessing such extraordinary ninjutsu for the first time filled him with regret for having departed this world too soon. With a hearty laugh that resonated with a hint of sorrow, the first generation, after his body had mended for what felt like the umpteenth time, slowly raised his palm. The sensation of being manipulated by another was profoundly disheartening. He muttered a curse under his breath, swiftly forming hand seals. Would release. 4 pillars prison. In an instant, several wooden pillars erupted from beneath the feet of the third Hokage. He suddenly leaped up, his expression tense as he gazed intently at the ground. This ninjutsu was not unfamiliar to him. It was created by the first Hokage and was among the most frequently employed techniques by him. Once someone is ensnared by the 4 pillars prison, there is but one inevitable outcome. They will be slain by the practitioner of the technique. At this moment, he was still some distance away from the second Hokage, making any attempt to evade impossible. He gritted his teeth, swiftly clasped his hands together, and bellowed. The second move of the great shift of the universe, rebound. As his voice echoed, the wooden pillars on the ground suddenly vanished, inexplicably returning to the feet of the primeval one. Caught off guard by this bewildering turn of events, the primeval one was unable to evade, and was promptly ensnared within the 4-pillar prison. The wooden pillars forcefully pried his hands apart, leaving him with no means to unravel the confinement of the prison, compelling him to await the conclusion of the battle in silence. He let out an excited laugh, exclaiming, "Monkey, well done." Simultaneously, a wave of curiosity washed over him regarding the newly opened shop. He wondered about the nature of its proprietor, who possessed such formidable ninjutsu. The third Hokage sighed in relief, recognizing that with the first Hokage now ensnared, a cautious approach would render the second Hokage a manageable challenge. In a flash, the second Hokage appeared directly behind the third. Sensing an overwhelming intent to kill, the third instinctively turned. Fire release, great fireball technique. He then leaped into the air, swiftly performing hand seals, earth release, earth flow river. Just as the fireball surrounding the second Hokage began to dissipate, the ground beneath him transformed into a quagmire, the tremendous force engulfing him entirely. Witnessing the third's progress, both the first and second Hokage felt a sense of relief. Had they not been under the control of that accursed Orochimaru, they would have relished the opportunity to engage in a meaningful conversation with the third. Monkey, your tactics will eventually lead to your exhaustion, the second Hokage remarked with a furrowed brow. The resurrected ninjas do not perish, and their chakra is boundless. If this continues, you will succumb. The third understood this principle well and glanced towards the monkey deity. There were but two methods to dispel the reanimation jutsu. The caster could voluntarily release it, or the caster must be killed. Monkey, do not lose focus. With a thunderous shout, the second Hokage advanced once more. That being known as Orochimaru has placed a curse upon us. Even if he is slain, our techniques will remain unbroken. A tremor of unease coursed through the third Hokage as his expression grew grave. Is it possible that we must resort to that technique? Chapter 46. The Impure World Reincarnation. Monkey, do you truly? The second Hokage's expression tightened. He comprehended the resolve of the third Hokage, as evidenced by the solemn expression upon his visage, suggesting he had come to terms with the inevitable fate of death. The third exhaled deeply, turning his gaze towards the village below, engulfed in the chaos of battle, and felt a flicker of remorse. It appears I am truly an ineffectual Hokage. Konoha lacks the sealing techniques. I might have to impose upon the first and second Hokage. The second's offensive remained relentless, though his words faltered noticeably. Once you exhaust this technique, you too shall meet your demise. The third remained silent for a considerable time, ultimately uttering but 4 words, for the sake of Konoha. With that, he leaped backward, unleashing 3 ninja techniques that briefly impeded the second's advance. Crossing his hands, he invoked the shadow clone technique. Bang! Bang! 2 additional clones materialized beside him. The 3 figures dispersed simultaneously, leaving the second Hokage as the sole combatant still capable of fighting on the field. He made a beeline for the second Hokage. As for Orochimaru and the first Hokage, he entrusted them to his shadow clone. Grasping the second Hokage by the shoulder, he spoke softly, "Forgive me, master." The second Hokage turned his head away, unwilling to meet his gaze, yet his kunai, disobedient to his will, plunged into his chest. The third Hokage immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth in agony and shouted in a low voice, "Forbidden technique, Shikigami sealing." Suddenly, the heavens darkened and the earth trembled, as faintly echoed the chilling wails of spirits and howls of wolves. Suddenly, behind him appeared a corpse spirit, clutching a short sword in its mouth and holding a string of prayer beads. In the distance, across the street, stood a ramen shop. Wudi gazed at the semi-transparent specter, his heart awash with conflicting emotions. Although the era of the third Hokage was marked as the darkest period in the history of Konoha, it cannot be denied that he had indeed contributed significantly to the village. To perish in such a manner seems somewhat tragic. Yet, does the outcome remain unchanged? He let out a long sigh, raising his hand to rub his temples before turning back into the small shop. Above, the arm of the corpse demon pierced through the chest of the third generation, grasping hold of the first and second generations. "Monkey, I've caused you trouble." At that moment, the second generation's body finally regained control. He gazed at the third generation with a forlorn expression, his heart heavy with sorrow. He is a teacher of 3 generations and also the former Hokage. Observing the current prosperity of the village, he understands the immense effort the third Hokage must have exerted. He feels a profound sense of satisfaction to have such a disciple. The only regret lies in the awkwardness of this conclusion. "Sarutobi, you have done remarkably well." He managed to force a faint smile. The third Hokage coughed lightly, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, and softly spoke. "Master, please continue to call me Monkey. I am more accustomed to it." "Monkey, I apologize." As the words left his mouth, the soul of the second Hokage was immediately claimed by the Shinigami, devoured whole. Witnessing the Shinigami's gnawing, a pang of sorrow welled up within the third Hokage. Now, turning his gaze towards the first Hokage, half of his soul has already been extracted. Unlike the sentimental nature of the second generation, he carries a hint of youthful bravado at all times, even with half of his soul already gone. He gazed mournfully at the third generation, reluctantly expressing his thoughts. You wretched monkey, you've stirred my heart. I long to see for myself what this little shop of yours is truly like. The third generation replied nonchalantly. It's merely a gambling den called invincible scratchoffs. Gambling. Upon hearing those words, the first generation's eyes sparkled with intrigue. His heart raced as if pricked by a cat's claw, and he inquired further, is this yet another novel form of gambling? Indeed, the third generation nodded gently. The first generation's expression twisted in annoyance. Gambling is my greatest passion. Monkey, I loathe you. I cannot bear to pass away without experiencing the thrill of scratch-offs. The third generation observed his disheartened spirit and chuckled softly. Fear not, your granddaughter frequents that place. What? A gang? Her luck. The first generation seemed to have more to say, but his spirit was already drawn into the mouth of the Shinigami. The third generation turned back, solemnly declaring, wait for me, it won't be long before I join you. The spirits of the first and second generations departed in succession, the effect of the Edo Tensei promptly dissipating. From within emerged the corpses of two sound ninjas, Kodo and Tatsu, who had once participated in the Chunin exams. The third generation cast a glance at them, offering no further consideration. He sealed the two away, his chakra nearly depleted. And the time for the Shinigami's appearance was drawing to a close. He must seal Orochimaru before the Shinigami vanishes. Thus, clutching his bleeding chest, he steadied himself once more, exerting every ounce of his strength to control the giant hand of the Shinigami as it reached towards Uncle Snake. In terror, Uncle Snake pleaded, Teacher, do not seal me. Please. With a serene smile, his expression revealed layers of complexity. You were once my most esteemed disciple. I discovered your transgressions, and all I did was expel you from the village. It is my leniency that has led to this calamity. Speak. Why did you seek to annihilate Konoha? The piercing agony left him breathless. The grotesque hand of the corpse demon rummaged mercilessly through Uncle Snake's body. The third Hokage coughed up blood, his vision beginning to blur. Could it truly end here? He murmured, a sense of reluctance in his voice. Observing this, Uncle Snake suddenly felt invigorated, casting aside his earlier fear, and erupted into a maniacal laugh. Old man, your time has come. Let us see how you can seal me now. Today, I shall ensure that all of Konoha accompanies you to the grave. The third Hokage spat more blood. Given his current state, it was evident that he could no longer seal Orochimaru. He gritted his teeth and made a compromised decision. Since it was impossible to completely seal you, let us instead seal your ninjutsu. As he altered his hand seal, the short blade of the Reaper descended mercilessly. Uncle Snake's soul was cleaved in twain. Observing his departing spirit, Uncle Snake let out a desperate cry. No. Lowering his gaze, he beheld that his arms had turned to a lifeless gray, rendering him immobile. You shall not die a peaceful death, he bellowed, anxiously casting his eyes towards those controlling the four purple flames formation. Quick, take me away from here. Following his urgent plea, the formation immediately dispersed. The medic, Kabuto, who had been entangled with Kakashi and the others, swiftly retreated from the fray. The five joined forces to escort Orochimaru, fighting and retreating in tandem. Having utilized the Reaper Death Seal, the third Hokage's life was now at its conclusion. The elite shinobi refrained from pursuing further and gathered around the third. As he gazed at the myriad indistinct faces surrounding him, a faint smile graced his lips. A leaf drifted down from the sky, and he smiled weakly. Perhaps, this is what it means to be a part of Konoha. His gaze grew increasingly dark. In the haze, he seemed to hear someone shout, Stand back. I am leaving now. People of Konoha, take care. Before him, darkness enveloped completely, and the sounds around him seemed to fade into a profound silence. After a moment of stillness, he suddenly perceived the rhythmic thumping of a heartbeat. Thump. Chapter 47. The Troubles of Three Generations. Following that, the sound of the heartbeat grew increasingly pronounced. He gradually regained his senses. Shortly thereafter, he slowly opened his eyes to find a group of ninjas surrounding him, their faces alight with joy. Before him, Shizen wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. Holding a syringe in her hand, her expression filled with delight. He slowly sat up, a hint of confusion clouding his expression. Am I not supposed to be dead? Jingyin shook the syringe of heavenly power in her hand and replied with a smile, Lord Sandame, this syringe was scratched off from a lottery ticket. The owner mentioned that it could treat anyone regardless of conditions. I kept it on me, and when I saw you collapse, I hurriedly administered it. So that's how it is. Sandame rubbed his head and gazed towards the direction of the miraculous lottery shop. ever since this little establishment set foot in Konoha. It seemed to have ushered in a plethora of extraordinary occurrences around them. After resting for a moment, he gradually rose to his feet. Now that he was alive, he realized he must continue performing the duties befitting a Hokage. Observing the disarray of branches on the ceiling, he shook his head and remarked, "It's too chaotic. It all needs to be cleared away." As he spoke, he formed hand seals. However, why has my sealing speed slowed down? He chuckled and shook his head, attempting once more. Fire release, great fireball technique. Puff. A minuscule wisp of heat escaped from his mouth. He was momentarily taken aback, quickly sensing the chakra within his body. What? The chakra is gone. He screamed in horror, on the verge of a breakdown. If this is true, I would have to start practicing ninjutsu all over again. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to him. Kakashi coughed lightly beside him. Lord Third, this isn't something insurmountable. Losing one's ninjutsu is certainly preferable to losing one's life, Asuma interjected, laughing breathlessly. Indeed, I believe Kakashi is right. Currently, I am leading Team 10, with Iriki Yumino as their mentor, and I think he is quite capable. Would you like me to speak a few words on your behalf? Outside the crowd, Irika shuddered at the bizarre laughter. Teaching the third? Being a mentor to the third? That was as absurd as a joke. The third glared darkly at Asuma, his expression grim. However, Asuma merely stuck out his tongue in response. Now that you have no chakra, you can no longer employ your fatherly techniques on me. Just the thought brings me joy. At last, I can indulge in my scratch-off tickets without worry. Asuma exclaimed. Asuma. The third ground his teeth in frustration. In an instant, Asuma leapt lightly and soared far away. The third shook his head with a sigh. This son of mine is quite hopeless. He turned around and gazed at Tsunade beside him, softly stating, From now on, you shall assume the mantle of the fifth Hokage. Tsunade was taken aback. Me? Is that truly appropriate? Perhaps Jiraiya should take on the role instead. No. The third Hokage replied without hesitation. If he were to become Hokage, the first thing he would do is renovate the village's women's bathhouse. What a waste of funds. Observing his earnest demeanor, Tsunade found it difficult to refuse any longer. She could only nod gently, saying, Very well, I shall take on this responsibility. However, what are your plans moving forward, sensei? The third Hokage swallowed hard, his face reddening as he replied, I intend to return to the Ninja Academy and retake the genin exam. I reckon that in my lifetime, I could at least achieve the rank of Chunin. Tsunade chuckled awkwardly. It seemed rather ludicrous. An elderly man attending classes with 5- or 6-year-old children, given his former status. What could a teacher possibly impart? Tsunade softly suggested, Sensei, we could actually make an exception for you, allowing you to become a special jonin. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage immediately adopted a serious demeanor. What do you mean by making an exception? This matter shall not be mentioned again. If I were to grant such a favor, I could only imagine how Asuma would ridicule me. Despite having lost all his ninja abilities, he still spoke with considerable authority. He issued a command for silence, and indeed, everyone fell mute. The invincible scratch card swiftly approached, urgency evident in its stride. Upon entering the shop, it burst into laughter, exclaiming, Boss, I owe you for this scratch card syringe. Otherwise, the third generation would have faced a chilling fate today. Given my exhilaration, please bring me a scratch card. Wudi's eyes sparkled with delight, and his spirits lifted considerably. He smiled and asked Jingyin, Since you were so excited, how much do you intend to wager? Jingyin pulled out a silver note from her bag and slapped it on the counter, boldly declaring, I'll take one worth 100. Wudi stumbled slightly, awkwardly swallowing his saliva. It appears that Jingyin has never encountered a large denomination note before. She made quite a splash with a wager of 100 taels. He let out a deep sigh and produced a scratch-off ticket from behind his back to present to her. In the woods, Naruto and Sakura relentlessly pursued Gaara, having chased him all the way to the outskirts of the village. Suddenly, Gaara came to a halt and abruptly turned around. At that moment, a significant portion of his body had already transformed into the form of Shikaku. He suddenly swung his arm with great force, sending forth a dozen sand orbs the size of grinding wheels. Sakura, caught off guard, was directly pinned against a tree. Witnessing this scene, he let out a boisterous laugh. Naruto bit his lip. With the distance between them, he was completely outside the realm of would-release ninjutsu and could only devise a plan to advance further. He waved his hand, summoning the flying broomstick directly. The moment he mounted the broom, I saw Gaara suddenly raise his tail. Countless small sand pellets descended like a torrential storm, completely obstructing his path forward. Cursed, he whispered, descending to the forest floor, intending to approach from the ground. However, It seemed Gaara had already anticipated this. He once again aimed his tail at the area below the trees. Yet, due to the cover provided by the branches above, significantly fewer grains of sand fell to the ground. Naruto seized the opportunity, inching forward gradually. Estimating that he was approximately 20 meters away from Gaara, he quietly halted. His hands swiftly forming a series of seals. Would release. 1000-year insertion technique. In an instant, Gaara was ensnared. His half-beastly head thrashed wildly, emitting a feral roar, and then, astonishingly, he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the next moment, his form swelled to an astonishing hundredfold. A complete, earth-toned raccoon materialized in the midst of the forest. The protagonist let out a light, melancholic chuckle. "Ha, what a jest. If you continue this way, it will be quite challenging for us to remain friends." He sighed, raking his fingers through his hair in anguish. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. "Of course, I have acquired the art of summoning. If I could call forth the great toad, what trouble could a mere raccoon present?" He swiftly formed a hand seal and struck the ground with force. Summoning technique. Boom. A small tadpole, having just developed its hind legs, suddenly leaped forth. Chapter 48. What is a tailed beast? Big brother, could you possibly summon a different toad next time? I'm not yet fully grown. The tadpole continued to hop about. Just as it was about to vanish, Naruto unexpectedly reached out a hand and firmly grasped it. Return and convey a message to a large toad named Fumita that I will summon him in 1 minute. Should he fail to appear, he ought to beware of his rear. The tadpole trembled violently. What sort of toad is Fumita? He is second only to the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku. If that message reached him and Fumita was displeased, it would be quite the predicament. The tadpole quickly wagged its tail, insisting, No, I cannot deliver such a message. You should seek someone else." "Someone else?" Naruto smirked and pointed towards the distant Shikaku. "If you refuse to comply, I shall summon you again in a minute and feed you to the cats." The tadpole quaked in fear. How could this wretched human be so cruel? Now it found itself trapped, unable to advance or retreat. After much contemplation, it resolved to return to Fumita. Perhaps, out of kinship, Fumita would spare its life. "Very well. I trust you have your answer now. I shall grant you but 1 minute." Naruto waved his hand and unceremoniously tossed it aside. The tadpole seized the opportunity to vanish. At that moment, Shikaku, as if possessed, roared incessantly. With its flailing arms, not a single tree remained intact. "Mount Myaboku, Great Toad Bathhouse. Fumita-sama, Fumita-sama." The tadpole hurriedly approached. Fumita exhaled a plume of smoke and inquired softly, "What brings you here in such haste?" The tadpole gulped nervously and replied, "I was summoned by a young lad, and he instructed me to deliver a message to you. He will summon you again shortly, and should you not respond, beware of your rear." Upon hearing this, Fumita's smoking pipe fell into the large pond, sending a splash that slammed the tadpole against the wall. The tadpole trembled, too frightened to move. What did that lad look like? Fumita turned to ask. His hair was yellow, his appearance somewhat unsavory, and he donned a full set of orange attire. Before the tadpole could finish, it sighed deeply, raising its front legs. No need to elaborate. I already know who that person is. After 2 seconds of silence, it suddenly slapped the water's surface. What an abomination. The splashing waves once more hurled the tadpole against the wall. Then, it was seen emerging from the pool, donning a pipe and slipping on a coat. This matter is not to be spoken of to anyone, or I shall take drastic measures. Wentai cast a sidelong glance at the tadpole, which nodded vigorously in fear. At that moment, the summoning signal echoed once again. Without even removing his towel, Wentai seized his sword and dashed out. "Wentai, are you off to deal with that ruffian?" The little tadpole murmured thoughtfully. With a resounding crash, Wentai appeared beside Naruto, wielding a massive short sword. Naruto clapped his hands in delight. "Frog Master, you truly came. Quickly, help me vanquish that large tabby ahead." Wentai's eyelids drooped instantly. It's merely a cat. Is it truly worth summoning? However, curiosity piqued him as he wondered what manner of cat could compel this rascal to employ summoning techniques. He then gazed in the direction of Naruto's pointing finger. A flock of crows flew across the sky. "What you have there is no ordinary tabby," Wentai suddenly shouted. He accidentally tipped his pipe, causing a deluge of bathwater to cascade down, bathing Naruto without wasting a single drop. "Listen well, that creature over there is known as a tailed beast." "A tailed beast? Do you grasp the significance?" he yelled incessantly. Naruto scratched his head, inquiring innocently, what exactly is a tailed beast?" Not far away, Shikaka turned slowly, raising its claws upon hearing the commotion. Wentai leaped up, soaring through the air as he shouted, "Go back and inquire with Jiraiya. Remember this. If there are any future tasks of this nature, do not come to me. Even if I must endure suffering, I shall resolutely escape the burden. Naruto shook his head in resignation. I still can't distinguish what a tailed beast is. In the blink of an eye, Shikaku's claws lunged towards him. One-Eye decisively drew his blade to block the attack. Inadvertently, he noticed Gaara's unconscious form, immobilized by would release on Shikaku's head. Listen. That sleeping individual is the Jinchuriki of this tailed beast. If you awaken him, the tailed beast should vanish. Naruto, rolling up his sleeves with excitement, exclaimed, waking him up? That should be easy. I just need to get a bit closer to the tabby. One-Eye's expression darkened, and his pipe clattered to the ground. Once more. I'll say it. That thing is called a tailed beast, not a tabby. Naruto shrugged, chuckling foolishly. What is a tailed beast? I don't recognize it. One-Eye was utterly exasperated, unable to refrain from lamenting the absurdity of his existence. How had he encountered such peculiar beings throughout his life? Setting aside the matter of the tailed beasts for the moment, he demanded, you must do everything in your power to awaken him. Do you understand? Naruto exhaled heavily. All right. One-Eye leaped gracefully, landing directly in front of Shikaku. However, before he could secure his grip, Shikaku abruptly shook his arm, forcefully pushing him aside. This is hopeless. I lack claws and cannot hold on to him. Naruto exclaimed, perched atop Shikaku's head, anxiety evident in his voice. What shall we do? Transformation Jutsu. Can you perform the transformation Jutsu? As a summoning beast, you should be able to use it on me, whispered One-Eye. Naruto snapped his fingers. That's easy. Just watch. With unwavering confidence, he clenched his fists and bellowed, behold, I, Naruto, shall unveil my original technique, the summoning, Great Harem Jutsu. A resounding boom echoed through the air. One-Eye was instantly transformed into an alluring beauty of colossal proportions. Shikaku was momentarily taken aback, rushing over in disbelief. Kid, are you out of your mind? That tailed beast, not Jiraiya. One-Eye exploded in fury. Meanwhile, in the distance, Sakura, pinned against a tree, felt her cheeks flush and instinctively lowered her gaze. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. You still haven't explained what a tailed beast is to me. How am I to know what it likes or fears? Just trust me and transform into something with claws, all right? Ole ole. Once more, Naruto underwent a transformation. With another thunderous crash, a pair of orange claws emerged. As the smoke dissipated, a nine-tailed fox materialized above the forest canopy. Now that is more like it. One-Eye murmured. I'm going in. Once I capture the tailed beast. You must ensure that brat of a Jinchuriki wakes up. Understood? Naruto readily agreed. Chapter 49. The defeat of Shikaku. One-Eye surged forward, his sharp claws sinking into Shikaku's shoulder. No matter how desperately Shikaku struggled, it could not break free. In that instant of capture, Naruto leaped onto its head, one hand gripping a wooden pillar while the other rained down blows upon Gaara. However, Gaara showed no sign of awakening, which began to frustrate Naruto. Gripping Gaara's hair, he shook him back and forth, shouting, Wake up! Wake up! Gaara remained steadfastly unconscious, his state resembling that of a lifeless corpse. Clenching his teeth, Naruto declared, Then don't blame me for what happens next. With that, he retrieved a weasel-shaped yo-yo from his ninja tool pouch. Holding his breath as he pried open Gaara's mouth, instantly, Gaara's eyes flew open, and Shikaku's movements halted. Humph, you want to wake up, will you? Let us see how you fare against this. Gaara's pupils slowly shifted, locking onto Naruto, his gaze now filled with helplessness and despair. A smirk tugged at Naruto's lips. No need to thank me. I'm merely fulfilling my duty. Gaara's eyes twitched in agitation. His heart filled with a torrent of resentment towards Naruto. Yet, bound by the wooden restraints, he could do nothing. Consumed by bitterness, he whimpered. But before he could finish, despair washed over him once more, and he fainted again. As he succumbed to unconsciousness, Shikaku became increasingly ferocious, roaring and thrashing about. Hey, I went through great lengths to awaken you, Naruto exclaimed, furiously slapping Gaara, even managing to shatter the sand armor enveloping him. Yet there was no sign of Gaara regaining consciousness. Get back here. That kid has likely slipped into a state of false death. One-Eye shouted from behind. Your device is quite sinister. He may not awaken at all. Without hesitation, Naruto retracted the yo-yo and leapt onto One-Eye's head. Just as the effects of the transformation technique dissipated, One-Eye immediately reverted to his true form, that of a giant toad. Naruto scratched his head, filled with frustration. I barely managed to wake Gaara just now, and now he's out cold again? If what the toad said is true and he's in a state of false death, he might not awaken for days. What should I do? What should I do? He clutched his head in despair. Meanwhile, Shikaku charged towards them. One-Tai suddenly drew his blade and struck directly at Shikaku's shoulder. With a powerful leap, the massive blade sliced through, severing one of Shikaku's arms, which fell to the ground, disintegrating into a cloud of yellow sand. One-Tai's sword ricocheted, standing tall amidst the dense forest. Without a weapon, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage against Shikaku. Enraged, Shikaku inflated his belly, unleashing a barrage of air cannons directed at him. One-Eye dodged left and right, unable to close the distance. "Kid, do you have any other options? My summoning time is nearly up." One-Eye urged anxiously. Naruto, in a frenzy, racked his brain for any feasible solution. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. If the transformation technique can be shared, could it be that my wood release can be shared as well? He patted One-Tai on the shoulder and said, in a moment, "I shall borrow your hand to perform a ninjutsu. That should pose no problem, right?" One-Tai replied affirmatively, "Then you should seize the moment and give it a try." Naruto clenched his fist, a long-forgotten mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Prepare yourself to experience the ultimate technique of Uzumaki Naruto. Would release, 1,000 years of insertion technique." This time, the hand seals took noticeably longer to complete than before. As his words fell, a series of wooden stakes, as thick as chimneys, appeared atop Shoha, sealing it off from every angle, rendering it utterly immobile. Immediately following, the sound of 5 explosive bursts of earth resounded, leaving Shoha in a state of complete shock. "Now, let me show you my other formidable technique, the skunk ball," Naruto exclaimed, swinging the rope with a cloud of foul odor. One-Eye couldn't help but cover his nose, hesitant to breathe. In an instant, the yo-yo traced a beautiful arc across the sky, landing squarely in Shoha's mouth. Despair enveloped Shoha entirely. With a pained roar, it vanished in a resounding explosion. Naruto hopped with joy, exclaiming, "How about that? Am I impressive, or what?" One-Eye swallowed hard. This could seem a bit too. Just the thought of the ninjutsu used against Shoha made him involuntarily tense. After reveling in his triumph for a moment, Naruto suddenly remembered an intriguing question. "Hey, has my yo-yo been returned to me yet?" He became flustered, hastily leaping to the ground and vigorously shaking Gaara. "Hey, Calico Cat. Come out quickly and return my yo-yo. Hey, Calico Cat." He shouted desperately for a long while, yet Gaara remained utterly unresponsive. One-Eye picked up the pipe and wiped it with a towel. "Kid, my time is up. Should you encounter another tailed beast, do not seek me out." As his words fell, a sudden gust of wind arose, and his figure vanished in an instant. Naruto, in despair, howled at the sky. "You still haven't told me what a tailed beast truly is." Outside the village of the leaves, Danzo lay sprawled, finally regaining a semblance of consciousness. He had just propped himself up, and his eyes could not help but turn red. "Tsunade Hiruzen, how could you, my fellow classmate, be so ruthless towards me? I utterly despise you." She stood up, tugging at her pink skirt, her neck arched in a haughty manner. "Humph, I cannot lower my head. The crown will fall. Tsunade Hiruzen, just you wait. One day, I shall become the Hokage. When that day comes, I shall unearth your ancestral grave and confront your ancestors." He strode towards the hidden leaf village, clutching his skirt like a disgruntled woman, his steps tentative and affected. He had not ventured far when, amidst the woods, 2 figures adorned in garments of black embellished with red cloud patterns suddenly descended. "Itachi, are all the people from your village so peculiar?" Kisame remarked, driving his large sword into the ground and stepping on the rock with a dismissive huff. Itachi's expression was profoundly grave. When he departed from the village, Danzo was still a relatively normal individual. Although somewhat sinister, he did not exude the same overwhelming aura of malevolence as he did now. He coldly remarked, "You have mistaken the person. That wretched creature does not belong to Konoha." Following this, a disdainful smile crept across his face. It had been quite some time since he returned to Konoha, and he was curious about the state of his foolish younger brother. The enigmatic Kisame grinned wickedly, his face brimming with anticipation. "Let us venture inside and see." With that, he hefted his massive sword and prepared to stride forward. Itachi suddenly intervened, halting him. "Do not be too hasty. I have an unsettling feeling about the village. Caution is prudent." Kisame twisted his body, baring his sharp teeth. "Oh, this is rather uncharacteristic of you, Uchiha Itachi. Could it be that you harbor some lingering affection for this village?" Chapter 50. Uchiha Itachi Humph. "Are you jesting with me?" Itachi retorted with a cold snort. He cast a glance at the distant village and exhaled deeply. "Let us proceed and take a look." With that, he donned his hat and walked steadily toward the village. Kisame shot him a sidelong glance, chuckling softly, and followed in his footsteps, carrying his colossal sword. "Once we enter the village, Kisame, do temper your demeanor. We are still uncertain about the fate of the third Hokage. Itachi cautioned in a hushed tone. Kisame shrugged dismissively. Aside from the third, it seems there is no one in your entire village capable of matching me. Itachi merely scoffed and chose silence, setting aside others. When it comes to the legendary Sannin, two of them are still within the village. Jiraiya, the great sage, despite his questionable character, possesses strength that should not be underestimated. Tsunade, the slug ninja, wields unparalleled might. Few in the entire shinobi world could endure a single blow from her. However, there was no need to dwell on this. His sole purpose for returning was to ascertain how Sasuke was faring in the village. After a short while, traversing a street, they arrived at the heart of Konoha. This was the most vibrant area of the village. At this moment, a long queue had formed in front of Ichiraka ramen. Kisame remarked, "I had heard tales of Ichiraka ramen's exquisite taste during my time in the mist. Seeing this line today, it seems the reputation is well-deserved." Itachi's expression darkened as he sighed. "Could you perhaps engage your brain before speaking next time? Do these people appear to be waiting for Ichiraka ramen?" The reminder from him suddenly made Kisame realize that these individuals seemed to be queuing to enter the shop across the street. He slightly raised his head to gaze at the peculiar sign. Invincible scratch lottery? How come he had never heard of it before? "Itachi, this is your village. You should be aware of it." Itachi shook his head. "I have been away from the village for so long. How could I possibly know? Let us go and take a look." As they spoke, the two joined the throng, forming a long line. Particularly those who had personally experienced the turmoil of the competition rushed over to scratch their tickets as soon as the match concluded. The Invincible Scratch Lottery was once again experiencing a surge in popularity. After waiting for a good 10 minutes, it was finally their turn to enter the shop. Upon entering, Woody immediately recognized the two, especially the headbands adorned with scars that signified their identities. "What are you selling here?" Itachi inquired softly. Woody calmly elucidated the details. Then, he pulled out a silver note worth 10,000. "I would like one, please." "Certainly." Woody turned and extracted a scratch-off ticket, silently reciting, "Increase the winning probability by 10%. The ticket trembled slightly. Seeing this scene, Kisame could not help but take out a silver note as well. "Give me one too." Woody nodded. Winning probability decreased by 10%. Before handing the ticket to Kisame, he intentionally lowered the winning odds. Just as Kisame began to scratch his ticket, a flash of gold illuminated Itachi's ticket. A vibrant, multicolored card gradually floated out. Confused, Itachi inquired, "What is this?" Woody glanced at the instructions and explained, "This item is called the Rebirth Experience Card. It doesn't have any other function aside from allowing you to fully resurrect at the spot after you have perished." The people around gasped in astonishment. "Is that not considered a significant function? Are you joking?" Their gazes towards Itachi grew somewhat greedy. Itachi furrowed his brow and murmured, "This seems to hold little value for me at the moment." Woody exhaled deeply, a knowing smile gracing his face. "You will find it useful in the future." Itachi chose not to elaborate further and promptly stowed away the Rebirth Experience Card. Just then, a flash of golden light emanated from Kisame's card beside him. Woody's expression darkened instantly, thoughts of dissatisfaction swirling within him. Is this fellow some sort of luck magnet? I've reduced his odds by 10%, yet he still wins. As the golden glow gradually faded, a bag of squid chips emerged from the ticket surface. Upon reading the description of the squid chips, Woody nearly burst into laughter. He earnestly explained, "This squid jerky can unleash a tremendous amount of chakra in a short time, especially when confronted with formidable foes. Just chew on a piece, and it will ensure your smooth sailing through perilous situations." Kisame appeared somewhat skeptical, pondering how such a wondrous item could exist in the world. However, observing the envious expressions of the onlookers behind him, it seemed the proprietor was not speaking falsely. "Never mind, I shall tuck it away for now, within this village. As long as I remain undiscovered for 3 generations, I should have no rivals." The two turned and walked towards the exit, watching Kisame's retreating figure. Woody smiled and sighed, "I sincerely hope you can survive well." Indeed, the squid jerky that Kisame had just prepared could instantaneously augment a ninja's chakra. Yet, it possessed a fatal flaw. It wielded an irresistible allure for aquatic creatures, disregarding any defenses. Kisame's formidable sword, Samahata, being a water-dwelling entity itself and having been in the possession of several powerful individuals over the years, would certainly present an intriguing spectacle when Kisame unwrapped it. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, a throng of people ushered the third Hokage into the campus, only to disperse like a tidal wave, each engrossed in their own affairs. Only Naruto and his 2 companions lingered within the school. Through the small window on the door, They observed the third Hokage listening attentively to Irika's lesson alongside a group of children. Irika, as the instructor, appeared notably anxious, frequently seeking confirmation from the third Hokage on the accuracy of his teachings. After watching for a while, Naruto leaped down, leaning against the wall and rubbing his hands together, exclaiming, "How delightful! The third Hokage has finally reached this point. Just remember how he once left me hanging atop the Hokage building. I wonder how a goose would sound. You should. You ought to." Sasuke and Sakura simultaneously cast him disdainful glances. A shiver ran through him, and he was instantly rendered speechless. Observing the children engaged in their lessons within the room, Sakura was momentarily transported back to her own days in the classroom. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards Sasuke's sharp visage, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. At that moment, two heavy sets of footsteps echoed from the distant corridor. Sasuke, intrigued, followed the sound. As he rounded the corner of the staircase, two figures clad in black robes adorned with cloud patterns and sporting conical hats suddenly emerged before him. "Who are you?" he whispered fiercely, swiftly drawing a kunai. Upon witnessing this, Naruto and Sakura hurried over. The three of them involuntarily shuddered at the sight of the two figures before them, who possessed somewhat imposing statures. Opposite them, the shorter individual extended a hand from within his robe, adorned with a ring bearing a red character. "My foolish brother, it has indeed been a long time." Chapter 51. Retreat. Hearing that familiar voice, Sasuke's expression shifted dramatically. "You." His arms trembled uncontrollably as the conical hat was removed. A face strikingly similar to his own suddenly came into view. It was Uchiha Itachi. His breath quickened and his body stiffened. To this day, he remained haunted by the events of that fateful night. Every single member of the Uchiha clan in the village had been slaughtered by the very person standing before him, including his own parents. Naruto, taken aback, looked at him in confusion. Suddenly, Sasuke let out a ferocious roar, grabbing his collar and charging at Itachi. Kunai raised high above his head. "I will kill you." Itachi merely scoffed, landing a punch on Sasuke. Seeing the impending danger, Naruto rushed forward, only to be intercepted by Hoshigaki Kisame. He gritted his teeth and raised two fingers, growling, sunflower-pointing hand. The ghost shark was taken aback, pondering what sort of technique this was, as he had never heard of it before. Upon further reflection on his opponent's status, he dismissed it as merely that of a lowly chunin and paid little heed to it. He gently raised his large blade and swung it down decisively. In the meantime, Naruto deftly dodged, curling his body and rolling to take refuge beneath his feet. Just as he was about to lift his foot, he realized that his body had become utterly immobile. What could be the cause of this? He pondered introspectively, and as his eyes wandered, he observed Naruto's finger prodding between the muddy crevices of his toes. After withdrawing his finger, Naruto disdainfully shook his hand and brushed against him a couple of times before turning and racing towards Sasuke. Itachi furrowed his brow, gazing at the motionless Kisame. His forehead creased with concern. He surmised that it was likely due to Naruto's recent technique, the sunflower pointing finger. Thus, ever since Naruto approached him, he has been particularly vigilant. Nevertheless, this caution did not prevent him from relentlessly pummeling Sasuke. Almost every time he charged forward, he would be swiftly repelled. Not far away, Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, panting with rage, and without a moment's thought, he drew a peculiar yellow object from his ninja tool pouch. "Oh! Oh!" The horrified cries of a chicken echoed thrice, and the speakers in the corridor immediately erupted with a crackling sound, as an irresistibly captivating tune began to play. Sasuke's dance technique was gracefully unleashed. It was in that instant that Itachi, standing closest to him, felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if an acrid sensation was emanating from every pore of his being. He suppressed the urge to vomit as the three tomo spun within his Sharingan. "Tsukuyami." As his voice echoed, the haunting memories of that fateful night resurfaced in Sasuke's subconscious. He opened the door, only to be met with the harrowing scene of his parents' murder. He turned his head in a panic, and to his astonishment, the scene followed suit. From all directions, he was suddenly engulfed by the haunting imagery of his parents' demise. "Oh, my foolish brother, harbor your resentment, embrace your loathing." Itachi approached him slowly, delivering a swift blow to the nape of his neck, plunging him into a state of drowsiness. Yet, upon awakening once more, he found himself before that familiar wooden door. His parents knelt upon the ground, motionless as they were mercilessly struck down by Itachi. "Oh, my foolish brother, harbor your hatred, nurture your loathing. Let the echoes of resentment resonate in your ears." After enduring countless iterations of such a scene, he finally reached his breaking point. Unable to bear it any longer, He clutched his head and screamed. Suddenly, a brilliant light enveloped him once more. Yet he found himself still caught in a maddening dance. Opposite him, Naruto lay sprawled on the ground, nearly defeated. Itachi gritted his teeth, pinching the bridge of his nose, striving to maintain his consciousness. Only after enduring 3 excruciating minutes did he finally exhale in relief. Sasuke clenched his fists, unwilling to accept his fate. He had not anticipated that after being ensnared by the dance step ninjutsu, Itachi could still stand upright. This surpassed the boundaries of his comprehension. He gritted his teeth and raised the screaming chicken once more. Realizing the dire situation, Weasel swiftly coiled around Kisame and fled out of the shattered window. Witnessing the gaping hole at the window, Sasuke furiously struck the wall. I am still too weak. I am still too weak. If only I could be stronger. I could have seized the opportunity to eliminate him in his moment of vulnerability. He murmured in anguish, the invincible scratch card. The large box behind the counter, measuring a square meter, was already piled high with silver notes. Woody welcomed patrons with a cheerful demeanor, reveling in the pungent scent of copper that filled the room. At that moment, Asuma entered, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and directly placed a wager of 10,000 taels. Give me a scratch card worth 10,000. Woody chuckled softly as he retrieved the card and took a seat across from him. Why didn't you come with sunset red today? Asuma's eyes crinkled with laughter. She has a mission. After escorting the old man to the ninja academy today, she had to rush off. He continued, now that my old man has lost his ninjutsu. If I win a prize, he won't be able to rob me anymore. Observing Asuma's unrestrained mirth, Woody felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was evident that the elder had been subjected to quite the burden, yet here Asuma was, seemingly unaffected by his loss. Soon, beneath the surface of the ticket, a dazzling brilliance erupted. Asuma's eyes lit up, and his hands moved with newfound urgency. Before long, the coating vanished, revealing a red box soaring from the ticket. Woody rubbed his temples, casting an odd glance at Asuma, silently pondering the unfolding scene. What has he truly touched? Why is it that while others receive ninja tools or charms, he ends up with spicy strips and hwazi? Hwazi? Asuma's eyes widened in sheer delight, and he exclaimed with exuberance. Ever since he last savored the exquisite taste of hwazi, it has lingered in his memory. An unforgettable sensation that surpasses even the most indulgent of pleasures. Regrettably, during his previous encounter, the majority of the box had been forcibly taken by his father, leaving him with little opportunity to relish it. This time, however, he no longer has to worry. Without a moment's hesitation, he expelled the cigarette from his mouth and lit another one. No worries, I'm just taking a stroll, he shouted as tendrils of smoke swirled around him. No worries, I'm just taking a stroll. His voice grew slightly louder, and the smoke became even thicker. He was enraptured, floating in a blissful reverie. It was only after a considerable time that he regained his senses. Ha ha ha, I wonder how that old man will attempt to outdo me this time. Tonight, I shall stroll leisurely before him and see what he can do about it. Ha ha ha, this feeling is exhilarating. Woody Asuma, with a satisfied demeanor, let out a soft sigh. After escorting him from the scratch card shop, the sun had already descended towards the western horizon. The entire Hidden Leaf village, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, appeared extraordinarily tranquil, as if the events of the day had never transpired. Woody stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance, where he noticed some individuals busily mending the holes created by the great serpent's attack on the village wall. He exhaled deeply, preparing to close the shop for a rest. Just then, Sandai, carrying a backpack, approached. Chapter 52, The Art of Fatherly Love. Wait a moment, I need to come in and try my luck. Sandai shouted from a distance. Woody paused, turned around, and smiled. Are you coming in for another round, Sandai? With a cheerful demeanor, Sandai replied, of course. The items I obtained from your little shop saved my life, so I must come in and show my support again. Woody, not one to be overly formal, welcomed Sandai into the shop. Once inside, Sandai released a deep sigh, his expression grave, as though burdened by unspoken concerns. Woody gently inquired, what troubles you, Lord Sandai? After a prolonged silence, Sandai raised his head and tentatively asked, do you have anything that can restore ninjutsu? I am currently devoid of my abilities, and certain unstable elements in the village may take this opportunity to stir unrest. He is well aware of whom he speaks. But is it truly feasible to rely solely on scratch cards? With a sigh, he calmly remarked, your spirit is indeed admirable, esteemed elder. Yet, scratch cards ultimately represent a form of gambling. Whether one wins or loses is largely dependent on fortune. The elder nodded in agreement, understanding that such matters need not be further elaborated upon. He cast a glance at the mountain of scratch cards piled behind the counter and murmured, I recall you once mentioned that the more expensive ones tend to yield better prizes, don't you? Wu Di nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, he witnessed the other man slowly clench his fists, biting his lip as if grappling with a significant decision. After a prolonged silence, he sighed. All right, give me a scratch card worth $1 million. Wu Di refrained from excessive chatter and promptly produced $1 million scratch card from behind him. Even taking a moment to enhance the odds of winning before handing it over, he could empathize with the sentiment of Sandai, if placed in his shoes. Being thrust back into his former existence as a struggling individual would be a daunting prospect. Sandai exhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with a heavy light. Then he picked up a coin and began to gently scratch the coating. Indeed, within mere seconds, a radiant golden light erupted. From the ticket emerged a beautifully crafted glass vial, containing a few drops of green liquid. This is. Wu Di's eyes widened upon reading the description. He then let out a soft, incredulous chuckle. Could it be that such coincidences truly exist in this world? He gently pushed the bottle before the third Hokage, patiently elucidating. Within this small vial resides the divine water from the jade purification bottle of the celestial realm. Should you imbibe even a few drops of this verdant elixir, all the lost ninjutsu shall be restored to you. Moreover, I might add, this divine water possesses the remarkable ability to extend one's lifespan, enhancing it by at least 2 decades. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage was filled with immense joy. For him, the prospect of reclaiming his ninjutsu was already a rare fortune. Now, the prospect of adding at least 20 more years to his life was nothing short of exhilarating. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly consumed the water from the bottle. In an instant, a surge of warmth surged within him, as the sensation of being infused with chakra returned once more. He burst into hearty laughter, his gaze fixed on Wu Di, with a hint of redness appearing around his eyes. I truly found myself at a loss for words. In short, thank you. Wu Di gave a slight nod, saying, Thank for what? I am merely conducting business. The fact that you have regained your ninjutsu is merely a stroke of luck on your part. It has little to do with me. Nevertheless, despite his words, in the eyes of the third Hokage, the ability to restore ninjutsu was indeed inextricably linked to him. The third Hokage stretched his limbs, feeling quite elated. Just as he was about to depart, Wu Di suddenly called out to him. Third, wait a moment. The third turned around and softly inquired, Is there something else, boss? Wu Di pondered for a while before replying, Seeing you regain your full ninjutsu fills me with joy. Although I shouldn't disclose client information, today I am simply too happy. Let me tell you, Asuma has once again procured a box of cigarettes. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. The exhilarating sensation from the last time he smoked still lingered in his heart. That delightful feeling was one that, once experienced, could never be forgotten. He nodded slightly and said, Thank you, boss. Today I have cigarettes to smoke again. As soon as the words left his lips, without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of the small shop. Observing his hurried retreat, Wu Di let out a long sigh. Have I committed some grave error? Per Asuma. With that thought, he promptly shut the door of the shop. The trio continued their journey on foot, showing no signs of regaining their ninjutsu prowess. Upon arriving home and opening the door, they found Asuma standing at the entrance, laughing maniacally. He inquired in a hushed tone, What are you doing here? Asuma retracted her flamboyant smile, her lips curling slightly to reveal a ghostly grin. My most esteemed father, today I have unearthed something truly, exceptionally marvelous. Can you guess what it is? The third generation feigned ignorance and responded with curiosity. What is it? He let out a cold, mirthless laugh, swinging his arms with vigor. Behold, a box of cigarettes. Ha ha ha, am I not impressive? The third Hokage exhaled deeply, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It is rare to witness such filial piety from you. I shall accept it. As he spoke, he extended his hand, ready to receive the cigarettes. However, to his surprise, Asuma quickly withdrew his hand, clutching the box to his chest. Not for you, he chuckled mischievously. Are you angry? He made a playful face, adding, You always snatch my good things. Now that you lack your jutsu, you can't take them, can you? Ha ha. The third sighed deeply. As a father, I had hoped you would willingly surrender, yet your obstinacy prevails, so be it. With those words, he formed a series of hand seals. Asuma froze, his laughter turning radiant. Oh, my esteemed father, do not deceive me. 5 elements. Great multi-strike technique. In an instant, 5 distinct types of chakra surged forth, crashing onto Asuma. With no place to evade, he was forcefully slammed against the foam mountain behind him. As the chakra dissipated, he extricated himself. Wisps of white smoke rising from his darkened visage. Did you not claim your jutsu had vanished? How then can you employ the technique of paternal love? The third Hokage approached leisurely, snatching the cigarettes from Asuma's grasp and tucking them into his own robes. I neglected to inform you. I visited a scratch-off lottery shop today and hit the jackpot. Now, my jutsu have fully returned. Haha, you are still a bit too naive. He entered the room with a smile, pausing at the door to glance back with a gentle grin. Please keep my revival of ninjutsu a secret, or I may bestow upon you an even more profound paternal love. Asuma's tears flowed like a spring, his body trapped among the faux rocks, reluctantly nodding. Initially, he had intended to flaunt his newfound abilities before the third Hokage, hoping to incite a reaction. Little did he know, he would end up repeating a familiar outcome. Chapter 53, Papaya Fries on a New Day. As Woody opened the shop door, he spotted a figure clad in pink squatting before the entrance, resting her chin on her hands, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, she sprang to her feet. Woody cast a brief glance and felt as though the contents of his stomach might resurface. Tuanzong, what brings you here so early? Tuanzong entered the small shop with an air of reluctance, his fingers delicately poised as he complained, "It's all because of that old fool, the third Hokage. Having known him for so long, we were once comrades in the same ninja class. Now, stripped of his ninjutsu, he has handed the position of fifth Hokage to that little minx, Tsunade. She is barely older than a child, nearly 20 years my junior. What right does she have to be the fifth Hokage?" Ever since Tuanzong had mastered the Sunflower Manual, his demeanor had become increasingly effeminate, even adopting the banter typical of neighborhood women. Woody, somewhat speechless, led Tuanzong into the shop, enduring his incessant chatter. What abilities does that little minx possess? She is merely a bit more exuberant than I am. The third, that old lecher, claims she is his student, yet who knows what he truly thinks. I came here today to find something that could stir my own fervor. I refuse to believe that once I rise again, the third will still be so fixated on that little minx. Woody sighed deeply. The third had rightfully passed the mantle to the fifth Hokage. Just as the original narrative dictated, why not confront Kishimoto directly instead of causing a ruckus in my shop? The day's pleasant atmosphere was thoroughly disrupted by this old curmudgeon. Were it not for the allure of the silver notes, Woody would have dearly wished for him to take his leave gracefully. Approaching the counter, Tuanzong angrily produced 3 banknotes of 10,000 ryo each, slamming them down with determination. Let me have 3 of those, and may fortune favor my endeavor. Woody disdainfully tossed aside 3 scratch-off tickets with altered odds. With a sinister smile, Tuanzong produced a coin and, in the blink of an eye, had scratched off all 3 tickets. The first 2 yielded nothing but disappointment, yet the final ticket revealed a prize, a bag of papaya-flavored potato chips. Surprised, Woody blinked at the description of the chips. It seemed that the prizes for scratch-offs had become remarkably considerate lately, allowing one to win exactly what they desired. Even Tuanzong's yearning for exhilaration could be satisfied. This bag of papaya chips will surely invigorate you. Go on now, Woody remarked nonchalantly. Tuanzong's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, a radiant glow igniting within them, and his lips curled into a broad smile. Wonderful! I shall return at once, he exclaimed, eagerly snatching the chips and swiftly departing. Woody's expression turned complex, a sigh of guilt escaping his lips. Alas, I have concealed the side effects. Is this a betrayal of conscience? He mused. Tuanzong, if you seek blame, let it fall upon your own misfortune. While these papaya chips indeed promised to stimulate certain developments, they bore a significant drawback. Consuming them would lead to severe diarrhea, the kind so intense it could be described as appalling. Woody massaged his temples. Well, it matters not. He won't survive many more episodes anyway. If I do not torment him now, there may never be another opportunity. Upon returning to the Anbu, Tuanzong excitedly tore open the bag of papaya chips and devoured them in one go. Almost immediately, his body began to exhibit changes. The areas that needed to rise did so. Yet, gurgle. The silence of the room was abruptly interrupted by the rumbling of his stomach. He furrowed his brow, feeling as though turbulent waves were surging within him, great billows cascading relentlessly downstream. This sensation was ominous. He let out a loud cry, his expression suddenly transforming as if confronted by a formidable adversary, and he rushed toward the restroom. No sooner had he entered than, without gathering his strength, a tremendous roar erupted, akin to thunder. The entire Hokage building trembled in response. In the Hokage office, the newly appointed Tsunade was signing handover documents when the deafening sound startled her into standing, fearing an enemy attack. However, after a prolonged silence without any further disturbances, She settled back into her seat with relief. Kakashi, go and investigate what transpired. Understood. Kakashi replied as he turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Danzo rose with an air of nonchalance, smiling as he pushed open the door. In an instant, a poetic aroma enveloped the entire corridor, fragrant and profoundly captivating. He strode proudly towards the office. However, scarcely had he taken 5 steps when his stomach let out another growl. His expression darkened as he hurriedly turned around. A thunderous rumble shook the Hokage building once more. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, Kakashi, what have you discovered? After a brief 2-minute wait, Kakashi ambled back, half rolling his eyes. 5th Hokage, we must flee. There has been a bioweapon leak. With that, he collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. As night deepened, the lights twinkled dimly, and the world fell into a hushed silence, with the occasional caw of crows slicing through the stillness. Within the Hokage building, intermittent loud noises echoed persistently. Danzo, pale as death, knelt on the floor, weakly calling out, Is anyone there? I wish to return home. Please. Someone from Konoha delivery, bring me something to eat. I feel as though I am dying. Due to the bioweapon leak, the Hokage's office was temporarily relocated to the Ichiraka ramen shop. This delighted Tsunade, who had thought that assuming the role of Hokage would leave her no time for scratch-off tickets. Ironically, the new office location was right across from the lottery shop, allowing her a mere 10-second jaunt to indulge. Shizen, fetch my ticket funds, she commanded, reviewing documents as she spoke. Shizune obediently retrieved a massive backpack the size of a square meter, filled to the brim with silver notes. Go, buy me 10 tickets worth 100,000 each. Huh. Lady Hokage, didn't you used to buy 10 tickets worth 10,000 each? Shizen replied, somewhat flustered, well aware of Tsunade's winning odds. Tsunade, however, merely scoffed, dismissing the concern. Just do as I say. Thanks to the scratch-off shop, the third's life was saved. Consider this my contribution. Shizen, feeling a bit apprehensive, refrained from further protest and withdrew 1 million in silver notes. Once she departed, Tsunade set down her pen, gazing at the massive backpack and exhaling deeply. Grandfather, how I wish you were alive. The money you left is nearly all spent on gambling. Wudi sat confidently behind the counter, gently fanning himself. Ever since the Hokage's office relocated here that morning, he anticipated that his business would thrive until the effects of Danzo's gastrointestinal distress wore off. As expected, just as he was contemplating this, Shizen rushed in, clutching a bundle of silver notes. Boss, I need 10 tickets worth 100,000. Chapter 54. Kakuzu's wallet. Wudi was momentarily taken aback, but soon his heart soared with joy. He never anticipated that the day would commence with such a lucrative transaction. Gazing at the 1 million Ryo banknotes displayed on the counter, his excitement was palpable. Earning 1 million in a single instance was a rarity he had only experienced twice since opening his establishment. Once during the 3rd Hokage's tenure and again during the 5th Hokage's reign. Wudi couldn't help but softly exclaim, those in the Hokage position certainly possess wealth. He promptly handed 10 scratch-off lottery tickets to Shizune, who hurriedly departed. Upon returning to Ichiraku Ramen, Tsunade had already cleared the table, positioning 2 coins in readiness. Shizune, quickly, scratch off the first half, she exclaimed with gleaming eyes. Shizune shrugged in resignation. In mere moments, 10 shimmering scratch-off tickets were laid before her. Wow, they've all won. If only my luck were this splendid every time, Tsunade enthused, rolling up her sleeves for a display of deft maneuvering. Oh yes, this one won 500 Ryo. It's been ages since I've hit such a high prize. Ah, this one is 1,000 Ryo, how I adore you, she exclaimed, planting a fervent kiss upon the lottery ticket. Shizune sighed and shook her head. She truly wished to remind Tsunade that each ticket cost a staggering 100,000 Ryo. After scratching off 9 tickets, they had collectively returned a modest 6,500 Ryo. Tsunade was barely able to contain her excitement. Just as she was about to scratch the final ticket, she caught a glimpse of Shizune beside her. That banknote worth 100,000 Ryo, haven't you scratched it yet? Here, this one is for you. Upon hearing this, Shizune, who had initially felt a twinge of disappointment, instantly became exhilarated, eagerly accepting the ticket and promptly scratching away its coating. As the golden gleam faded, an oddly shaped wallet floated forth from within. Shizune scratched her head, perplexed by the peculiar item. Meanwhile, within the scratch-off lottery shop, a voice resonated in Wudi's mind. Would you like to accept the item, Kakuzu's wallet? Wudi was taken aback, his heart racing with astonishment. Could it be that Tsunade had struck luck to uncover something so extraordinary? Kakuzu was undoubtedly the most financially astute member of the Akatsuki, his investment prowess unparalleled. Ever since he joined the organization, its funds had surged dramatically. Regrettably, in the end, all the money he had painstakingly accumulated was squandered by Conan, that prodigal soul. To his astonishment, Tsunade had indeed scratched out Kakuzu's wallet. If this were true, wouldn't his modest goal of 100 million ryo be easily within reach? Turning around, he seized a brush from the edge of the counter and, with a flourish, inscribed bold characters upon the wall behind him. My goal, 100 million. At that moment, Shizen approached, holding the recently scraped money pouch, and inquired, Boss, what is this? Woody replied softly, This is quite the treasure. It serves as a small treasury for a rebellious organization. Whenever you find yourself in need of funds, simply retrieve them from this wallet. Shizen opened the pouch, observing its empty interior with disdain. Boss, it seems there isn't even a single silver note in here. Woody chuckled lightly. Just let me finish speaking. The method of use is quite simple. When you require silver notes, just envision the desired amount in your mind. Upon opening the pouch, the notes will naturally materialize. Is that true? Shizen's eyes widened in disbelief. Woody cast her a sidelong glance, exclaiming, When have I, the illustrious owner of the unbeatable scratchoff lottery, ever deceived anyone? Upon hearing this, Shizen quickly shut her eyes. In an instant, she felt the pouch swell in her hands. Opening it, she was astonished to find silver notes indeed appearing within. It's real. How wonderful, she exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Then, a serious and low voice resonated from behind her. Shizen, I have heard all about the function of that pouch. Startled, Shizen turned around abruptly, forcing a smile as she replied, Since when did Lord Hokage take to eavesdropping? Tsunade snorted, Such a marvelous item. What if I had not come out and you had kept it all for yourself? I paid for this after all. From now on, you shall fund my gambling. Shizen slapped her forehead momentarily, but soon regained her composure. After all, it was not her own money being spent. What was there to worry about? In a corner of the rain village, Kakuzu lamented, Conan, you wasteful girl, have you stolen my money again? Grasping his hair, a thin mist escaped from the corner of his mouth, nearly driving him to madness. Is it so easy for me to save money? I just managed to gather 100,000, and in the blink of an eye, it's gone. From now on, if you wish to spend, you'll have to find your own means. I am done with this. He angrily opened his wallet, only to discover that 1,000,000 taels had inexplicably vanished. Trembling with rage, he shouted, Afei, come out here. You are the only one who could steal from right under my nose. Don't even think about denying it. Inside the scratch-off lottery shop, Wu Di observed Tsunade's avaricious and gambling demeanor, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. As long as he could maintain this significant client's loyalty, achieving his minor objectives would be effortless. However, just as the client was about to invest 1,000,000 to scratch off a ticket, Jiraiya entered. Having been previously caught peeking through Jiraiya's glasses, Tsunade immediately grew wary upon seeing him. I didn't bring my glasses this time. I can't see anything. Jiraiya waved his hand nonchalantly, chuckling. Tsunade scrutinized him from head to toe, and, upon confirming he indeed was not wearing glasses, relaxed slightly. Have you discovered anything during your time away? Jiraiya exhaled deeply and, for once, spoke with unusual seriousness. I have located Orochimaru's lair and have returned to ask if you wish to take action against it. Tsunade stroked her chin, her expression grave. She was uncertain how to decide on this matter. To attack? The village would surely be left vulnerable, without a shadow-level ninja to safeguard it. Should an enemy take advantage of the situation, it would undoubtedly result in a disastrous loss. To refrain from attacking? If left unchecked, it would certainly become a menace. As she wrestled with her thoughts, Wu Di let out a hearty laugh. Let us go for it. Nothing will happen in the village. Tsunade and Jiraiya simultaneously turned their gazes toward Wu Di. Indeed, there's also the boss. Although we have only seen him display his skills once or twice, his ability to easily subdue Danzo indicates that he is no ordinary fighter. Wu Di scratched his chin, opting not to elaborate further. It was best that as few people as possible knew about the third restoration of ninjutsu. Tsunade made up her mind and declared seriously, in that case, we shall depart shortly. With that, she turned and led Shizen back. All right. Jiraiya nodded in agreement, then retrieved a banknote. Boss, give me a 10,000. Wu Di twitched the corner of his mouth. Without the enhancement of the horned wallet, the effect was indeed different. Chapter 55. The emergence of malicious thoughts. Wu Di deliberately raised the odds of Jiraiya winning the scratch-off lottery. Yet, for reasons unknown, luck eluded him once more. Dejected, Jiraiya turned to leave, but just as he reached the doorway, a sudden realization struck him. His script editor remained firmly in the boss's grasp. As he recalled the earlier incident when the Sand Ninja summoned the giant serpent, he understood that his dreams of winning the lottery had been dashed. Turning back, he rubbed his palms together with a mischievous grin and said, "Boss, is it possible for me to have the script editor back?" Woody let out a light snort, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "Given how you handled the last task I entrusted to you, do you still have the audacity to ask for the editor? However, in consideration of your status as a longtime patron, I shall return it to you. Before I do, I must offer a word of caution. Refrain from watching those films that can be completed by just 2 or 3 individuals, as they may shorten your lifespan." Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya burst into hearty laughter. All right. I shall certainly heed the boss's advice." Woody chuckled softly, knowing that his words were likely in vain. Jiraiya's flaws were deeply ingrained and unlikely to change. He casually tossed the plot editor aside. Jiraiya, filled with uncontainable joy, skipped out exuberantly. Woody sighed and shook his head. He had barely been gone for 3 minutes when Sasuke arrived. Upon noticing the lingering bruises adorning his body, Woody instantly grasped the situation. Indeed, that day he had been thoroughly beaten by Itachi. His eyes burned with fury as he emptied the entire contents of his backpack, revealing a stack of banknotes. "Boss, here are 10,000 silver notes. Give me a ticket worth 10,000, he demanded. Woody, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "If you possess 10,000, why not purchase 10 tickets of 1,000 each? Perhaps you might obtain something even better." Sasuke shook his head. "You once mentioned that the more expensive, the more likely it is to yield a valuable reward. I urgently require strength, so please provide me with a ticket worth 10,000. Woody sighed softly and retrieved a scratch-off ticket valued at 10,000 from behind him, turning back to say, "Child, heed advice, it will nourish you." Unfazed, Sasuke began scratching the ticket. Halfway through, a flash of gold glimmered, and a wicked smile crept across his lips. "Itachi, I shall kill you. I shall kill you. I shall kill you," he incessantly muttered to himself. Soon, an exceedingly ancient-looking ring soared out from the ticket. Woody, while sipping his tea, nearly spewed it out upon reading the description of the ring. The Thunder God Ring of the Pretender? What on earth? Sasuke wore a perplexed expression. Utterly unaware of what this object was, he inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Boss, what is this?" Woody, licking his lips, explained with a calm demeanor. "This item is known as the Thunder God Ring of the Pretentious. Its function is rather straightforward. Simply wear it and engage in incessant pretentiousness before others. The ring will continuously accumulate energy within. Once it is fully charged, it will fulfill your command and summon thunder from the heavens. The method to invoke the thunder is equally simple. Just raise your finger and shout loudly, 'If you dare, strike me down.' The thunder is sure to descend." Sasuke swallowed hard, a trace of embarrassment appearing on his face. "Boss, are you certain that after I say that, the thunder won't strike me instead?" Woody blinked, responding earnestly, "I haven't encountered this item before, so I cannot provide a more satisfactory answer at this moment." "Then I shall leave it be," Sasuke said, stowing the ring away as he turned and exited the small shop. He walked slowly along the street, his mind incessantly replaying the events of a few days prior. The power of the weasel was undeniably formidable, far surpassing his expectations. Confronted with such a formidable adversary, he felt utterly devoid of any chance of victory. At this moment, he found himself in dire need of strength. Contemplating this, he raised his hand to touch the curse mark on his neck. Previously, he had unleashed the curse mark twice, albeit in a state of temporary amnesia. However, upon regaining his senses and witnessing the astonished gazes of those around him, he sensed that the curse mark possessed considerable potency. If he were to seek the origin of the curse mark, might it not grant him even greater power? A fierce glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. For the sake of vengeance, to personally eliminate that man, he was willing to traverse through mountains of knives and seas of fire. However, the question lingered. Where should he seek the great serpent that bestowed upon him the curse mark? At the entrance of Konoha, Shizen stood beside Tsunade, her back laden with 2 backpacks. As she spotted Jiraiya approaching at a leisurely pace, she called out loudly, "Lord Jiraiya, we've been waiting for you. Hurry up." Yet, Jiraiya, holding the recently retrieved plot editor, was absorbed in the beauty of the spring scenery. "Oh, what's the rush? Orochimaru isn't going anywhere," he muttered under his breath, a hint of displeasure flickering at the corners of his brow. As he drew nearer to Tsunade and the others, he put away the editor, his expression returning to normal. "All right, let us set off," he said softly, stepping out of the village first. Shizune and Tsunade exchanged glances before turning to follow in his footsteps towards Orochimaru's lair. Meanwhile, in a distant and dim cave within the Sound Village, amidst the flickering candlelight, Uncle Snake raged incessantly. That old fossil of the third Hokage actually sealed my hands. I despise him. I loathe him. He ground his teeth, his eyes wide with fury. Before him knelt 5 young individuals adorned with purple ribbon belts. In the face of his demeanor, none among them dared to utter a word. He hung his arms low, with boundless fury flickering in his eyes. Sandaime, did you not wish for peace in Konoha? Did you not go to great lengths to seal me away? Yet, I shall sow chaos in Konoha. I will ensure your dying wish remains unfulfilled, leaving you in eternal unrest. As he spoke, he cast a downward glance at the 5 individuals before him, gritting his teeth as he commanded. You must depart immediately for Konoha. Employ every means necessary, even if it requires binding him. Bring Sasuke to me. One by one, they nodded in acknowledgement, hastily rising to rush towards the exit of the cavern. After their departure, the pharmacist emerged with a steaming cup of tea. Lord Orochimaru, please calm your anger and have a sip of tea, he urged. Uncle Snake lowered his head and leaned towards the rim of the cup, but after just 2 sips, his expression abruptly transformed. He suddenly shook his body, causing the tea to spill onto the ground. As for that scratch-off ticket, had it not been for that wretched boss boasting about the miraculous nature of his props, I would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. Just wait, one day, I shall make you all pay for this. He turned around and poured him another cup of tea, bringing it to his lips. As he sipped his tea, he inadvertently caught sight of his darkened arms, a wave of dissatisfaction washing over him. Keep an eye on the happenings outside in the coming days. Konoha Village has suffered a significant loss this time and will surely not let it go lightly. Understood, Do replied with a slight nod, gracefully retreating with the teacup in hand. Chapter 56. The Two Pillars Act. Proudly, Naruto walked dejectedly along the street. Upon opening his wallet, he let out a long sigh. Where are the banknotes? Not a single one remains. He felt a sense of vexation. Ever since the conclusion of the Chunin exam, he had not indulged in the thrill of scratch cards for many days. Just at that moment, a dark figure emerged from the corner of the street ahead. Naruto smirked, a devilish grin gracing his features. What a coincidence, Ebisu-sensei. Upon hearing his voice, a chill ran down Ebisu's spine. Having been robbed by him numerous times, the shadows of fear had firmly taken root within him. The sight of Naruto now made him shudder involuntarily. Oh, it's you, Naruto, he exclaimed, simultaneously retrieving his wallet from his pocket. He had come to terms with certain matters. After all, the lost banknotes could be reimbursed. To minimize physical suffering, he resolved to yield voluntarily. Here, I have 1,000 ryo for you. I have other matters to attend to, so I shan't waste any more of your time. He casually concocted an excuse, preparing to seize the opportunity to slip away. However, Naruto narrowed his eyes and smirked mischievously. Teacher Ebisu, it appears that your wallet is still quite full of banknotes. Ebisu was taken aback, but before he could react, Naruto's fingers had already jabbed into him. Sunflower acupoint technique. He once again felt immobilized, internally lamenting. I have willingly surrendered my silver notes. Why can they not let me be? Those funds were meant for treating a lady to dinner. Naruto counted the silver notes, then stuffed his empty wallet back into his pocket, smiling as he said, Thank you, Master Hibiki, for your generous tip. I shall treat you to tea when the opportunity arises. With that, he joyfully dashed off towards the scratch-off lottery shop. Upon arriving at the entrance of the lottery shop, he spotted Sasuke trudging along the street, visibly dejected. He hurried over to inquire, Sasuke, what troubles you? Sasuke cast him a sidelong glance, sighed heavily, and continued walking with his head down. Hey, you can't keep wearing that indifferent facade all the time. It's as if I owe you 800 taels of silver. If something's bothering you, just share it with me. Sasuke turned back, coldly stating, I need the power to kill that man. Can you provide it? That man. Who is he? Naruto scratched his head, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Itachi Uchiha. My elder brother. He slaughtered the Uchiha clan, and I must avenge them. Sasuke scoffed, his fist clenched tightly. Itachi Uchiha. Naruto rubbed his chin, suddenly recalling the rogue Uchiha he had encountered at school. He seemingly referred to Sasuke as a foolish younger brother. However, that individual possesses extraordinary strength. Even when Sasuke unleashed his formidable technique, Too Beautiful, he could not bring him down. He forced a smile, though his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Sasuke, are you really going to kill him? Surely, you jest. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at him, offering no further words, and continued his path beyond the village. I am in pursuit of power. Do not follow me any longer. Where are you going? Naruto inquired, anxiety evident in his tone. I am seeking that great snake. I have a strong intuition that he possesses knowledge on how to enhance my strength. Sasuke's gaze was cold, his expression resolute. Observing him stride towards the village's edge, Naruto felt a surge of urgency and hastily followed. Hey, Sasuke, wait a moment. Sasuke did not pause. Instead, he quickened his pace. In the blink of an eye, the two had emerged from the village. Hey, Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto shouted once more. Sasuke's eye twitched slightly as he turned back, bellowing, do not call me that. Sasuke Uchiha is no more. I am determined to find that snake. Not even the first Hokage could impede my quest. While you may scrape together ninjutsu at the lottery shop, what do I end up with? He furiously yanked off the ninja tool pouch and spilled its contents onto the ground. 3 shuriken, 6 or 7 kunai. A provocative stick depicting a man with his middle finger raised, and a faded, yellowish rubber chicken. Haven't you also drawn upon ninjutsu? That little yellow chicken is merely a dance step technique. Naruto chuckled softly. Yet, Itachi Uchiha had completely withstood the dance step ninjutsu. Sasuke roared in frustration, flailing his arms and legs in exasperation. By chance, during one of his wild gestures, he inadvertently brushed against the provocative stick, causing it to tilt and point directly at Naruto. In an instant, Naruto's chakra surged dramatically. Sasuke sensed something amiss, glanced down, and felt utterly despondent. What he had scraped together was nowhere near as impressive as Naruto's, and now he had successfully provoked him. How amusing. Sasuke. Naruto glared at him with a fierce expression, steam billowing from his nostrils. Hey, can we adhere to some rules? We shouldn't be using ninjutsu drawn from scratch cards. Before he could finish his sentence, Naruto had already leapt into the air, raising 2 fingers. Konoha's floral palm. Sasuke hastily retreated, narrowly evading the attack. As Naruto landed, his breaths grew heavier. So, no using scratch card ninjutsu, is that it? Fine. He swiftly formed a series of hand seals and slammed his palm onto the ground, invoking the summoning technique. Bang! This time, he successfully summoned Gamabunta, the giant toad. Sasuke felt a surge of despair, his lips twitching uncontrollably. His eyes flickered, and suddenly he noticed the ring on his hand, prompting him to snap his fingers. Indeed, while it was stated that the use of scratch-off ninjutsu was prohibited, there was no mention of a ban on utilizing tools. Thus, he placed his hands on his hips and pointed at Naruto, who stood atop One Tai's head. Naruto Uzumaki. In my eyes, you are nothing but a pile of refuse. I am a proud descendant of the Uchiha clan, unlike you, who is destined to be at the bottom of the hierarchy. Without the assistance of the ninjutsu from scratch-off tickets, you are mere trash before me. As his words reached One Tai's ears, One Eye smirked disdainfully and exhaled a ring of smoke. Kid, before you put on an act, it would be wise to assess the situation. It seems you are the one in a disadvantaged position now. Sasuke shook his head. I suggest you keep quiet, big toad. Do you really think you can converse with someone from the Uchiha clan when you lack a neck? When I was momentarily taken aback, his smoking pipe trembling slightly, he audaciously claimed to be devoid of a neck. While this may indeed be the case, it was rather unkind to the frog. Without hesitation, One drew his short sword and struck heavily towards Sasuke. Sasuke swiftly evaded, narrowly escaping the blow. You little brat, how dare you pretend in my presence? Just wait. I shall end you today. Following this, a flurry of chaotic slashes ensued. Within mere breaths, not a single tree remained unscathed in the vicinity. Sasuke glanced down at his ring, gritting his teeth. Just a little more, and I shall succeed. Then, he abruptly lifted his head and continued to shout in the village. My popularity far surpasses yours. The girls who admire me form a long queue. What do you have? Chapter 57. 2 cards. This remark struck at the heart of Naruto's most vulnerable spot. Orphaned at a tender age, he bore within him the seal of the 9 tails. Wherever he ventured, society regarded him as a harbinger of misfortune. He felt compelled to engage in whimsical antics each day to capture the attention of those around him. Even the disdainful gazes he received brought him a peculiar sense of satisfaction, as any form of recognition delighted him. Sasuke gazed at the resplendent ring, a grin spreading across his face as he pointed skyward and shouted, If you dare, strike me down. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The once clear sky morphed into a brooding mass of dark clouds, with countless bolts of lightning brewing within. Before him stood a man and a toad, the threat posed by the man being significantly less daunting than that of the toad. Thus, he resolved to confront the toad first. With a swift motion of his hand, a thunderous bolt descended from the heavens, striking One Tai directly. This scene was entirely beyond One Tai's expectations. Caught off guard, he had no chance to evade, and was instantly reduced to a charred remnant. Lying on his back, he trembled uncontrollably. Within mere seconds, he reverted from his summoning state. Sasuke, with a devilish grin, surveyed the aftermath of the frog being struck and felt a sense of satisfaction. Naruto, astonished, exclaimed, "Sasuke, weren't we told not to use techniques from the scratch-off store? How come you?" He waved his hand, deliberately showcasing the ring. "I did not employ the art of scratch cards. Rather, I utilized their tools." Subsequently, his expression shifted abruptly. "I will undoubtedly seek out the Great Serpent. Now, it is time to eliminate you." He swung his palm once more, intending to take Naruto along with him. However, at that very moment, the thunderclouds mysteriously vanished. Naruto rejoiced, and then let out a soft snort. "It seems even the heavens wish to prevent you from seeking that Great Serpent." As he spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals, would release, thousand-year cutting technique. In an instant, Sasuke found himself ensnared, that despairing sensation flooding his lower body once again, bringing forth a long-forgotten pain. Naruto approached with a grin, raising 2 fingers. "What do you intend to do, Naruto?" Sasuke inquired, a hint of panic in his voice. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I shall scream." "Go ahead and scream. Even if you were to shout until your throat was raw, it would be futile." Naruto chuckled, thrusting his finger forward. Sunflower acupoint technique. Half an hour later, in the grand warehouse of Konoha. "Hey, Naruto, this is rather uncouth. Don't you think? I am, after all, a proud descendant of the Uchiha clan. Is it not a bit excessive to bind me like this?" Sasuke was tied to a pillar in the warehouse, unable to move an inch. "Excessive? When you were acting like a fool in front of me just now. Why did you not consider your own excesses? You played your part so convincingly that my tender heart is quite wounded," Naruto remarked while tightening the ropes. He then applied a bit more force, ensuring the knots were securely fastened. To prevent Sasuke from forming hand seals, he had intentionally suspended one of Sasuke's hands. "We shall discuss your fate when the Hokage returns. For now, I must take my leave. I just acquired some silver notes from Ebisu-sensei and have yet to scratch them for prizes." With that, he exited the warehouse. "Hey, Naruto, you slowpoke. Fox demon." No matter how loudly Sasuke shouted, Naruto did not glance back. With a heart brimming with excitement, he hurried towards the lottery shop. Inside, Wu-D was counting the recent influx of silver notes. Only 28 million ryo? This is merely a result of riding the wave of the Chunin exam's popularity. He let out a soft sigh. After this wave of fervor, would the income not diminish even further? Contemplating these thoughts only deepened his headache. At that moment, Naruto entered with a beaming smile. "Boss, please give me 2 scratch cards worth 1,000 each." Wu-D turned his head, somewhat puzzled. When did Naruto become so affluent that he could afford 2,000 for a single scratch card? However, glancing at the scattered banknotes he had carelessly placed on the table, Wu-D began to grasp the situation. It must be that he had been saving up gradually. Wu-D retrieved 2 scratch cards from the pile and handed them to Naruto. With joy, Naruto began to scratch them, and in an instant, golden light erupted. He couldn't help but smile. Soon, a blue card floated out from beneath the first scratch-off ticket. Inscribed upon it were a series of small characters, Ninja Technique Amplification Card. "What is this?" Naruto pondered, examining the card from front to back. Observing his curiosity, Wu-D smiled and elucidated. "The Ninja Technique Amplification Card you have revealed can enhance your existing techniques. For instance, if you wish to amplify the Shadow Clone technique, simply inscribe Shadow Clone on the card. If you desire to enhance the acupoint sealing technique, write out its full name. Once the card is utilized, the corresponding technique will experience a significant boost, and your comprehension of the technique will deepen as well." Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he immediately seized a pen from the counter. Thoughtlessly inscribing Sunflower Acupoint Sealing Technique, the card vanished instantly, and he felt a remarkable increase in his understanding of the technique. Previously, when employing the Sunflower Acupoint Sealing Technique on others, he could only immobilize them for 5 minutes. Now, however, he found himself capable of controlling the immobilization duration, extending it up to 10 minutes. He scratched off another scratch card, revealing yet another blue card. Could it possibly be a ninjutsu amplification card again? A look of excitement danced across his face. Wu-D gently shook his head. This time, it is not a ninjutsu amplification card, but rather a ninjutsu learning card. With this card, you can simply write down any ninjutsu you wish to learn right on it. However, before he could finish his sentence, Naruto seized the pen and swiftly inscribed the words Universal Transportation on the ninjutsu learning card. Yet, to his surprise, the card did not vanish this time. Instead, The words simply faded away. He inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Boss, what is the meaning of this?" Woody's expression darkened, and his lips quivered as he retorted, "You haven't even let me finish my explanation. This card cannot learn the bloodline limit ninjutsu, nor can it acquire the ninjutsu revealed in this establishment's scratch-off." Huh? Naruto sighed regretfully, tucking the card away. If it cannot learn the ninjutsu from the scratch-off, it seems this card holds little value after all. What a waste of 1,000 taels. He exited the small shop with a hint of regret. In the hidden sound village, within a roadside tavern, Jiraiya and his companions gathered around a table. The lair of Orochimaru is situated a mere 10 kilometers to the north. Let us first enjoy a meal before confronting him, Jiraiya said, cheerfully breaking apart a pair of disposable chopsticks. Tsunade nodded. It seems we have no other option, but I hope he doesn't flee before we arrive. Not far away, at a street corner, a young man wearing glasses observed them with a sinister smile gracing his lips. Since you have come to me, do not blame me for what follows. Chapter 58, Summoning. The might of the toad in the back alley of the tavern. Kabuto stealthily climbed over the wall and entered the kitchen. Upon seeing the meal just ordered by Jiraiya and his companions, he retrieved a pouch of medicinal powder from his pocket and stirred it evenly into the food. Eat well, and may it be your last meal. He adjusted his glasses, a glint of malice evident in his eyes. He then vanished in a flash from the kitchen. The dishes soon arrived before Jiraiya and his companions, and the enticing aroma prompted Jiraiya to dig in without hesitation. Shizune and Tsunade followed suit, having not rested since their journey from Konoha, their hunger overwhelming. However, just a few bites into the meal, Tsunade suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Almost immediately, she sensed the chakra within her body spreading uncontrollably. This is bad. I've been poisoned. As a medical ninja, she recognized the gravity of the situation. She quickly raised her hands to heal herself, and Shizune joined her in action. Unfortunately, Jiraiya was not as fortunate. Not being a medical ninja, he halted his meal upon sensing something was amiss, but the toxins within his body continued to spread relentlessly. Within mere seconds, he succumbed to unconsciousness. At the opposite street corner, Kabuto gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I only managed to incapacitate one of them. However, that's of little consequence. As long as Jiraiya is dead, Tsunade alone will not be able to contend with Lord Orochimaru. His figure swiftly vanished, returning to report the situation here. After Tsunade and Shizune completed their healing, they hurriedly checked Jiraiya's injuries. Fortunately, the poison had not yet spread. Shizune, protect his heart, Tsunade murmured. Without hesitation, Shizune pressed her hand over Jiraiya's heart, enveloping it in a cocoon of green chakra. Tsunade exhaled with relief, channeling all her chakra in a frantic effort to scour the toxins from his body. After what felt like an eternity, Jiraiya finally regained consciousness. Seeing Tsunade, drenched in sweat, he chuckled. We indeed underestimated the situation. The Sound Village was originally established by Orochimaru, so it was only natural that he had his spies here. We should confront Orochimaru directly. Lingering here may invite further danger. Tsunade nodded, and the three of them proceeded towards the lair of the Snake Sage. In the cave, Kabuto relayed the events occurring in the Sound Village to Orochimaru. With a sinister smile, Orochimaru replied, You underestimate the matter. With Tsunade present, Jiraiya is not fated to die. We should go out to welcome them. As a member of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru was well acquainted with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Once they had neutralized the poison, it was certain they would not linger in the village. True to his intuition, as soon as he stood up, Jiraiya's voice echoed from outside. Orochimaru, come out. Orochimaru flicked his long tongue across his lips, casting a sidelong glance at Kabuto, and chuckled softly. See? I told you, with Tsunade around, he cannot possibly perish. With measured steps, he walked outside. In the vast grassland, boulders occasionally towered above the terrain. The wild wind swept across, causing the fields to ripple like waves. Orochimaru, hands hanging at his sides, gazed at the approaching figures and spoke softly. It has been a long time. It brings back memories of the days spent beside our teacher. Clenching his fists, Jiraiya shouted, You are unworthy to mention our teacher. Prepare to meet your end. Yet, Orochimaru remained composed, turning his gaze towards Tsunade, and remarked nonchalantly, Your medical ninjutsu is remarkable. You should be able to heal my hands, yes? Tsunade, maintaining her serious demeanor, scoffed, Perhaps you are overestimating yourself. No, I assure you. I am not. Orochimaru insisted eagerly. If you restore my hands, I might be able to help you fulfill a long-held wish. I know you have been yearning for two men, your brother Senju Rope Tree and your beloved Dan Kato, am I right? Tsunade trembled slightly, feeling as if she were adrift. These two had once been among her closest, only to have perished in succession. If she could see them again. Tsunade's heart was thrown into turmoil. If you heal my hands, I will summon them back with the impure world reincarnation. Jiraiya is well aware of these matters. He was aware that Tsunade had always held onto the memories of those two individuals. However, it seemed that this was not the time for nostalgia. Moreover, once Orochimaru regained the use of his hands, the three of them, who had been poisoned, would not suffice to confront him. Tsunade, what are you pondering? You are the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya exclaimed loudly, as if attempting to draw her back to reality. Have you forgotten the wishes of Sasuke and Dan? Tsunade's heart trembled intensely, and she murmured softly, the wishes of Sasuke and Dan. Suddenly, two figures emerged vividly in her mind, a child and a slightly taller young man. Their shadows gradually overlapped. My aspiration is to become the Hokage. The Hokage. Tsunade's body quivered suddenly. Is she not the fifth Hokage now? The hope of both Rope Tree and Dying Dream. Soon after, her gaze sharpened, revealing a glimmer of ruthlessness. Konoha is the hope of Rope Tree and Dying Dream. Orochimaru, you seek to annihilate Konoha. I shall never forgive you. Wiping away the moisture at the corner of her eye, Tsunade dashed forward, raising her fist to strike fiercely at Uncle Snake. Uncle Snake retreated sharply, anxiously calling out in midair, Kabuto, summon the great serpent with my arm. Yes. Kabuto nodded, rolling up Uncle Snake's sleeve and drawing a blood seal upon it. Summoning technique. In an instant, two enormous serpents of earthy yellow materialized upon the vast grassland. Humph. Do you think you alone can perform the summoning technique? Jiraiya formed hand seals and struck the ground forcefully. Summoning technique. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed as Jiraiya's gaze elevated slightly. He was somewhat perplexed and glanced down, only to behold a brilliantly green toad adorned with striking red lips beneath him. He was perched upon the toad with an exquisitely graceful posture. Ah, little Ziz. You have finally remembered me, exclaimed the green toad, who punctuated its speech by pouting its plump lips. What? Toadmaru, is that you? Where's Wentai? Jiraiya leaped down abruptly, gazing at the towering toad. Toadmaru puffed out its cheeks and replied, Lord Wentai has been summoned by a little imp, struck by lightning, and is currently recuperating in Myaboka Mountain. He sent me to assess the situation. Little imp? Jiraiya furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling Naruto. Damn. What business does he have summoning Wentai? Toadmaru, you must hurry back and inform Wentai that I require assistance. I implore him to come, no matter what. Oh, little Ziz, why not leave it all to me instead? Toadmaru winked. Jiraiya, with a grim expression, pointed towards the two enormous serpents approaching rapidly. Can you handle that? Toadmaru glanced back, its eyes nearly popping out, and promptly declared, Little Ziz, I shall take my leave now, farewell. Hey, don't forget to tell Wentai. Before Jiraiya could finish, Toadmaru had vanished without a trace. Jiraiya exhaled deeply, gazing hopelessly at the serpents, and swiftly formed hand seals. Earth-style, yellow spring swamp. A vast mire suddenly emerged, ensnaring the two serpents within. Shizen retreated a few steps, realizing that the battle unfolding before her was beyond her capability. She reached for her ninja tool pouch, intending to draw a shuriken for self-defense, but instead, her hand brushed against a remote control. Oh right, how could I forget this? Shizune's eyes brightened. The remote was something she had won long ago at a scratch card shop. By inscribing the name of the person she wished to control, she could manipulate them against their will. However, time had passed, and she had forgotten to use it. Quickly, she retrieved the remote and inscribed the name of Kabuto in the character field. As she gently maneuvered the joystick, Kabuto's actions indeed began to alter. With a mischievous grin, she took control of him. In the next moment, a layer of blue chakra enveloped Kabuto's hand. This was his renowned technique, the chakra scalpel. Upon contact with a person's muscles, it would sever them instantaneously. Lord Orochimaru, be wary of what lies behind you. Despite being controlled, Kabuto remained acutely aware. He shouted, and Orochimaru abruptly turned his head. However, it was already too late. A small hand belonging to Kabuto had just touched Orochimaru's posterior. Orochimaru felt his body stiffen, and then his entire left leg lost all sensation. Kabuto, do you wish to die? He bellowed loudly, his face contorting in confusion and innocence as he exclaimed, Lord Orochimaru, I truly did not intend for this. I simply cannot seem to control myself. As he spoke, he advanced once more. Jiraiya, equally perplexed, turned to see Tsunade diligently manipulating a lever in her hands. That contraption, he had never seen it before. Tsunade chuckled and explained, That is a prop she won when the scratch-off shop first opened. The owner claimed it could directly control others. Is it truly that remarkable? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, suddenly wishing for such a remote control himself, imagining inscribing Tsunade's name within it. Perfect. Observing his lecherous demeanor, Tsunade surmised he was concocting some unsavory thought and whispered, "We should hasten to assist Tsunade and swiftly deal with Orochimaru." Indeed, Jiraiya nodded, leaping into action. Tsunade remained at a distance, joyfully shaking the lever. Suddenly, a discrepancy arose between Kabuto's actions and her control. She shook it vigorously once more, only to discover Kabuto had slipped from her grasp. Glancing down, she saw the power indicator on the remote had vanished. "Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, the remote is out of power," she cried out. Meanwhile, Kabuto left a trace of blood on Orochimaru's hand once again. Summoning technique. Bang. This time, the summoned creature was none other than Orochimaru's most formidable summoned beast, the 10,000 snakes. Jiraiya and Tsunade broke into a cold sweat, narrowly avoiding the jaws of the massive serpent. "Tsunade, you absolute fool," Tsunade shouted, quickly forming hand seals to summon the wet-boned forest giant slug. Jiraiya, with a series of agile leaps, distanced himself, wiping the sweat from his brow as he cast a glance at Tsunade. "I always thought I was unreliable enough. You were even more so." Tsunade sheepishly scratched her head. "I apologize, Jiraiya-sama. I neglected to check the power before leaving." "Well," Jiraiya scoffed lightly, utilizing the summoning technique once more. This time, his gaze finally rose to meet Orochimaru's level. "Unta, you have finally arrived," he exclaimed with fervor, only to lower his gaze and discover a mummified toad crouching beneath his feet. "What on earth are you?" Startled, he leapt back. Winta inhaled a puff of smoke and murmured, "It's all because of that little rascal that I endured a bolt from the blue." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Jiraiya felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Ah, we meet again." It suddenly evokes the sensation of a class reunion. Winta spoke, shrouded in a haze of smoke. Wan Snake cast a sidelong glance and chuckled. "In your current state, it seems more akin to a memorial service. You wretched worm, I shall tear your mouth apart." Winta sprang into action, drawing his dagger with determination. Wan Snake snorted disdainfully and plunged into the ground. Winta's strike missed its mark, and due to the pain from his wounds, he stumbled forward, dropping his weapon onto the earth. "I did say we ought to hold a memorial service for you." Wan Snake suddenly lunged up, bearing two sharp fangs aimed at Winta. The slug rushed forward but was ensnared by Wan Snake's binding. Winta furrowed his brow, his face darkening with gravity. Jiraiya scratched his head in frustration and sighed, "My apologies, old friend." Just as the two contemplated their imminent demise, a spark of inspiration flickered in Jiraiya's mind, and he suddenly recalled an extremely vital piece of information: the nature of snakes. He offered a faint smile and promptly produced the narrative editor, envisioning a splendid tapestry in his mind. The narrative editor responded swiftly, and as he beheld two colossal serpents entwined on the screen, Jiraiya chuckled softly. He then leapt forward, brandishing the narrative editor before the great serpent, Manda. Instantly, Manda's movement ceased, revealing an expression of indulgence. "Hasten, advance the scene a bit further, and adjust to the focal points." Uncle Snake and Kabuto, somewhat bewildered, peered forward, their faces darkening immediately. "Manda, what time do you think it is? Why are you still indulging in such distractions?" Uncle Snake spoke in a low tone. However, Manda merely huffed disdainfully. "I care not for your concerns. At this moment, relishing the exquisite scenery is my utmost priority." Witnessing this spectacle, Winta grasped a short blade and thrust it directly through Manda's gaping maw. Manda collapsed onto the ground. "You, great toad, have no sense of martial ethics." Winta scoffed. "You should be the one to uphold martial ethics below." Manda's form vanished instantaneously. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Uncle Snake hastily retreated into the shadows, while Kabuto swiftly deployed a smoke bomb, fleeing at lightning speed. Tsunade's expression darkened, and she sat down heavily. Were it not for the fact that her three comrades had been poisoned, Orochimaru would not have escaped even with wings. She sighed, casting a glance at Jiraiya and Shizen, managing a faint, pained smile. In the subterranean tunnel, Uncle Snake limped along, dragging one leg, while Kabuto dared not utter a word. The expression on his face revealed he was seething with rage. Gritting his teeth, Uncle Snake's eyes glinted with icy resolve. "Damn it. In the future, when breeding Manda, regardless of gender, they shall all be castrated." Indeed, Kabuto shrank back, contemplating extending a hand to assist Uncle Snake, but was forcefully pushed away. Chapter 60, The Four Sound Ninjas on the Grassland. After a prolonged respite, Jiraiya and his companions finally expelled all the toxins from their bodies. Tsunade inhaled deeply and remarked with a smile, "Jiraiya, you seemed rather tense just now." When? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat uneasy. When Orochimaru sought to exchange my assistance in healing his arm for the severed rope tree. A flicker of sorrow crossed Tsunade's eyes. Though these two had passed away many years ago, she had yet to relinquish them from her heart. She pressed further, "Had I agreed then, what would you have done?" Jiraiya scratched the back of his head, responding with a carefree smile that belied his true feelings. "What could I have done? At most, I would have killed you." Yet, as he uttered the latter part, his expression suddenly turned fiercely severe. He cast a glance into the distance, his tone imbued with an unprecedented gravity. "Konoha is not merely your Konoha, it is also mine. Although I do not aspire to be Hokage, the will of fire has never strayed from my heart." Observing his serious demeanor, Tsunade trembled slightly, only to soon reveal a radiant smile. In Konoha, the unparalleled lottery of fate awaited. The sun had descended halfway, marking the onset of twilight. As was his custom, Woody stood watch from the street side, prepared to close his doors should no patrons arrive. At that moment, for individuals adorned with purple belts approached, Woody was no stranger to these figures. They are the formidable 4 heavenly kings under Orochimaru's command: Gatonmaru, Doyu, Zuichin, Yuchin, and Jurbi, who were responsible for constructing the 4 Purple Flames formation during the Konoha collapse plan. If I am not mistaken, there should also be one named Kimimaro waiting outside the village at this moment. As they observed the 3rd Hokage advancing with great vigor, they contemplated testing their luck and seizing this opportunity to fulfill a personal desire. "Boss, bring us 4 scratch-off tickets worth 10,000 each," Gatonmaru declared, slamming down 40,000 in cash onto the counter. Wu collected the bills, produced 4 scratch-off tickets, adjusted the odds of winning, and placed them before the eager group. They had heard Orochimaru speak of the scratch-off game before, so it was not an unfamiliar concept to them. Consequently, they eagerly retrieved coins and began to scratch vigorously. After a while, 2 beams of golden light emerged, leaving Wu in a state of perplexity. He possesses the ability to alter the odds of winning. Is it truly genuine? How can these individuals continue to secure victories after such modifications? Is it possible that a mere 10% is insufficient? Before him, the radiant duo of Jirubo and Dayu appeared. Observing the descriptions of the items they had summoned, he exhaled in relief. "Boss, what is this?" Jirubo inquired, grasping the subway hammer in his hand. Wu Di responded earnestly, "What you hold is called the Hammer of the Pursuer. Its most remarkable feature is its ability to induce a state of unconsciousness. The first strike will weaken the opponent, while the second will render them completely dazed. At that point, no adversary will be able to resist after receiving but 2 blows from you." Jirubo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Their mission in Konoha was to stealthily abduct Sasuke. Should they alert others, it could result in significant complications. With this hammer in hand, they could incapacitate anyone with just a couple of strikes, alleviating their concerns greatly. Turning to Dayu, he noticed her item was even more extraordinary, a blue kunai. "Boss, what about mine?" she asked, shaking the kunai in her hand. Wu Di glanced at the description, smiling as he explained, "Yours is called the tracking kunai. Before use, simply infuse it with a certain amount of chakra, and it will automatically lock onto its target. As long as the prey remains in motion, the pursuit shall not cease. It can be deemed an essential tool for silencing adversaries." Dayu shrugged her shoulders, content as she stowed it away in her ninja tool pouch, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. "All right, now that we have secured the items, let us make haste." Kido marred the atmosphere with his grim demeanor. Nearby, Zuijin and Eugene exhibited impatience, already turning to leave. Neither of them won, and as they gazed at the props in others' hands, their hearts brimmed with discontent. Remaining here would only intensify their embarrassment. "Shall we scratch another one?" Just as this thought crossed Gu Tongwan's mind, he hastily interrupted himself. Uncle Snake provided them with merely 4 5,000 tael silver notes each month. After accounting for their daily expenses, it took them several years to amass 60,000. If they failed to win anything with the remaining 20,000, their savings would be utterly depleted. "Let us leave quickly. If we linger any longer, I might lose control again," Gu Tongwan declared with a dark expression. Jirobo and Mayu reluctantly took their leave. Watching their receding figures, Wu Di smiled and sighed softly. Indeed, Jirobo's hammer possessed the ability to induce dizziness. However, each swing of the hammer inevitably triggered a charging effect, lasting 5 seconds. Even if he encountered a ninja, it was likely they would be vanquished. Moreover, to incapacitate an opponent, his hammer needed to strike twice. Once struck, who could possibly endure another blow? To put it simply, even a pig would not allow him to land 2 hits easily. As for Mayu's kunai, Wudi preferred to remain silent. Once she decided to employ it, the kunai would instantly drain 99% of her chakra. Most critically, if the kunai failed to slay the enemy, her body would become immobilized, akin to the effect of being struck by the sunflower pointing finger technique. If they were to employ this tool, they might not survive even 2 minutes. In the grand warehouse of Konoha, Sasuke has been bound to a pillar for an entire day. Throughout this time, no one has come to check on him. He feels the temperature gradually dropping. He exhaled deeply. Just as he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, the curse mark on his neck suddenly shimmered with a faint light. A hint of mist appeared in his eyes. However, this condition swiftly returned to normal. He appeared somewhat astonished, furrowing his brow as he murmured, "What is happening to me? What was that sensation just now?" His heart began to race uncontrollably, followed by an enigmatic surge of energy that seemed to emanate from within his very being. With a slight exertion, the ropes binding him snapped instantaneously. He stood up in astonishment, gazing down at his hands, softly murmuring, "This power is simply explosive." At the Uchiha residence, Doya closed his eyes slightly. Sasuke is not here. I shall summon him with the cursed seal. His current location should be approximately 800 meters to the northwest. What are we waiting for? He said, turning towards the door. He truly wished to linger not a moment longer in the hidden leaf village, feeling an undeniable heaviness in the atmosphere. One by one, they leaped onto the rooftops, hastily making their way towards the warehouse. Their path led them past the Konoha hospital. At the entrance of the hospital, a figure swathed in a black scarf, appearing quite unwell, emerged while clutching a medical file. Cough, cough. Unexpectedly, the illness endured during the genin exams took such a long time to recover from. Moonlight and Gale covered his mouth, breathing heavily. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the 4 figures of Maru leaping across the rooftops and shouted, "Who goes there?" Chapter 61. Sasuke's Escape. Maru's expression sharpened, an ominous feeling enveloping him abruptly. He swiftly transformed into the second form of the cursed seal, and without a moment's hesitation, loosed an arrow at Moonlight Gale. The latter, still recuperating from an ailment and lacking strength, was startled by the ferocious projectile. He retreated 2 steps, drawing several shurikens from his pouch. Meanwhile, Moya had just drawn his blue kunai, only to be intercepted by those nearby. "I am in no mood for this. I will handle it while you and Jiro go find Sasuke." As he spoke, he too transformed into the second form of the cursed seal and charged forward alongside Kiyotaka. Observing their aggressive advance, Moonlight Gale felt a surge of anxiety. He attempted to call for assistance but realized he was utterly immobilized. At that moment, most of the patrolling ninjas were concentrated near the entrance, and it would take them at least half an hour to arrive. He gritted his teeth, strenuously evading the impending danger. Observing his predicament, the figures nearby exchanged glances, an icy smirk crossing their faces as they split into 2, encircling him from either side. Seizing the opportunity, Maru slipped behind him, unleashing a lethal arrow aimed directly at his heart. Due to his ailing condition, the Moonlight Gale was already in a weakened state, and now, with threats looming from 3 directions, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Cough, cough. At that moment, he could not suppress a couple of coughs. This brief lapse in concentration was swiftly exploited by Maru, who lunged forward, driving an arrow into his chest. In the blink of an eye, blood sprayed forth, and the Moonlight Gale's body was entirely pierced, swaying precariously in the wind. Meanwhile, Doyu had also located Sasuke and signaled to Maru and his companion. The 2 glanced at the Moonlight Gale before unceremoniously discarding him into the thicket by the roadside, turning to depart. In the warehouse, upon learning that it was an envoy sent by Orochimaru, Sasuke felt a wave of satisfaction. He had intended to seek out Orochimaru himself, but little did he expect that the latter would send someone to find him first. He turned with a slight wiggle and said, "Well then, let's be on our way." The other 3 looked at him, somewhat perplexed. He blushed and coldly snorted, "I have been experiencing some discomfort lately. Could someone carry me?" The 4 exchanged glances, yet none made a move. This audacious fellow was undoubtedly overstepping. It was already quite a feat to traverse such a long distance to seek him out. And now he dared to ask for a ride? Was this not an excessive demand? Did he believe he could behave so brazenly merely because Lord Orochimaru favored him? In truth, Sasuke harbored his own schemes, always ensuring he had an escape route. If he did not seize this opportunity to feign vulnerability, where else could he amass his worth? Should these individuals decide to alter their stance once they left the village, given his current condition, it would be utterly impossible for him to take on 4 adversaries. At that point, he would likely have to rely on the divine ring. After a moment of hesitation, they ultimately resolved to settle the matter with a game of rock, paper, scissors. At the entrance of the hospital, Naruto strolled past with a bucket of ramen. After much contemplation, he concluded that he simply could not leave Sasuke behind. Thus, he made a special trip to Ichiraku to purchase a bowl of ramen. Just as he pondered how to persuade Sasuke, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the thicket by the roadside. He cautiously approached to inspect, parting the thicket, only to behold Moonlight and Gale lying amidst the underbrush, their blood having thoroughly soaked the ground beneath them. He hurriedly dashed towards the hospital, hoping to find someone to assist, but was suddenly seized by the Moonlight Gale at the ankle. Quick, to the warehouse. With that, the Moonlight Gale concluded with a flourish. The word warehouse left Naruto momentarily stunned, his mind buzzing and disregarding the ramen in his hands. He swiftly leaped onto the rooftop and rushed over Sasuke. Inside the warehouse, as he observed the other 3, the awkwardness of the scissors wielder, Doyu, was palpable. You don't expect me to carry him, do you? I'm a girl. Kitsune Maru smirked. Rest assured, no one here considers you a lady. Hurry up. Sasuke nodded slightly. To be able to carry the prodigious heir of the Uchiha clan is indeed a privilege. Move quickly. Doyu shot him an exasperated glance. Just as Naruto's voice wafted through the door crack, Sasuke promptly jumped onto Doyu's back, his hands instinctively reaching forward. Soft. Hee. How wicked. Doyu's face flushed instantly, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Just as she was about to unleash her fury, she felt a sharp tug below her waist. The pursuers are here. We must retreat swiftly. Go. She cursed. You little rascal, do you think I'm a horse? Sasuke anxiously shook her shoulder. Being ridden by the prodigious Uchiha heir is a privilege. We must leave now. If we alert the patrolling ninjas, none of us will escape. A tremor passed through them. Although they were somewhat disdainful of Sasuke's behavior, the urgency of the situation necessitated a hasty departure. Stop dawdling, let's move, Kitsune Maru whispered. And they bolted out of the warehouse. As Naruto approached, Kitsune Maru sneered and unleashed a golden arrow. Naruto narrowly evaded it, glaring at Sasuke perched on Doyu's back. His teeth clenched in fury, his fists cracking ominously. He is currently alone, and even with numerous hidden cards, it is likely quite challenging for him to reclaim Sasuke from the hands of 4 individuals. He sighed with a furrowed brow, lamenting, what shall we do now? At that moment, a few individuals approached from behind. Naruto, I just saw a flash of light over here. Are you hiding here playing scratchoffs? Shikamaru shook his head in exasperation. Hey, use your brain. Didn't you see a few people running just now? My chips are gone. Choji, oblivious to Shikamaru's words, looked down regretfully at his empty bag of chips. In less than half a minute, Kiba hurried over, visibly anxious. I smelled blood at the hospital and saw that Moonlight Gale was killed. Do you know what happened? Naruto nodded, his expression heavy. A few people infiltrated the village and abducted Sasuke. Then we should hurry and chase them, Kiba exclaimed. Naruto glanced at the group before him and sighed. There are 4 of them, and they managed to kill Moonlight Gale. With just the 5 of us, it seems. Just then, from a nearby barbecue shop, Neji and Lee emerged. Seeing them, Naruto said, with Neji and the others, we should be able to manage. Let's go after them. Shikamaru, lazily scratching his ear, replied. What if we act on our own and return to face reprimand? No worries, I'll take full responsibility for any consequences, Naruto declared confidently, patting his chest. With that, he dashed toward Neji and Lee, quickly calculating how to recruit them into their endeavor. Before long, he conceived a clever ruse. Neji, I have something fun to share. Would you like to join? Of course, why would I question it? Neji shrugged. Then, Lee chimed in softly, I would like to go too, if that's all right. Absolutely. The more, the merrier. Naruto replied with a cheerful grin, successfully luring Neji into their ranks. Under the cover of night, the group departed the village. Along the way, Naruto recounted the events to Neji, who was astonished and began to rant. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Acting without permission will lead to accountability. Naruto smiled slightly, a calculating expression gracing his face. I was worried you wouldn't dare join if you were concerned about repercussions. Don't worry, I'll take full blame when we return. I'm tough. As sunlight streamed down, Konoha welcomed a new day. In front of the invincible scratchoffs, a couple strolled hand in hand. Hinata. It's been ages since I last played the scratchoffs. I want to try my luck. Asuma rubbed his hands together, a mischievous grin on his face. Kurenai glanced at him, wrapping her arms around his. Then let us go together. Asuma moved his arm with enthusiasm, feeling the genuine sensation of his elbow returning, his face flushed with daydreams. The two entered a quaint little shop, where they found Wudi diligently tidying up the counter. He called out cheerfully, "Boss, please give me 2 scratch-off tickets worth 10,000 each." Wudi promptly handed him 2 tickets. Before long, both scratch-off tickets gleamed with golden light. Asuma's arm swung faster than before. This time, what he had won was no longer mere consumables like spicy strips or cigarettes. On the ticket, a small red mailbox floats gracefully. What is this peculiar object? Wudi gazes at the description and smiles as he elucidates. Its name is rather lengthy. Known as the mailbox of endless horizons, capable of delivering messages across vast distances, with instantaneous delivery and guaranteed responses. Asuma chuckles awkwardly. Such a lengthy name sounds somewhat juvenile, doesn't it? Wudi continues to elaborate. The function of this contraption is encapsulated within its name. To send a message to a specific individual, simply place the letter into the mailbox and inscribe the recipient's name in the sending field. The mailbox will automatically recognize the name and ensure precise spatial delivery. From sender to recipient, it takes a mere second. Hearing about this extraordinary capability, Asuma's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and her mind brimmed with countless thoughts. Turning to glance at the setting sun beside her, her dark complexion flushed inexplicably. "Red, wait for me. I shall surprise you shortly." With that, she excitedly turned and dashed out of the little shop. Red lowered her head, observing the golden ticket. She had been so focused on Asuma's actions that she hadn't even finished her own. However, what could this surprise that Asuma spoke of possibly be? Amidst her myriad of questions, a shadowy object emerged from her ticket. Wudi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Goodness, is that not a frying pan?" Upon further examination of the description, he smirked, his lips twitching in amusement. "This item suits you perfectly. It is called the Madame Red's frying pan. The frying pan possesses a unique skill. As long as you think of someone, throwing it will guarantee a direct hit to the head. Moreover, upon impact, it leaves a delightful effect. A fist-sized lump will appear on the victim's head." Red tucked away the frying pan and chuckled politely. "I am far too ladylike to employ such a weapon. This truly seems ill-suited for me." Wudi gently shook his head. "Whether it is suitable or not, perhaps you will discover after your marriage." "Marriage?" Red's face instantly flushed crimson, her brows and eyes shimmering with sweetness. Embracing the frying pan, she swayed on her chair, eagerly awaiting the surprise Asuma had promised. However, after waiting for a full half-hour, Asuma had yet to return. Growing anxious, she was about to turn away when Asuma rushed back, panting heavily. "Dearest Red, have you received my heartfelt letter?" Red furrowed her brow slightly, looking at him in confusion. "No, I haven't received anything." Asuma smirked, a knowing grin on his face. "I understand. You must have been so moved by the sincerity of my letter that you are too shy to speak." Hong innocently shook her head, stating, "I truly did not receive it. You may verify this with the boss." Wudi nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, she has not received it. And I can attest to that." Asuma was taken aback, rendered speechless. This was perplexing. She distinctly remembered inscribing Hong's name on the mailbox. Why had it not been delivered? He retrieved a mailbox, attempting to pry it open, all the while muttering to himself, "Boss, I am seriously beginning to question the quality of this mailbox. Has it even passed the 3C certification?" Wudi helplessly pinched his temples. In the store, Asuma was taken aback by the array of props that had emerged. It was the first time he had heard someone suggest that there was an issue with the quality of his products. Just as they were left in bewilderment, a rosy figure stepped through the door, clutching a letter. "Asuma, I finally found you." "Haha," exclaimed Danzo with a sardonic grin at the entrance. Asuma turned to see the letter in Danzo's hand, momentarily stunned. "How did this letter end up in your possession?" he asked, then abruptly turned to Wudi and said, "Boss, there's definitely something wrong with this mailbox." Wudi, puzzled, picked up the mailbox for a closer inspection. Sure enough, at the very bottom, there was a brief note of instructions. When the letter bore a specific address, the mailbox would automatically deliver it to the designated location. Wudi gently inquired, "Asuma, what kind of stationery did you use?" Asuma, looking innocent, replied, "It was the one I took from the Anbu during our last mission. I saw it was not finished, so I used that." Oh, Wudi understood. The stationery from the Anbu typically bore their label, thus it was not surprising it had reached Danzo's hands. "Rest assured, my mailbox is functioning properly." Upon hearing this, Danzo wore a smile reminiscent of a blooming flower. "I told you, you're just too embarrassed to admit it." "Have no worries, I will maintain harmonious relations with Kurenai. However, Considering that your father and I are from the same era, the term treasure in your letter is clearly inappropriate. From today onwards, before you call me, you shall prefix Aunt to treasure, address me as Aunt Treasure. Asuma nearly spat blood, while Kurenai was struggling to contain her rising fury. Sensing the situation, Woody hastily interjected, "If you're going to fight, take it outside. My shop cannot withstand such turmoil." Asuma quickly snatched the letter back and handed it to Kurenai. "Kurenai, let me explain. The situation is not as you perceive it." Kurenai narrowed her eyes, a palpable hostility emanating from her. "What does it look like?" "The boss has stated that the mailbox is functioning properly." Chapter 63, The Dull-Witted Jirobo, but I truly had no intention of sending a letter to Danzo. As soon as the words left his mouth, Danzo strutted over, hands on her hips. "Asuma, what do you mean? Ever since I became a woman, I haven't been with a single man. So, do you intend to enjoy the feast and then wipe your mouth clean, denying everything? Let me tell you, my virtue is not to be sullied by you. Since you've called me treasure, you must take full responsibility." Asuma, overwhelmed, desperately sought to continue explaining to Kurenai, but she refused to listen. Danzo continued her relentless chatter from the sidelines. Asuma turned to Kurenai, bending his knees slightly. "Kurenai, I am truly wronged in this matter." Before Hong could utter a word, Danzo grasped him and tossed him behind, elegantly curling his fingers like an orchid. "See ya, Hong. I regard you as a junior and had no intention of reproaching you. But you have dared to compel my beloved nephew to kneel. I cannot let this transgression go unpunished." As he spoke, he drew forth 2 embroidered needles trailing red threads from his waist. "Today, you shall experience the might of my sunflower manual." Hong gritted his teeth in fury and brandished the dog-breaking staff, striking it against Danzo's leg. Danzo paused momentarily taken aback by the impact. And in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, leaving behind a small pink puppy on the ground. Asuma, witnessing Danzo's transformation into a puppy, knelt once more, exclaiming, "My dear, I am truly wronged." Nearby, the little pink dog barked incessantly, creating a cacophony that tested everyone's patience. Hong, her teeth clenched, lifted a frying pan overhead and shook it vigorously, causing a new star to appear in the azure sky. She then glared at Asuma, her nostrils flaring with indignation. "Asuma!" The frying pan whirled again. In the next moment, a delicious bowl of ramen appeared before them. Within the iron pot on the stove sat a figure with a large bump on its head, relishing the warmth that enveloped him like a hot spring. Asuma let out a sigh of relief. Outside the village, after a night of relentless pursuit, Naruto and his companions were closing in on the Sound Ninja Quartet. Kiribu gritted his teeth. "How much longer must we run? We have long since left the confines of Konoha." Hito glanced back and then at Kiribu, who was wielding a hammer. "All right, your hammer is just what we need to immobilize them. Go and secure them, then return to regroup with us." Kiribu let out a hearty laugh and promptly turned back. "I've been itching to use my mighty hammer." Noticing someone halt, the group grew more cautious. "It's because of them that I haven't had a single chip to eat all night." Dingji huffed. "I will take care of this one." The others exchanged glances, recalling that Dingji had previously won a tool at the scratchoff shop, which eased their worries. "Be careful," Naruto whispered. Dingji nodded and swiftly retrieved a pair of old shoes from his ninja tool pouch, darting forward with determination. Kiribu, polishing his hammer, scoffed. "How foolish of you to come here to meet your demise. I shall finish you off and then resume the chase." In the midst of his utterances, he raised the massive hammer. Suddenly, he discovered that the hammer seemed to defy his command, refusing to descend, and his movements after lifting it appeared to slow considerably. With a frown, Ding Ci felt the wind at his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he had distanced himself by over 100 meters. A full 5 seconds elapsed before the hammer finally fell, leaving Silangfang somewhat bewildered, scratching his head in contemplation. "Could it be that my technique is flawed? Is my chakra insufficient? Let me try once more." It must be said that at times, a person's intelligence does not necessarily correlate with their hairstyle. The adage once stated, "A bustling street bears no grass, and a clever mind bears no hair." Yet, Silangfang's head had nearly become a barren expanse, and still, such foolish thoughts crossed his mind. He harbored not the slightest doubt regarding the issue of the props. He directly entered the first stage of the cursed seal, raising his hammer once more. Sensing the sudden surge of his chakra, Dingji felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. However, it wasn't long before he regained his composure. This time, Zerobang, just as before, took a full 5 seconds before bringing down the massive hammer. Dingji stroked his chin, sensing an inkling of a problem. Tentatively, he closed the distance. Something was amiss. Perhaps it was the stance that was incorrect, or the chakra itself. Zerobang gritted his teeth and transformed into the second stage of the cursed seal. Observing Zerobang's chakra surge once again, Dingji clenched his fists, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The ensuing battle promised to be quite challenging, just as he was feeling the pressure. Zerobang raised the hammer for the third time. Indeed, it once again failed to descend. Seizing that fleeting moment, Dingji surged forward, his speed akin to that of a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had positioned himself in front of Zerobang. Multiplication technique. His palm suddenly expanded, striking Jirobo's dry and battered face with a resounding slap. Jirobo was propelled into the air, crashing directly into the adjacent forest, where a dozen trees, as thick as iron barrels, were shattered without exception. As fate would have it, at that precise moment, his hammer fell. Due to the position in which he landed, he inadvertently brought the hammer crashing down onto his own leg. Coupled with the weakness from being struck by Dingzi earlier, he fainted on the spot. Dingzi was perplexed. Hadn't they claimed just the night before that they possessed the strength to slay the Moonlight Gale? How was it possible that he had now succumbed to unconsciousness? Was this a jest? He let out a sigh and swiftly drew his kunai. As a ninja, he could not permit any enemy that threatened the village to go unchallenged. With a decisive strike, blood gushed from Jirobo. In front of him, the traveling Kentaro and his companions were momentarily taken aback. They felt the seal power of Jirobo suddenly dissipate. Zwajin and Eugene could not help but turn back. I shall go and take a look. Kiba cast a sidelong glance. Perhaps Jirobo has retracted his seal power. Do exercise caution. Very well. After acknowledging, Zwajin and Eugene slowed their pace. Witnessing this scene, Kiba, accompanied by Akamaru, rushed forward. You continue on your journey. I shall handle this individual. Naruto and the others did not linger. They were well aware of Kiba's strength. Among these lower-ranking ninjas, he naturally occupied a slightly advanced position, equipped with a scratch card tool. There should be no unforeseen incidents. Zwajin and Eugene licked their purple lips, a look of disdain gracing their faces. Kiba rubbed his chin and directly produced the clown nose. He chuckled. Are you playing cosplay with me? What purpose does that nose serve? Zwajin scoffed derisively. Kiba's lips curled into a smirk. You shall soon discover my intentions. As he spoke, his hand delved into his ninja tool pouch. Since acquiring this nose, he had only utilized it once during his confrontation with Naruto. Moreover, it was that very instance that provided him with ample insight. In the past, when faced with poor visibility in battle, he could only rely on his sense of smell to discern the enemy's location. However, he lacked knowledge of specific movements or directions. Charging recklessly would certainly increase the risk. But now, it was different. After donning the clown nose, even with complete obstruction of vision, he could ascertain the opponent's actions through his sense of smell. From his equipment pouch, he retrieved 8 or 9 smoke bombs, which he held in the palm of his hand. Nearby, a flurry of question marks seemed to hover above his head as he observed the scene. In the next instant, the smoke bomb was released, enveloping the small clearing in a dense shroud of smoke. Feeling a surge of anxiety, he activated his second curse mark state without a moment's hesitation, causing his form to split into 2. He was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed such a method of duplication. Yet, beneath the veil of smoke, who else could claim superiority besides him? Stealthily, he approached, and when he was merely a dozen meters away from his opponent, he suddenly drew a kunai. Clang! The kunai was deflected, followed closely by a swift strike from his rival. He retreated frantically, diving back into the obscuring smoke. He gasped for breath, gazing incredulously at the 2 figures before him. How infuriating! How could his skin be so impervious? Akamaru beside him let out a sound, as if to remind him of something. With a nod, you realized that this was the only course of action left to him. He produced a military food pill and directly administered it to Chiharu. Instantly, Chiharu's fur transformed to a vibrant red. The secret technique of the Inuzuka clan. The ninja art, twin-headed wolf. A resounding roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The nearby surroundings were filled with tension as they anxiously scanned the smoke. Their noses are far inferior to their teeth, rendering them incapable of pinpointing his exact location. Moreover, the roar just now seemed to emanate from 2 distinct directions. They were utterly convinced that the roar was connected to the fangs. Until they pinpointed the precise location of the teeth, they refrained from taking any reckless actions. Meanwhile, at the sight of the fangs, the 2-headed wolf stood majestically, exuding an aura of sovereign dominance. However, the wolf head transformed by Akamaru appeared ferocious, while the manifestation by, adorned with a small red clown nose, seemed rather awkward and out of place. Go, Akamaru, whispered. In an instant, the 2-headed wolf lunged forward, spiraling into the mist. This time, they targeted the nearby adversary first. Its colossal claws descended with astonishing speed, delivering an overwhelming force directly onto the head of the nearby foe. The opponent raised a hand in defense, but it was a moment too late. In an instant, a mist of blood erupted. The other adversary sensed the danger and sprinted towards them in a frenzy. Just as he broke through the fog, he discovered that a wolf's claw had already reached his chest. A violent churn surged within his thoracic cavity. Lowering his gaze revealed that the sharp spikes of the wolf's claw had pierced through him. He collapsed helplessly, his gaze gradually becoming vacant. His opponent lay lifeless, and in an instant, he relinquished the dual-headed wolf's state. Glancing at the corpse before him, he let out a faint chuckle. It seems that upon returning, he ought to indulge in some scratch-off lottery tickets. The rewards they yield are indeed valuable. Just as he muttered to himself, a clattering sound resonated in the distance. He suddenly turned around, only to see a puppet searching through the fog. A puppet? He immediately recalled a person, the puppet ninja from the genin exams. Kankura of the Sand. What could a sand ninja want here? His anxiety heightened. Subsequently, he retrieved 7 or 8 smoke bombs from his pack and detonated them beneath his feet. The dissipating fog thickened instantaneously. Kankura, standing at a distance, helplessly shouted, "Stop firing. Allies. You son of a..." With a curse, he vanished in a flash. "We are truly allies from the leaf. Our Kazakage was slain by a man named Orochimaru." Kankura continued loudly, "Our previous actions were entirely orchestrated by Orochimaru. We have come bearing sincere apologies. You son of a..." In response, Kiba cursed again. "I know your apologies are insincere. How can I trust you?" Kankura shouted back. Kiba, with a glint in his eye, suggested, "How about this? You retract your puppet, and then I will decide whether to believe you." Kankura nodded and waved his hand, causing his crow puppet to return to him. "I trust you, son of a..." Kiba shouted before making his escape. Kankura, being a puppeteer, could control his puppet from a distance. Even if it were destroyed, he remained unharmed. But Kiba was different, relying solely on close combat. With his smoke bombs now depleted, the consequences of being caught by Kankura were dire. "That fool truly believes I would trust him." He scoffed arrogantly before vanishing. In Konoha village, news of the demise of Moonlight Gale spread rapidly. With the 5th Hokage absent, they had no choice but to summon the 3rd Hokage to temporarily oversee the situation. The 3rd took a puff from his pipe and murmured, "No worries. I'll take a stroll." A few nearby ninjas looked puzzled and inquired, "3rd Hokage, what did you say?" The 3rd paused, waved his hand dismissively, and then, with a serious demeanor, asked, "Have we lost anyone in the village? Please investigate." Kakashi opened a folder and replied, "We conducted a sweep this morning. Aside from Moonlight Gale's death, 7 lower ninjas are missing. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Rock Lee, Niji Hyuga, and Kiba Inuzuka. This has already been reported to their respective clans and the supervising jonin." The 3rd Hokage nodded, exhaling a plume of smoke. Not far away, Asuma, with a large bun atop his head, cast a forlorn glance at the 3rd. That pack of cigarettes had been procured by him. He yearned to take a leisurely stroll. After a considerable pause, the 3rd spoke again. "All right, you may return, since the various clans and the responsible genin are already aware. It won't be long before a resolution is reached. Furthermore, send word to Danzo, urging him to intensify his oversight of the village. Ever since his ascension, he has become increasingly indifferent to the affairs within the village." Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. At the entrance of Konoha, Danzo, with a green leaf atop his head and a smudge of dirt on his face, finally returned to the village after a long and arduous journey. He clenched his fist in indignation, gritting his teeth and muttering, "I refuse to believe that a mere shinobi of your stature can conjure anything remarkable. Soon, I shall indulge in a scratch-off lottery, and once I unveil my fortune, you shall see my wrath." The sun was setting, and in Chapter 65, Unleashing Myself, the invincible scratch-off. For a brief moment, Woody relished the tranquility, reclining amidst a pile of scratch-off tickets, feeling particularly content. With his leg crossed, he swayed it back and forth, humming a cheerful tune. "Boss, I wish to purchase a scratch-off." A rather awkward voice interrupted the serenity, causing Wu Di to shudder and hastily extricate himself from the pile of tickets. Within 10 seconds, Danzo lifted the curtain and entered. With a furrowed brow, he declared, "Bring me a scratch-off ticket. The one worth 10,000. Wu Di sighed in resignation. If it weren't for the promise of cash, he would have preferred to abstain from this transaction altogether. As he acquired the 10,000 liang scratch-off ticket, Danzo ground his teeth in frustration while scratching away. He muttered incessantly, "Kurenai, once I reveal the prize, I shall make you pay dearly for this." Suddenly, a flash of gold erupted as a deck of playing cards soared forth from the ticket. Woody's eyes widened in disbelief, overwhelmed by an absurdity he had never experienced before. This scratch-off was deliberate, wasn't it? Bestowing such an elegant prop upon Danzo. Surely, such a prop was more suited for Jiraiya, was it not? Danzo tucked away the cards and inquired softly, "Boss, can this prop be lethal? I wish to eliminate that Kurenai." Woody felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He longed to advise him, "Dear sir, might you take a glance at the prop before accepting it?" After a moment's pause, he slapped his face and gravely explained, "This prop is known as the 54 Methods of Self-Release card. It contains instructions for 54 different ways to liberate oneself. Each time you wish to use it, simply draw a card, and the imagery will emerge from the deck, providing you with step-by-step guidance. However, the question remains, can you utilize it? Do you possess the capability?" Danzo scoffed dismissively, "That is of no concern to you." With that, he turned and exited the small shop. As he walked along the street, he grumbled, "Kurenai, with this, I shall see what you can contest against me." Woody massaged his temples, a profound sense of disillusionment enveloping him. He turned around, clasped his hands together, and prayed to the heavens. "Oh, celestial beings, spare Asuma. I, Woody, express my gratitude here. Should you be willing, I shall offer a silver note daily for your venerable spirit. If you are disinclined, I shall present 10 silver notes each day to erect a temple in your honor. Meanwhile, outside the village, how bothersome. I shall confront them. You take Sasuke and leave at once. As long as we encounter Kimimaro, we will be safe." Gatonmaru frowned. Doyu nodded in agreement. "All right." With a lowered gaze, he noticed Sasuke's hand lingering in an inappropriate place and scolded, "Remove your hoof from there." Sasuke shrugged nonchalantly, disdain dripping from his words. "I am a brilliant descendant of the Uchiha clan. Speak to me with more respect." "You." Doyu bit his teeth. "If it weren't for Lord Orochimaru's favor upon you, I would have slain you by now. The crux of the matter is that he indeed favors you. Can you not feel the anger?" Sasuke chuckled mockingly. As he watched the two drift further away, Gatonmaru activated his second stage curse mark, weaving numerous webs within the forest. "You go on. I shall hold him back," Ningxi shouted, stepping forward alone to confront Gatonmaru. Gatonmaru revealed a sinister expression, raising his bow to shoot an arrow. Ningxi, upon seeing this, vanished into the ground without a moment's hesitation. Gatonmaru was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, two kunai were shot from behind him. He swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the shuriken, yet his arm was inadvertently grazed, leaving a deep cut. Watching the blood flow, he clenched his fist tightly. With a swift motion, he loosed another arrow. However, Niji was as elusive as an eel, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Within 3 seconds, 3 shurikens flew from behind him, followed by a pained cry from Niji. Initially, Niji had intended to throw those 3 shurikens and escape underground. But little did he know that beneath the surface lay a large rock. He removed his wig and gazed at the somewhat misshapen iron plate, muttering softly to himself. "Fortunately, my skills surpassed the rest, and I had the foresight to prepare protective gear. Otherwise, I would truly be in dire straits." Just as he murmured, the arrows of the ghostly child had already arrived before him. With a fierce glare, he hastily circumvented the stone and vanished into the ground once more. Ghostly Tongmaru, feeling a surge of anger, stood at the spot where he had disappeared, frantically exclaiming, "You little brat, do not let me catch you. Otherwise, I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces." As soon as his words fell, he felt as though his ankle was gripped by an unseen hand. Looking down, he discovered, indeed, that Niji's hands had ensnared him. He yearned to break free, yet found himself devoid of any strength to resist. In the blink of an eye, he sensed his vision plummeting sharply. Before him, a procession of ants marched in unison. It was then he realized that, apart from his head, his entire body was ensconced in the earth. Not far away, Ningxi emerged with a mischievous grin. "What do you intend to do, little one?" he thought, gritting his teeth, his heart simmering with unbridled fury. If they were to engage in a fair fight, he was confident he could obliterate Ningxi. Yet, this crafty rascal refused to play by the rules, evading capture with cunning agility. Ningxi remained silent as he approached, eventually standing firm before him, legs apart. "Hey, you soulless creature, what are you up to? Hey, hey." Before he could finish his protest, a warm, pungent liquid was unceremoniously splashed across his face. Ningxi shuddered, fastened his belt, and took several steps back. his figure vanishing once more. As Gatongwan pondered the situation, he suddenly felt a force tugging at his feet, plunging him into utter darkness. Even the air seemed to vanish. After a brief moment, Ningxi returned to the surface, wiping the sweat from his brow. The temperature 100 meters underground is indeed quite high, he remarked, shaking off the beads of perspiration and continuing on his path. Ahead, Moya, carrying Sasuke on his back, felt the absence of Gatongwan's cursed seal power and clenched his teeth in frustration. He unceremoniously set Sasuke down, saying, "You can walk the rest of the way yourself. You're not far from the exit. Once you get out, a person named Jumuru will take you to see Lord Orochimaru." Sasuke stretched, murmuring, after a night's rest, "It's time to move." He then tightened his grip and swiftly made his way toward the woods. "Naruto, Sasuke is now on his own. Catch up with him," Shikamaru called out as he positioned himself in front of Moya. Naruto, fully aware of his intent, waved his hand and summoned a flying broom. "Sasuke, you, stop." Once on the broom, he soared into the air. The fierce wind buffeted his cheeks, rendering him unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. As the distance between him and Sasuke diminished, just as he was about to catch up, the woods came to an end. Chapter 66, Kimimaro. Before them lay a vast expanse of grassland, intermittently dotted with scattered boulders. Upon leaping forth, Naruto beheld a figure clad in a light gray robe, standing with hands clasped behind him, awaiting their arrival. The gentle breeze caressed the fabric, causing it to flutter softly. Naruto hastily descended and positioned himself in front of Sasuke. "Sasuke, are you certain you wish to leave the village in this manner?" Sasuke scoffed, shoving him aside, and bellowed at the figure ahead. "You there, are you Kimimaro? Come forth to greet the prodigy of the Uchiha clan." The man slightly turned his head, his delicate features reminiscent of a woman's. "You are Sasuke?" Kimimaro replied expressionlessly, then waved his hand lightly. "Go on, Lord Orochimaru is awaiting you. I shall handle matters here." "Very well," Sasuke declared, launching himself forward into the distance. Just as Naruto attempted to seize Sasuke, he found Kimimaro already upon him, raising his bone blade to deliver a swift strike. He took 2 steps back, watching Sasuke, who was limping away, gradually disappearing from sight, a sense of reluctance rising within him. Just then, Lee arrived at the scene and, observing the standoff between the two, urged, "Naruto, hurry and pursue Sasuke. I will handle this one." "Thank you, watermelon peel." Naruto flashed a grin, promptly recalling his broom and riding off. Lee sighed in relief, his expressive brows and wide eyes scrutinizing Kimimaro intently. Meanwhile, within the forest, Shikamaru fiddled with the mechanical mouse in his hand, a wry smile playing on his lips. The nearby trees bore numerous scars, riddled with traces of the mechanical mouse's passage. As for Doyo, he had already met his end without even releasing his cursed seal state. "Why are my opponents so feeble?" Shikamaru lamented, shaking his head. He cast a sidelong glance at the blue kunai beside Doyo. "What are you doing using such a lottery tool for no reason? Is this kind of contraption something that villains like you can wield carelessly? You haven't learned a thing from Orochimaru's lessons." He was murmuring to himself when several other little warriors from the hidden leaf joined him. "Where are Shikamaru and Naruto?" Niji inquired softly. Shikamaru lazily tapped his ear and pointed outside the forest. "He and Lee have already caught up. Have you all finished your tasks?" "Finished, but it was pitifully easy," Kiba boasted with a self-satisfied smirk. "I even encountered the sand ninja Kankuro. He attempted to ambush me, but I outwitted him." As he spoke, Temari, bearing a large fan on her back, approached with a frown. "We came to Konoha this time primarily to extend our apologies. Is that not clear to you?" she stated. "Who would believe you?" Kiba immediately clenched his fist, brimming with the desire to fight. However, upon glancing around, he noticed that his companions regarded him with expressions of disbelief, which left him somewhat perplexed. "Hey, why aren't you all reacting?" he urged nervously. Shikamaru, with his hands in his pockets, leapt down from the tree. "Honestly, I can't be bothered with you. The news about the Sand Shinobi sending Gaara and the others to apologize was announced yesterday. You didn't know?" Kiba blinked, momentarily dazed, his expression awkward. Heh, I seem to be genuinely unaware of that. Never mind, let us hasten forward. I just heard that woman mention someone formidable ahead." Shikamaru dashed swiftly towards the edge of the forest. "All right." The other members quickly followed suit. Temari glanced into the distant woods, noticing the absence of Kankuro's figure, and then joined them. Meanwhile, Kankuro sat atop a stone, his puppets beside him, resting his chin on his hands. Are all leaf ninjas such grand deceivers? How long has it been? And they still haven't emerged. Before him, the smoke had dissipated, yet the figure of Yu remained elusive. Outside the forest, Shikamaru and the others arrived in succession, encircling the standoff between Lee and Kimimaro. Kimimaro appeared somewhat perplexed. The four celestial guardians of the Sound Village had undertaken numerous missions without fail. How could they have allowed so many Leaf ninjas to come through this time? Could it be that Leaf had sent reinforcements? He scratched his face in bewilderment. However, in his view, regardless of whether they were reinforcements, they were merely decorations in the presence of his unique bone escape technique. He raised his hand, and a sharp bony spike erupted forth. All the little insects were momentarily stunned, retreating a few steps, yet Locke remained resolutely advancing. Golden Bell Shield, he whispered, as a faint golden light enveloped his body. Junmaru smirked, his bone blade piercing through, aimed directly at Xiaoli's heart. However, in mere seconds, he found himself frozen in disbelief. His bone release is an extraordinarily unique Kekiai Genkai, possessed solely by the Takedorai clan. The forged bone blades are far more resilient and sharper than ordinary steel. Yet, when embedded in Xiaoli, it was as if nothing had transpired. He withdrew slightly before launching several thrusts, yet Rock remained steadfast, seemingly impervious to pain. In midair, Gaara chuckled softly, confident that his ultimate technique could withstand even my sand coffin, let alone your bone spikes. Junmaru's expression darkened. Little Lee was incapacitated. He turned to Gaara above and shouted angrily, "Stop lingering in the sky. If you have the courage, come down and face me. We shall see if I can pierce you." Gaara shrugged, continuing to levitate cross-legged in the air. "Brothers, let's move. We need to wrap this up quickly and pursue Sasuke," Neji stated gravely. Shikamaru stretched his neck, remarking, "Having just finished one battle, we must engage in another. How troublesome." However, despite his words, his body responded earnestly. Springing into action. "Mechanical mouse, go," he commanded, tossing out the mechanical rodent, which swiftly burrowed underground. Neji leaped decisively, diving beneath the surface. Choji inhaled deeply, his feet suddenly propelling him forward at a remarkable speed. Kiba stared at them, reaching for his ninja tool pouch, only to find it utterly empty. "Oh no. I just squandered all my smoke bombs." "Well, with so many of us, it shouldn't take long, right?" Nearby, Akamaru barked softly. Moments later, 2 clouds of sand descended, landing before Kiba and Tamaki. Gaara remarked, "It is always wise to find a good vantage point to watch the spectacle. Come, let us ascend and observe." Kiba felt a bit awkward, as the battle before him involved his comrades, and retreating to spectate seemed rather inconsiderate. He scratched his nose, pondering for a moment. "Well, I have engaged in inconsequential matters more than once or twice. What difference does one more make?" With that, he directly took Chiwamaru aboard the flying sand. Under Gaara's control, they soared into the sky. Once they halted, he stretched and mused aloud. How splendid it is to view the spectacle from such an elevated perspective. Chapter 67. The group assault below. Lee stood with his hands behind his back, calm and composed, facing Kimimaro. The other members of Team Guy gathered closely. Kimimaro gritted his teeth. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his Cursed Seal's second stage. Witnessing his transformation, Lee clenched his fists tightly. The 8 gates. The opening of the injury gate. Open. In an instant, a circle of green aura enveloped his body. Dingji rushed forward. "Allow me to demonstrate my latest technique." Wild Boar Charge. Multiplication technique. As the words left his mouth, his shoulders suddenly expanded immensely. With a resounding thud, Kimimaro was sent flying, lacking even the strength to resist. Before he could regain his footing, hands emerged from beneath him, pulling him down into the earth. He suddenly flipped over, his sharp tail striking downwards with force. However, being buried beneath the earth, although his attack was powerful, it lacked the swiftness of Neji. Neji effortlessly evaded the strike. Kumaru, channeling all his strength, erupted from the ground, brandishing his jagged bone blade in an attempt to cleave through Choji. In a flash, Lee interposed himself between them, his expression unwavering as he braced against the bone blade. Gritting his teeth, Kumaru launched himself once more, pondering to himself how the ninjas of Konoha were so peculiar, each employing a myriad of bizarre techniques. What exactly have they done? Regarding the instant lottery shop, he remained entirely unaware, for at that moment, Orochimaru was recuperating from his injuries while mentioning the lottery tickets. Shikamaru stood at the periphery, sensing the tunnel excavated by the mechanical mouse, and let out a soft hum. Just a little longer, and it will be my turn to perform. At that moment, Lee suddenly surged forward, engaging in close combat with Kimimaro. Numerous bone spikes erupted around Kimimaro's body. Yet under the protective effect of Lee's technique, they seemed to have no effect whatsoever. After 2 minutes of entanglement, he increasingly felt a sense of frustration. This battle is truly exasperating. The Tate clan has never experienced such humiliation, especially since he has unlocked the second tier of the Cursed Seal. One would expect his bones to be sturdier than those of an ordinary bone ninjutsu user. Yet, no matter how resilient they may be, they cannot inflict any harm on Lee. Lee leapt forward, positioning himself closely beside him, and embraced him tightly. Ino, let us do this. All right. Ino clasped his hands together, invoking the technique of multiplication. Boom, boom, boom. His body swelled dramatically, growing to over 20 meters in an instant. The super wild boar charged forth. He let out a thunderous roar, his fist raised high before crashing down onto the ground. Xiao Li and Junma Lu were propelled upward by the force of the impact. In an instant, he accelerated the elderly man's shoes to their utmost limit, hurtling towards the two with the swiftness of lightning. In the wilderness, chaotic boulders shattered in succession, and the two were launched 1,000 meters away. Ning Xiai emerged from the ground, exclaiming, Ding Xiai, bring him back. He has so far now that we cannot possibly intervene. Ding Xiai nodded, leaving behind a fleeting shadow on the ground. Ning Xiai licked his lips, and just as he returned underground, a piercing scream echoed through the air. He emerged once more, only to find Shikamaru's mechanical mouse's snout precariously perched atop his head. Shikamaru offered an apologetic smile. Before the two could exchange further words, a resounding roar echoed from a distance. The super boar charged forth. In an instant, Lee and his companion were accurately struck down. Upon landing, Lee released Kinshiki, scrambling away while retching the remnants of his stomach's contents. CHG. You can charge all you want, but why at a spin? He complained between heaves. Meanwhile, Kinshiki, who had also landed at the same time, was not faring much better. Niji seized the opportunity, grasping his ankle and once more dragging him underground. Yet, much like before, he was barely pulled a short distance before Kinshiki broke free from his grasp. However, he displayed no signs of frustration, instead revealing an enigmatic smile. As Kinshiki burst forth from the earth, he prepared to charge at CHG, only to discover that his body would not respond. In the place where he broke ground, an abundance of burrows surrounded him, and a multitude of dark shadows erupted from the depths, ensnaring him tightly. This is unfair. You are ganging up on me. Jumaru's mental state shattered completely, his voice tinged with a hint of weeping. Above, Ya, who had not joined the fray, clapped his hands vigorously. Hey, the one covered in ribs, if you beg me, I might just allow you a one-on-one duel. What do you say? On the ground, the other small creatures cast him sidelong glances. It was one thing not to participate, but now they were merely spectating and causing a ruckus. You raised an eyebrow with a touch of flair. Junmaru, believing his words, eagerly nodded. I beg you, please let them face me one at a time. Very well. Ye slowly rose to his feet. Since you have pleaded so earnestly, I shall show a moment of kindness and permit you to challenge that entire group. Upon hearing this, Junmaru's brown cheeks turned a shade of green. Are you mocking me? If you have the guts, come down here and see if I won't strike you. You made a face. I won't come down. If you have the courage, then come up here. Come down. Junmaru shouted. You come up. He taunted, wriggling his backside. Come up. Come down. These two, caught in their childish banter, continued their exchange for a full half-hour. Finally, Shikamaru, utterly fatigued, yawned widely, a glimmer of ruthlessness dancing in his eyes. Shadow strangulation technique. His handprint shifted. Ningxi sighed. If you can kill him, why didn't you do it sooner? Why let him shout like this? Shikamaru's expression was grave as he called out. Dingji, lend me a hand. I can't twist his head. One after another, they stumbled. With so many of you ganging up on me, this is hardly fair. I refuse to submit. Dingji, clasping his head with both hands, found himself equally unable to turn it. It was an awkward situation. Despite their numbers, they had managed to trap him but could not bring him to his end. Gar, aside from above, allow me to take over. With that, he slowly rose, his tail swaying behind him, and from the gourd at his back, a cloud of yellow sand emerged. Sand coffin. 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 How embarrassing. I can't twist it either. What on earth is his neck made of? Why is it so unyielding? Everyone shared the same bewilderment. Gara stroked his chin, a spark of inspiration flickering in his mind. I've got it. With a snap of his fingers, a headpiece made of yellow sand settled upon Junmaru's head. We could simply suffocate him. However, the sand appeared somewhat breathable. A bit of water would be ideal. Upon hearing this, Ye immediately rose to his feet, exclaiming, That's quite simple. Observing his actions, Shumaru's face flushed crimson, and she quickly turned away. The surrounding little ones erupted into laughter, gathering around eagerly. Niji, come join us. You waved his hand. As for me, I've just finished, he replied with a slight shrug. The others did not wait for him, rushing to the water source to unleash the flow. In the Valley of the End, Naruto soared on his broom, perpetually circling above. Sasuke, unable to restrain himself, unleashed, fire-style, fireball jutsu. Chapter 68. The Valley of the End. A colossal fireball shot skyward, soaring past Naruto's broom. The heat wave ignited the broom, which was already singed to the brink of losing its bristles, further diminishing its integrity. Naruto turned back, frantically swatting at the flames, cursing. Sasuke, if you have the prowess to burn me, why set my broom ablaze? Sasuke coldly chuckled, a fierce glint illuminating his gaze. As Naruto flailed and swatted, trying to extinguish the flames at the broom's end, he began to feel the broom descending. The corners of his mouth twitched twice. Indeed, even a broom with a bald top can feel a sense of inferiority. He helplessly fell to the ground, gazing at the broom that was now rendered utterly useless. A pang of sorrow piercing his heart. Sasuke, return my broom, he bellowed, raising 2 fingers and charging forward. Ever since the sunflower pointing finger technique had been upgraded, he had yet to utilize it properly. Today, he intended to take Sasuke as his first target. Sasuke frowned. He was all too familiar with Naruto's stance. Once touched by him, escape would be utterly impossible. Thus, he swiftly retreated, striving to evade the imminent collision with Naruto's fingertips. Above the Valley of the End, 2 figures, one orange and one blue, swayed. Due to Sasuke's incomplete recovery, his speed had naturally diminished. To maximize the distance between them, he hurled a shuriken behind him with every few strides he took. In the blink of an eye, the shurikens and kunai from his ninja tool pouch had been entirely expended. All that remained were a rubber chicken and a nerdy provocation stick. He took a deep breath, and in the midst of his agonizing decision, slowly retrieved the screaming chicken. Naruto hastily brought his actions to a halt. When it came to Sasuke's technique, he had witnessed it numerous times before. The exhilarating sensation it evoked was truly irresistible. He wished to retreat a little further, yet a sly smile emerged on Sasuke's face. His hands clenched suddenly. Oh. The sound of a wailing chicken reverberated through the open space, and the waterfall before them visibly trembled. Subsequently, Sasuke began to sway his body, simultaneously opening his mouth. Your beauty is truly overwhelming. Your beauty is simply exquisite. Your charm is undeniably captivating. There were no speakers present, but a dance accompaniment was still necessary. The only source of sound was Sasuke's voice. As he sang and danced, he found himself increasingly enchanted by the melodic allure of the song, its beauty seemingly flawless. However, a long-standing phlegm lodged stubbornly in his throat, causing him considerable discomfort and nearly interrupting his performance. Consequently, the effectiveness of his mesmerizing dance technique was significantly diminished. Ideally, when unleashed to its fullest, this technique should have left an opponent of Naruto's caliber incapacitated and writhing on the ground. Yet, to his surprise, Naruto remained upright, merely enduring a moment of heightened nausea. Once his dance came to a complete halt, Naruto wiped the corner of his mouth, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Sasuke, it is my turn now. With swift motions, he formed seals with both hands. Wood release, millennium cutting technique. In an instant, the wood release manifested, and a wave of familiar pain exacerbated the already unhealed condition of his lower back. He cried out in agony, his legs trembling incessantly. The rubber chicken slipped from his grasp, landing on the ground with a resounding thud 3 times. What a beautiful strike! Echoed in the air. Tears of anguish streamed down Sasuke's face as he writhed within the confines of the wooden jutsu. The wooden hand protruding from the ground swayed back and forth, creaking ominously. Since acquiring the rubber chicken, this was the first time he truly loathed its attributes. Why must it be a forced action, uninterruptible? Naruto, keeping his distance, had no desire to listen to such a heart-wrenching melody. After what felt like an eternity of 3 or 4 minutes, Sasuke's lament finally ceased. With hands clasped behind his back, Naruto strolled over, a mischievous grin decorating his face. Sasuke, let us see how you intend to escape my grasp now, he taunted. Sasuke, filled with anxiety, cast a sideways glance. His divine ring was tantalizingly close to being fully charged. He bellowed, Naruto, you insolent brat. Do you not think it excessive to treat the illustrious descendant of the Uchiha clan in such a manner? We Uchihas are steeped in splendor and glory. Should you dare to release me, I could obliterate you in an instant. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the ring, nearly on the brink of despair. However, the words of a prodigious Uchiha had failed to evoke even the slightest ripple of response. What to do? What to do? Naruto was drawing closer. Should he get too close, his fate would be irrevocably sealed. A rogue ninja. The most crucial aspect was that a mere genin had turned traitor. Life upon returning to the village would become an insurmountable challenge. He still craved power, still yearned to eliminate Uchiha Itachi. Thus, he had no choice but to seek out Orochimaru. What to do? The sound drew nearer. In a moment of desperation, his expression changed. And he shouted with all his might, "Naruto, call me father." Suddenly, the ring gleamed with a golden light. Naruto stood there, bewildered, scratching his head. "Sasuke, when did you develop this peculiar habit? I've always regarded you as my brother." Observing Naruto's dazed expression, Sasuke let out a cold snicker once more. "If you dare, strike me down." As his words fell, the sky was instantaneously enveloped in dense thunderclouds. The rumbling power of lightning flickered incessantly within the clouds. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder descended, carrying immense force, striking directly upon Sasuke. The wooden restraints binding Sasuke were instantly shattered. He was propelled backward for quite a distance. He lifted his smoke-laden head, casting a forlorn glance at the sky. "You really struck me." Naruto, beside him, erupted into laughter. "Sasuke, look. Even the heavens do not favor you. Why not return to Konoha with me?" Amid Naruto's joviality, an ancient and ethereal voice resonated from the heavens. "Damn it, I missed." "Do it again." A thunderous roar followed. This time, the lightning did not err. It struck directly at Naruto. Instantly, Naruto was gripped by terror, soaring into the air, trailing smoke as he plummeted into the forest beneath the waterfall. Observing this, Sasuke leaned over the edge of the waterfall, laughing heartily. "You laughed at me. This is your just deserts." Ha. As the storm clouds began to dissipate, Sasuke, clutching his aching rear, ambled away into the distance. "Itachi, in my quest to kill you, I have forsaken my village. Wait for me. Once I attain power, you shall be the first I seek." Just as he muttered this to himself, a fierce gust of wind swept behind him, as if something was hurtling toward him at great speed. He turned his head and beheld a slender, pale yellow object soaring towards him. It was his infamous rubber chicken. Just moments ago, while tidying up, he had forgotten to retrieve it after leaving Naruto. The rubber chicken flew with astonishing speed, far surpassing that of the shuriken he had thrown, and he could not evade it. Chapter 69. Returning to Konoha. The rubber chicken smacked him squarely in the face, emitting a loud squawk. It then gently fell to the ground, bouncing slightly. "Oh dear." Sasuke let out a resigned chuckle, his body involuntarily twisting with discomfort. The pain in his lower region intensified, becoming increasingly excruciating. "You're too beautiful," the cheerful song echoed through the forest. As birds descended one after another, even the normally robust crows could not escape, crashing directly into Sasuke's smoking hair. "Naruto! Naruto!" After a considerable time, the calls of Shikamaru and others resonated from upstream of the waterfall. Upon noticing the bald broomstick at the waterfall's edge, Shikamaru furrowed his brow. "Naruto must be nearby. Let us search thoroughly." Gaara nodded and promptly shaped sand into an eye, sending it soaring through the nearby woods. Minutes later, he whispered, "I found him," and leapt off the waterfall. The others promptly followed suit. Seeing Naruto unconscious, Gaara shook his head with a sigh. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Inuzuka Kiba, who immediately burst into tears. "Naruto, how could you be gone? I wasn't finished arguing with you. You can't die." The other comrades shot him sideways glances, and Gaara, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why are you crying?" Kiba sniffled, "I saw you sighing. Doesn't that mean he's dying?" Gaara's expression darkened. "I am not a medical ninja. How could I ascertain such things? I merely thought, after he hit me so hard last time, how could he end up in such a pitiful state now? What abilities does that Sasuke possess?" Kiba immediately ceased his tears, his expression becoming somber. "Can we refrain from frightening people like this in the future?" Gaara shrugged. "Did I frighten you?" Uchiha heard me say he was dead. As he spoke, he turned back, stroking his chin while observing Naruto. "Moreover, after my last battle with him, I distinctly sensed some changes in my body. During conversations, an unpleasant odor occasionally escapes my mouth, which I find quite uncomfortable. And as for using the restroom, I dare not go without a stuffy nose. Do any of you know what is happening?" The group of comrades shook their heads in unison. Gaara sighed deeply, realizing that to uncover the truth of the matter, they would have to wait for Naruto to awaken. With a swift motion of his palm, a sand bed materialized beneath Naruto, gently lifting him into the air. "Let us return to Konoha," Shikamaru murmured. The group hastened towards the village. In the forest, Kankuro held a wild chrysanthemum, delicately plucking its petals. "He deceives me. He does not deceive me. He deceives me. He does not deceive me." Kankuro. Temari called out loudly. Kankuro sluggishly turned his head, glancing in the direction of the voice, his body shifting slightly. A narrow gap was formed among the petals that covered most of his body. I am here, he replied with a loud voice. Shortly thereafter, 7 or 8 figures rushed forth from the depths of the woods. Let us go, back to Konoha, Temari whispered. Kankuro shrugged. I am still waiting for a Konoha ninja. Upon hearing this, Kiba Inuzuka coughed in surprise. He vaguely recalled that during the Chunin exams, Kankuro had been quite sharp-witted. How had he suddenly become so dull? He chuckled apologetically. There's no need to wait. Here I am. Kanjiro turned his head slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. With a swift gesture of his hands, the puppet was sent soaring forth. He hastily dodged, only to discover that another puppet had mysteriously appeared behind him. The puppet moved with remarkable speed, swiftly capturing him in a reverse embrace. A smirk danced upon Kanjiro's lips as he flicked his fingers. In response, another puppet raised its arm and delivered a resounding slap to Ye's backside. I allowed you to deceive me, foolishly harboring guilt towards Konoha and waiting here. My fondness for Konoha has now plummeted to absolute zero. Crack, crack, crack. The puppet relentlessly struck Ya, and the forest echoed with his continuous cries of anguish. Meanwhile, the group hurried towards Konoha. En route, Naruto regained consciousness. Glancing at his companions with a sigh, Sasuke has still fallen behind. Observing his despondent demeanor, Shikamaru and the others offered words of comfort. It's all right. We have done our utmost. He could only nod helplessly. At that moment, Gaara leaned in and whispered, Hey, I have a question. Ever since our last duel, there's been an overwhelming stench accompanying everything I do, whether it's speaking or even using the restroom. What is the deal with that? Naruto sniffed a couple of times. Recognizing the foul odor he found all too familiar, and immediately turned to face Gaara. Upon seeing Gaara's expression, he lost his composure. Grabbing him by the neck, he shook him vigorously, exclaiming, You owe me my yo-yo back. That thing in your belly devoured my yo-yo. Return it to me. The secret of the tailed beast sealed within Gaara was known only to Kankuro and Temari, with Naruto being the sole other person aware of it. The others naively speculated whether Gaara had summoned a spirit beast. Just the thought of Naruto's yo-os odor made Neji and Kiba shudder in unison. Casting sympathetic glances at Gaara. What yo? I have no idea. Gaara protested, struggling. It's that big, flowery cat in your belly that swallowed my stinky weasel yo-el. If you don't spit it out, I'll pierce you with wood release. Without hesitation, Naruto decided to unseal the beast. Gaara retreated in a frenzy, pulling away the sandbed where Naruto was sitting. He had experienced the sensation of wood release more than once. This time, during his visit to Konoha. He merely wished to apologize safely and soundly. If time permitted, he might indulge in some lottery fun, but as for wood release, he would rather avoid it. Seeing this unfold, Shikamaru rushed forward and grabbed Naruto. The Sand Shinobi have come to apologize, and Konoha is on the verge of reaching an agreement with them. We cannot afford to cause a ruckus at this moment. Naruto, feeling wronged, lamented, but what about my yo-yo? Just pretend it never existed. Shikamaru sighed and shook his head. Upon hearing this, Kiba visibly relaxed. That yo-yo was far too foul, leaving him with lasting psychological scars. With its absence, it was likely that Naruto would no longer possess anything that could instill such fear in him. Naruto glanced at Gaara, his teeth gritted in frustration. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Konoha. As they entered, they spotted Iruka loitering at the village entrance. Iruka-sensei, what are you doing here? Naruto asked quietly. Chapter 70. The shameless capsule Iruka, gazing at the returning group, frowned. How can you still ask what I'm doing here? Do you remember how I taught you back in the Ninja Academy? No unauthorized actions. And look at you now. Just a few days as genin. And you've already learned to act on your own. Listening to Iruka's lecture, the young shinobi nodded in agreement. Let us head straight to the Hokage's office and explain ourselves to Lord Third. All right. A few individuals responded listlessly. As they watched Iruka depart, Naruto sprang forward. Naruto, where are you going? Shikamaru inquired. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. You all go ahead. I'll be there shortly. With that, he leaped onto the rooftop. Shikamaru sighed, a flicker of indecision crossing his brow. Let us go. We might as well face the music together. Temari suggested softly from behind. Gaara, should we join them? Gaara nodded, following Shikamaru and the others toward the Hokage's office. Unbeatable scratchoff, Naruto exclaimed as he rushed in. Boss, give me 100 yen scratchoff. Moody, puzzled, asked. What are you up to? Why the rush? Naruto, crossing his arms and grinning broadly, replied, I'm about to face the music at the Hokage's office. So I wanted to indulge a bit first, just in case I meet my end there. I'd like to have fewer regrets. A cascade of sweat marks appeared on Woody's face as he retrieved 100 yen scratch-off from behind the counter. Naruto rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Time to scratch it off. With a swift motion, silver shavings flew into the air. A brilliant golden light shimmered from the ticket, and soon after, a small blue potion bottle emerged. Woody stared at the instructions in astonishment. His curiosity regarding the various items included in the scratch-off lottery grew increasingly intense. Naruto picked up a vial and inquired, Boss, what is this? Woody adjusted his expression and, with a touch of seriousness, explained. This is called the Shameless Capsule. There are 3 capsules in a bottle. Simply consuming one will instantly thicken your skin by 30,000 feet. Whether faced with a scolding harpy or a reprimanding superior, even if you wear your throat raw, you will remain unfazed. Naruto's eyes brightened. After all, he was about to receive a dressing down from the Hokage. With this item in hand, he felt invincible. He could even confront the god of ninjas rising from his grave. As long as he refrained from physical confrontation, this item was truly marvelous. Excitedly, Naruto stowed it away and cheerfully declared, Boss, I'm off now. With that, he turned and left. Upon exiting, he gazed at the clear blue sky and joyfully spread his arms wide. A few minutes later, he met up with Shikamaru and the others in front of the Hokage's office. Noticing his complete lack of anxiety, Kiba trembled and asked, Naruto, you organized this whole thing. And you're not scared at all? Scared? Why would I be? He replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. No exaggeration here, if I don't lay a finger on anyone. Everyone present is nothing but trash. The group expressed their disbelief, silently cursing Naruto while also questioning themselves about how they had allowed him to con them so easily. Ascending the stairs to the Hokage's office, Naruto retrieved the shameless capsule and swallowed one whole. In an instant, his body surged with energy, and his spirits soared considerably. He let out a deep breath and proclaimed, Let the storm come with even greater ferocity. With that, he boldly pushed open the door. Inside the shadowy chamber, a dozen familiar faces awaited him. Aside from Asuma, Kurenai, and Kakashi, there were several other leaders from various clans. As Naruto strode in with confidence, all eyes turned to him. Thank you all for your hard work and for waiting for our return. I, Naruto Uzumaki, express my heartfelt gratitude. Seeing his demeanor, Kakashi clenched his teeth. Naruto suddenly turned his gaze, locking eyes with Kakashi. Teacher Kakashi, that is not quite right. Education should appeal to both emotion and reason. If all matters are resolved through force, does it not imply that there is no room for reason in this world? Not far away. The third Hokage sat in a chair, his wrinkled face twitching incessantly. Before he could even utter a word, Naruto seized the opportunity to speak first. How could this be allowed? He struck the table and exclaimed, Naruto, who permitted you to act on your own accord? Naruto puffed out his chest and, pointing his thumb at his own nose, declared, such a brilliant and formidable decision could only have been conceived by me, Uzumaki Naruto. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage clenched his teeth in frustration. You little rascal, I initially intended to offer you a mere reprimand, yet you dared to defy me. He gasped heavily and said, Do you understand the consequences? Suspension and retention. Konoha employs these methods. I have long become accustomed to them. However, let us return to the crux of the matter. The idea was mine. The task was executed by me, so do not hold others accountable. Let all the blame rest solely upon my shoulders. Naruto shrugged and chuckled lightly, observing his nonchalant demeanor. The third Hokage felt as though a heavy stone had been dropped upon his chest. Very well, with you included, there are 7 of you going out. From today onward, I shall suspend your salary for 7 months. Naruto was taken aback, looking around to count. There are clearly only 6 of us. The 7th is Sasuke. He ran off while the 6 of us pursued him. Why include his share in my suspension? The third Hokage lit a cigarette, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, and replied, I take pleasure in this. Do you have any say in the matter? Hey, I may be shameless, but you seem even more so. You are the esteemed third Hokage, Naruto exclaimed, eyes wide, disregarding the potential repercussions. The third Hokage glared, inhaled too hastily, and choked, collapsing in a faint. Naruto clenched his fists, declaring, K0. Winner is Uzumaki Naruto. The surrounding jonin gathered, relieved to find the third merely unconscious. Just as they prepared to admonish Naruto, the door to the office was suddenly flung open. A figure clad in a translucent pink hue stood at the threshold. He tossed his pink hair, revealing aged wrinkles. Asuma, will you continue to run? Haha. Upon hearing Danzo's voice, everyone present turned towards Asuma with a dazed expression. Asuma, with a bitter smile that spoke of disillusionment, lamented. This is all a misunderstanding. It's all just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Danzo's lips curled into a smirk as he drew 2 steel needles. You should consider the consequences. I've already contemplated the consequences. Farewell. He immediately tossed 2 smoke bombs onto the ground and fled through the broken window. Danzo fiercely stomped the ground and swiftly followed him outside. Do not run. You belong to me. No one can take you away. In that instant, the room was enveloped in swirling smoke, and Naruto's medicinal effects began to wane. Recalling the earlier scene, he couldn't help but shiver, stealthily using the smoke as cover to escape. Chapter 71. Danzo's pursuit. As the smoke in the shadow headquarters dissipated, everyone looked around, only to find Naruto's figure had vanished. The third Hokage gradually regained consciousness, and, upon hearing about Danzo's earlier uproar in the shadow headquarters, relentlessly pursuing Asuma, felt a deep sense of frustration. He has only this one living son. It is imperative that he must not allow that singer, Danzo, to bring misfortune upon him. Just at that moment, Tsunade and Jiraiya returned. He propped himself on the table and slowly stood up, saying, Your return is quite timely. There is an exceedingly urgent matter that requires your attention. Jiraiya was taken aback and questioned, Teacher, is there anything that could possibly be more pressing than reporting the situation regarding Orochimaru? The third Hokage solemnly nodded. Indeed. It is a matter of far greater urgency, 1,000 times more so. Upon hearing this, both men felt a shiver run down their spines, their bodies instinctively tensing, and the expressions on their faces grew profoundly grave. Their teacher would never arbitrarily create a tense atmosphere. When such a statement is made, it is likely to pertain to matters of great significance concerning the survival of the village. They remained silent, fixated on the third Hokage. Now, in my capacity as a teacher, I command you to eliminate Danzo. That old dog has profoundly disrupted the harmony of Konoha. As soon as the words left my lips, a myriad of questions appeared on their faces. They exchanged puzzled glances. Kakashi cleared his throat and recounted the previous events in meticulous detail. The 2 of them immediately lowered their heads, 3 black lines appearing on their foreheads. Tsunade chuckled softly. Jiraiya, I'll take care of Danzo. You should report to the teacher about Orochimaru's situation. All right. Jiraiya nodded. Having completed his apologies, Gaara entered with Temari and Kankuro. As he gazed upon the unchanged storefront, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. How much are we scratching this time? Woody inquired softly. Temari rummaged through her wallet and produced 3,000 silver notes. Please give us 3 tickets worth 1,000 each. Certainly, just a moment. Woody extracted 3 scratch cards and presented them before them. Before long, 3 flashes of light erupted. From Temari's ticket, a jingling bell emerged. With a hint of confusion, she asked, Boss, what is this bell for? Woody glanced at the instructions and replied with a smile. This is a local artifact from my hometown, the Bell of the Spirit Uncle. By ringing this bell, you will be endowed with the power of the supernatural. All the spirits within a kilometer radius will gather around you, ready to heed your command. As he elaborated, Temari couldn't help but shiver. Despite the advantage of summoning spirits to serve her, the imagery was undeniably eerie. What about mine? Kankuro queried, holding a rope looped around a wooden stick with curiosity. Woody stroked his chin, scrutinizing the description. This item also hails from our hometown. It's called a lasso. Though it's termed a lasso, it serves as a remarkable rescue tool. The rope at the front can extend infinitely. If your teammate finds themselves in danger during a battle, you can use the lasso to quickly pull them to safety. The usage is quite simple. There is a chant you must remember. The lasso-wielding man is strong and mighty. The galloping steed races like the wind. After reciting the incantation, simply aim the loop at the person to be rescued. Goodness, is it truly that extraordinary? Kankuro exclaimed, grasping the lasso with great admiration. In contrast to the intriguing items presented by the 2, Gaara was not so fortunate. Upon the ticket, a pair of thick gloves floated incessantly. The design of the gloves bore an uncanny resemblance to the claws of the guardian crane. Boss, this item is indeed called the gloves of the guardian crane. I love. Luo sighed helplessly. Woody snapped his fingers, grinning as he exclaimed, Bingo. You are absolutely correct. This is indeed the gloves of the guardian crane. The purpose of these gloves is to enhance the user's instantaneous explosive power. Before Wu Di could finish his sentence, he expressionlessly retracted the gloves and strode toward the door. He is utterly perplexed. Why is it that others can procure fresh tools, Yet he can only obtain items associated with the guardian crane? He walked out the door, overwhelmed with frustration. Wu Di observed his retreating figure. His hands gradually forming a seal, would release, thousand-year cuttings technique. In an instant, Gaara found himself ensnared, the tail hanging from his rear suddenly rigid. Its fur bristling in response to the familiar sensation, prompting an involuntary shout from him. Boss, I didn't lose my temper in your shop this time. So why resort to wood release? Wu Di replied with a soft chuckle. Noticing your spirits were somewhat low, I intended to offer you some comfort. Alas, I miscalculated the seals. It was merely a slip of the hand. Please, take your time. As Wu Di released the wood release, Gaara, with a disgruntled expression, was assisted by Shikaku and Kankuro as he made his way towards the exit. In the office of the Hokage, only the third Hokage remained. Tsunade and Jiraiya had been dispatched to search the entire village for traces of Danzo. He stood by the window with his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, the door behind him was kicked open with a forceful thrust. He decisively turned around, only to see Danzo standing at the doorway with a sinister grin. The news of the third Hokage's loss of all ninjutsu had spread throughout the village. As the leader of Root, Danzo was among the first to learn of it. The third Hokage inquired softly, Danzo, what do you intend to do? Danzo shrugged his shoulders. What do you think I can do? Surely you can guess. Your son has resolutely rejected me for that little vixen, Asuma. If I cannot be his wife, then I shall have to settle for being his father's wife. The third Hokage raised his hand, hastily responding, do not jest. My wife has been dead for 20 years. Isn't that just perfect? You're in need of companionship. And I have never had any relations with any man. I am quite pristine. Danzo advanced step by step, resembling a scorpion from a land of daughters. The third Hokage retreated until his back hit the windowsill. Do not come any closer. I do not wish to tarnish my reputation. What nonsense are you spouting? If I follow you, it is I who will lose my dignity. In the midst of their banter, Danzo produced a deck of playing cards, casually drawing one and slapping it onto the table. In an instant, a clear projection appeared on the card. Now, let us begin the lesson, the so-called old man. The third Hokage stared at the projected movements, momentarily stunned, his nostrils flaring with heated waves. What do you think of this, third Hokage? Would you like to? Danzo threw a flirtatious glance. The third Hokage's heart jolted violently, feeling as if struck by a barrage of blows, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed. Danzo chuckled ominously, dragging the third Hokage's legs as he headed for the door. The third Hokage clawed desperately at the ground. Help! Help! Just as Danzo was about to succeed, two figures suddenly burst in from outside. In the corridor of the Shadow Division, Jiraiya and Tsunade flanked Danzo on either side. Do you two wish to test my sunflower secret technique? Danzo's expression darkened as he drew two silver needles tied with red strings from his waist, seizing the opportunity. The third Hokage stealthily slipped out through the back door. Tsunade and Jiraiya instantly leaped forward, engaging Danzo in a fierce struggle. Indeed, the rewards from the scratchoff lottery were truly extraordinary. With the sunflower secret technique in hand, Danzo fought fiercely against Tsunade and Jiraiya, showing no signs of faltering. With two thunderous crashes, the fiery emblem atop the Hokage building crumbled instantly. Danzo, gripping his embroidered needles, sat firmly atop a spire. Jiraiya and Tsunade stood at a distance, their expressions grave. Tsunade, does he not feel pain? Perhaps. They murmured, and once again soared into action. Meanwhile, at the street corner, Konoha was hiding behind a garbage bin with Naruto. Grandfather will surely pass by here soon. Now that he has lost his ninjutsu, we can seize this opportunity to take him down. Naruto grinned mischievously, licking his lips. The third Hokage had abruptly docked 7 months' worth of his salary, leaving him to ponder how he would survive without income. Would he be reduced to subsisting on the bitter winds of the Northwest? Moreover, deprived of funds, he would be unable to indulge in scratch cards for 7 long months. For someone like Naruto, who had savored the sweet taste of fortune from these games, such a deprivation was utterly intolerable. Konoha, are you certain your grandfather will tread this path? Absolutely certain, Konoha replied with a bright smile, revealing a gap where a tooth once resided, exuding a hint of warmth. Before long, at the end of the street corner, they indeed spotted the figure of the third Hokage. He hurriedly strode forward, occasionally glancing back over his shoulder. After covering a considerable distance, he finally exhaled deeply and began to relax. As he drew nearer, despair washed over him. Naruto grinned mischievously, raising his hands. Meanwhile, the third Hokage remained oblivious to the presence of the two. His mind is consumed with thoughts on how to deal with Danzo. Currently, There are only a handful of individuals who have obtained the secret techniques from the scratch-off lottery store. And the only one capable of contending with Danzo seems to be his own space-time ninjutsu. However, at this moment, he cannot utilize any ninjutsu. Otherwise, the rare opportunity to uncover the hidden puppet master would be squandered. Just as he was lost in his melancholy, a subtle ripple of chakra suddenly emanated from beside him. He turned his head and was taken aback to find several wooden stakes had mysteriously appeared beside him. Before he could resist, the stakes swiftly descended, pinning him down with unyielding force. The ancient art of grafting. A muffled thud echoed as his rear end struck, instantly reddening the face of the third Hokage. From behind the trash can, Konoha joyfully sprang forth. "Grandfather, this time you've finally fallen for it." Ha. Alongside him was Naruto, licking his lips as he approached step by step. "Grandfather third, after you docked my wages for 7 months, today I shall reclaim every bit with interest." The third clenched his fists tightly, a surge of unrelenting fury boiling within him. He truly wished to employ the grand technique of the universe to transfer the wood release to these two individuals. However, for the sake of his grand concealed scheme, he was compelled to exercise restraint. Konoha explored the surroundings and discovered the third Hokage's wallet. "Naruto-sensei, look, there are 50,000 Ryo. 50,000 Ryo." Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to count the banknotes, one by one. He trembled with excitement, utterly oblivious to the fact that a card had slipped from his bag. Konoha cast a sidelong glance and hurriedly picked up the card. After examining it from every angle, he discovered an explanation on the reverse side. A ninjutsu learning card? It stated that one could master any ninjutsu by merely inscribing its name on the card, and it would be learned instantly. Incredible! A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Konohamaru's eyes. He couldn't help but recall a particular ninjutsu frequently employed by Ebisu during his capture, a most peculiar technique that allowed the user, simply by donning a raincoat, to blend seamlessly into their surroundings. It bore an impressively grandiose name, the raincoat concealment technique. Little did Konoha realize, however, that the raincoat concealment technique was merely an introductory ninjutsu for aspiring ninjas. His inability to discern is entirely attributed to his youth. He rubbed his forehead. If I were to inscribe raincoat concealment technique on this card, would I then be able to master it? As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of pride flickered in the corners of his eyes. Soon after, he retrieved a pen from his ninja tool pouch and began to write flamboyantly on the card. Just as Naruto was joyfully counting his banknotes, he suddenly paused, sensing the emergence of something new in his mind. Closing his eyes to focus, he realized it was indeed a ninjutsu. Raincoat concealment technique? An F-rank ninjutsu? Why would I bother learning such a trivial technique? He murmured softly and resumed counting the banknotes. Just after counting 2, his actions abruptly halted. Turning to Konoha, he saw the ninjutsu learning card in the latter's hand dissolve into nothingness. Konoha, somewhat astonished, exclaimed, "Where's the card? I haven't finished learning yet." "Ah," Naruto cried out, seizing Konoha by the collar. Although he regarded the ninjutsu learning card as somewhat superfluous, it was still a waste to squander it so carelessly. Even if there was no immediate use for it, acquiring an S-rank ninjutsu would save a significant amount of time. Konoha, I swear I'll make you pay for this," Naruto exclaimed in frustration, reaching for his ninja tool pouch. Indeed, he found an enormous straw raincoat, measuring a meter on each side, had mysteriously appeared inside. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Konoha took off running. Naruto shouted, "You brat, don't you dare escape." The two dashed away, leaving the third Hokage standing in the middle of the street. Watching the bustling crowd and feeling a profound sense of distress. "Who will come to my rescue suddenly?" Tsunade entered with Shizen, fuming. "That damn Danzo. He managed to scratch up a secret manual here and has become powerful enough to take on both Jiraiya and me at the same time. It's infuriating." Noticing her wrath, Woody approached cautiously and inquired, "Lady Tsunade, how may I assist you?" Tsunade rubbed her temples and coldly replied, "Shizen, bring me 100 million Ryo. I intend to scratch for that manual." With a sigh, Shizen lamented internally, wishing to caution Tsunade. After observing for some time, she had noted that Tsunade's chances of obtaining something valuable were rather bleak. However, given Tsunade's current demeanor, she dared not voice her concerns. Reluctantly, she retrieved Kakuzu's money pouch from her ninja tool pouch. In the Rain Village, the atmosphere was tense and dark. Conan, Toby, who dares to steal my money? I will not rest until I have my revenge." Kakuzu angrily pushed open the door and stormed to the rooftop. "Wasteful women and children. If I don't take your heads today, I, Kakuzu, will not call myself a man. Chapter 73. The sage gathers grapes at the top of the Iron Tower. In a spacious room, Conan was playing cards with Nagato, Toby, and Haydn. Kakuza kicked the door open, his voice preceding his entrance. Conan, you wasteful woman. Have you stolen my money again? Conan looked up innocently, her face adorned with a few papers. No, I didn't. What's wrong? What's wrong? I've lost 10 million Rio without reason. What do you think is wrong? Kakuza gritted his teeth, the four masks upon him stirring with anticipation. Conan innocently protested. I truly did not steal anything. Since this morning, we have been playing cards together. Have you not noticed the numerous notes plastered on my face? Afei, with a mischievous grin, retorted, you might not have stolen today, but who knows about yesterday or the day before? My money went missing today. Kakuzu's expression darkened, radiating a menacing aura. Within our organization, you lot are the most extravagant spenders. It must be you who has pilfered my funds. Hey, Kakuzu. You ought to speak with integrity. We have been here playing cards all day. When did we steal your money? Upon realizing that he was suspecting them, Afei hurried to defend himself. I wouldn't believe a word you say. Tell me where my money is gone, or no one will get to play. Kakuzu formed hand seals and bellowed, earthly grievance. In that instant, several shadowy figures burst forth from his garments. I see you are determined to confront me. I shall take this opportunity to deal with you properly. Let us see who dares to steal from me again. As he spoke, 5 figures charged forward. Haydn, clutching his large scythe, quickly took a few steps back, declaring, this has nothing to do with me. I'm out of here. Pain, with a chuckle, scratched the back of his head and remarked, though I wanted you all to experience some pain, I've suddenly realized there are more pressing matters. I shall take my leave. With their departure, the empty room was left with only Kakuzu and the remaining 3. Afei, sensing the dire situation, turned to Conan with a playful grin, saying, Conan, you must hold on. I am with you in spirit. With that, he vanished in a flash. Conan, her face adorned with notes, stared blankly at the room. Darn. How inconsiderate. Kakuzu, tell me, did you steal my money? Kakuzu's face darkened, shadows seeping from between his arms. If you refuse to speak, do not blame me for my ruthless nature. Conan licked her lips and, with a resigned smile, replied, Brother, did you even give me a chance to explain? Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf Village, the invincible scratch-off lottery emerged. After scratching off a ticket worth 10 million Rio, Tsunade successfully retrieved 3,000 Rio. Disappointed at not uncovering any secret techniques, she sighed heavily. Nearby, Jiraiya rummaged through his belongings and produced a 100,000 Rio note, stating, Give me a ticket worth 10,000. Please. All right. Wu Di casually handed him a ticket worth 10,000. Before long, a brilliant flash of gold erupted, and from the ticket emerged a blue-hued manual. Tsunade's eyes turned a shade of jealousy. She had scraped 1 million without yielding a single manual, so why had Jiraiya succeeded with merely 10,000? A sense of imbalance stirred within her. Gazing at the floating manual, Wu Di squinted. This manual seemed almost too perfectly suited for Jiraiya. As Jiraiya collected it, he examined the 5 prominent characters on the cover, puzzled. Sage Grapes Harvest? Wu Di took a deep breath and elucidated. This manual is titled Sage Grapes Harvest and belongs to the category of psychological assault techniques. The practitioner, during the execution of this technique, inflicts psychological blows upon the target, typically inducing madness and rage. As for the effective range, it extends from the neck down to the navel. Therefore, this manual is also known by another name, the Grasping Dragon Claw Technique. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. This manual was indeed perfect for him. Images have already begun to materialize in his mind. He stood side by side with Tsunade, shouting loudly, Sage, gather the grapes. Tsunade's face flushed a deep crimson. Flames of passion erupting from her lips, poised to blossom. Coming back to his senses, he glanced at Tsunade and indeed noticed her complexion had become considerably more radiant. He turned around with an air of sleaziness. How about giving it a try? I'll give your mother-s leg a try. With a resounding crash, Jiraiya was sent flying through the door curtain, landing squarely in the middle of the street. Tsunade, you shrew. Is it really necessary to treat me this way just because I wanted to test a new technique? With that, he pulled out a pair of super sunglasses from his ninja tool pouch. If you want to try it with me, there are others lining up for the chance. Upon seeing Jiraiya produce the glasses, Tsunade and Shizen hastily sought refuge in a corner. This is infuriating. Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, a glint of ferocity shining in her eyes. Shizen quickly stepped forward to placate her. Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya is just like that. Please don't be angry. How can I not be angry? Tsunade fumed. Why does he get to scrape together secrets with just 10,000? While I drop 1,000,000 and only see 3,000 in return. Shizen awkwardly twitched her lips. Actually, 3,000 is quite a sum. Tsunade suddenly turned her head. Her expression grave, causing Shizen to fall silent in fear. Bring me another 1,000,000. That was definitely a stroke of bad luck affecting my performance. Shizen had intended to retort. But seeing Tsunade in her current state, she dared not say a word. With a sigh, she retrieved another 1,000,000 from Kakuzu's coin pouch. In the rain village, Kakuzu, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Konan, suddenly froze. Wait, my wallet feels 3.141592654 grams lighter. He suddenly withdrew, opening his wallet in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Kakuzu grasped his hair and roared, smashing things around him in a frenzy. I have lost another 10,000,000 Ryo. Who is responsible? His voice rang out, startling everyone in the Akatsuki organization, except for Itachi and Kisame, who were out on missions. The rest gathered around him. Kakuzu, what is the matter? Haydn, wielding his scythe, peeked through the door and asked softly. Someone has stolen my money again. I am going mad, absolutely mad. Kakuzu was releasing chakra uncontrollably, inadvertently pushing the door open, causing Haydn's head to fall like a soccer ball. Hey, you can't play like this. I didn't steal your money. Hurry and put my head back. Haydn grumbled, ignoring him. Kakuzu lifted a table and placed his wallet in the center. Everyone, gather around and see how the money in this wallet has disappeared. Anyone who dares to look away, I will cut off their funds and supplies. Chapter 74. Kakuzu's fury. Given Kakuzu's financial authority, everyone reluctantly gathered closer. Haydn shouted from the ground, Hey, don't step on my head. My head is only for Konan to step on. Nagato shot him a glance. Universal pull. Shinra Tensei. Haydn's head was instantly sent flying, bouncing around the room before landing squarely next to Kakuzu's wallet. His ordinary eyes seemed on the verge of transforming into the Rinnegan. Kakuzu slammed the table. Everyone stay here and observe. If we cannot uncover the truth, no one shall leave. Nagato expressed his helplessness. Despite being the leader of the Akatsuki, he had never truly held financial power. That responsibility had always fallen to Kakuzu, the accountant and cashier. As for his secretary Konan, known for her extravagant ways, he had long been aware of it. Considering the situation, he cleared his throat. How about this? Whoever has stolen it, step forward voluntarily, and we shall give them a good kicking as punishment. Kakuzu slammed the table again. That won't do. I must eliminate him. Everyone, pay attention. If anyone fails to discern the truth, I will cut off their funds and supplies. Nagato shrugged, falling silent. In these times, what is most important? Certainly, it is the money. As the saying goes, with money one can travel the world, but without it, one cannot take a single step. As the proprietor, he could only temporarily relinquish authority. In the village of Konoha, Tsunade stood before 10 scratch-off lottery tickets, all of which had been revealed to yield no winnings. Just as Shizen had predicted, none of the tickets had won anything. Shizen, let us depart, Tsunade declared, turning to exit. In a fit of self-pity, she lamented. Perhaps it is because I did not wash my hands after our encounter with Danzo today. We shall return another day. Observing their departing figures, Woody felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. Why must she attribute her misfortune to Danzo when it was clearly her own lack of luck? Could the title of scapegoat for Danzo ever be lifted? He shook his head helplessly. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage returned, massaging his lower back. Observing the fifth Hokage, who was engrossed in reviewing documents, he murmured, You will issue an order shortly. If Naruto dares to commit robbery in the village again, immediately command all Jonin to surround him. That little rascal has gone too far. After muttering this, he continued, and include Konoha in that order as well. Noticing the third Hokage's discomfort, Tsunade surmised what had transpired. With a sigh, she hastily drafted the command. Within half an hour, the village's loudspeaker blared to life. Attention, citizens of Konoha. Attention, citizens of Konoha. Throughout the entire village, everyone paused their tasks to listen intently to the broadcast. At the street corner, holding a rose, Ebisu felt tears of excitement welling in his eyes upon hearing the news. He no longer needs to worry about any excessive actions from Naruto. During this period, he has unfortunately lost 3 girlfriends in succession due to Naruto's influence. He was genuinely concerned that if things continued this way, he would inevitably grow old in solitude. Now, with the orders issued by the Hokage, would Naruto dare to rob him in the village any longer? Naruto hid around the corner, sneaking close to Konoha. Your grandfather is truly despicable. Naruto muttered under his breath. He could see Konohamaru's expression darken as he glared at him. You must not speak of my grandfather that way. What makes you think he is despicable? He is indeed quite despicable. Naruto stumbled, taken aback by the intensity of Konohamaru's hatred for the third Hokage, which seemed to surpass his own. Well then, with one less avenue for making money, what are we to do? The two sighed in unison, their faces clouded with worry. In the rain village, a flock of crows flew across the sky, cawing in the incessant drizzle. Atop the iron tower, a dozen individuals clad in black robes adorned with cloud patterns had been fixated on the money bag for several hours. Not a single coin was missing from it. Kakazu. Perhaps we should let it go for today, Pain suggested. As long as everyone is gathered together, the money won't be lost. I am even more convinced that it has been stolen by someone within our ranks. Today, I must uncover the thief. Kakuza donned a new robe and stepped toward the door. After taking a few steps, he abruptly turned back, seizing his wallet. None of you dare touch my precious money. The others stared at him in confusion as he departed. Once outside, he kicked the headless body of Haiden. Haiden shouted from the table, Kakuzu, you old fossil. Be a bit gentler with my body. Kakuzu ignored him, pushed open the opposite door, and positioned a table across the middle of the room. He then fetched 2 spotlights and hung them on the wall, transforming the space into something resembling an interrogation room. He returned and declared, you all, follow me one by one. I will find that money-stealing scoundrel today. The rest of you will remain in this room. Anyone who dares to leave will find their funding cut off. Haiden, you come first. With that, the figure donning a yellow mask, revealing one eye, followed Kakuzu out. In Konoha village, after the loudspeaker had repeated its message several times, it finally fell silent. Konohamaru, taking advantage of his status as the third Hokage's subordinate, nonchalantly made his way toward the Hokage's office. Naruto, clutching his raincoat, stealthily crept along the wall using the invisibility technique, eventually arriving at the entrance of the scratchoff shop. Upon entering, Woody quietly inquired, what trouble have you caused that has led to the entire village being notified? Naruto sighed in exasperation. Isn't it because we robbed the third Hokage? Woody shrugged, a smile that did not reach his eyes gracing his features as he remarked. It's impressive that you could think of that. Since you are here in my establishment, it is evident that you wish to try your luck with the scratch cards. Isn't it? Naruto mumbled in response, slapping down 10 1,000 tael notes onto the counter. I'll take a ticket worth 10,000. Before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly struck by a pang of conscience regarding such extravagant spending. After all, the third Hokage had withheld his salary for 7 months. And with no means to earn money, if he continued this way, he would soon find himself in dire straits. Thus, he hastily retracted 9 of the notes and stated, just give me one worth 1,000 taels then. Woody cast a sidelong glance at him, amused. It was the first time he encountered someone playing in such a manner. Nevertheless, 1,000 taels was still 1,000 taels. And it was certainly an improvement from the previous 100 taels. Even a smaller amount was still a form of affection. He casually handed a 1,000 yen note to Naruto. Naruto rubbed his palms together, preparing to scratch off the ticket. Soon, a flash of golden light appeared. From the ticket, an ancient book bound in leather flew out. Chapter 75, The AK Physics Exorcism Gun Boss. What is this? Naruto inquired, somewhat astonished. Woody stroked his chin, scrutinizing the book before offering an explanation with a wry smile. This is known as the Scriptures of Tang Sung. When you have some leisure time, perusing its pages can significantly enhance the effectiveness of your verbal jutsu. For you, it is truly a unique artifact. Naruto burst into laughter, eagerly embracing the book as he prepared to leave. Just then, Kiba, Inuzuka, and Shikamaru entered the room. Previously, they had all faced the consequences of Naruto's antics, returning home to a stern reprimand. Niji, in particular, had nearly been subjected to the secret technique of the cage bird. Observing Naruto's cautious demeanor, Kiba chuckled, Naruto, today you experienced the taste of being hunted by the entire village. How unpleasant it must be. Honestly, I truly sympathize with you. His laughter nearly brought tears to his eyes. Naruto shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, with words like that, I wish for you to win nothing at all. Kiba's expression tightened. He had come to scratch tickets for the thrill of winning. If Naruto's words proved prophetic, then what was the point of his visit? He pushed his way to the front and produced a 1,000 tael silver note, proclaiming, Boss, I'll have one of those 1,000 tael scratch cards. Observing his current demeanor, Naruto felt a twinge of curiosity. When did you become so affluent, Yagami, to dare indulge in a 1,000 tael scratch card? Yagami, with a hint of pride, nodded slightly and replied in a hushed tone, Ever since I scratched out a useful item in that little shop, my task completion speed has significantly increased. Hence, my ability to save money has naturally accelerated. The others present chose to remain non-committal regarding his statement. They have all experienced the formidable power of the little shop's props, particularly when confronting the formidable quartet of the Sound Ninja. Soon, a radiant ticket flashed in Kiba's hand as he exclaimed, "Naruto, look, I've won." Naruto's expression darkened, and he turned away without a glance. Moments later, a large parcel burst forth from his ticket, adorned with a row of words, "Single dog snack gift package." Kiba's eyes widened in surprise. "Boss, what does this mean?" Woody shrugged, replying, "It means precisely what it says." Upon reflection, it seems that among the many from Konoha, only a handful remain single, and you happen to be one of them. Moreover, it appears your companion has also led a solitary existence. Noticing Kiba's vexed demeanor, Woody continued, "This item is far from as dismal as you might imagine. There are distinct advantages to being single. The snacks within this grand package predominantly originate from my world, and consuming them will rapidly amplify your aura of dominance. Just think about the spicy strips Asuma once produced." At the mention of this, Choji's eyes widened, recalling the flavor of Asuma's spicy strips, which he knew all too well. He hurriedly approached, gritting his teeth as he made his way outside. Initially, he had considered scratching off a few more tickets, but the allure of the snacks compelled him to halt. Seeing them depart, Shikamaru stepped forward. "I'll have one of those 1,000 yen tickets as well. Scratch and win." A brilliant flash emanated from within, revealing a large-headed doll. He asked with a hint of disdain, "Boss, what is the purpose of this oversized doll?" Woody glanced at the instructions. This peculiar object was called the Instant Body Doll. When you venture out on a mission or engage in combat, you can place the doll at a distance. In the event of danger, you can swiftly exchange bodies with the doll. Essentially, it operates on a principle akin to the substitution technique, with the key distinction being that the substitution technique is limited to close proximity, whereas this instant body doll allows for an unlimited range. "Oh, I see." Shikamaru nodded, carefully stowing the doll away. Compared to Kiba's large package, this one was decidedly more sensible. Moreover, it could indeed prove useful during perilous missions in the future. The others cast envious glances, and even Naruto felt a twinge of envy. If he possessed such an instant body doll, he would surely evade capture during a heist. He felt somewhat disheartened. Shikamaru stepped back, and Niji requested another 1,000. What emerged from his ticket was indeed intriguing. In Woody's original realm, it bore a wondrous name, the AK-47. Upon arriving in this new world, however, its designation underwent a subtle transformation, now referred to as the AK Chakra Physics Exorcism Gun. The compartment originally intended for the magazine was replaced by a chakra reception device. As long as the wielder retains chakra within, an endless stream of bullets can be unleashed. He hurriedly explained to Niji and then returned to the inner hall. In his original world, he had always harbored a profound fondness for firearms. Unfortunately, the country he resided in prohibited the possession of guns, rendering them a lifelong dream. Now, with Niji having crafted a firearm, he too possessed a similar weapon. He hurriedly opened the treasure chest of props, retrieving the AK with great urgency. He emerged, gun in hand, a smile unwavering upon his face. Niji, upon understanding the purpose of this AK, found himself irresistibly enamored. Although firearms had never graced the world of shinobi, the allure of such weaponry was undeniably captivating for a man. He clutched the gun as if it were a treasured possession and ran off. Inside the room, only Shaoli remained, having yet to scratch off his prize. After rummaging through his wallet for a considerable time, he finally produced 500 taels. "Boss, I may not be as affluent as they are, so I'll settle for 500 taels." Woody did not elaborate further. It was understood that Shaoli, specializing in physical techniques, naturally completed tasks at a slower pace than others. It was understandable that he did not have much money on hand. He presented Shaoli with a scratch card. Upon revealing a portion, a depiction of a championship gold belt emerged. Woody was taken aback. After glancing at the instructions, he softly explained, "This item is known as the Destroyer Belt. As long as one continues to wreak havoc, chakra will continuously flow into the body. It is a type of enduring artifact." Shaoli hastily fastened the belt around his waist. In an instant, he was enveloped by a sensation akin to that of a deity of destruction, feeling an overwhelming urge to dismantle anything whole in sight. He cast a glance at the counter before him, gritting his teeth and recoiling slightly. It was perfectly smooth and glistening, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. "Smash it." Bang. At that moment, Wu Di was engrossed in manipulating the AK in his hands, completely oblivious to his actions. It was only when the counter shattered that he finally reacted. Xiaoli's heart soared with joy, feeling the surge of energy coursing through him, overwhelmed with excitement. He turned his gaze towards the money box behind Wu Di, his teeth gritting and neck retracting. It appeared impeccably smooth, lacking any aesthetic appeal. Smash him. Chapter 76, The Will of Fire in the midst of his words. Xiaoli charged forward. Wu Di hastily performed a hand seal. Would release. Millennium cutting technique. Wooden stakes materialized instantaneously, encasing Xiaoli within. Xiaoli was momentarily taken aback, his mind regaining a flicker of clarity. Wu Di glared at the shattered counter before him, his teeth grinding in frustration. I commanded you to smash him, and now I shall retaliate against you. With that declaration, he swiftly pulled the gun's bolt, aiming directly at Xiaoli, lighting a cigarette delicately. He exhaled a thin plume of smoke as the gun's muzzle ignited in a blazing flare. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The wooden stakes disintegrated under the hail of bullets. Fortunately, Xiaoli activated his protective shield just as the gunfire erupted. Otherwise, this brief onslaught would have been sufficient to reduce him to a mere heap of rubble. Witnessing Xiaoli being propelled into the middle of the street by the chakra bullets, Naruto gasped in astonishment. This weapon's power is undeniably excessive, isn't it? He swallowed hard and stealthily departed. Outside the village of Konoha, by a tranquil stream, Asuma tread quietly through the woods. Previously, he had endured countless hardships in his quest for Hinata's forgiveness, managing to grasp a glimmer of hope. She had informed him that she would absolve him if he could procure a daffodil from the forest. Consequently, he spent a considerable amount of time uncovering the location of the elusive flower. Following the stream downstream, he arrived at a serene pond where an elderly man sat peacefully fishing. Asuma strained his neck, realizing it was none other than his own grandfather, the third Hokage. He hurried over with great enthusiasm. The third Hokage, upon hearing the footsteps, turned around and smiled. Ah, it's Asuma. Come, take a seat here. Asuma nodded and promptly settled onto the stone beside him. Father, why didn't you attend the Ninja Academy today? The third let out a sigh, stroking his chin as he replied, these days, school is quite arduous for the children. Teachers assign nonsensical amounts of homework, and at such a tender age, they are already burdened. He then added, I reluctantly had to dismiss the principal. 3 dark lines appeared on Asuma's face. He pondered who had once issued the decree that required all ninjas to possess the strength of a genin upon graduation. Turning back to his own school days, he mused on the absurdity of having dismissed the principal. Is there truly such a person? The third exhaled again, gripping his fishing rod steadily. At that moment, a leaf drifted down from a large tree, floating gracefully on the water's surface. The third sighed once more. Asuma, how much do you truly understand about the will of fire that I once spoke of? Asuma was taken aback, observing the serious demeanor of the third, and he too became considerably more earnest. Perhaps it is about perseverance, he ventured. The third chuckled softly, his eyes suddenly deepening with wisdom. At different stages of life, one gains varied insights. During my time at the Ninja Academy, observing the children around me, I have come to understand the will of fire more profoundly. For someone of my age, the youth represent the hope of Konoha, and we, the older generation, must trust and protect them. It is within this trust and protection that we gradually approach our own demise. Asuma listened intently to these weighty words, exhaling deeply. He could not fathom why his father uttered such words. Yet, when he gazed upon the profile of the third generation once more, he discerned a resolute glimmer of unwavering determination within their eyes. I understand now. He nodded gently. Subsequently, a sigh escaped from the third generation. Upon your return, ensure that you properly educate your subordinates, the lower ninjas. Do not allow them to meet their untimely demise before they have had the chance to mature. Certainly. Asuma nodded emphatically. Rising to his feet, he noticed that the fishing float, which had been standing still upon the serene surface of the lake, had suddenly stirred. He exclaimed loudly, We've got a bite. The fish is on. However, after he finished speaking, the float suddenly ceased its movement. Sandai turned his head slowly and inquired, Do you know why the float isn't moving? Asuma, taken aback, shook his head in confusion. Sandai chuckled, It's quite simple. If the float is still, it signifies that the fish has escaped. Oh, in that case, I shall take my leave. You may continue your fishing at your leisure, Asuma uttered, turning away and walking into the distance. Observing his retreating figure, Sandai murmured, It seems I haven't truly cared for you in quite some time. Asuma paused, momentarily taken aback. Just then, he heard Sandai utter his most frequently spoken phrase from behind him. 5 elements. great spinning technique. Asuma felt an inexplicable force propelling him forward, lifting him off his feet and into the air. He was thrust nearly 100 meters away by the five elements technique, landing amidst a thicket. As he rose, he noticed a glimmering daffodil nearby. "Oh, my dear father, you are indeed the best father in the world," he exclaimed, brushing off the dust from his face and hastily plucking the daffodil. Yet, before he could secure it, he heard a rustling from behind the trees. Turning his head, he beheld a bear, its skin charred and devoid of fur, charging towards him with two kunai embedded in its back. "Oh my goodness!" He cursed under his breath and swiftly darted out of the woods. Upon returning to the village, he presented the somewhat wilted daffodil to Kurenai. She examined it and sighed softly. Beside her lay a frying pan belonging to the red-haired lady. With a resounding clang, she scolded fiercely, "Asuma, are you truly useless? You can't even pick a daffodil properly. Go, fetch me another one." Meanwhile, at the Hokage office building, on the rooftop, thick clouds obscured the sun. Two figures stood atop the stone pillars at either side. One, with a head of white hair and a forehead protector, and the other, clad in pink, deftly twirling a sewing needle. Below, a crowd gathered to observe. Tsunade, struck by inspiration, corralled the onlookers. Come. Jiraiya and Danzo will clash at the peak of the Hokage building. It's going to be a grand spectacle. Tickets are 1,000 Ryo. The crowd looked down upon such blatant profiteering, yet Tsunade, being the current Hokage, commanded a certain respect, even in the midst of her brazen money-making scheme. Who would dare to refuse her? In just a short while, she had amassed over 100,000 Ryo in bills. As she inhaled the rich aroma of the currency, her eyes sparkled with greed. "Jiraiya, what is the meaning of this?" Tuanzo lowered his head, his voice gravelly as he spoke. Jiraiya, arms crossed, allowed the fierce wind to tousle his hair, his eyes reflecting a deep weariness. "Tuanzo, you are a blight upon Konoha. Today, I shall enact divine justice and eliminate you. Is that so?" Tuanzo slowly raised his head, his gaze abruptly shifting as he retorted, "Did that old fool of the third Hokage send you to deal with me?" Chapter 77. "My dear, come, it's time for your medicine." Jiraiya chuckled lightly. "My reckoning with you has nothing to do with anyone else. Prepare to meet your end." As he spoke, he leaped into the air, soaring high above. "Behold my latest technique, Sage's Grape Harvest." Done. Sound effect. Emphasizing the moment, his hands landed squarely upon Danzo's chest. Danzo's eyes widened in shock, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Jiraiya, how dare you touch me? I shall marry no one but you," he exclaimed in a shrill voice. Then he noticed a peculiar smile creeping at the corners of Jiraiya's mouth, as his hands suddenly clasped tightly together, forming a shape resembling a dragon's claw. Danzo was taken aback, hastily retreating 2 steps, covering his face as he fled. Jiraiya, poised at the edge of the Hokage building, called out to the rapidly disappearing pink figure, "Don't run away. I haven't had my fill of fun yet." Below, Tsunade cleared her throat, remarking, "A swift KO, how perfect." The onlookers dispersed in disappointment. They had anticipated a showdown between the elite forces of Konoha. Yet it concluded in such an absurd manner. Had they known, who would have bothered to spend 1,000 Ryo? If they had only endured for a minute and a half longer, they could have saved their money. But alas, the Ryo had already found its way into the 5th Hokage's pocket. How could they expect it to return? Such was the dream. Danzo, clutching his chest, stormed in, irate. "I want a scratch card worth 100,000. Bring it to me at once." Noting his tone, Woody brandished an AK, pressing it against her head. "You'd better speak to me with some respect." Upon seeing this unfamiliar implement, Danzo moderated his tone, saying instead, "Boss, may I trouble you for a scratch card worth 100,000? Now that was more like it." Woody huffed lightly, turning to retrieve a scratch card of that value. Danzo grit his teeth and began to scratch away. Soon, a porcelain bowl erupted from the card, wafting with the scent of medicinal herbs. Woody swallowed hard, her expression turning somewhat complex. "This item has quite the history. Even in my hometown, it would be regarded as an artifact." Hearing such praise from Woody, Danzo was filled with excitement. During this time, he had witnessed just how formidable the items from the boss's homeland truly were. This particular item, lauded even by the boss, surely could not be ordinary. He softly inquired, "Boss, what is this?" Woody raised his hand. "Do not rush. Allow me to explain. This object is known as the Golden Lotus Bowl. When one uses this bowl to feed someone, there is a substantial likelihood that the person will perish immediately. However, should they survive, they will develop an unwavering affection for you. Is that true?" Danzo exclaimed, eagerly cradling the bowl before him. Woody nodded gently. Have I ever deceived anyone? I am a merchant of integrity. Just remember, before using it, do not forget to recite the incantation. There is an incantation as well. Danzo's expression darkened slightly. Now, whenever the term incantation was mentioned, she could not help but recall the magic wand. Her persistent adherence to the pink ensemble was entirely due to the incantation associated with it. Woody scratched his nose and continued, "Indeed, there is an incantation. It is, my dear, come, it is time for your medicine." As soon as this phrase is spoken, the effect is immediate. Danzo hastily stowed the bowl into her ninja tool pouch, stealthily departing like a thief. Upon returning to the Anbu, she retrieved the bowl and examined it closely. No matter how she looked at it, this bowl seemed rather extraordinary. Could it truly possess such powers? He questioned himself deeply. Subsequently, he poured a bowl of water and summoned a subordinate from outside. "Come, drink this bowl of water." The subordinate appeared somewhat perplexed. Without hesitation, he lifted the bowl and forced it down the subordinate's throat, chanting fervently, "Come, my dear, it's time for your medicine." As anticipated, once the water in the bowl was consumed, the subordinate instantly lost vitality, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Observing the immediate outcome, he erupted into laughter. "Jiraiya, if you do not marry me, I shall ensure you meet the same fate." Ha ha. His maniacal laughter attracted several members of the Anbu. Observing his unrestrained demeanor, they conferred and decided to send one of their own to report to the 5th Hokage. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade had just concluded a long day's work and was preparing to return home for some much-needed rest when an Anbu agent approached her, relaying Tora's words verbatim. Tsunade furrowed her brows, her expression turning serious as she replied, "All right, I understand." With that, she made her way directly to the 3rd Hokage. In contrast to the 3rd's seasoned approach to matters, she felt significantly lacking. Upon arriving at the 3rd's residence, she found him quietly seated in the courtyard. "Teacher," she called, taking a step forward and bowing slightly. She then recounted everything the Anbu had informed her about. The 3rd took a drag from his pipe, exhaling a long plume of smoke. "Let me ponder this. I shall provide you with a response once I have considered it thoroughly." With that, he rose and headed towards the door. "Teacher, where are you going?" Tsunade inquired softly. The 3rd responded with a jovial smile. "I am off to the unbeatable scratch card. I've run out of my usual cigarettes." "Very well," Tsunade bowed respectfully. Earlier that day, she had squandered 20 million ryo there and chose not to accompany him. At the unbeatable scratch card, Woody stood at the entrance. It was dusk, and the shop was nearing closing time. The 3rd approached with a cheerful demeanor. "Boss, I hope I'm not inconveniencing you as you prepare to close." Woody chuckled nonchalantly. "Not at all. Your presence only boosts my business." The 3rd sauntered in with his hands behind his back, retrieving a 100,000 ryo note from his wallet. "I'd like a 100,000 ryo scratch card. Let us see if fortune favors me." Woody, without a moment's hesitation, promptly presented him with a scratch card. Soon, an ancient sword materialized from the card. Observing its attributes, Woody burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. The 3rd, puzzled, inquired, "What is so amusing, boss? Is there something wrong with this sword?" Woody quickly waved his hands, breathless from laughter as he explained, "I merely find the attributes of this sword to be exceedingly entertaining." The 3rd remained silent, allowing him to continue. "This sword is known as Wu Erlang's slaughtering wife's blade. It possesses a lethal effect on any promiscuous woman. Roughly speaking, Tora would likely fall into that category. Moreover, such items often have corresponding opposites. Today, Tora drew a golden lotus medicine bowl from me, and this sword is perfectly suited to counter him." The 3rd's profound gaze flickered slightly as he contemplated how to deal with Toru. Unexpectedly, he had found a solution so swiftly. Chapter 78, Jiraiya. "I shall marry no one but you." Dawn broke, casting a faint light in the eastern sky. The village of Konoha welcomed yet another new day. The streets lay shrouded in silence, an air of desolation surrounding them. Suddenly, 2 figures, one clad in pink and the other in white, floated through the air, their footsteps creating a rhythmic, echoing sound upon the scattered debris. "Jiraiya, halt this instant. After daring to touch me, do you think you can simply walk away? Today, I declare that I will marry no one but you." Tsunade shouted furiously, her left hand clutching a medicinal bowl and her right brandishing a steel needle. Resembling a shrew in her anger, the tranquility of the morning was utterly shattered. Jiraiya sprinted away, occasionally glancing back at the ever-approaching Tsunade, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Tsunade, how many times must you utter this nonsense? First Asuma, then the 3rd Hokage, and now you have fixated on me. Have you lost your mind over men?" Tsunade scoffed, her demeanor suddenly serious, and with a sharp motion, she launched a steel needle, shattering a tile beneath Jiraiya's feet. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance, and turned back. Exasperated. Why must you shoot needles at every little thing? I am not a target. Shut up, Tsunade bellowed, her voice rising as another needle was sent flying. The two continued their chase through the streets, as lights flickered on in household after household. A few irritable residents flung open their windows, shouting curses into the morning air. Can't you let anyone sleep in peace? Are you both out of your minds? Paying no heed to the shouts, Tsunade relentlessly pursued Jiraiya. Look at what you've done. You've awakened the entire neighborhood. Can't you pause for a moment? Jiraiya lamented, just as another needle struck, piercing the sole of his shoe and slightly hindering his speed. Noticing his predicament, he leapt into the air, landing on a distant rooftop. Tsunade, her expression filled with excitement, quickened her pace. Jiraiya, don't run. Come, take your medicine. Meanwhile, Woody lay in a deep slumber, sprawled out in an oblivious fashion. A bubble of mucus expanded and contracted at the tip of his nose, while his heavy snoring resonated throughout the small inn, unwavering in its persistence. He heard a sound reminiscent of tiles clattering and slightly opened his eyes to glance outside the window. What time is it? Who is being so bothersome? He mumbled to himself and turned over, pressing the pillow against his ears. The sound of footsteps on the tiles grew louder and increasingly closer. He opened his eyes in a fit of anger. At that very moment, a flash of silver light streaked by. Suddenly, a tile directly above him shattered, and the debris cascaded down in an instant. Having just awakened, his mind was still in the process of booting up, with many functions yet to be fully operational. Consequently, his reactions were somewhat sluggish. With a resounding thud, the tile struck his face. Through the jagged cracks, he glimpsed a fleeting pink figure. Who could that be? There was no need for contemplation. In the entirety of Konoha, aside from Sakura, who was adorned in vibrant pink, there was likely only one other person. Rage surged within him, igniting a fierce determination. Clad hastily in a stitched pajama set, he leaped up, seized the AK from his bedside, and burst through the door. Danzo, I shall deliver you physical retribution right now, he bellowed, only to find no trace of Danzo in sight. Above, 2 rows of crows flew by. Caw, caw. Just then, a droplet of bird droppings landed squarely on his head. Woody clenched his fists tightly, as the fury within him surged forth like a torrential flood. Shimura Danzo. Yet, there was no sign of him anywhere. He could only run his fingers through his hair in frustration before turning back to the small shop. Being roused in such a manner was utterly infuriating, and he knew his subsequent rest would be far from peaceful. He washed his face, preparing to open the shop early to welcome customers. Gazing into the mirror at his swollen forehead, an uncomfortable feeling grew within him, while others seemed to receive blessings from the heavens. Why did fortune feel like a falling tile for him? He helplessly raised the roll-up door of his small shop, only to discover that the entire street seemed to have been illuminated. After the disturbance caused by Danzo, it was likely that many people were unable to find sleep. Danzo, you would do well to refrain from appearing in my shop for the time being, or else. Wu Di muttered darkly, a flash of severity crossing his brow. Before long, Tsunade entered, rubbing her drowsy eyes, her expression clearly one of displeasure. Lady Tsunade, have you also been disturbed by Danzo? Wu Di inquired loudly. Tsunade yawned, her eyes barely open. Who could say otherwise? Enough is enough. That old coot Danzo, even after his self-castration, still shows no signs of quieting down. With a sigh, she added, well then, bring me 1,000,000 in scratch-off tickets. Shizen, fetch the cash. Woody nodded gently, withdrawing 10 scratch-off tickets worth 1,000,000 each. Inexplicably feeling much more cheerful, he rubbed his hands together, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Jingyin, cradling the stuffed animal, skillfully opened her wallet. In the village of Rain, the interrogation had reached its final participant. After an entire night of arduous scrutiny, Kakuzu had found not a shred of useful information. Just then, he sensed something peculiar about his wallet. Upon opening it, his expression turned ashen. Ah, my money. How could I have lost another 10 million? He clutched his hair in anguish, casting a despondent gaze upon the dwindling wallet, releasing a low, guttural roar of frustration. He swiftly grasped the wallet and, accompanied by the one being interrogated, Xiaonan, made his way to the grand chamber. Upon entering, he noticed that Fei Duan's head had just been affixed by Deidara with clay, still somewhat precarious. Turning around, he inquired, Kakuzu, what troubles you? Kakuzu unleashed a thunderous roar, the resulting sound wave shattering the clay encircling Fei Duan's neck. His head rolled down once more. Who among you has pilfered my money? The room fell into a profound silence. Just a moment ago, they were all here, and not a single soul had departed midway. They can all attest to this fact. However, judging by their demeanor, it seems they have no intention of listening to any explanations. He strode directly to the center, slamming his wallet onto the table. Everyone, show me. If we do not unveil the culprit today, I shall sever all funding and resources for everyone come tomorrow. He shouted frantically, while Nagato sighed helplessly beside him. Whatever, let him cause a ruckus. After a few hours, he would tire himself out. In Konoha village, Tsunade scratched off 10 lottery tickets, yet still found herself empty-handed. Her mood sank further. It was all because of Danzo. He had awakened her from a beautiful dream, otherwise her luck wouldn't be so dismal. Danzo, I will not rest until you are no more, Tsunade exclaimed angrily, turning to storm out. Shizen shook her head in resignation and hurriedly followed. As their figures vanished, Woody turned back, counting the banknotes in the box, feeling quite pleased. Since the last upgrade of his small shop, after a lengthy accumulation, he was finally on the brink of another upgrade. The box now contained over 99 million in banknotes. With just a few more customers, he could elevate the shop today. Chapter 79. No one but you two. Danzo and Jiraiya were in hot pursuit of each other, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the third Hokage's residence. At that moment, the third was in the courtyard wielding Wu Yang's infamous blade. Upon seeing Jiraiya rushing towards him, he furrowed his brow slightly. Master, help! Jiraiya shouted in panic, landing with one leg raised. The third tightened his grip, bracing himself as if facing a formidable foe. Jiraiya crouched down, hiding behind the third. Moments later, Danzo caught up, one hand carrying a medicinal bowl and the other clutching a steel needle. Master, Danzo has gone mad. I beseech you, take him in. The corners of the third's mouth twitched. He was already struggling to evade Danzo, and now Jiraiya had brought him home? Truly a monumental blunder. In his frantic state, the third noticed the porcelain bowl in Danzo's hand, still containing a little water. It must be the medicinal bowl of the Golden Lotus, he muttered softly, glancing at the blade in his grasp. Danzo approached with a sinister smile. Darling, stop running, come. Take your medicine. Hearing his constricted voice, a shiver ran down Jiraiya's spine. The third shuddered as well, goosebumps prickling his skin. As Danzo's steps drew nearer, the master and apprentice swallowed hard in unison. Finally, unable to withstand Danzo's relentless intimidation any longer, the third raised Wu Yang's blade in a fit of rage and brought it down with force. Crack! A sound reminiscent of torn fabric echoed through the cramped courtyard, leaving Danzo momentarily stunned. He lowered his gaze, noticing a neat rip along the center of his clothing. Through the fissure, the aged skin concealed beneath his attire became distinctly visible. The garment slipped from his body, and simultaneously, the bowl of medicine he held shattered. Yet, in stark contrast to the disarray of his clothing and the vessel, he appeared unscathed. The third Hokage was somewhat taken aback. In the blink of an eye, Danzo's attire mended itself, prompting the third to strike once more. The outcome mirrored the previous encounter. Danzo remained unharmed, but his clothing third. Danzo exclaimed, his frustration evident as he stomped his feet, his dark visage tinged with a hint of crimson. Jiraiya and the third simultaneously retched. You two conspire to torment me. I shall marry neither of you. The bashful demeanor he exhibited would have certainly captivated any ordinary woman. Yet the irony lay in the fact that these words emerged from Danzo himself. Jiraiya, come here. I wish to be affectionate with you. And you, third, cease your evasion. I know you desire me. Otherwise, you would not have torn my clothing. You both should no longer conceal your innermost thoughts. The third turned to Jiraiya, casting a solemn glance. Jiraiya instantly comprehended, springing forward with urgency. By your mother, if you refuse to leave, then taste my sage art, grape picking. With a resounding thud, Jiraiya's hands clamped down on Danzo, and with a sudden force, his hands transformed into claw-like appendages. A surge of tingling electricity coursed through Danzo's entire being. He immediately screamed, Jiraiya, you have once again violated me. What do you intend to do? I am not one to yield easily. Why must you conduct yourself in such a public place? Are you unaware that I might feel embarrassed? I despise you. With that, he wiped away his tears and fled the scene. The third Hokage let out a deep sigh, finally feeling a sense of relief. As he watched Danzo retreat into the distance, Jiraiya turned back. Master, your formidable blade proves most effective. The third Hokage rolled up his sleeves and wiped the edge of the sword, remarking, it serves its purpose. Despite secretly lamenting the weapon for not having ended Danzo's life, he found the outcomes thus far to be somewhat satisfactory. Should Danzo reflect upon the sword's impact in the future, he would likely think twice before acting recklessly again. He then turned to Jiraiya, inquiring with utmost seriousness, Jiraiya, may I ask you something? Do you happen to have that sage-esque grape-gathering secret technique on your person? Jiraiya nodded and promptly retrieved the book from his bosom. The third Hokage, composed, said, "Come, allow me to examine it. Perhaps we can refine this technique further." Jiraiya's expression darkened, his lips twitching. This technique was obtained from a scratch-off lottery ticket. How could it possibly be so easily scrutinized? Moreover, he gazed at the third Hokage with a hint of perplexity. The third Hokage stroked his chin, incessantly flipping through the pages of the book. "Jiraiya, are you truly so apprehensive about me discovering your secret techniques that you would gift me a false tome? Why does it contain nothing at all? Nothing at all." Jiraiya was taken aback and hastily seized the book from him. He felt somewhat bewildered, for in his eyes, the book contained remarkably detailed records. He gradually came to a realization. "Teacher, it seems that only I can decipher the words in this book. Others likely cannot see them. Is that so?" The third Hokage stroked his chin, aware of the rules concerning the prizes at the scratch-off shop, casting a somewhat troubled glance at him. "Please wait a moment." After uttering this, he turned and entered the room. Shortly thereafter, he emerged once again, paper and pen in hand. "Then you must copy this secret text word for word." Jiraiya sighed with a wry smile, yet he understood that the third Hokage was, after all, his mentor. He found himself utterly unable to refuse and could only comply with the orders of the third Hokage, diligently transcribing the manuscript. After approximately 10 minutes had elapsed, he completed the entire text. However, when he presented it to the third Hokage, the latter appeared once again perplexed. "Why is there still nothing here? Do you truly wish to withhold the secrets from me?" Jiraiya was taken aback and promptly retrieved the copied pages, which contained remarkably detailed descriptions. What on earth was happening? I clearly observed everything. After pondering for a brief moment, he shrugged and mused. Perhaps this manuscript was never intended for the eyes of others. He could only reduce the issue to this point. The three generations looked at him with disdain. He sighed helplessly, offering no further explanation. After all, the situation had already unfolded as it had. No amount of clarification would penetrate the minds of the trio. Jiraiya lowered his head and walked outside, saying, "Sensei, perhaps you should visit the scratch-off ticket shop and inquire there. I truly do not know how to clarify this matter." In the Rain Shinobi village, a crowd had been gathered around the wallet for over 2 hours. Nagato softly remarked, "Kakuzu, it has been more than 2 hours, if you are not weary. Others certainly are. Let us conclude this." Kakuzu shook his head defiantly. "How can I do that? I lost my money in a most unjust manner. We have yet to hold a farewell ceremony. To ask me to cease my investigation would be an affront to the value of my funds." Nagato gritted his teeth. A look of discomfort etched upon his face. He is indeed the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and now even the accountant and cashier, Jiao, has spoken up. How could he possibly swallow this indignation so easily? He slowly raised his hand. Universal Pull. Chapter 80. Conditions, Learning the Spiral Sphere. Kakuzu's body was abruptly lifted, pulled through the air, and then he spread his palms. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, Kakuzu was repelled several hundred meters away. Nagato did not cease his onslaught, hurriedly performing the hand seals, Earth Explosion Star. The ground beneath Kakuzu suddenly erupted. Countless clouds of earth soared into the sky, ensnaring him completely. The mass of earth continued to coalesce until it reached the size of a soccer field before finally ceasing. In the air, a few clumps of mud occasionally fell, prompting the onlookers to swallow hard in astonishment. For heaven's sake, it's merely several million ryo? Is it really worth this fuss? Our Akatsuki organization possesses assets exceeding trillions. Losing a few million is but a drop in the bucket. Look at how you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Should you dare to prattle on like this again, I swear I shall end you." With those words, Nagato turned around, catching sight of the bewildered expressions behind him, and chuckled softly, scratching the back of his head. "Fear not, everyone. I merely slipped up. After being tormented by Kakuzu for an entire day and night, it's time for everyone to return and rest." Inside the earthen sphere, Kakuzu felt as if his head would explode. The immense pressure threatened to tear him apart. Were it not for the influence of the earth grudge fear, he would likely have perished on the spot. "Nagato, as long as you continue to treat me this way, there will come a day when you will seek my assistance." After being entangled with the third Hokage for quite some time, Jiraiya finally managed to escape. As he emerged, he heard a commotion not far away. Turning his head, he was greeted by the sight of Sakura pulling Naruto along. "Jiraiya-sensei." Upon reaching him, Sakura released Naruto and respectfully bowed. Jiraiya adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, "What is it?" Sakura fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, appearing somewhat hesitant. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly raised her gaze and said, I've heard that you know the whereabouts of Orochimaru's lair. I would like to ask you to take us to find Sasuke. Sasuke, Jiraiya mused, stroking his chin, an image of a rebellious youth surfacing in his mind. He whispered, Is it that genin who ran away a few days ago? Sakura felt momentarily speechless, quietly nodding in affirmation. Jiraiya silently acknowledged her with a nod. After a while, he cast a sidelong glance at Naruto behind Sakura, and a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Before the battle against the Nine Tails, Minato had entrusted Naruto to him, insisting that he must teach Naruto the Rasengan in the future. However, upon returning from his travels, he found that a lottery shop had inexplicably appeared in the village, while the traditional jutsu, Rasengan, seemed to have lost its significance. Nevertheless, he had always sought an opportunity to impart the Rasengan to Naruto. With this thought in mind, he grinned and said, Very well, I agree to your request. But I have a condition first. Sakura's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly inquired, Sensei, what is the condition? As long as I can fulfill it, I have no objections. Before she could finish her sentence, Naruto quickly raised his hand to intervene. Sakura, don't agree to any of his conditions. This old pervert is nothing but trouble. Agreeing to his terms is akin to pushing yourself into a pit of flames. Furious, Sakura seethed. She had finally found someone willing to help her locate Sasuke and would not let this opportunity slip away so easily. She raised her fist and struck Naruto on the head. Shut up. After her outburst, she turned to Jiraiya and instantly adopted a gentle tone. Sensei, may I ask what the condition is? Jiraiya's brows twitched as he pointed at Naruto. I want him to learn a jutsu from me. We shall set off as soon as he masters it. Naruto was taken aback and quickly raised his hand, pointing to himself. You want me to learn a jutsu? Old pervert, this isn't your style to let a good opportunity pass. Jiraiya scoffed dismissively. You know nothing. What I desire is a tumultuous wave. Sakura initially seemed puzzled, failing to grasp the meaning behind his words. However, observing Jiraiya's shaking shoulders, she quickly realized, her face flushing as she lowered her head. Jiraiya chuckled softly. So kid, will you learn or not? Naruto immediately shook his head. I already have so many impressive jutsu. I'm not learning some worthless Rasengan. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden and intense pain surged through his head. Turning to glance at Sakura, he found her gazing at Jiraiya with an innocent smile. Respectfully declaring, Jiraiya-senpai, he has expressed his desire to learn, and I assure you, he will study with utmost seriousness. Jiraiya cast a dubious look at Naruto, inquiring, Hey, are you really going to study? Naruto swallowed hard. Upon witnessing the fiery anger in Sakura's eyes, he hesitated, unable to voice the defiance of refusing to learn. I will study, he stammered. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction and, with his hands clasped behind his back, began to walk toward the village outskirts. Come on, from today onward. I shall teach you the spiral sphere properly. All right, Naruto replied with a sense of resignation. Moments later, he felt a tightening in his throat and an exhilarating sensation of levitation in his legs. Turning around, he found Sakura gripping his shirt and lifting him up. As they followed Jiraiya, filled with determination, toward the village's exit, not long after they departed, a ghostly figure flitted to and fro, stealthily trailing behind. Outside the village of Konoha, there lay a secluded pond. Jiraiya had filled several water balloons. With 2 large bumps on his head, Naruto inquired softly, What is this for? Jiraiya smirked, pressing a water balloon right in front of his face. Watch closely. He then concentrated a surge of chakra in his palm, and the water balloon exploded, splattering Naruto with water. Frustrated, Naruto exclaimed, You old pervert. If you're going to teach ninjutsu, just teach it. What is the point of this? Jiraiya's expression darkened as he produced another water balloon. Pay attention to the changes in the balloon. With a resounding splash, Naruto was drenched once more. However, this time he refrained from cursing, instead pondering why the balloon had burst. He had clearly not seen Jiraiya apply any force to the water balloon. As he contemplated, a diminutive figure darted out. Naruto-sensei, look what I have. The speaker was none other than Konohamaru, who had joined Naruto in pilfering from his grandfather. He approached with a mischievous grin, holding a blue card in his hand. Upon catching sight of the card, Naruto was momentarily taken aback. He recognized it all too well. It resembled the ninjutsu learning card he had once scratched off. Last time you mentioned that I wasted your learning card. So this time I've scratched one and brought it to you as a token of respect. Am I not wonderful? Naruto could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, Splendid. Absolutely splendid. He indiscriminately took the card, without a moment's hesitation, inscribing the word spiral sphere upon it. In the blink of an eye, the card vanished. He possessed no knowledge of the spiral sphere technique within the recesses of his mind. He felt a twinge of confusion. Meanwhile, Konoha, scratching his head, exclaimed, "What is this?" As he spoke, he raised his hand, and in an instant, a sphere of chakra materialized in his palm. Chapter 81. The ancestors have arrived. Naruto cried out frantically. Clutching his head, it dawned on him that everything obtained from the scratch-off shop was directly bound to the individual. Even gifts from the owner could not be utilized. Moments ago, he had inscribed the Rasengan on Konohamaru's ninjutsu learning card. In the blink of an eye, Konohamaru had mastered it. "Master, do you wish to learn this ninjutsu? It doesn't seem too difficult." As his words fell, Konohamaru raised his other hand, and another Rasengan materialized in his palm. Jiraiya, standing nearby, wore a somewhat dazed expression and let out a resigned snort. How many peculiar tools could one possibly acquire in a single day at the scratch-off shop? If such ninjutsu learning cards could be obtained daily, there would be no need for ninja academies anymore. How wonderful it would be to stay home and scratch tickets every day. Naruto, filled with frustration, shouted at Konohamaru, "Oh dear, this infuriates me. You've learned it. Just disappear." Konohamaru cast a reluctant glance in his direction. "All right, master," he replied, his voice tinged with disappointment as he lowered his head and slowly walked away. Observing his retreating figure, Naruto's expression shifted. He realized he might have been a bit excessive. It was, after all, his own forgetfulness regarding the properties of the item. Yet he was placing blame on Konohamaru. He felt a twinge of regret. However, before he could offer any consolation to Konohamaru, the latter turned around, a look of disdain adorning his features. "But honestly, Naruto-sensei, this jutsu is incredibly simple. Just watch." With a casual flick of his hand, a gleaming Rasengan materialized in his palm. Naruto, momentarily overwhelmed, exclaimed in exasperation, "Get lost." Konohamaru cheerfully bounded away, regaining his composure. Naruto exhaled deeply and focused intently on the water sphere in Jiraiya's hand. Jiraiya patiently elucidated, "The essence of the Rasengan lies in mastering the flow of chakra." Just like this. With a sharp clap, the third water sphere burst, and Naruto's expression grew considerably more serious. Sakura, standing a short distance away, observed Naruto's earnest demeanor, her hands gradually clasping together. Silently, she urged, "Naruto, you must learn this quickly," with a nod that conveyed a mix of understanding and confusion. Naruto seized a water sphere and endeavored to manipulate his chakra. After numerous attempts, his water sphere finally exhibited the slightest hint of movement. He was filled with immense surprise. Jiraiya also smiled with satisfaction, finding a flat stone and taking out the plot editor. As dusk approached, after a day of arduous practice, Naruto, although unable to pierce the water balloon, managed to make it sway violently. Beside Jiraiya lay countless blood-stained tissues, his complexion already pale. He turned his head and, with a weary tone, said, "Kid, let's call it a day. I need to head to the Leaf Hospital for a blood transfusion. If I don't get it soon, it could be fatal." Naruto cast a disdainful glance at him, stowed away the water orb, and slowly followed behind. After a day of perseverance, just before closing time, he successfully amassed a fortune of 100 million silver notes. The moment he grasped the banknotes, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, shopkeeper. Your establishment has leveled up once again. You are rewarded with an invincible range of 10,000 meters, an increase of 10% in the scratch-off win rate, and a complimentary opportunity to win on your next scratch. Make sure to seize it. Next upgrade requirement, a sales volume of 1 billion silver notes." Woody nodded earnestly, feeling an invigorating surge of energy. 1 billion silver notes is nothing. With a few major clients like Tsunade, it won't take long to achieve. Now, his invincible range extended to 10,000 meters around him. This meant he could roam freely, even outside the confines of the Leaf Village. This thrilled him immensely. Finally, he wouldn't have to be cooped up in the village all day. He felt as if he might burst from the confinement. Then just go if you need to. A sudden voice interrupted from outside the door. Woody froze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Outside the shop, an elderly man in a white robe, exuding an ethereal aura, stepped inside. The old man stroked his beard, holding a floating dust whisk, clearly not of this world. "Who are you?" Woody asked cautiously. "You unfortunate child, I am your ancestor." The old man chuckled, playfully rebuking him. He lifted his hand and snatched 2 scratch-off tickets, scratching them with a grin. "Ancestor? The one who bestowed upon me this scratch-off shop?" Woody whispered in disbelief. "Indeed, it is I." The old man laughed heartily, flicking the floating dust whisk lightly. "So, my great-great-great-great-grandson, How fares your little shop? Woody replied cheerfully, it's going quite well. He then scrutinized the old man and inquired, do you have any directives during your visit? The old man squinted his eyes and smiled gently. It's not so much a directive, but rather a small hope. Our Wu family has been sparsely populated for 10 generations. Starting from my great-great-great-great-grandfather. I did not establish this little shop for you to merely idle away your days. I hope that before your next shop upgrade, you can find a great-great-great-great-granddaughter-in-law for me. Otherwise, I may have to consider reclaiming this little shop and sending you back to your original world. Upon hearing this, Woody was instantly bewildered. No, great-great-great-great-grandfather, I have not yet savored the joys of single life. Stop with the excuses. The old man shot him a sidelong glance. His tone suddenly more solemn. Your grandfather Wu Fa and your father Wu Tian have used that same reasoning. Now I issue a death command. Whether you comply is entirely at your discretion. As the words fell, the old man waved his floating dust and vanished from sight. No, my esteemed great-great-great-grandfather. I have yet to honor you properly. How could you simply disappear? With this, he sank to the ground, striking his thighs with both hands, weeping inconsolably. Oh, my venerable ancestor. In the realm of time and space, the venerable ancestor, amidst his ethereal journey, suddenly sneezed. Muttering softly, he pondered. After attaining immortality for so long, could I truly catch a cold? With the ancestor's disappearance, Wu Di's once beautiful mood dissipated in an instant. He has always believed that being single is a truly wonderful experience. If he were to have a girlfriend by his side, it is likely that this blissful chapter of his life would come to a perfect conclusion. He let out a sigh, helplessly pinching his temples. What should I do now? After brooding for a considerable time, he straightened up. Since this is a task entrusted by my ancestors, I shall reluctantly accept it. With that, he retrieved an empty scroll and inscribed the names of all the women in the village of Konoha upon it. This indeed places me in quite a predicament. He stroked his chin, a hint of perplexity glimmering in his eyes. However, he soon came across a name, Tsunade Senju. No, absolutely not. While she possessed enough allure and wielded considerable power, she could never be my girlfriend. The mere thought of her becoming mine sent a shiver down his spine. As he envisioned the chaos that would ensue at the lottery shop, resolutely he struck Tsunade's name from the list. The remaining options would have to be meticulously considered at a later time. He rubbed his head and promptly stowed away the scroll inscribed with names. Chapter 82, a revenue of 40 million. Once again, dawn broke. A faint light began to illuminate the horizon. Above the hidden leaf village, two figures, one clad in pink and the other in white, appeared once more. Hearing the sound of tiles clattering from outside, Woody sprang to his feet, instinctively grasping his AK as he rushed out. However, upon stepping outside, he realized that the silhouettes of Jiraiya and his companion seemed to have changed direction, and they were not approaching this way. He let out a sigh and returned to draw open the roller shutter. Once again, the shop commenced its operations early. At times, similar circumstances yield identical outcomes. Tsunade arrived at the little shop as early as ever. Having experienced a stroke of bad luck the previous day, she pondered how fortunes would fare today. She murmured softly, casting a glance at Shizune. In an instant, Shizune understood and without a word, retrieved another 10 million ryo. In the Rain Village, Kakuzu sat atop the tower, gazing at the diminishing wallet that now bore 10 million ryo less, his expression decidedly peculiar. Ever since being reprimanded by Nagato the day prior, he still felt a lingering sense of trepidation, though he yearned to investigate the reasons behind the loss of the banknotes. The lessons of the past weighed heavily upon him, compelling him to deliberate carefully before proceeding. What could possibly be the matter? He exhaled deeply, his ashen-hued eyes gazing into the distance. Indeed, it must have been the wallet that betrayed me. I shall procure a new one and see. After much contemplation, this was the only plausible thought that emerged. With this notion in mind, he swiftly descended the towering structure and made his way to the nearby shopping mall. In the village of Konoha, the invincible scratch-off lottery beckoned. Tsunade had scratched 9 tickets in succession, yet to no avail. The last ticket held little promise to lift her spirits. Woody, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, without scratching to the very end, how can one ascertain whether they have one? Tsunade sighed. I have already scratched 9 tickets. It seems I have once again fallen victim to Danzo's schemes. I must take the time to teach him a lesson. With that, Tsunade seized the final scratch-off ticket and vigorously began to scratch it. Woody, watching intently, felt a subtle smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Moments before handing the ticket to Tsunade, he had tampered with it discreetly. Considering Tsunade's extravagant nature, he decided to bestow upon her this opportunity of guaranteed success. Should she manage to procure something through her own skills, she would undoubtedly grow more reliant on this place in the future. With a vacant gaze, Tsunade scratched off the ticket, and just as she reached the halfway mark, a beam of golden light suddenly burst forth from the ticket. In that moment, not only was she taken aback, but even Shizune, who stood nearby, was astonished. Could it be that Lady Tsunade's fortunes had changed? Shizune gasped in disbelief, her mouth agape, softly murmuring, "Shizune, did you see that? My luck has turned." Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, chuckling heartily, and eagerly scratched off the remaining coating. However, once all the layers were cleared, nothing emerged from the ticket. This was rather peculiar. Typically, winning a prize would yield some reward, even if it were merely a silver note. Why was it different for her? Tsunade scrutinized the scratch-off ticket and curiously inquired, "Boss, what does this mean?" She handed the ticket to Woody, who, upon examining it, could not help but twitch his mouth in disbelief. 100 taels for exchange? Good heavens. Who devised this scratch-off ticket, learning even the 1 yuan exchange trick? Woody retrieved another scratch-off ticket and handed it back to Tsunade. The prize on this ticket was the option to exchange 100 taels for a scratch-off worth 1,000,000 taels. Shall we exchange? Absolutely. Why wouldn't we? Tsunade exclaimed joyfully. Shizune, bring out the silver notes. Let's go for 10 million. Tsunade rejoiced, thrilled that this was her first time winning through her own efforts. In her excitement, she promptly requested 10 scratch-off tickets worth 1,000,000 each. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a shop in Rain Shinobi Village, Kakuza gazed at his newly purchased wallet and let out a sigh of relief. This time, I've changed my wallet. I refuse to believe I can still lose money. As he spoke, he transferred all the silver notes into another wallet. However, before he could even zip it up, he felt a sudden lightness in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the silver notes inside had decreased by 10,100,000 taels. He grasped his hair in a frenzy. How could it be that after merely changing his wallet, he had lost even more? My money. In a fit of rage, he tore the newly purchased wallet to shreds. Gazing at the scattered fragments on the floor, he still struggled to quell the resentment within him. Turning back, he entered the shop. Locking eyes with the proprietor who had just sold him the wallet, his fists slowly clenching. Accompanied by a few anguished cries, the shopkeeper was brought down to the ground. Watching the retreating figure with an expression of utter innocence. Throughout it all, he remained oblivious to the reason behind the beating he had just endured. Upon exiting the store, he opened the wallet, peering inside, and began to step back cautiously. I refused to believe that more could be lost. Yet, in a matter of moments, to his dismay, another 10 million vanished right before his eyes. He took a deep breath, a look of understanding dawning upon his face. He leisurely closed his wallet, smiling as he raised his hand to cover his heart, and then fell straight down. He wore 4 masks, one of which had dimmed significantly. The ability of the earth grievance was to consume the hearts of others, thereby prolonging the life of the horned beast. As one heart perished, a corresponding mask would lose its brilliance, ultimately shattering. If Tsunade were aware that her reckless gamble had cost the life of the horned beast, she might be left to ponder the weight of her actions. With a grand sweep of her hand, Tsunade unveiled another pile of silver notes amounting to millions. A radiant glow of happiness illuminated Wudi's face, as if he were being lavishly supported by a powerful woman. He increasingly admired his own business acumen. Originally, Tsunade intended to squander 10 million taels today, but under his moment of brilliance, she astonishingly elevated that sales figure to 40 million taels. Observing the 30 scratch-off tickets that no longer sparkled, Tsunade's enthusiasm finally waned slightly. "Boss, I had such a delightful time scratching today," Tsunade exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Wudi rubbed his hands together, equally joyful. "It's a pleasure to serve you. I too am quite happy. Shall we continue tomorrow?" "Let us continue tomorrow." Tsunade waved her hand and turned to exit the little shop. Watching her retreating figure, Wudi exhaled deeply. "Fortunately, I resolutely decided against making her my girlfriend. If we truly became an item, would there be any need to sell these scratch-offs? They would all be consumed internally." With that thought, he rummaged through the counter and pulled out an abacus of unknown origin. 1 billion taels, for percent completed, thanks to Brother Jiao Du's wallet. Thankfully, Jiao Du was not present. Had he known that all his lost money had ended up in Wudi's pocket, he likely wouldn't have waited a minute before traversing 1,000 miles to eliminate Wudi. Wudi turned back, picked up a brush, and erased all the words previously written on the wall, rewriting them anew. Set a modest goal. First, earn 10 billion. Chapter 83, The Sutra of Tangsing in the woods outside the village. "Rasengan!" Naruto shouted. In an instant, the water balloon burst, splattering crystalline droplets. Jiraiya observed with a degree of satisfaction. Naruto rubbed his nose and pointed at himself with a thumbs up. How about that? I'm a genius, right? Jiraiya smirked. Compared to your father, who created this jutsu, you're still a bit lacking, but it's decent enough. Naruto shrugged, neither affirming nor denying his words. After all, his father had passed away at his birth. Who could truly discern genius? At that moment, Jiraiya produced a rubber ball from behind him, laying it flat in his palm. With a slight manipulation of chakra, the rubber ball instantly exploded. Naruto looked at him with curiosity and asked, "What is this for?" Jiraiya tossed him a rubber ball. The water balloon was merely to help you better control the flow of chakra. Now, try it with the rubber ball. Naruto scoffed. Let us give it a shot. Rasengan. He suddenly exerted his entire strength, concentrating all his chakra within his palm. However, the rubber ball merely deformed slightly before falling still. Sakura, who had been training alongside Naruto, had initially exhibited a glimmer of hope, but her expression dimmed considerably. As long as Naruto failed to master the Rasengan, Jiraiya would not take them in search of Sasuke. At that moment, a figure about a meter tall approached from the edge of the forest. Naruto-sensei, you're still diligently practicing, Konoha exclaimed, hands behind his back with a cheeky grin. Naruto shot him a dark look. You'd best keep your distance. Naruto-sensei, I came over with good intentions. Why are you still angry? Konoha chuckled mischievously, raising his hand to perform a Rasengan. See? It's quite simple. Gritting his teeth, Naruto suddenly formed hand seals. Would release. 1,000-year cutting technique? Konoha was taken aback, never having anticipated that Naruto would use such a technique against him. He barely had time to flee before being directly ensnared. A sharp pang of discomfort surged through him, sending him soaring into the skies. Ah! Konoha cried out in agony, his wail eliciting a twinge of sympathy. Naruto Uzumaki, I'm going to tell my grandpa that you're bullying me. That you're using your size to intimidate the small. I'll have him deal with you. Ah! It hurts so much. Put me down. Naruto approached with a mischievous grin. Humph. Didn't you want to watch me train? I'll let you see it up close. However, your loud cries are somewhat disrupting my focus. Sunflower pressure point technique. Konoha instantly fell silent, observing his open mouth, tears and snot streaming down his face. Naruto found the scene utterly amusing. At present, he finds himself devoid of a yo-yo. Had the yo-yo been in his possession, he would have certainly taken the opportunity to instruct Konoha on the virtues of becoming a good person today. Subsequently, he recalled another item. The scripture of Tang Sing that he had unearthed from a scratch card. The proprietor of the scratch card had once proclaimed that this book possessed a miraculous ability to purify the human soul. He chuckled as he retrieved something from his tool pouch. Both Jiraiya and Sakura found it rather peculiar. The tome appeared unusual, clearly not one native to Konoha. And Naruto had never been one to indulge in reading. Considering various factors, Sakura was certain that this book must have been won from a scratch-off lottery. Furthermore, it undoubtedly possessed some unique significance. As Naruto slowly opened the book, cleared his throat, and began to read with a monotonous cadence, the words flowed forth, laugh. And you waste all your cunning, yearning for the ephemeral beauty of fleeting reflections, fearing that fortune may swiftly elude, captivated by greed, anger, joy, and aversion. Initially, Jiraiya and Sakura managed to endure the first few lines, but as Naruto continued, their discomfort intensified. It was as if a diamond drill had been embedded in their heads, prompting them to retreat in desperation. Observing their reactions, Naruto smirked. Konoha, however, was not as fortunate, unlike the two, who could escape their torment. He was bound by the 1,000-year binding technique. In a moment of indulgence, the daughter's affection lingers, entombed. As the scripture reached its final line, the duration of Konoha's immobility came to an end. He immediately hung his head, frothing at the mouth incessantly, his eyes beginning to glaze over. This is a dire situation, Jiraiya exclaimed anxiously. He understood that Asuma's technique had been rendered ineffective, and the only hope for the third Hokage now rested upon Konoha. It was imperative that nothing happened to him. Without a moment's hesitation, he disregarded the idea of guiding Naruto in his training and swiftly picked up Konoha. Racing towards the Konoha hospital, Naruto tucked away the scriptures, contentedly clapping his hands. Indeed, the items procured from the scratch card shop were all exquisite. With the scripture in hand, his chances of bringing Sasuke back had increased significantly. Naruto, it seems you've stirred up trouble. At that moment, Sakura approached slowly, whispering behind him. Naruto waved dismissively, it's fine. It's fine. If he cannot withstand a single scripture, how could he claim to be the grandson of the third Hokage? However, Sakura's expression was somewhat grim. That scripture of yours is truly quite burdensome. We should go to the hospital together. With that, she took Naruto's hand, and they made their way to Konoha Hospital. As for the invincible scratch card, due to an ancestral edict, Woody was mandated to find a girlfriend before the next upgrade of the little shop. This predicament left him quite troubled. In the world of Hokage, nearly every woman whose name he could recall had already found her own soulmate. He, however, was not one to disrupt the happiness of others. This left him in an awkward situation as he contemplated. Within his knowledge, it seemed only a handful remained single. If ranked by age, the first would undoubtedly be the elderly Chiyo from the Sand Village. That seemed a bit uncomfortable. Woody scratched his head. He was searching for a girlfriend, not a grandmother. Next in line should be Tsunade, but that was easily dismissed. That woman was simply unattainable. A prospect he could never fathom. If he were to pursue her, he would surely find himself in dire financial straits. After all, Akatsuki's wallet was not the only one she would be draining. Beneath Tsunade, there was Materumi. Woody rubbed his chin, adopting a serious demeanor. She is the fifth Mizukage. Would she even consider me? After a moment's reflection, he quickly shook his head. Forget it. Her melting technique was hardly enjoyable. One day, if she were to be in a good mood and melted him away, it would truly be a delightful disaster. He exhaled deeply, continuing to ponder the single women. If Mei Foam was eliminated from consideration, the next would undoubtedly be Shao Organization's Conan. Just as he was halfway through his thoughts, he abruptly halted. A shiver coursing through him. That extravagant woman with her 600 billion explosive tags. Her lavishness was certainly more ferocious than Tsunade's. The only one capable of sustaining her extravagant lifestyle was likely Nagato. After analyzing extensively, he still found himself at a loss. Just as he was about to delve deeper, a graceful figure appeared in the ramen shop across from him. Indeed, she had no scandals throughout the entirety of Naruto. Woody smacked his lips, scrutinizing her intently. The sole daughter of the wealthiest man in the Naruto universe, Otsutsuki Yuki. If he could win her affection, his financial prowess would undoubtedly eclipse any organization. Woody secretly plotted, already envisioning his ideal candidate. Yet, a significant dilemma loomed before him. How could he possibly make contact with Yuki? The question was quite perplexing. Just as he wrestled with this conundrum, the enchanting figure had already approached his doorstep. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Goodness, it's astonishing how thoughts manifest into reality. Just as I was contemplating the idea of Changpu, she appeared at my doorstep. I wonder, if I wish for a moment of joy, will it arrive as well? Changpu entered leisurely, but upon encountering Wu Di's somewhat lecherous gaze, she couldn't help but shiver. May I request a scratch card? She timidly inquired. Noticing her cautious demeanor, Wu Di broke into a hearty smile. Of course. Do tell, which type would you like? With her fingers delicately tapping together. Her voice was barely above a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Blushing deeply, she requested, please give me one worth 100. Wu Di nodded and turned away. Initially, his hand reached for the stack of $100 cards, but after a moment of contemplation, he hesitated and adjusted his choice. The stinginess of Deidang Muyao was such that even Uchiha Madara would deem him the mightiest. It seemed that for Changpu, engaging in such a venture might be somewhat challenging. He directly handed over a 10,000 yuan note. Girls, by nature, tend to seize opportunities for a little advantage. If one wishes to win the favor of the charming girl, one must first be willing to make a sacrifice. He concocted a reason, stating, in light of the fact that you are our 521st customer, I present to you a special discount scratch card. This item, which is originally valued at 10,000 taels, is now yours for merely 100 taels. Is that true? Chao Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly struck by Wu Di's words that hit the mark. Her demeanor radiated the thrill of a bargain. Wu Di nodded and directly handed over the scratch card. In an instant, her ticket shimmered, and a small black ledger suddenly flew out. Wu Di observed the explanation, and his gaze gradually shifted. Boss, what is this? Wu Di smiled and elaborated. What you hold in your hand is nothing short of miraculous. It is an extraordinary ledger. Any account recorded within will instantaneously analyze profits and losses. Furthermore, and perhaps most importantly, it will provide you with pertinent advice, teaching you how to manage your finances. It is undeniably a formidable tome for wealth accumulation. Wu Di extolled the virtues of this ledger to the heavens. Chao Mu's eyes sparkled even more as she beheld the ledger. She repeatedly expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. As she spoke, she began to turn to leave. Wu Di hurriedly raised his hand. Wait a moment. Chao Mu turned back, softly inquiring, Is there something else, boss? Wu Di's eyes twinkled with a new idea. In a world that once was, he was, without a doubt, the C-Army de la C-Army among the underdogs. He was well-versed in a myriad of intricate schemes, yet he never found the opportunity to showcase his talents. Now, however, endowed with immense wealth, he stood tall and resolute. Those once popular, somewhat cringe-worthy romantic lines from his previous life seemed to have found their purpose. "Dear miss, are you feeling a bit weary?" he inquired. Anbu paused, contemplating that she had not done much work today, and slowly shook her head. Wu Di gently lifted the corners of his mouth. "You've been running through my heart all day. Aren't you tired?" Upon hearing this, Anbu's face flushed a vibrant crimson. The atmosphere within the small establishment instantly transformed into one of warmth and intimacy. Yet, just at that moment, Tuanzong burst in, panting heavily. "Boss, I'm exhausted too." Wu Di's expression turned a shade of green as 1,000 alpacas galloped through his mind. Seeing Tuanzong enter, Anbu lowered her head and swiftly turned away, retreating to the Ichiraku ramen shop. "Boss, I'm so tired I could collapse," Tuanzong exclaimed, clutching his skirt and plopping down on a stool at the counter. Wiping the sweat from his brow and lamenting his plight, Wu Di shouted in exasperation, "Why aren't you dead from exhaustion then?" Tuanzong, looking somewhat aggrieved, replied, "Boss, you were so concerned about Anbu earlier. Can't you spare a thought for me too? I am, after all, one of your most loyal patrons. These past few days have been torturous. First, that heartless Asuma left me, then the third Hokage had someone beat me up, and now even Jiraiya before he could finish." Wu Di, unable to contain his frustration, erupted with a curse. "Damn you. I wish you'd just go away." As he spoke, he retrieved an AK from beneath the counter and pulled the trigger with force. "You scoundrel, today I shall enact justice on behalf of the moon." The cramped shop was suddenly illuminated by a chilling light, with the muzzle of the gun flickering ominously with blue flames, sending Tuanzong crashing back into Ichiraku ramen. One must commend Tuanzong's resilience. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have perished after a single barrage. Yet, Tuanzong seemed to emerge with but a minor injury. Reflecting on the past, Wu Di found some solace in his perspective. After all, he was a cockroach that could survive even a bomb. What harm could a mere AK do to him? Tuanzong perched himself on the stove at Ichiraku, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration and a broad grin adorning his face. "Boss, this feeling is simply sublime." Ichiraku looked at him, his expression darkening. Wu Di blew on the muzzle of his gun and carefully stowed it away. Contemplating the events of the day, Wu Di felt a pang of bitterness. If it hadn't been for Tuanzong's sudden intrusion, even if he could not immediately hold Anbu's hand, he could have at least exchanged a few more words, nurturing their budding connection. Konoha Hospital. After a grueling session of resuscitation, Konohamaru has finally regained a glimmer of vitality. He slightly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Naruto's expression, he instinctively recoiled. "Elder Vortex, quickly retract your spiritual powers." Observing this scene, the third Hokage let out a sigh. His gaze towards Naruto had grown considerably darker. A shiver ran down Naruto's spine. Despite the fact that the third had stepped back from the forefront, no one could doubt his commanding presence. He swallowed hard and gazed at Konohamaru. "Konohamaru, once you are discharged from the hospital, I shall treat you to a game of scratch-off lottery tickets. How about we consider today's events as resolved?" Upon hearing this, Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if his injuries had momentarily vanished. He quickly sat up, smiling as he said, "All right, if we're playing the scratch-off lottery, I could be discharged from the hospital right now. But how much do you wish to invite me to play?" Konohamaru tentatively inquired. Naruto stroked his chin. "Is that even a question? I'm merely a genin. At best, I could buy you a ticket worth 100. No sooner had he spoken than Konohamaru flopped back onto the bed. "Doctor, I can't take it anymore. I feel I need another round of resuscitation." Observing his opportunistic demeanor, Naruto gritted his teeth, suppressing his heartache. "Fine, 1,000 it is." Konohamaru's struggles visibly lessened. He weakly exclaimed, "Doctor, no need for resuscitation. But it seems I might require a prolonged stay." Naruto slapped his forehead in frustration. This little rascal truly knows how to seize the moment. "All right, how about 10,000? Is that satisfactory?" Before the words could fully leave his lips, Konohamaru sprang up energetically. "Discharge." At that moment, the doctor intervened, saying, "Young master, given your current health condition, it is not suitable for you to be discharged yet. You should stay a while longer." Konohamaru rubbed his nose and shot him a sidelong glance. "If you want me to stay longer, who will provide me with the funds for the scratch-off tickets? Are you going to pay for a 10,000 yen note?" The doctor found himself in a dilemma, glancing up at the third Hokage. The third, with a stern countenance, remarked, "Konohamaru, since you are hospitalized, you should behave and stay put. Don't Mind your own business, old man. Konohamaru huffed, pulling Naruto along as they left. The third Hokage took a deep drag on his cigarette, exhaling a large smoke ring. To others, he may exude an air of authority, but before Konohamaru, he seemed to hold no sway whatsoever. This child has truly squandered another opportunity. He tapped his forehead and exited the hospital with a somber expression. On the village road, Konohamaru strolled joyfully with his arms swinging. Naruto-sensei, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Mastering the jutsu was exceedingly effortless. Look, I learned it in no time. Konohamaru boasted, cradling a Rasengan in his hand with a smirk. Naruto clenched his fists tightly. This insufferable Konohamaru, why must he flaunt in front of him? Couldn't he showcase his skills elsewhere? Truly, this technique is far simpler than the cloak of invisibility. If I could, I would gladly bestow it upon you. Naruto's lips quivered slightly as he turned his head, feeling a touch of embarrassment. If only he possessed a jutsu learning card. Mastering the Rasengan would undoubtedly be a mere triviality. The two made their way to the invincible scratchoff lottery. At that moment, Woody was in a foul mood due to the earlier interruption by Danzo. He did not rise to greet them as they entered. Boss, I'd like a scratchoff worth 10,000. My master will cover the bill. Konohamaru gestured to the side, speaking softly. Woody glanced up, then noticed Naruto's dejected nod in response. Here you go. A scratch-off worth 10,000 Ryo landed in Konohamaru's hands. Affected by his mood, he couldn't even be bothered to consider the odds. Konohamaru clutched it tightly, as if it were a treasured prize. It was his first time indulging in such an extravagant scratch-off lottery ticket, and naturally, he cherished the moment. Woody had no doubt that if there were a smartphone present, Maiwan's first impulse would undoubtedly be to capture the moment and flaunt it on social media. After relishing the experience for a while, he produced a coin. He first bowed before the lottery ticket 3 times, making the act appear exceedingly sacred. As he waved the coin, a flash of golden light emerged, igniting a glimmer of excitement in Maiwan's eyes. Naruto, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of heartache. Thinking to himself, that is my money. I painstakingly snatched it from the third Hokage's pocket. Soon, the golden glow dissipated, revealing a stack of bills that floated up from the ticket. With a cover reminiscent of the legendary battle between Guan Yu and Qin Xiong, Wu Di stifled a chuckle, exclaiming, beautiful, absolutely stunning. Maiwan eagerly snatched it, his curiosity piqued. Boss, what is this? Wu Di let out a sigh of relief. This is a highly coveted secret weapon from my hometown. Upon hearing the word secret weapon, Maiwan was filled with even greater anticipation, while Naruto, standing nearby, felt utterly dejected. He has yet to possess a single secret weapon worth 10,000 taels from a scratch card. Boss, do tell me. What is the name of this secret weapon? Wu Di stroked his chin, pondering how to present this item in a more grandiose manner. However, after much contemplation, he could not conjure any fitting terms. Despite having withdrawn from school early and thus avoiding the detrimental effects of such things, he could not help but recall his early high school days upon its mention. After a brief pause, he murmured, this item has a scholarly name. Known as the 3-year college entrance examination and 5-year simulation, such a name carries an imposing aura. It must surely be an extraordinary entity. Observing the hopeful expression on Maiwan's face, Wu Di found it difficult to shatter his beautiful reverie. He exhaled deeply and spoke with a hint of seriousness. Once you possess this remarkable set of examination papers, you will inevitably find yourself irresistibly drawn to the pursuit of knowledge. As for the subject matter of your studies, he pondered for a moment, realizing that this was the world of Naruto, where the knowledge from the real world would likely prove futile. He spoke softly. As for the study material, I am not entirely certain. It is probably just the fundamental knowledge of ninjas. However, allow me to offer a friendly warning. Once you acquire the 3-year college entrance examination and 5-year mock test, it becomes automatically bound to you. Every evening before sunset, you must complete a set of exam papers. Should you fail to do so, an unseen shoehorn will mercilessly strike your backside until you finish. Upon hearing this, Konohamaru's eyes dulled with despair as he cast a resentful glance at the 3-year college entrance examination and 5-year mock test. But I am still just a child. Woody nodded with grave seriousness. Education must commence from a young age. Keep striving, young one. Konohamaru turned to cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, who was laughing uncontrollably. I absolutely detest you, he exclaimed before tearing the exam paper to shreds. I refuse to believe that tearing it apart will yield any consequences. Woody sighed and gazed at Konohamaru, an unusual glint flickering in his eyes. Sure enough, within mere seconds, a sharp sound echoed, and a vivid palm imprint appeared on Konohamaru's face. Boss, did you just strike me? Konohamaru questioned, tears streaming down his cheeks in indignation. Woody shook his head, clarifying wrong. It was the exam paper that struck you. This particular paper possesses a hidden function that compels its owner to study. If the owner attempts to destroy it, they will face exceedingly harsh consequences. The penalty is, of course, the beloved giant ear slap from your mother. Chapter 86, Konohamaru's night. With tears streaming down his face, Konohamaru fled. Naruto trailed behind, exhausted to the point of near collapse. Upon exiting, he shouted, "Konohamaru, where are you going? Come practice the Rasengan with me." With reddened eyes, Konohamaru shouted back, "Practice? I must return home to complete the exam papers. If I don't finish, I will be punished." Wah! He wept with such profound sorrow that passers-by could not help but feel a pang of heartache. It is truly unfathomable what kind of torment a child of such tender years has endured to produce such heart-wrenching cries. Once liberated from Konohamaru's company, Naruto instantly felt a sense of tranquility enveloping his ears. With 3 years of rigorous preparation for the college entrance examination and 5 years of simulated practice, his future is bound to be resplendent. The entire ninja world may very well come to regard him with admiration. Upon returning to the woods, Naruto resumed his practice with the rubber ball. A minor accident earlier in the day had afforded Jiraiya a moment to indulge in the drama editor. Naruto remained in a corner, his chakra flowing steadily. Meanwhile, Jiraiya reclined on a stone, occasionally accompanied by the sound of drool hitting the ground. Coupled with his unabashed springtime serenade, it left Naruto feeling quite flustered. Gritting his teeth, he hurled the rubber ball in Jiraiya's direction. Jiraiya's demeanor shifted abruptly. Though he was engrossed in the drama editor, his instincts for danger remained remarkably acute. The rubber ball spun twice in the air, perilously close to striking him when he let out a sudden grunt. With a forceful exhale through his nose, a piece of tissue, stained with blood, shot forth like a bullet. It collided perfectly with the rubber ball. Bang! The rubber ball exploded upon impact. Naruto was left in a state of astonishment. He had never imagined that a mere wad of toilet paper could possess such formidable offensive power. This old lecher was not merely boasting. However, employing this tactic did come with certain side effects. At the very moment the paper ball was launched, Jiraiya's nosebleed erupted simultaneously, and the sudden surge of blood splattered across the grass before him. His complexion instantly turned pale. In a mere short span of time, he had squandered an entire day's worth of nasal blood. His heart bleeds in anguish. Naruto, this time, the cost of the blood transfusion. It falls upon you. He weakly raised his hand, only to find himself enveloped in darkness as he collapsed backward. With a touch of exasperation, Naruto hoisted him onto his back and made his way once more to the Konoha hospital. As he observed the lights of the emergency room flicker to life, Naruto let out a profound sigh. It seemed that fate had intertwined his day with the hospital, for within a mere span of hours, he had brought in 2 critically ill patients. As evening descended, the sun dipped below the horizon. Within the 3rd Hokage's residence, harmonious yet striking sounds echoed through the air. Accompanying each crisp noise was the desperate wail of Konohamaru. "Grandfather, how do I solve this problem?" 3 shurikens. These 3 shurikens are simply too difficult. He wept incessantly, while the 3rd Hokage found delight in his plight. "Naruto, I utterly loathe you." With a resounding slap, the shoehorn landed firmly on Konohamaru's posterior. The 3rd Hokage stifled a laugh, adopting a more serious demeanor as he remarked, "Did you ever heed my advice to study diligently? I recall an ancient saying from the distant East. Those who disregard the counsel of the elders will suffer the consequences. Now that you have encountered misfortune, do you finally remember my words?" Konohamaru, seething with indignation, retorted, "You wretched old man. My backside feels as if it's blooming. How can you find time to mock me instead of helping me figure out these problems? I am but a child, yet to experience love, and I dread the thought of an early demise." He wept incessantly, while the surrounding neighbors mistakenly believed that the 3rd Hokage was reprimanding Konohamaru, and none dared to intervene. The 3rd Hokage, cigarette in hand, meticulously assisted him in reviewing each problem. Observing his grandson, who had begun to study earnestly, his spirits inexplicably lifted. "Naruto, it appears I must reward you splendidly for this. Were it not for you, Konohamaru would still be frolicking outdoors." He let out a deep sigh, secretly lamenting within his heart. Thud! Ouch! This old man, is he not done yet? My behind can hardly bear it any longer. Hearing the lamentations of Konohamaru, the 3rd Hokage felt a twinge of sympathy and deliberately hastened the pace of his grading. "Grandson, observe, this problem should be solved in this manner. Old man, just tell me the answer first. I can't endure it any longer." The desperate cries persisted until late into the night. The following dawn, Woody awoke early. Perhaps it was due to being disturbed by Danzo for 2 consecutive days. His biological clock had now settled into a fixed rhythm. He opened his eyes, listening to the approaching sound of footsteps crunching on the rubble, slowly caressing the beloved firearm in his arms. AK. What means do you think exist in this world to bring down Danzo? The AK remained silent. He let out a soft sigh, saying, "You were unaware as well." "What am I to do then?" The sound of footsteps treading on the rubble faded into the distance. He slowly approached the mirror, noticing that the swelling on his head from 2 days prior had subsided, and he washed his face with ease. Upon opening the shop door, he was surprised to find that Tsunade had arrived earlier than usual. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he showed no sign of fatigue whatsoever. "Quickly, let us begin, Shizen. Bring forth the silver notes." Shizen promptly opened the pouch belonging to Kakuzu, laying it flat upon the table. "Boss, Lady Tsunade has scratched off quite a sum. You may take what you need. It becomes rather tedious to settle each bill one at a time." Woody nodded and retrieved 10 1 million yen scratch-off tickets from behind him. He then extracted 10 million yen in cash from Kakuzu's pouch. Despite possessing his own pouch, he had never taken a single coin from it since his windfall. To him, money was merely a numerical value. With the establishment of the scratch-off shop, he had come to understand the essence of indifference towards wealth. The magnitude of this number held no significance for him. The only thing that intrigued him was the prospect of upgrading the shop. Today, Tsunade had scratched off an impressive 40 million. The only difference was that today, she was devoid of her usual gleaming exuberance. Her expression was noticeably dimmer. In the Rain Village, Kakuzu, having lost money for several consecutive days, gradually came to a realization. "Ah, yet another day of losses. How utterly delightful. I am simply overjoyed." Turning to look at his reflection, he smiled, tears streaming down his face. After a century of being a miser, he finally comprehended the sorrow of such a life. It was the essence of being a watchful guardian. When one's gaze is fixed, the money simply vanishes. He ascended step by step to the pinnacle of the towering structure in Rain Shinobi Village, gazing down upon the newly awakened denizens below, and let out a deep, despairing sigh. Then he tilted his body backward. Chapter 87, Gratitude. With a resounding thud, Kakuzu fell heavily to the ground. Indeed, he had leapt from the heights, driven to such an extreme by a mere 40 million ryo in banknotes. For one who had generated countless monetary value for the Akatsuki, such a tragic and heroic demise is truly a lamentable fate. After lying on the ground for an extended period, another of his masks lay shattered. He gasped suddenly. "Goodness, is this leap from the building not a tad too painful?" He sat up, rubbing his already disheveled back, murmuring softly. He now suddenly feels a twinge of regret for having stolen the forbidden technique, the grievance of the earth. Had it not been for the grievance of the earth, he would have already bid farewell to this world by now. Next time, I won't jump off a building to end it." He took a moment to calm down and finally regained his ability to move. Outside the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto continued to practice the Rasengan. Due to certain individual circumstances, he had not devoted himself fully to his training the previous day. Early this morning, he arrived with a rubber ball, incessantly rubbing it. Before long, with a soft hissing sound, a small hole appeared in the rubber ball. He exclaimed with a hint of surprise, "Old pervert, I've managed to manipulate the rubber ball." Jiraiya, pinching his nose, glanced in his direction. "All right, I understand. Try again and see if you can make the rubber ball explode directly. Then your training will be considered complete." "Sure," Naruto replied with unwavering determination, as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline. He resumed his efforts with the rubber ball. The second ball clearly burst faster than the first, and his spirits soared higher. While he diligently practiced, the third Hokage approached slowly with Irika. Observing Naruto's earnest dedication from behind, he turned to Irika and remarked, "Naruto has truly grown up." Irika nodded in agreement, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Back in their days at the Ninja Academy, Naruto had been his most troublesome student, without a doubt. Teaching him a jutsu back then was akin to scaling a mountain. Yet now, he was proactively seeking knowledge. Unbeknownst to them, Naruto was unaware of their presence as they stood behind him. After a while, feeling that Jiraiya was not coming over to offer guidance, he irritably called out, "Old pervert, do you even have time to properly teach me?" He hurled the ball once more. This time, Jiraiya, having learned from his previous experience, caught it deftly and murmured, "Aren't I busy analyzing the storyline? Can't you practice on your own?" Naruto stomped his feet in frustration. "Hey, old pervert, is staring at a flat diagram really interesting? I want you to witness something real." With that, he crossed his arms and shouted, ninja art, harem technique. A mist enveloped the open grassland, and in an instant, several alluring beauties with captivating figures began to sway their hips towards Jiraiya. Both Irika and the third Hokage stood frozen, their faces flushed with embarrassment, and soon, streams of blood, tinged with the sweetness of bliss, began to flow from their noses. The third Hokage found this scene rather. Irika felt a twinge of awkwardness. After all, Naruto was his student, and the emergence of such an indecent jutsu was somewhat shameful to discuss. However, when he turned to the third Hokage, he was surprised to see him pulling out a monocular from his ninja tool pouch. Irika, don't you find this jutsu quite marvelous? The third Hokage. Irika's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Previously, the image he held of the third Hokage was monumental, but after this incident, that grand image crumbled spectacularly. He sighed deeply with a heavy heart and retrieved a pair of high-powered binoculars from his bag of tools. Irika? Irika? After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, the third Hokage called out softly. However, after calling twice, he still did not hear a response from Irika. He glanced down and beheld Irika, whose nostrils resembled a fountain, intermittently gushing forth streams of blood. He had already fainted due to excessive blood loss. How ironic, for he himself was no paragon of purity. Yet he insisted on feigning innocence. The third Hokage silently cursed under his breath as he discreetly picked up the binoculars. If these two, observing from a distance, were struggling as such, how could Jiraiya, amidst the throng, fare any better? Jiraiya pinched his nose tightly, determined to retain the blood he had lost yesterday for a few more minutes. Yet, the ever-increasing blood pressure continued to surge forth through the gaps between his fingers. Keep your distance. I'll guide you now, if you please. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately ceased his techniques, causing all his shadow clones to dissipate, and he reverted to his original form. Jiraiya let out a deep sigh. The sensation he had just experienced lingered pleasantly in his memory. However, now that he had developed the ability to see through things, such visions were a daily occurrence, thus he felt no urgent need to seize this moment. Meanwhile, the third Hokage stamped his foot in frustration, lamenting, "This wretched Jiraiya, why couldn't he hold on a little longer?" He then angrily kicked Irika, exclaiming, "Get up. Stop pretending to be a spicy crayfish. They've already ceased their techniques." Upon hearing this, Irika slowly propped himself up, dusting himself off as he stood. "Come. Let us go take a look," the third Hokage whispered. Irika quickly wiped his face and followed suit. "When you crushed the rubber ball earlier, your force was clearly a bit off, which is why it only punctured a small hole." Jiraiya was in the midst of his explanation when the sound of slow applause resonated from a distance. "Well done, Naruto. It seems you've begun to understand the importance of training." Upon hearing the third Hokage's voice, Naruto swiftly turned around. He had thought that the third Hokage would seek him out to settle the score for having wronged Konoha yesterday. However, when he turned around, he was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, both the third Hokage and Irika were splattered with large patches of crimson, and their faces appeared unnaturally pallid. Naruto took a couple of steps back, attempting to distance himself from the third. With a warm smile, the third Hokage softly reassured him, "What are you afraid of? I wouldn't harm you. Besides, I am currently devoid of any jutsu, so what is there to worry about?" After pondering this, Naruto scratched his head and replied, "That's true." Consequently, he relaxed a bit and inquired with a smile, "Grandpa Third, what brings you here so unexpectedly?" The third Hokage licked his lips, revealing a look of old-fashioned contentment. "I have come specifically for Konoha," he said. Upon hearing this, Naruto's body suddenly tensed. Indeed, he had come to avenge Konoha. Just as he contemplated fleeing, he was called back by the third Hokage. "Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of vengeance. Rather, I am here to express my gratitude. Were it not for your influence, Konoha would not have approached his studies with such seriousness." Chapter 88. A Family. Upon hearing these words, he seemed to grasp the situation. It appeared that just yesterday, under his guidance, Konoha had concocted a formidable tool for compelled learning, a device known as the 3-year examination and 5-year simulation. Could it be that the third Hokage had witnessed Konoha's earnest dedication to studying last night? He chuckled while stroking the back of his head, exclaiming, "Ah, this is merely my duty." However, the third Hokage shook his head earnestly. "For you, it may be a coincidence, but for the Sarutobi clan, it is of monumental significance. Therefore, I must sincerely thank you." Upon hearing this, Naruto, buoyed by the sentiment, floated with delight. With his hands behind his back, he replied, "All right then, tell me how you wish to express your gratitude." The third Hokage paused in confusion. "I have already expressed my thanks. That is it?" Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Just a verbal thanks? What more do you desire? The third Hokage retorted. Naruto scratched his head, his eyes darting as he pondered. After a moment, he softly said, Third Hokage, I would like you to forgive me once for any mistakes I may make in the future, if that is permissible. The third Hokage stroked his chin, contemplating for a while before responding slowly, very well, but on one condition, it must not jeopardize the safety of the village. Naruto nodded enthusiastically, readily affirming. It will absolutely not affect the village's safety. He then took a deep breath and asked, Grandfather Third Hokage, are you ready to forgive me? The third Hokage, somewhat perplexed and still in a daze, watched as Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. Would release, 1,000-year sapling technique. In an instant, several wooden stakes secured the third Hokage firmly in place. A familiar sensation surged through him, causing his nosebleed to resume. Naruto Uzumaki, he shouted, lowering his head in resignation. Nearby, Jiraiya and Iruka gasped in shock. This little rascal dared to employ such a technique on the third Hokage in broad daylight. Did he have a death wish? Then, under their watchful eyes, Naruto reached into the third Hokage's pocket. Grandfather Third Hokage, you did say that as long as I do not endanger the village's safety, you would forgive me, correct? The third Hokage gritted his teeth, feeling weak as he replied, Is it too late for me to retract that? Naruto sighed and shook his head. I fear it may indeed be too late. With that, he opened the third Hokage's wallet, revealing a staggering sum of 100,000 ryo in banknotes. It was the first time he had seen so much wealth, his eyes widening in astonishment. Third Hokage, you are truly affluent. It seems I must train Konoha well, so I have more opportunities to seize your riches. The third Hokage's face twitched. Could you refrain from voicing such harsh truths? They are rather hurtful. Moreover, I have something to confess. While you were speaking just now, I realized that I have already begun to regret my decision. Naruto swiftly retreated 2 steps, tossing his emptied wallet directly onto the head of the third Hokage. Hey, old man, you can't be so unscrupulous in your dealings. If you continue like this, don't blame me for resorting to my ultimate technique. As he spoke, he pulled out the sacred scriptures of Tang Sung from his ninja tool pouch. I mock you for making me exhaust all my cunning. I long to chase after the beauty of fleeting dreams. I fear that fortune will vanish in the blink of an eye, captivated by greed, anger, joy, and hatred. What followed was another profound and heart-wrenching lesson, leaving the third Hokage in tears, his vision gradually dimming. Once the scriptures were recited, Jiraiya moved closer to Iruka. Gazing at the unconscious third Hokage, Jiraiya smacked his forehead. These two, not a family, yet they share the same door. With that, he hoisted the third Hokage onto his shoulder and, together with Iruka, made their way to the Konoha hospital. Naruto, focus on your training. I will return to assess your progress. Jiraiya's voice faded into the distance. Naruto scratched his nose, elated at the freshly acquired banknotes still carrying the scent of copper. Great. Now that I have some money, it's time to train diligently. After his rescue, the third Hokage, having consumed over 10 soldier pills, finally regained a modicum of strength. Upon leaving the hospital, he headed straight to the invincible scratchoff lottery. As he entered, he limped while clutching his lower body. Woody understood that he must have sought out Naruto earlier, only to have been subjected to some unknown form of punishment. However, he refrained from revealing this, recognizing that the third Hokage, despite his age, still deserved a measure of dignity. Settling at the counter, the third Hokage smiled graciously. Thank you, my friend. Were it not for your miraculous scratch-offs, Konoha would still be oblivious to the importance of education. Observing the grateful gaze of the third Hokage, Woody could surmise the unfortunate events that befell Konoha the previous night. He shook his head and declared with righteous fervor, educating the next generation is indeed our solemn duty and obligation. That set of examination papers in our hometown is diligently studied by millions of ninjas each year. It seems that for Konoha, extracting knowledge from it is merely a stroke of fate. May I inquire, from which place does the esteemed proprietor hail? Upon hearing this, the third Hokage immediately felt a deep sense of respect. Just yesterday, while guiding Konoha through the papers, he noticed that the questions were exceptionally challenging, many of which even seasoned jonin might struggle to answer. Yet in the proprietor's homeland, astonishingly, millions of ninjas engage with these materials annually. How formidable his hometown truly is. Woody waved his hand and smiled faintly. It's all in the past. From now on, I shall establish my home in Konoha. Konoha is my hometown. Observing his resolute demeanor, the third Hokage gradually rose to his feet. The presence of such talent in Konoha is indeed a fortune for the village. Come, He turned and gestured towards the back. In walked Irika, carrying a ceremonial banner. Wudi could only manage a wry smile. Is this not a customary way of expressing gratitude in his hometown? How is it that this tradition has not escaped him here? The third Hokage deliberately folded the banner, concealing the words within, and mysteriously presented it to Wudi. In truth, I have long been aware of your status as an outsider. Initially, I held some reservations about you. However, it is now evident that your heart is undoubtedly aligned with the people of Konoha. This banner not only signifies my gratitude, but also embodies the earnest hopes of the Konoha populace. I hope you can remain humble and steadfast, forging ahead to create an even brighter future for Konoha. Listening to such formal rhetoric, Wudi's lips twitched slightly, inwardly scoffing. Nonetheless, despite his internal musings, he felt a twinge of emotion at the third Hokage's personal gift of the banner. He reached out, accepting it, and opened it to take a look. His expression instantly became dull. There, fluttering on the banner, were 14 grand characters. You will forever be the most loyal friend of the Leaf Village. Beside the large characters, a row of smaller words accompanied, respectfully presented by Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Wudi felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. That damned old man had treated him like a mere dog. He desperately wanted to eliminate him at once. However, as an adult, particularly one well-versed in the world of Naruto, Wudi possessed an extraordinary capacity for restraint. He accepted the embroidered banner with a smile, promptly placing it beneath the counter. Sandai inquired playfully, "Boss, aren't you going to hang it up? I can assure you that with this banner in your possession, your business will undoubtedly flourish even more. It won't be long before you break free from the land of fire." Wudi raised an eyebrow slightly. He genuinely felt no inclination to display such a banner. He concocted an excuse to decline, saying, "Since Sandai holds me in such high regard, how could I become complacent? Rest assured, I shall find a prominent spot in my bedroom to hang this banner. I will pay homage to it with timely offerings thrice daily, ensuring that all necessary fruits are provided." Sandai appeared somewhat perplexed by Wudi's final remark. What offerings and fruits? Such concepts were entirely foreign to their world of shinobi. He merely regarded it as the most dignified ceremony in Wudi's hometown. Such an extravagant affair was unnecessary. I had merely crafted a simple banner. The third Hokage smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave." "Very well, take care, third Hokage." Wudi watched him depart. In just a short distance from the entrance, he raised his AK. "Damn you." Rat-a-tat-tat. The muzzle exhaled azure flames, delivering a straightforward 3-round burst. 3 gaping wounds appeared upon the third Hokage's body. Indeed, in this world, aside from Danzo, who could withstand chakra bullets with mere flesh, no one else could endure such an attack. Even Rock Lee needed the protection of the 8 gates to barely hold his ground. "Boss, what do you mean by this?" The third Hokage shouted, clutching his wounds. Not a single shot had struck a vital area, leaving him with little loss of strength, and his mind remained remarkably clear. Yet, the pain was undeniably vivid. Wudi gently rubbed the back of his head and softly said, "My apologies, third Hokage, I accidentally discharged the weapon." The third Hokage shuddered at the sight of the sleek object in Wudi's hand and hastily stepped back. "Be cautious when handling that in the future. If someone were to get hit, it would be disastrous. Even if no one is harmed, damaging flowers and plants is equally unfortunate." Hearing the third Hokage's words, Wudi lightly pulled the gun's bolt. "Understood," he shouted, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Third Hokage, I'm going to clean my gun again." The third Hokage muttered to himself, limping away. What a nuisance. His next destination, Konoha Hospital. After several days, Naruto's Rasengan finally bore fruit. He raised his hand, and the 2 shadow clones beside him swiftly grasped it, quickly forming a normal-sized Rasengan. Observing this, Sakura was so elated that she felt as if she might take flight. Jiraiya exhaled deeply, gazing at the Rasengan taking shape in his hand, filled with immense satisfaction. At the same time, the heavy burden in his heart had finally been lifted. He had successfully accomplished the task that Minato had entrusted to him. The remaining challenge, it seemed, would be to help him gain control over the Nine Tails. However, it was evident that this task could not be completed at this moment. He also sought an opportunity to take Naruto out for some training. "Well, since you have mastered the Rasengan, I can fulfill my promise from earlier," Jiraiya remarked softly. "We will set out shortly to search for Sasuke." Sakura suddenly leaped up, filled with immense joy. Naruto let out a gentle sigh, turning to gaze at the trees he had destroyed in recent days, a radiant smile gradually spreading across his face. Although the Rasengan felt somewhat superfluous compared to the other skills he had acquired, the journey of learning ninjutsu from scratch was undeniably a memorable experience. He took a step forward, closely following behind Jiraiya and Sakura. As they made their way out, they inevitably passed by the entrance of Konoha village. Naruto stood at the village gate, glanced back, and suddenly felt a tremor in his brow, murmuring softly, "Wait for me a moment." With that, he dashed back into the village. Sakura, observing his retreating figure, quickly pursued him, asking, "What are you up to?" "I'm just going to get a scratch-off ticket," he exclaimed, increasing his speed. Within mere minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the scratch-off lottery shop. At that moment, the shop had just bid farewell to a group of customers. Naruto pulled out 5 1,000 Ryo bills and declared, "Boss, I'll take 5 scratch-off tickets." Woody turned and handed them to him. Sakura, feeling a twinge of excitement, chimed in, "Give me one as well," and produced 1,000 Ryo. Just as they began to scratch, Jiraiya entered from outside. Woody chuckled softly. "Does Lord Jiraiya wish to try his luck as well?" Jiraiya awkwardly shook his head. "Not this time. I've used up all my manuscript fees recently." Woody scratched his head, somewhat perplexed by Jiraiya's words. Meanwhile, Naruto muttered under his breath, "Old pervert. If you cut back on a few low-budget films, you could save money for scratch-offs." Woody instantly understood, secretly admiring Jiraiya's carefree spirit. While others indulged in secretive pursuits, he boldly embraced his desires. As Woody pondered this, a golden light flashed from Naruto's ticket, and a dark, pill-shaped object floated out. Woody frowned, glanced at it, and explained softly, "This pill is called the Great Clarity Pill. It was developed by a supreme figure from our homeland. Consuming it can instantly weigh down one's spirits, even leading to utter despair. It can be quite effective for guiding the hearts of others." Naruto grasped the Great Clarity Pill tightly in his hand. His gaze fixed intently on its surface as he quietly inquired, "Will this bring Sasuke back?" Woody smiled slightly. "As for that, I'm afraid I cannot say, for I have never used it myself." He scratched off the second ticket, but unfortunately, it yielded no reward. Shortly after he finished, Sakura's scratch card gleamed with golden light, revealing a painting that floated out. Woody examined the description and sighed softly. This piece is known as the Enchanted Painting. During a confrontation, if the painting is displayed before an adversary, they will be captivated by the beauty depicted within, leading to a momentary distraction. The user can exploit this lapse to deliver a decisive blow to their opponent. Upon hearing about the painting's purpose, Sakura felt increasingly enchanted and hastily tucked it away. Chapter 90, Departure. Next, she glanced at the 3 remaining scratch cards in Naruto's hand and inquired, "Aren't you going to scratch these?" Naruto nodded. "I shall leave these 3 untouched. I intend to save them for Sasuke. Once he scratches them, if he discovers strength within, perhaps he will choose to return with us." Sakura's eyes sparkled with layers of hope. Jiraiya, witnessing this, chuckled heartily. "Let us be on our way." With their respective rewards in hand, Naruto and Sakura followed Jiraiya out of the small shop. Watching their retreating figures, Woody let out a sigh. Indeed, they are still children. After his sigh, his gaze shifted to the Ichiraku ramen shop across the street, contemplating the course of his life. The task entrusted to him by his great-great-grandfather remains shrouded in mystery. If he continues at this pace, by the time the shop undergoes its next upgrade, will he not find himself returning to a world he wishes to leave behind? The life of a mere nobody is one he truly does not wish to revisit. Just as he wrestled with these thoughts, SHBU cautiously slipped out of the ramen shop, making her way directly toward him. A unique brilliance suddenly sparkled in his eyes. "Boss, I have returned," Anbu said with a cheerful smile, casually producing a banknote of 100 taels. "Please, fetch me another scratch card." As before, Woody presented her with a scratch card worth 10,000 taels and slid it across the counter. She was quite taken aback. "Is there some special promotion happening this time?" Woody, with a glint in his eye, replied with a smile, "You are truly perceptive. Congratulations on becoming our esteemed 1,314th customer. This scratch card has been specially priced just for you." Anbu burst into laughter. "You are quite amusing. Just a few days have passed, and you claim to have gained so many customers. Who would believe that? Whether others believe it or not is of no concern to me. What matters is that you do." Woody shrugged lightly. Subsequently, Anbu began to scratch off the card with great patience. While doing so, she remarked, "The account book I uncovered last time was truly remarkable. I merely gathered my loose change, and following the guidance provided, I earned 100 taels in just a few days. If this pace continues, who knows how much I might earn in the future?" Woody felt a twinge of curiosity, although he possessed an account book. He had never bothered to open it and take a look. He curiously inquired, How did you manage to accomplish that? Changpu responded with a delighted laugh, pausing to set aside the coin in her hand. She candidly revealed to Wu Di the method behind her manipulation of the money. Although there was no thrilling tale entwined within, the sheer exhilaration of earning through her own abilities was vividly conveyed. Wu Di's emotions ebbed and flowed in harmony with her words, as if he were experiencing it all firsthand. After her explanation, her fingers resumed their dance, and once again, a gleam of gold flashed as a bright, pot-like object soared forth from the ticketing surface. Gazing upon the description of this enigmatic item, Wu Di felt a surge of astonishment. He could not help but muse internally. Could it be that Changpu is the reincarnation of the god of wealth? Each item seems more extraordinary than the last. What was most striking was that each one bore an inseparable connection to money. Changpu cradled the pot in her hands and, observing its peculiar shape, softly inquired, "Boss, what is this?" Wu Di took a deep breath and gently elucidated. This object is known as the once-in-gathering treasure pot, a prized possession of a top-tier magnate from our hometown. As soon as he spoke, a glimmer akin to that of a little money grubber sparkled in Changpu's eyes. Observing this, Wu Di continued, "This treasure pot is indeed a rare gem. Just place your money within, and before long, you shall relish the exhilarating sensation of wealth begetting wealth. At that juncture, you will come to realize that spending money can also be a source of anxiety." "Is that truly the case?" Changpu exclaimed with delight, her delicate feet swiftly touching the ground as she dashed towards a noodle shop. Watching her jubilant figure retreat, Wu Di called out, "I surmise you must be quite busy. So just remember the first 3 words." Changpu paused momentarily, her face flushed as she turned back. "I will certainly remember." Just then, a raspy voice pierced the air. Wu Di's sunlit visage suddenly darkened. A pink figure flitted past the entrance of his shop. "Boss, I have remembered your words. Now, Jiraiya has taken the 2 children out, and I must go find them. When I return, we shall have a proper chat." With that, Changpu vanished from sight. Unable to contain his temper, Wu Di seized his AK and rushed out. "Shimura Danzo, I shall send you on your way this very moment." With a gentle twist of his finger, he switched the safety to automatic mode. His finger firmly gripped the trigger. In the calm streets, a vibrant atmosphere of the new year suddenly filled the air. The AK, emitting blue flames and accompanied by a thick scent of gunpowder, inspired an irresistible urge to sing, "Unforgettable Tonight." In a shadowy corner of Konoha village, Tsunade, "I previously mentioned an organization to you. I wonder if it still lingers in your memory." The 3rd Hokage took a puff from his cigarette, exhaling smoke rings as he spoke softly. Tsunade, with a serious expression, inquired, "Sensei, are you referring to the rogue ninja organization, Akatsuki?" The 3rd Hokage nodded gravely, letting out a sigh. "Recently, I have heard whispers that there seem to be internal issues within their ranks. The rogue ninja responsible for managing their finances appears to have developed enmity with everyone. I cannot ascertain the authenticity of this discord, but I need you to be prepared at all times. Should they act out of desperation, we must ensure that they pose no threat to the village." "Understood," Tsunade replied, her face bearing an unusual weight of seriousness. After a moment of silence, she added softly, "Sensei, Jiraiya has taken Naruto and Sakura to search for Sasuke. What are your thoughts on this matter?" The 3rd Hokage stroked his chin, his gaze drifting from Tsunade to the distant shadows. "What more is there to consider? We shall observe. Let them engage as they please among themselves. If they manage to bring Sasuke back, we can certainly overlook past grievances and welcome him back into our fold. If they fail, it would not be a significant loss for the village. With the addition of such a wild card, our strength would have increased manifold without effort. The demand for new ninjas has been diminishing." He elongated his voice, the smoke from his mouth continuously dispersing into the air. Tsunade slightly bowed, turning her gaze into the enveloping darkness. Her knowledge of the situation concerning Akatsuki was regrettably scant. Had she been aware of an individual named Kakazu among their ranks, she might have surmised the reasons behind the rift that had emerged between him and his companions. Chapter 91, Educating Children. Outside the village, Jiraiya, having traveled a considerable distance, suddenly caught a whiff of an impending danger. He directly pulled Naruto and Sakura into the nearby thicket. Before long, Danzo suddenly arrived. He stood in the open space, shouting, "Jiraiya, I have proclaimed that I shall marry no one but you. You are not permitted to leave." Jiraiya was so frightened that he dared not utter a single word. He was not so much afraid of a confrontation with Danzo as he was utterly unable to fathom the image of sharing a life with him as a spouse. Naruto, hidden within the foliage, stifled his laughter, then mischievously began forming hand seals. This particular sequence was one that Jiraiya was quite familiar with, and he couldn't help but share a sly grin. As the final seal was completed, the small clearing inexplicably filled with numerous wooden stakes, effectively ensnaring Danzo in their midst. Following this, a flash of golden light erupted, and a sensation of acute, numbing pain surged from the lower regions to the very crown of Danzo's head. His body bristled with tension. Then, Naruto sprang forth. The sunflower acupoint technique. His fingers landed precisely on Danzo's body, leaving him frozen in a dramatic pose of anguished outcry. Naruto rubbed his fingers together with an impish chuckle. Even without a yo-yo, the thrill of the moment was exhilarating. Jiraiya strolled leisurely into view, and upon witnessing Danzo's predicament, he couldn't contain his delight. Naruto had indeed done him a tremendous favor today. Had they simply departed? The thought of being ensnared by this unholy entity again was too dreadful to contemplate. Jiraiya patted Danzo's aged visage and declared, "Old man, how many times must I tell you? I have no interest in you whatsoever. If you don't want to distance yourself from me, why do you insist on gravitating toward my line of fire? Do you think my temper has softened?" With that, he turned to Naruto, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. "Kid, I recall you possessing a remarkable book, one that could directly summon aid, correct?" Naruto grimaced. "Seriously? You want me to recite scriptures for him? You wish to absolve him?" Jiraiya scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. "Well, I have no better options at the moment, so please, lend me a hand." With a resigned sigh, Naruto reluctantly retrieved the scriptures of Tang-Sing. He lowered his head, unwilling to meet the gaze of the person before him. Although Danzo's visage could elicit amusement upon a fleeting glance, prolonged observation rendered it a veritable nightmare. As he turned the pages of the book, he moistened his lips and declared, "Benefactor, in appreciation of heaven's benevolence towards the living, allow this humble priest to perform a rite of passage for you." How foolish it is to expend all my cunning on such a jest. Upon concluding a lengthy recitation of the sutra, Danzo's immobilization was finally lifted. However, there existed a subtle distinction from the third Hokage and his associates. Upon his release from the immobilization, he appeared merely disoriented, far from a state requiring rescue. Naruto, taken aback, glanced at Jiraiya and asked, "Old pervert, is he truly that formidable? How is it that after a single scroll of scripture, he remains entirely unscathed?" Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Perhaps his resilience is such that your scripture cannot penetrate his defenses." With a solemn tone, he inhaled deeply. "In that case, we should hasten our departure. The last time we visited the Sound Ninja, with Tsunade by my side, I scarcely had the opportunity to explore the village. I've heard they possess numerous places for relaxation. This time, I shall not let the chance slip by." Naruto smirked, his expression noncommittal. This old pervert truly defied description. The trio set forth once more, leaving Danzo trapped in a whirl of wood release. It was only after a considerable time had passed that Danzo began to regain a semblance of clarity. Surveying his predicament, he opened his mouth in discontent. Nibbling at the wooden restraints that ensnared him, grumbling, "Jiraiya, you treacherous scoundrel, how could I have been so blind?" By the time he fully extricated himself from the wood release, dusk had already fallen. He limped toward the village, his solitary figure silhouetted against the setting sun, evoking a profound sense of melancholy and weariness. This scene inevitably brings to mind an ancient adage: as the sun sets in the west, the heartbroken wanderer roams the ends of the earth. Upon his return to the village, he walked forward, covering himself in despair, momentarily lost in direction. The memory of Jiraiya's departure weighed heavily on his heart, causing him profound sorrow. Unbidden, his feet carried him to the doorstep of the third Hokage's residence. Before he could even enter, the anguished cries of Konoha reached his ears, punctuated by the sound of slapping. Ten's face darkened as he burst through the door, exclaiming, "How could the third teach his grandson in such a manner? The child is so young. What if he gets hurt?" He then shouted, "Release that child and allow me to intervene." Upon hearing this, Konohamaru's cries intensified. What misfortune it was to encounter Tens again. Was it not enough that he was deprived of his grandfather and Asuma? Now he had to contend with this? Overcome with despair, Konohamaru wept uncontrollably. The third Hokage, startled by the commotion, quickly retreated into the house. Moments later, Tens entered, swaying as he did. However, upon stepping inside, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Konohamaru, bent over, was being relentlessly struck by a long shoehorn nearly a meter in length. In front of him lay a set of exam papers, already soaked with his tears. This was utterly excessive of the third Hokage. Tens, raising his voice, exclaimed, "This is outrageous." He approached swiftly, scrutinizing the exam papers one by one, letting out a heavy sigh. How could a small child possibly tackle such difficult questions? It's one thing for the third to struggle with his own studies, but why impose such pressure on a child? Turning to Konohamaru, he gently caressed his tender face and said, "Dear Konohamaru, I shall tear up this exam right now, and let us see what your grandfather dares to do." No sooner had he spoken than the thick stack of papers was reduced to shreds. It was more pulverized than if it had gone through a shredder. Just as he clapped his hands in satisfaction, a sudden slap resounded in the dim room, landing squarely on his face. Tins, covering his cheek in astonishment, scanned the surroundings. Before he could identify the culprit, a second sharp sound echoed. "Who dares to strike me? Step forward," he demanded. "Third Hokage, was it you who did this?" But before he could finish, a third resounding slap followed, and soon the slaps came faster and faster, causing Tin's head to sway from side to side. In that moment, Konohamaru couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps striking Tins might be a lucrative endeavor. Chapter 92. Jumma. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions had arrived near the village of Sound Ninja, within the territory of the Wind Demon clan. As they entered the small village, darkness enveloped them, prompting Jiraiya to cautiously draw his kunai, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, a young girl dashed out from the depths of the village, her expression one of sheer terror. Jiraiya swiftly moved forward, shielding the girl behind him. Sakura and Naruto quickly joined them, forming a protective circle around the child, ever vigilant. Noticing the eerie silence that continued to linger, Jiraiya softly inquired, "Child, what transpired here? Why does the entire village seem deserted?" The girl trembled as she replied, "Yesterday, a group of Sound Ninja captured everyone. I managed to escape by hiding in the cellar of my home." Jiraiya's brow furrowed slightly. The mention of abduction instinctively reminded him of Orochimaru. Surely, he was up to some nefarious experiments once more. Naruto turned to the girl with a reassuring smile, declaring, "We are ninjas from Konoha. My name is Naruto. Do not worry, we will ensure your safety." The girl nodded gently, her eyes brimming with hope. "My name is Jummu, a descendant of the Wind Demon clan." Beside them, Sakura's expression darkened considerably. Their primary mission was to locate Sasuke. Why was Naruto suddenly so eager to protect this girl? What if she hindered their progress and prevented them from finding Sasuke? Would their efforts be in vain? Just as she contemplated dismissing the girl, she caught sight of Junmu's earnest gaze and hesitated. Perhaps it would only be for a short while, she muttered to herself, reluctantly sheathing her kunai. That evening, within Junmu's home, a fire crackled in the hearth as the four gathered around, discussing matters concerning the village of Sound Ninja. Junmu recounted, not long ago, there was a fierce battle outside the village where three great summoning beasts clashed. Shortly thereafter, the Sound Ninja began capturing people from the nearby villages. Through her fragmented words, Jiraiya gleaned a wealth of information regarding the village of Sound Ninja. His expression grew increasingly solemn. The nature of Orochimaru's research remained a mystery to him. Yet he invariably felt a sense of foreboding. Whatever Orochimaru was investigating, it surely could not bode well. He exhaled deeply and gradually extinguished the fire in the hearth. "All right, let's hurry to bed. We shall find out tomorrow." "Find out? Are you heading to the Sound Village?" Junmu inquired, her large, watery eyes wide with curiosity. Naruto raised a finger, "Of course. Then, could you help rescue my brother? He has also been captured by the Sound Shinobi," Jumma said, tears shimmering in her eyes. "We will do our best." Before Naruto could respond, Jiraiya interjected, taking the words from him. He feared that Naruto would inexplicably agree, and should he fail, it would tarnish the reputation of the Leaf Village ninjas. This old lecher, despite his frequent unreliability, often possessed a far more profound foresight than Naruto and the others realized. Observing Junmu's joyful turn of expression, he exhaled with a grave expression, then retrieved the plot editor from his tool pouch. In the pitch-black chamber, Sasuke wiped his short blade, feeling increasingly agitated. He had initially believed that Orochimaru would promptly lift the seal on his cursed mark. However, after waiting for so many days, it seemed that Orochimaru was in no hurry at all, perpetually delaying the process. He crossed his legs, gazing at the uneven ceiling, and let out a long sigh. When would he acquire the strength sufficient to crush that man? "One day, I shall take his life with my own hands." With a whisper, Sasuke closed his eyes. The next day, the sun shone brightly as Jiraiya and his companions set off early. The distance to Orochimaru's stronghold was still quite far. Junma was not a ninja, so they could only proceed at a leisurely pace. Sakura occasionally cast sidelong glances at her, her heart filled with complaints. If it weren't for this girl, She would surely have met Sasuke by now. Yet, what could she do? Jiraiya insisted on bringing her along. She couldn't possibly voice her opposition. This journey to find Sasuke required Jiraiya's assistance. If she were to lose her temper with him now, and he decided to return to Konoha, all her efforts would be in vain. She patted her broad forehead, sighing incessantly. Upon entering the Sound Ninja Village, Jiraiya instructed Sakura to take Junmu around for a bit, as he needed to attend to a matter first. Sakura, believing his words, dutifully led Junmu away. Soon after, a lewd expression suddenly emerged on Jiraiya's face. Naruto, standing nearby, nudged him gently and inquired, "Old pervert, what are you up to now?" Jiraiya smirked. "I intend to conduct a thorough and in-depth investigation of the Sound Ninja Village, so I want to take you with me." Naruto raised an eyebrow, always skeptical of Jiraiya's words. However, seeing his serious demeanor, Naruto rolled his eyes and departed. As he turned the corner, he concealed himself, peeking out to observe Jiraiya in the center of the street. Jiraiya laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Kid, you thought you could play tricks on me? A mere word from me sent you away." With that, he strode off into the distance. Naruto dodged and weaved, closely following him from a distance. Perhaps distracted by his own thoughts, Jiraiya remained blissfully unaware of Naruto's pursuit until some time had passed. Finally, at the street's edge, he halted before a shop adorned with cherry blossoms, its fragrance wafting delicately in the air. Naruto was taken aback and exclaimed, "Ah, you said you were going to investigate the Sound Ninja Village, yet you've come here to do so." Jiraiya was startled, glancing around nervously. Seeing that Sakura and Junmu had not followed, he breathed a sigh of relief. "You little rascal, have you never heard that ancient saying? Beyond the mountains, there are more mountains. Beyond the buildings, there are more brothels. To acquire the most detailed information about a place, one must visit its bustling establishments. I am merely sacrificing my appearance for the sake of gathering intelligence." Seeing his serious facade, Naruto scoffed. "I have never heard such a saying before. However, to visit such a place early in the morning, are you certain it will be open for business?" Jiraiya was taken aback and scrutinized the shop's entrance. Indeed. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that a cluster of gleaming iron generals was fastened to the brass ring of the door. He sniffed, savoring the fragrant air that enveloped him. As a tide of emotion surged within. Why was there no establishment of such allure in the Hidden Leaf Village? Was it a distortion of humanity or a decline in morality? Without the opportunity to peruse such an enchanting venue, how could he possibly gather more inspiration? Chapter 93. Indulging in Ramen. Unrivaled scratch-off delights. Just after bidding farewell to Tsunade, the deity of fortune, a figure draped in pink gracefully entered. He clutched his posterior, limping as he approached the counter, propping his chin on his hands. "Boss, do you still remember what you told me yesterday?" he queried, his beady eyes blinking incessantly. Wu Di felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach. "Boss." Tuanzong shifted his shoulders, adopting an air of bashful timidity. Wu Di let out a resigned sigh. At that moment, he wished fervently to pluck out his own eyeballs and crush them beneath his feet like firecrackers. He skillfully drew an AK from beneath the counter. A grim smile etched upon his face as he aimed at Danzo's head. A frantic barrage ensued. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder in the confined space. Amidst the brilliant azure flames, Danzo was once again propelled backward, crashing headlong into a large iron pot at Ichiraka Ramen. Watching the frequently splintered wooden door of the ramen shop, Wudi gently shook his head. Reflecting on his time since entering the world of ninjas, it seemed he had scarcely ventured beyond the small establishment. Now, with budding thoughts of Shobu, it was time for him to explore the outside world. At the very least, he ought to pay a visit to his future father-in-law. He walked out with his hands behind his back, unhurried and calm. Inside the Ichiraka ramen shop, Sutsuki Ichiraku yanked TZ from the pot, glaring at him. His body drenched in broth, teeth clenched in indignation. "It's you again! How many pots of broth have you ruined for me? Tell me." He clenched Danzo's collar tightly, hurling a torrent of invectives. Were it not for the fact that Danzo appeared somewhat disoriented today, he would not have dared to act in such a manner. He is also aware that once Danzo awakens, today's events will inevitably be swept under the rug. Thus, he decides to indulge in a momentary pleasure of expression while he still can. He, Sutsuki Yuki, would certainly seize any opportunity that presented itself. Before long, Wudi entered the ramen shop. As soon as he stepped through the door, he was captivated by the delectable aroma of the irises. The scent of the ramen wafting through the air. He sat before the counter, observing the deft movements of the chef as he skillfully stretched the noodles, a smile gracing his features. Meanwhile, his mind raced, embarking on a journey of vivid imagination. He rested his chin on his hand, his eyes fixed intently on that retreating figure. At that moment, Changpu noticed him, turned around, and smiled. "Is this your first time out? Are you here for a bowl of ramen?" "Certainly," Wu Di replied with a subtle smile. "Which kind would you like?" Changpu continued to inquire. Wu Di took a deep breath, a hint of mischievousness gracing his smile. "As long as it's made by you, I'm open to anything." Changpu's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, and she quickly turned away, lowering her head shyly. Her beauty was captivating, reminiscent of a tender flower yet to bloom in spring, gently swaying in the breeze. Observing her bashful demeanor, Wu Di's eyes sparkled with mischief. He clasped his hands together, forming a makeshift megaphone, and proclaimed, "Recently, there have been rumors that I have feelings for you, and today I am here to clarify that those rumors are indeed true." "What?" As soon as he finished speaking, the nearby Yale, who had been mercilessly beating Tuanzang, suddenly halted his actions. With rage evident on his face, he strode over. "What did you just say? You cherish my daughter? Just take a look at yourself. Do you truly believe you are worthy of her affection?" Wu Di's brow furrowed deeply. Ever since his journey through time began, the individuals he conversed with had all spoken in impeccably standard Mandarin. Yet, upon encountering Otsutsuki Yale, a strong accent from the Central Plains emerged. Had time and space become disordered once more? He swallowed hard, his nerves rendering him almost speechless. "Well, what exactly? Just tell me how much it is. No need to beat around the bush. If your assets are below 10 million taels, there's no point in discussing it." Illa casually waved his hand, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance. Wu Di furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of confusion. In his original world, such matters were typically broached by the prospective mother-in-law, weren't they? However, upon further reflection, he realized that Changpu did not have a mother. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "My assets are currently just 200 million. Is that acceptable?" 200 million? Illa cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "Young man, one cannot frivolously boast without substantial backing. 200 million? Do you have any idea how immense that sum of banknotes is?" Wu Di shrugged. "Apologies. But I do know. Would you care for a visit? My little shop is right across the street. The Invincible scratch card? That's your establishment?" Wu Di straightened his posture and deliberately cleared his throat, declaring, "Indeed." Illa's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. Lately, he had frequently heard patrons dining at his establishment rave about the Invincible scratch card, praising the quality of its offerings to no end. He stroked his chin, contemplating in his heart, "Since this young man wished to pursue my daughter, why not extort him a little?" Subsequently, he scratched his nose and softly said, "Well, I too would like to try my luck at the game later. What do you think?" Wu Di nodded. "That's fine, but our scratch-off tickets have a peculiar stipulation. They can only be purchased with cash. I cannot procure them otherwise." Ali's eyes darted twice, silently thinking, "Who do you think you are? Do you truly believe I am but a mere child of 3? However, the words that came out of his mouth took on a different tone. "That is only fair. But considering we are neighbors, could you perhaps offer a discount?" "A discount? That can be arranged," Wu Di declared, patting his chest. Just then, the ramen was ready. Changpu brought over the steaming bowl of noodles with both hands, placing it before Wu Di. The aroma of Changpu's creation filled the air as Wu Di merely had to take a whiff to appreciate its delightful fragrance. He lifted the noodles and slurped a mouthful, savoring the chewy texture that made his palate explode with joy. No wonder Naruto adored Ila ramen so much. It turns out, it truly is exquisite. He smacked his lips. If he could truly marry the sweet flag, wouldn't he be able to indulge in such delectable ramen every day? His thoughts drifted further and further away. Only when the last drop of soup had been consumed did he contentedly wipe his mouth, observing his enjoyment. Illa couldn't resist reminding him, "Don't forget, you still owe me a discount later." "All right," Wu Di replied, wiping his mouth as he prepared to rise and leave. In an instant, Ilu positioned himself in front of him, declaring, "Hey, you haven't paid for your noodles yet." Wu Di's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? I could easily give you a discount that would cover a month's worth of noodle expenses, and it's just a single bowl." Illa chuckled softly, crossing his arms. "The discount you offer is a gesture of goodwill between neighbors. However, paying for food is a matter of principle. You can't simply wipe your mouth clean and pretend not to know me, can you?" Wu Di's expression darkened considerably. He whispered, "How much?" Ilu slowly raised 2 fingers and replied solemnly, 10 taels. "Damn," Wu Di muttered under his breath, pulling a handful of loose coins from his wallet. "Here are 20 taels, no need for change." Chapter 94. Ila chuckled softly. "You're quite sensible. Wait for me at your shop. I'll be there shortly." Wu Di emerged from the noodle shop with a dark expression, silently returning to his little store, feeling dejected as he sat behind the counter. He had long heard of Yi Li's notorious stinginess, but he never expected it to be to such an extent. After all, it was merely 10 taels for noodles. Was it truly necessary to be so frugal? Before long, Yi Lu indeed stepped out, appearing tense with his arms crossed. Wu Di tapped his ear, his brow furrowed. Just how much money had he brought that warranted such anxiety? In the blink of an eye, Yi Lu entered, hastily pulling out a banknote from his bosom and slapping it onto the table. Bang! A neat stack of 3,000 tael banknotes. Wu Di's mind went blank, nearly toppling from his stool. It was merely 3,000 taels. Why create such a stir? As if he were carrying 30 million out the door? I've heard that the most sought after here is a 10,000 tael note, and you just mentioned giving me a discount. I won't ask for much. Just 3 notes will suffice. Huh. You certainly aren't greedy at all, Wu Di retorted with a forced smile. He truly felt powerless to comment on such a father-in-law. As he picked up the scratch-off tickets, a sense of doubt stirred within him. Should I allow him to win, or should I prevent his victory? Ultimately, I shall opt for his misfortune. What if such a father-in-law, accustomed to winning, were to engage in unpredictable behavior in the future? Lost in contemplation, he promptly diminished the winning odds of the 3 scratch-off tickets in his hand by 20%, upon handing them to a jovial companion. A broad smile illuminated the latter's face. Had this been any other time, he would not have given it a second thought. After all, a 30,000 tael scratch-off ticket is worth a considerable amount of noodles. Yet now, he seemed devoid of hesitation, exchanging 3,000 taels for 30,000 taels of scratch-offs. Even if he were to win but a single prize, he would deem it a worthwhile endeavor. Most importantly, he had previously heard that the odds of winning with these scratch-off tickets were exceedingly favorable. He extracted a coin from his pocket and began to fervently scratch the surface of the topmost scratch card. However, no glimmer of gold appeared. Yet another ticket was rendered worthless. The visage of Yi Lu dimmed slightly. Following this, he proceeded to the second card. Again, there was no gold to be found. And yet another ticket met the same fate. Cold sweat began to bead in the palms of Yi Li's hands, and the once proud chef's hat atop his head began to droop. Was it not said that your establishment boasts a high rate of winnings? How is it that I've scratched 2 cards without a single win? Yi Lu refrained from hastily scratching the third card, fixing his gaze upon Wu Di with an intensity that suggested he might devour him whole. Wu Di chuckled lightly and replied with an air of nonchalance. Scratch cards are merely a form of gambling. As with all games of chance, there are invariably losses alongside wins. Just look at Lady Tsunade. She comes here daily, wagering lavish sums, yet her winning rate plummets to new lows. Nevertheless, she perseveres in her pursuit of fortune here. Compared to her, you still have quite a distance to cover. Yi Lu furrowed his brow, recalling the figure of the 5th Hokage. Suddenly, a surge of confidence welled up within him. Raising his arm, he declared, I refuse to believe that my luck could be worse than Tsunade's. With that, he scratched the third scratch card. Alas, once again, it yielded nothing. Yi Lu began to lose his composure. As he observed the 3,000 taels being deposited into the cash box, he bellowed, Hold on. Wu Di, taken aback, turned to see Yi Lu transformed. An aura of menace enveloped him, and his fist crackled ominously. Tell me, are you deliberately selecting these cards that are bound to yield no winnings? His voice was deep and resonant, akin to a ferocious beast from ancient times. Wu Di swallowed hard, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he replied, I have no idea which scratch card might win and which will not. I cannot control this. Really? Yi Li's lips twitched slightly. At that moment, he was far more concerned about the 3,000 taels of silver notes he had lost than the outcome of the lottery. Wu Di raised 3 fingers, solemnly declaring, I would swear on the lamp that I truly cannot control it. Then it must mean your family runs a black shop. Those who usually dine at my establishment are merely your hired accomplices. The intent is to deceive me out of my 3,000 taels. Speak, is it not so? Yi Lu slammed his palm on the table. Wu Di instantly wore a bitter smile of despair, feeling at a loss for words. He truly could not fathom the workings of Yi Li's mind. If he were to hire so many accomplices merely for the sake of 3,000 taels, could he possibly recoup such an expense? He anxiously scratched his head, a tempest of thoughts raging within him. Look, you've fallen silent. Haven't you? I've struck a nerve. Bell pointed at Wu Di, his teeth clenched, wishing he could tear him apart. Wu Di licked his lips, his expression suddenly becoming remarkably calm. Soon after, he began to form hand seals. What is that rascal up to? Is he contemplating violence against me? Let me assure you, a true man never bends to tyranny. Even if you were to take my life, I would still expose your vile nature before the masses. Do not think that your prosperous business grants you immunity. Yell vented in exasperation, but before he could finish, he found that a dozen wooden stakes had suddenly appeared beside him. Almost immediately, a searing pain erupted from the depths of his soul. The sensation was so exquisite and torturous, it felt as if it might tear his very crown asunder. Ack! Yao threw back his head and cried out. The veins in his neck stood out prominently. Do not presume that such punishment will compel me to submit. Let me tell you, a true man will never bow to malevolence. Burn on, my undying youth. Press on, I shall prevail. Listening to his impassioned declaration, Wudi coughed softly twice, utterly speechless. Yao was no ninja like Danzo. He could not withstand the physical prowess of his AK. Moreover, he was the father of the woman he cherished. If he were to inadvertently end his life, he would have no explanation to offer. The beautiful future he envisioned would dissolve into mere illusion. He shook his head with a sigh, directly retrieving the 3,000 taels of silver notes from the box. Let me tell you, regardless of the methods you employ today, the reputation of your establishment is irretrievably tarnished. I shall persistently murmur your name within these walls. I shall create a public denunciation to expose you. At that moment, Wu Di approached, handing him the 3,000 taels with a gentle smile, and inquired, "What else do you desire?" Ilu, momentarily taken aback, gazed at the silver notes in his hand, and suddenly burst into laughter. "I shall proclaim to everyone that your shop harbors no secrets. The owner is quite amiable. I shall present you with a banner of commendation." Chapter 95. Discovering the lair. Upon the mention of the banner, Wu Di paused, smiling as he asked, "Have you contemplated the inscription for the banner?" "Do I even need to think?" Ilu replied disdainfully, casting him a sideways glance. "In the past, I have never encountered you. It is evident that you are a traveler from afar. Since you hail from distant lands, it shall be simple. The inscription shall read, 'You will forever be the most loyal friend of the citizens of Konoha.'" "Enough, enough." Wudi clapped his hands, dispelling the would-release technique, and gently ushered Ilu out the door. "You Konoha folks truly have a penchant for flattery, don't you?" Outside, Ilu shouted. "This format was taught by the third Hokage." "Damn." Wudi cursed under his breath. Turning back to the quaint shop, he felt that the interior was rather dim. He raised his hand to press the switch, but the light failed to respond. He slightly lifted his head and let out a bitter laugh. "Is it really necessary to swear an oath? Must you be so compliant with me?" Immediately after, there was a loud bang. The light exploded. Outside the Sound Ninja village, in a desolate meadow, a gentle breeze swept across, revealing remnants of a fierce battle that had taken place not long ago. Jiraiya, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke softly, "We have arrived. Below lies the hidden lair of Orochimaru." Naruto glanced down at his feet, leaping up in astonishment. "Are you referring to this?" Jiraiya nodded gravely. Sakura looked around, her voice barely above a whisper. "Jiraiya-sensei, how are we supposed to descend?" Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya's expression turned serious. "I forgot. Damn it. You old pervert, can you not be a bit more reliable? Without an entrance, how are we supposed to find it?" Jiraiya shot him a sidelong glance. "That's easily remedied." With that, he swiftly formed hand seals, summoning jutsu. Bang! As the mist dissipated, the vibrant green, red-lit toad reappeared. "Little Jiraiya, we meet again." The toad raised its front paws and embraced Jiraiya. "Wait? Toad, why are you here again? What about Winta?" Jiraiya exclaimed, struggling to push it away. "My little Jiraiya, how long has it been since you returned to Mount Myaboku? Don't you miss me?" The toad continued. "Winta said a few days ago that he didn't want to be summoned, so as soon as I saw the summoning signal, I came right away. Look how good I am to you." The toad fluttered its luscious lips, throwing flirtatious glances at Jiraiya. He felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Hastily pushing its chin away and protesting, "Quickly tell Winta, it's urgent. If he assists me with this, I shall show him the plot editor." "The plot editor? Is it a delicious bug?" the toad asked, somewhat puzzled. "A bug, you silly creature. It's something far more exquisite. Just relay that to Winta. I will summon it in a minute." Upon hearing Jiraiya's description, the toad grew excited and inquired, "Something exquisite? May I see it first?" Jiraiya scoffed, "You are not worthy." The toad's expression dimmed significantly. "Little Jiraiya, have you begun to disdain me? That makes me so sad." With another bang, the toad vanished into thin air. Jiraiya sighed in relief, as if he had narrowly escaped the tiger's jaws. Junmu stood behind the three, arms crossed over his chest, looking extremely anxious. Noticing this, Naruto gently reassured him, "Don't worry, Junmu, we will find a way in." In the subterranean depths, Orochimaru sensed a faint ripple of chakra and murmured, "Perhaps an acquaintance has arrived." Sasuke, somewhat perplexed, inquired softly, "What is happening?" Beside him, Kabuto adjusted his glasses and elucidated Orochimaru's words. "What Lord Orochimaru means is that your comrades from Konoha may have come, and they are accompanied by a rather detestable character, Sasuke, irritated by their banter. Observe their exchange with discontent. Within moments, the ground beneath them trembled ominously. Above ground, Fukasaku, pipe in mouth, exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Jiraiya. Is the plot editor you mentioned the same one you showed to the Great Snake last time? He inquired. Fukasaku complained to me that you forbade him from viewing it, insisting I return and inform him of its nature. Jiraiya chuckled. Of course, there is but one plot editor in this world. He then gestured toward the open space ahead. However, you must first assist me in excavating this area. Without doing so, our endeavors cannot proceed. And if we cannot proceed, naturally, there will be no opportunity for you to witness the plot editor. Fukasaku snorted disdainfully. None of you Konoha ninjas are worth a dime. You spend your days ordering me around like a laborer. Were it not for the allure of the plot editor, I would have buried you by now. As his words fell, he thrust his massive blade into the ground, instantly revealing a vertical passageway. Just as he sheathed his sword, a multitude of individuals with unsettling expressions surged forth from the tunnel. My brother is among them, Jun exclaimed, pointing toward the throng with tear-filled eyes. Naruto furrowed his brow, sensing a tension in the air. The appearance of these individuals was far from ordinary, exuding an aura of malevolence. Damn it, has Orochimaru resumed those abhorrent experiments? Jiraiya gritted his teeth. Naruto turned to him, inquiring softly, what experiments? With a heavy sigh, Jiraiya recounted, in his days at Konoha, he was obsessed with human experimentation, often abducting unsuspecting ninjas. Eventually, his misdeeds were uncovered by the third Hokage, who led an offensive against him. Yet, in the end, the third could not bring himself to strike, for Orochimaru had once been his most cherished disciple. Thus, he let him go. As the words hung in the air, Jiraiya let out another deep sigh, a glint of determination igniting in his eyes. What my teacher failed to accomplish, I shall rectify. Orochimaru, come forth. He let out a thunderous roar. Before the echoes of his voice had dissipated, the group emerging from the passage surged forward. Junmo, which one is your brother? Naruto asked in a hushed tone, his anxiety palpable as he drew two shuriken. The one in black with exposed shoulders. Junmo whispered from behind. In an instant, Naruto dashed forward, his hands moving swiftly to form seals. Would release. 1,000-year rooting technique. In a heartbeat, the man identified by Jun was ensnared, and he, alongside Sakura, plunged into the fray. Within moments, they had dispatched the majority of their adversaries. Jiraiya approached with Junmu by his side. As she beheld her transformed brother, tears streamed down her cheeks. Brother, it's me, Junmu. She cried out repeatedly, yet the man's eyes revealed no trace of recognition or emotion. Chapter 96. The ineffectiveness of the great medicine Junmu was now a weeping figure, her sorrow evident. However, the bound man shook his head violently, exhibiting a ferocious demeanor. Brother, I truly am Junmu. Please look at me. She cried out desperately. Suddenly, the cursed seal on the man's neck flickered ominously, and he contorted, becoming even more feral than before. In that moment, it seemed he had forgotten all pain, frantically tearing at himself. The sight was harrowing for Junmu, compelling her to turn away. Grasping Jiraiya's clothing, she implored, Sensei, please end my brother's suffering. I cannot bear to see him like this. Jiraiya exhaled deeply, gently patting her shoulder, and replied in a somber tone, very well. He was acutely aware of the heartache that accompanied such a decision. The scene before him evoked memories of the tragic confrontation between Tsunade and Dan long ago. He nudged Junmu and whispered, Child, let's go? With a heart-wrenching expression. Junmu covered her face and dashed into the distance, quickly vanishing from sight. Jiraiya, gazing at the kunai in his hand, suddenly adopted a resolute demeanor. The foot soldiers on the ground were swiftly dispatched. Observing the disappearance of Junmu and the slain man, Naruto felt an immense weight upon his heart. At that moment, Orochimaru emerged alongside Sasuke and Kabuto. Sasuke. Upon spotting Sasuke, Sakura instinctively rushed towards him. Jiraiya, noticing her intent, raised his hand to intercept her. Sasuke, why have you not returned to Konoha? Come back. Tears sparkled in the corners of Sakura's eyes as she cried out. Naruto gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on the kunai even further. However, Sasuke appeared indifferent, calmly regarding his two comrades who had participated in the Chunin exams together. He spoke softly. I need strength now, and you cannot provide it. Orochimaru cast a glance at Jiraiya, a sly smile forming on his lips. You have returned. And you even summoned this wretched frog, ruining my lair. Are you prepared for the consequences? As he spoke, he instructed Kabuto to roll up his sleeves. invoking a summoning technique that brought forth the monstrous Manda. At the moment of its arrival, Manda grinned at One-Tai. "Ah, we meet again, Toad," One-Tai scoffed, fixating on the still-healing wound on Manda's mouth. "You should refrain from speaking too much, lest the wind escapes your words." Manda's expression twisted in irritation as it bellowed. "This is all due to that old man from your side, the one with the earthy hue. If it weren't for him." "Enough." Just as Manda and One-Tai exchanged barbs, Orochimaru barked sharply, leaping onto Manda's head with Kabuto. Jiraiya immediately retreated, positioning himself to confront One-Tai. On the ground, only Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura remained. Tears streamed down Sakura's face as she clasped her hands to her chest. "Sasuke, please come back. We were once the best of friends, were we not?" Witnessing her sorrow, Sasuke remained utterly unperturbed. "I have already stated that I require strength. Do you even comprehend what true strength is? Only Orochimaru can grant me the power I seek." "Stop spouting nonsense," Naruto shouted, charging forward. Sasuke gritted his teeth, drawing his blade and leaping into action. With a wicked grin, Naruto crossed his arms and proclaimed loudly, "Shadow Clone Technique." In the blink of an eye, more than 20 Narutos surged forward. Sasuke slashed left and right. Despite eliminating a dozen clones, 2 still clung tightly to him. Naruto snapped his fingers, a glimmer of victory shining in his eyes. At long last, the moment he has been anticipating arrives. If Sasuke were on the ground, controlling him would undoubtedly prove challenging. However, the circumstances have now shifted. Wood release, 1,000-year sapling technique. Naruto swiftly performs the hand seals, and in an instant, numerous wooden stakes pierce through the shadow clone, firmly ensnaring Sasuke within their grasp. To thwart him from summoning the dreaded Scream Chicken, Naruto deliberately separates his hands. With a resounding thud that ignites excitement, Sasuke emits a high-pitched scream. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto steps forward and promptly forces the extracted medicinal pill into his mouth. He paused momentarily, his expression frozen. "What is it that you have fed me?" With a sinister grin, Naruto replied, "This is the divine elixir that will alter your intentions, the Great Chin Pill." On either side of the grassland, Orochimaru and Jiraiya remained locked in their standoff. They observed the 2 individuals quarreling on the ground, their expressions laden with gravity. Within a mere 2 minutes, Sasuke's gaze grew hazy, and painful tears streamed down his face. "I am a sinner. I am guilty, the greatest sinner in the history of Konoha. I must return to Konoha. I must return quickly. Take me back." Upon witnessing his distressing demeanor, a glimmer of hope flickered across Sakura's sorrowful visage. As long as Sasuke could accompany them back to the village, her efforts would not have been in vain. Naruto clasped his hands together, dispelling the wood release control. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, casting a sidelong glance at Kabuto, who nodded slightly and swiftly formed hand seals. The cursed mark on Sasuke's neck suddenly radiated with light. In an instant, the potent effects of the Dashin pill were neutralized. Sasuke staggered back, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "Do you truly believe this will enable my return to Konoha? Do not delude yourselves. I seek power, and I will slay that man. You shall not become an obstacle." As he spoke, he drew out the Screaming Chicken. Sensing the impending danger, Naruto hastily activated Wood Release. Both moved simultaneously. Just as the third crow of the rooster echoed, the effects of the millennia-old grafting technique took hold. Sasuke's expression instantly became despondent. He seemed to recall that moment at the Valley of the End. Ouch. Just hearing about it is painful. Yet, a significant issue remains. His dance of ninjutsu has yet to cease. There he was, ensnared amidst the Wood Release, incessantly twisting his hips. The melody intertwined with cries of despair echoed across the barren ground. Uncle Snake cast a glance at Yakushi Kabuto, his expression rife with discomfort. "I feel somewhat extraneous. Perhaps we should take our leave." Yakushi Kabuto cleared his throat, turned, and leaped off the great serpent. "Farewell, Toad." Boom. The great serpent vanished, taking Uncle Snake and Yakushi Kabuto with it. Jiraiya patted the ground beneath him, addressing Bunta. "Old friend, you may return now." Bunta huffed softly. "Do you think I wish to linger here? Tell me, where is the plot editor?" Suddenly, Jiraiya remembered his earlier promise and chuckled nonchalantly. "Very well. I shall show you now." He withdrew an editor from his tool pouch, envisioning a magnificent tapestry in his mind. Subsequently, he placed the editor before One-Tai. One-Tai's dazed eyes suddenly widened. 2 tiny nostrils expelled torrents of scalding blood, splattering upon Naruto and his companions. Chapter 97, Kakuzu Resigns. Feeling the searing spray of toad blood, Naruto turned and shouted, "Hey, Toad Boss, have you not experienced the delightful pleasure of grafting again?" The toad boss lowered his gaze slightly and retorted coldly, "Humph. What do you know? My toad blood is a veritable tonic. All right, I shall let you indulge." Naruto, seething with fury, gritted his teeth and swiftly formed hand seals. Upon witnessing this, One Tai hastily fled. However, the hand seals were already complete, and there was no turning back. The next moment, Jiraiya let out a laugh that resonated from the depths of his heart. "Naruto, my dear Rain," Jiraiya screamed in utter despair. The video editor slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, still echoing with the croaks of frogs. Naruto, momentarily taken aback, awkwardly released the wood release technique. Jiraiya lay sprawled on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face, filled with profound regret. "I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I should never have agreed to let those two search for Sasuke. Had I not brought them along, One Tai would not have been summoned. Without summoning One Tai, the wood release would not have been unleashed. Had it not been unleashed, I would not have found myself in such a humiliating predicament." He wept bitterly, his entire body occasionally convulsing. Turning back, Sasuke had completed his dance. Naruto approached with a grave expression, observing Sasuke's current state and exhaling a sigh of relief. He then slowly retrieved the scriptures of Tang Sing. Upon seeing this prop, Sakura suddenly tensed up. She had witnessed the effects it had on the third Hokage and Konoha. Even the formidable Danzo Shimura had nearly succumbed under its influence. She hurriedly rushed forward, grasping Naruto's arm and shaking her head slowly. "Naruto, this could cost lives." Naruto locked eyes with Sakura, and the expression in his gaze grew increasingly complex. He pulled 3 scratch cards from his pocket and placed them at Sasuke's feet. "Sasuke, I know that forcibly bringing you back will only lead to your departure again. These 3 scratch cards are what I brought from the village, hoping they might yield something useful for you. I understand that you bear deep grievances, and if you can avenge yourself with these cards, then please return to Konoha soon. Sakura and I are waiting for you." With that, Naruto turned away nonchalantly, shouldering Jiraiya and departing. Sakura stifled a sob, casting a reluctant glance at Sasuke before turning to follow Naruto. A gentle breeze stirred the scratch cards, causing them to flutter alongside Sasuke's cloak. After a prolonged silence, Sasuke stared in the direction Naruto had vanished and shouted, "You fool, unravel the wood release for me." In Konoha village, the invincible scratch cards lay dusted and untouched. Woody suddenly froze, a series of notifications flashing in his mind. "You have scratched out an item. A basketball, would you like to accept? You have scratched out an item. A pair of overalls, would you like to accept? You have scratched out an item. A mop wig, would you like to accept?" At that moment, there was no one in the store scratching cards, leaving only one explanation. All these items had been scratched out by Sasuke. "Well, this is splendid." A complete set of items delivered directly. The cloth in his hand did not cease its movement. Following the recent calamity that befell Danzo outside the village, tranquility had unexpectedly descended upon the village in the days since Naruto and his companions departed. With his disturbances absent, the mornings in the village had transformed into a serene stillness. Tsunade, who was usually punctual in distributing the lottery tickets, arrived later than usual today. Upon entering the store, she raised her hand. "Shizune, bring forth the silver tickets." Shizune, accustomed to the routine, promptly extracted 40 million ryo. She wildly waved her arms, sending a flurry of coated fragments into the air. Ever since that fateful day, her luck in the lottery had utterly vanished. Yet, inexplicably, she felt no inclination to retreat, continuing to visit this place daily without fail. "Lady Tsunade, perhaps I should scratch off half for you first. That way, the losses might be minimized," Shizune suggested with a pained expression. Tsunade shook her head firmly. "How could that be? I have personally experienced the glimmer of gold before. It feels akin to ice skating. Once you are touched by it, the desire to abstain becomes unattainable." In the Rain Shinobi village, atop the high tower, in the Akatsuki's conference room, Kakuza wore a notably grave expression as he sat in a position beside Nagato. "Today, I have summoned everyone here because there is a profoundly serious matter that requires announcement." He retrieved a heavily crumpled sheet of manuscript paper and slowly rose to his feet. A letter of self-reflection and resignation. "Esteemed Manager Nagato and esteemed colleagues, I must humbly confess that I no longer possess the capability to continue in my role as the treasurer and accountant of the Akatsuki organization. For the past fortnight, I have been losing 10 million ryo in banknotes each day, escalating to a staggering loss of 40 million ryo daily just 5 days ago. To date, the total loss amounts to 300 million and 100 ryo. I express my profound regret regarding this matter." His tone was imbued with a profound sense of tragedy, and the expressions of those present were fraught with tension. Subsequently, he let out a deep sigh. Turning to Nagato, he said, "Esteemed boss, regarding the selection of the cashier and accountant, I kindly ask you to reconsider your choices. Kakuzu is truly overwhelmed and unable to cope. Furthermore, there is one more point." He scratched his head, and his tone suddenly shifted. "In future meetings, could we please keep that spendthrift, Shonan, at a distance from me? She constantly pilfers my wallet to indulge in her explosive amusements. I mean, what is wrong with a girl engaging in origami? Must she resort to playing with explosive devices? There is already a Deidara among us who revels in such antics. Must we all follow suit? Moreover, the losses I reported earlier do not account for the 5 times Xiao Nin has stolen my wallet last month, accumulating a staggering total of 120 million. Afe has pilfered from me 3 times, summing up to 80 million. And let's not forget Deidara purchasing clay and Scorpion acquiring rosewood. Oh. And this reminds me, why does a puppet master like you not choose wood, but instead opts for rosewood? Shouldn't such materials be cherished and appreciated? You all seem to have lost your sense of purpose in your pursuits. It is truly lamentable, an immense tragedy." He finally ceased his incessant chatter for a moment. Nagato, seated at the head, wore a grave expression. Glancing at the other members, he spoke softly. "Kakuzu intends to resign. Do you have any objections?" Silence enveloped the room. After a prolonged pause, he continued, "Since no one wishes to speak, I shall make an announcement. After careful consideration, I have decided to revoke Kakuzu's position as treasurer and accountant. A new treasurer and accountant will be elected shortly through a public vote." As his words echoed, the room fell into a profound stillness. After a brief interval, Nagato licked his lips and proceeded, "Now, let us hold a public vote for our next treasurer and accountant. Those in favor of Kakuzu, please raise your hands." For the first time in history, everyone present, except Kakuzu, raised their hands. Nagato could not help but applaud. He then looked earnestly at Kakuzu and remarked, "It appears that the members of our organization hold a significant trust in you. Thus, this noble yet challenging task shall continue to rest upon your shoulders. For the sake of unity, stability, and harmony within our organization, strive forward. Let us persevere." With that, Nagato gestured to the others. Following a vote by the entire organization, Kakuzu was appointed as the new treasurer and accountant. Applause erupted in the spacious conference room, resonating with a harmonious and delightful sound. As the applause subsided, Nagato patted Kakuzu on the shoulder. There is an ancient saying from the distant East: when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their mind through suffering, strengthen their bones through labor, starve their body, and expose them to hardships, thus stirring their spirit and fortifying their capabilities. Upon returning, write this down and hang it by your bedside, reciting it 300 times daily. Let us encourage each other in this." He then turned to the remaining members and waved his hand. "Disperse, disperse. Those who wish to play mahjong, do so. Those who wish to play landlord, partake in that. Let Kakuzu relish this moment of promotion in solitude." The crowd promptly scattered like birds and beasts. Kakuzu clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating in the air. He suddenly turned around, fist clenched as he charged towards Nagato. Nagato gently shook his head and unleashed pain to block the attack directly. "Universal pull. Heavenly push. Universal pull. Heavenly push." Kakuzu screamed in despair. "I no longer wish to live." In the Hidden Leaf village, Jiraiya had returned with Naruto to the village entrance. As soon as they stepped into the village, Naruto dashed straight towards the irresistible scratch-off lottery. During their 2-day excursion, he had not had the chance to indulge. He had almost succumbed to the temptation of scratching Sasuke's ticket several times. This time, upon his return, he was determined to win big. With a few graceful leaps, he arrived at the lottery shop. Upon entering, he exclaimed, "Boss, give me a ticket worth 10,000. Saying this, he laid down a banknote of 10,000 Rio. "Oh, it seems you have some cash now." Woody chuckled as he handed him a ticket. He smirked slightly, of course. Following that, he vigorously scratched the ticket. Shortly thereafter, a flash of gold revealed an old-fashioned cannon model adorned with foreign symbols. Woody's eyes widened, and a wry smile crept upon his lips. "Goodness, is there any prop that cannot be revealed here?" Naruto tucked the cannon model away and inquired softly, "Boss, what on earth is this?" Woody stroked his chin and explained with great seriousness, "This is a standard issue of our hometown's modern war deity, known as the Italian cannon. This cannon utilizes the user's chakra as its power source. As long as the user's chakra flows, the cannon will not cease." Glancing at the model, Naruto smirked. "But it's so small, not even comparable to that AK gun you have." Even if it fires, what impact could it possibly have? Hearing his complaints, Wu Di shook his finger. This device is far more intricate than you imagine. Its compact size is merely for convenience. When you need to use it, all you must do is recite a spell. A spell? Naruto tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. Wu Di nodded. Remember, the incantation is, Second Lieutenant. Where the hell is your Italian cannon? Then the cannon will instantly enlarge. When you no longer require it, simply shout, all units, fix bayonets, and it will revert to its original size. Naruto grew increasingly fascinated, inspecting it in his hands, and mumbled, Second Lieutenant. Where the hell is your Italian cannon? Bang! The model instantly expanded. Immediately, a cacophony of rubble echoed. Jiraiya and Sakura, strolling down the street, abruptly looked up to see the roof of the scratch-off shop pierced by a golden cannon barrel. Clouds of dust swirling around it. Vortex Naruto. Wu Di, beneath a shower of broken tiles and a fallen bird's nest, gritted his teeth and roared. Inside the nest, two startled chicks chirped incessantly, seemingly joining Wu Di in reprimanding Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto found himself half buried beneath the Italian cannon, his eyes spinning in bewilderment. Wow, it's so large and formidable. Naruto, my house is ruined, you must repair it. I demand land compensation, and again, land compensation. Wu Di, in a fit of madness, raised his AK and fired into the sky. At that moment, amidst the gathered crowd, a figure clad in pink emerged. Wu Di, desperate to vent his frustration, suddenly formed hand seals. Would release. 1,000-year cutting technique. A bewildered Danzo was instantaneously immobilized, glancing around in confusion. What on earth is happening now? A thrilling sound reverberated alongside Tuanzang's shout. Wu Di turned and retraced his steps to the back room, retrieving the recently acquired Italian cannon. Emerging from the small shop's entrance, he fixed a fierce gaze upon Tuanzang, aiming the cannon directly at him. Where is your blasted Italian cannon, company commander? Wu Di bellowed as the cannon's barrel expanded dramatically in an instant. He placed his hand upon the cannon's muzzle, and in an instant, he felt the force within that siphoned away a portion of his chakra. Fire the cannon! Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the middle of the street, causing a slight dusting to settle upon the surrounding buildings. Upon inspecting the roadway, a substantial crater had formed. Tuanzang lay at the center of the pit, his complexion darkened, and smoke rising from his hair. Fortunately, his mother had applied lipstick before leaving the house today. Otherwise, he might have met his end here. Wu Di couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. What manner of constitution did Tuanzang possess, that he could withstand such a violent assault and yet remain alive? He exhaled deeply and murmured, all troops, bayonets. Instantly, the cannon's body shrank. He returned to the dilapidated little shop, his heart bleeding at the sight of its ruin. Consequently, there would be no business for the next 2 days. Tsunade's 2 days amounted to a staggering 40 million. All gone. At that moment, Naruto also awoke, patting the cannon and declaring, all units, prepare for battle. His Italian cannon suddenly diminished in size. However, as he retracted the barrel, the unstable mounting led to a catastrophic collapse. The once secure bedroom was instantly exposed to the elements. Wu Di took a deep breath, repeatedly admonishing himself to remain calm, to suppress his anger. Yet, the flames of fury surged within him, uncontrollable and fierce. He withdrew an AK from behind the counter and burst through the door. At that moment, Danzo emerged from the pit. I let you crawl, he shouted as he pulled the trigger. The sound echoed, accompanied by the roar of blue flames. Chapter 99. The principle of true delight. Observing the unique technique employed by the Italian cannon, Jiraiya could not help but stroke his chin thoughtfully. This cannon was quite extraordinary, entirely reliant on chakra for its operation. Given that Naruto housed the Nine Tails within him, his chakra reserves were already far superior to those of an average individual. If he could harness the chakra of the Nine Tails, would not his cannon be capable of an endless barrage? With such thoughts brewing in his mind, he contemplated the opportune moment to take Naruto out for training. Sakura stood by, her gaze somewhat dimmed. At present, Naruto spent his days in the company of Jiraiya, while Sasuke had aligned himself with Orochimaru. In Class 7, 2 of her companions had taken the legendary Sannin as their mentor. How could she possibly resign herself to lag behind? Thus, without a moment's hesitation, she made her way to the Hokage office. Tsunade was engrossed in reviewing documents when she noticed Sakura rushing in. Is there something urgent that brings you here? She inquired. Sakura exhaled deeply and bowed at a 90-degree angle. I humbly request that you take me on as your apprentice, Lady Tsunade. Oh? Tsunade raised an eyebrow slightly. Why should I accept you as my disciple? Sakura pondered for a moment before responding, During my recent quest to find Sasuke, I witnessed many individuals who were injured without any means of treatment. If I could become a medical ninja, I would be able to provide significant assistance to our village when needed. Just as she was speaking, the door to the Hokage office swung open. A girl clad in purple with golden hair strode in. With a forehead like yours, you dare to dream of becoming Lady Tsunade's apprentice? Are you out of your mind? Sakura's expression darkened instantly as she clenched her fists. Ino, what are you doing here? Ino, hands on her hips and head held high, retorted. I am also here to seek Lady Tsunade as my teacher. Initially, she hadn't intended to ask Tsunade for mentorship. She merely wanted to see what Sakura was up to after catching sight of her entering the office. She never imagined Sakura would be seeking Tsunade as her mentor. Such a thing was not something she would allow Sakura to achieve so easily. Sakura tightened her fists and gritted her teeth. I came in first. You should leave. On what grounds? This isn't your home. The argument escalated in intensity, causing Tsunade's brows to furrow further. Enough. Stop the noise. It's infuriating. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table and slowly rose to her feet. She regarded the two young women with a serious expression and said, Since you both wish to be my apprentices, let us settle this on the rooftop. Whoever wins may have my consideration for apprenticeship. Upon hearing this, both girls' eyes sparkled with excitement. During the last Chunin exam, they had reached a stalemate, and now they had another chance to duel. Eager to deliver a decisive blow to one another. Soon, the trio arrived at the rooftop. Tsunade stood in the center, observing the spirited young challengers on either side. Begin the duel. Ino smirked, a sly smile creeping across her face as she swiftly unleashed a green butterfly. Genjutsu, flower butterfly. With a sudden exclamation from her, Sakura found herself surrounded by a multitude of butterflies. However, this illusion crafted by Ino had a flaw. Initially, the butterflies did not obscure her entire field of vision. Yet, as Ino continued to evade, it became challenging to ascertain her precise location. In that moment, Sakura recalled a painting she had scratched off at a scratch-off lottery shop and deftly produced it. In an instant, Ino's gaze was drawn towards it, and her body unconsciously moved closer. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Sakura activated her 5-second real man technique and delivered a powerful punch directly to Ino's face. Ino was instantly knocked back, crashing against the railing behind her, rendering her unconscious. Witnessing the explosive force unleashed in that moment, Tsunade thoughtfully stroked her chin. This reminded her somewhat of her own immense strength. Perhaps there was potential for proper cultivation here. Subsequently, she took Sakura to the underground training facility of the Hokage's office, where an entire team of medical ninjas was honing their skills. Shizune, clad in a professional outfit, was administering aid to a dying fish on a scroll. Shizune, leave this place to Sakura. Tsunade instructed softly. Shizune stood upright and promptly withdrew. Sakura, gazing at the feeble fish before her, made up her mind and hurriedly carried the fish outside. Tsunade, perplexed, wondered what the girl intended to do. Did she possess a superior method of rescue? Her curiosity deepened. She glanced at the other medical ninjas in training, her brow furrowing even more. The training methods for medical ninjas had remained unchanged for quite some time. She exhaled deeply, questioning herself. Had she fallen behind? She increasingly anticipated witnessing Sakura's success in reviving the fish. After approximately 16 or 17 minutes, Sakura returned, holding a small basin that emitted steam. Soon, a delightful aroma of fish wafted through the air. Tsunade-sama, you are so kind, knowing I hadn't eaten fish in days. You've rewarded me with one, Sakura exclaimed, presenting a small bowl of fish soup. Tsunade gulped hard, suddenly coming to her senses, and shouted, That was the fish we used for medical purposes. How could you have cooked it? Sakura shrugged slightly. Tsunade-sama, I saw it struggling for life. Thus, in the spirit of humanitarianism, I decided to grant it release. Besides, I truly haven't eaten fish in a long time. Tsunade gritted her teeth, trembling with anger. She felt an overwhelming urge to slap Sakura immediately. Yet, as the enticing aroma filled the room, she found herself tempted. As the esteemed 5th Hokage, she could not stoop to the level of the 3rd Hokage, who would snatch things from others and then resort to violence. Sakura tilted her head slightly, observing Tsunade's flaring nostrils, and chuckled softly. Lady Tsunade, you must be hungry as well. Why not join me for a meal? She ventured tentatively. Typically, she had never interacted closely with Tsunade, and her temperament remained a mystery to Sakura. Clenching her fist, Tsunade turned abruptly. Even if I starve to death or knock my head against the wall, I will never eat the fish you prepared. Leave at once. And I will pretend you said nothing today. Hurry up. Before she could finish her sentence, a slurping sound echoed from behind. Turning around, she beheld the entire basement, aside from herself, gathered around the bowl of fish, each wielding chopsticks. Ino savored a piece of fish, her face radiating joy. Wow, this is unbelievably delicious. I've never tasted such exquisite fish in my life. Nearby, 2 other ninjas chimed in enthusiastically. Are there any more chopsticks? Tsunade inquired softly. Sakura promptly retrieved a pair of disposable chopsticks from her bag. There are plenty of chopsticks. Tsunade unwrapped the packaging and picked up a piece. It smells divine. Chapter 100. The fortunate fate of SHBU. After 2 days of repairs, the invincible scratch lottery was ready to reopen. Tsunade was the first to arrive, extravagantly spending 80 million. A throng of Konoha's young ninjas followed suit to cheer her on. Unbeknownst to them, the scratch lottery shop had become an indispensable part of life in Konoha. The villagers had grown accustomed to the rhythm of stopping by before missions and returning afterward for another round. After a busy morning, the frequency of scratch ticket purchases noticeably declined. Yet, what did it matter? Any losses would be replenished by morning. Just as he sighed in relief, SHBU approached, clutching a wad of scattered banknotes. Boss, give me 1,000. Woody stroked his chin and handed her a ticket worth 100,000. Congratulations. You are the 3,344th customer of our shop. As per tradition, you will receive a discount. SHBU smiled coyly, accepting it without hesitation. She knew Woody was fibbing, but the thrill of this small gain was simply too delightful to resist. After a moment, the ticket shimmered, and a golden vault emerged. Gleaming brilliantly, Woody glanced at the instructions, unable to suppress a smirk. What could these scratch tickets possibly be used for? At that moment, he truly understood the meaning of drought and flood. With her extraordinary accounting skills and the treasure trove in hand, SHBU's ability to generate wealth was already remarkable. But now, another opportunity for profit had arisen. If Kakuzu were to learn of this, would he journey from afar to commit robbery? Boss, what is this? Changpu inquired with curiosity. Wudi sighed softly and explained at a measured pace, this is an automatic financial management safe. Once you deposit banknotes, the safe will autonomously match you with suitable investment strategies. Furthermore, this safe possesses a remarkable feature, insurance. While others may experience gains and losses in their investments, your safe guarantees that you will not incur any losses. Should anyone attempt to default through this means, they would forfeit all their convertible assets, which would then be converted back into banknotes and returned to your safe. A golden glimmer sparkled in Changpu's eyes. Ever since she had won a divine ledger from the scratchoff shop, her income had been accelerating day by day, especially in recent days. She was now netting over 1,000 taels daily with little effort. If she were to acquire such a financial management safe, would it not mean that her future wealth would be limitless? She excitedly tiptoed, cradling the small safe with uncontainable joy. Witnessing this scene, Wudi sighed again. It is indeed fascinating how women can exhibit extraordinary strength for objects that captivate their interest. The safe, though not exceedingly heavy, weighed around 70 to 80 pounds. Given Changpu's delicate stature and lack of any martial prowess, one would expect her to struggle. Yet now, she embraced the safe as effortlessly as one would a cushion, her bright eyes gleaming with avarice. Thank you, boss. I'll be on my way, she murmured, turning to exit. As he watched her retreating figure, Wudi called out, Hey, do you know the difference between you and the stars in the sky? Changpu paused, tilting her head in confusion. Wudi chuckled softly. The stars are in the sky, while you dwell in my heart. In an instant, Changpu's face flushed like a pomegranate in autumn, exuding an irresistible charm. Across the street, the ramen shop suddenly erupted with the voice of Ichiraku. You little rascal, if you dare to harass my daughter again, beware that I may just take up residence in your establishment. Wudi felt a shiver run down his spine. He could vaguely recall the last encounter with Ichiraku, which had been nothing short of brutal. Had he not settled the matter by compensating Ichiraku with 3,000 taels, he might have faced prolonged unrest. Now, he found himself in a bit of trouble. Alas, it is true what they say. A son-in-law is indeed the nemesis of the father-in-law. He let out a sorrowful sigh. At that moment, a flash of pink appeared. Boss, I have no father. Wudi instantly clenched his fist and, without a moment's hesitation, drew his AK, pulling back the bolt. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, several silver notes suddenly appeared before the muzzle. Boss, I want to buy a scratch-off ticket. Wudi promptly stowed away the AK and said with a smile, had you mentioned it earlier, we could have avoided this awkwardness. Come, have a seat. He eagerly accepted the banknotes, counting them meticulously, and found that the total amounted to exactly 100,000. He casually took a scratch card worth 100,000 and handed it to Tuanzang. Tuanzong, fidgeting with a hint of playfulness, said, "Boss, I've heard that you've offered a discount to Yilu. Could you possibly extend the same courtesy to me?" Wu Di's lips twitched in irritation. That damned Yilu, how could he let such information slip? If I gave him a discount, would it not set a precedent for others? If it were not for the fact that he was the father of my reserved girlfriend, Wu Di would have been tempted to send him packing immediately. Turning back, he forced a smile, picked up a cloth from behind the counter, and began polishing the Italian cannon. Let me make this clear. I do not typically offer discounts to anyone. That day was merely an exception. Tuanzong chuckled softly, his eyes fixated on the Italian cannon. A glimmer of cunning flickering within. So that is how it is. I knew it. The boss is steadfast and impartial. How could he casually alter the price of a scratch card? Just follow the rules and give me a 100,000. Wu Di smiled as he turned around, directly pulling out a scratch card worth 100,000, adjusting the payout rate before handing it over to Tuanzong. Tuanzong hummed a little tune, happily scratching away. Yet, upon revealing all the layers, there remained not a glimmer of fortune. He pursed his lips, wearing an expression of profound dejection. How can this be? Others managed to win, so why can't I? Boss, there seems to be an issue with your scratch-off tickets. Before he could finish his words, he lifted his head, only to find a dark barrel of a gun aimed at his forehead. A faint glimmer of cold light emanated from the ominous iron tube. The sound of rapid gunfire echoed in the air. For the umpteenth time, he plunged into the pot of noodle soup at the restaurant. Wu Di exhaled softly towards the muzzle of the gun. Damn it, why linger after delivering the cash? Do you truly intend to stay here for the new year? He warned, if you dare to act this way again, I assure you, I will escort you out using the same method. Tuanzong leaped from the pot, shaking off the remnants of noodles from his head, and retorted angrily, Boss, how can you treat me this way? I approached you with genuine intentions to negotiate. With that, he covered his face and fled. Wu Di pinched his temples, releasing a long sigh. Chapter 101. The Bounty of 15,000 Taels in Recent Days. Naruto has been exceedingly busy. After inadvertently damaging the scratch-off store, he was coerced by Wu Di into parting with 100,000 taels in silver notes. His wallet, which had not yet warmed, has grown cold again. Previously, the third generation had deducted 7 months of his salary. It is impossible for him to receive the minimum guaranteed amount he deserves each month. He felt a tinge of melancholy, pondering how he would navigate life without these fundamental assurances. He wandered aimlessly along the path and, upon passing by the shadow department, noticed someone emerging after accepting a mission. He sighed deeply, lamenting that had he known earlier, he would not have stolen the third generation. Had he refrained from such actions, perhaps he could now leisurely indulge in some culinary delights. It seems he must once again rely on undertaking tasks to earn a living. He rubbed his temples and walked towards the shadow department. The Hokage's office. I have come to accept a mission. Naruto entered, his expression somewhat subdued as he spoke softly. Having grown accustomed to seizing money, he felt overwhelmed upon seeing the task at hand. Tsunade handed over the mission handbook. He cast a cursory glance, and a glimmer of excitement gradually illuminated his eyes. Traditionally, the rewards for D-level tasks rarely exceeded 1,000 taels. However, at this moment, there was a task with an extraordinarily generous reward, amounting to an astonishing 15,000 taels. The task was titled, Capture the Fragrant Insect. It was issued by the Oil Maiden clan. His eyes widened in astonishment as he pointed to the task manual and quietly inquired, Why is the reward for this task so substantial? Jingyin cast a glance at the manual and replied in a hushed tone, It's quite normal. The fragrant insect is an exceedingly rare species. Although they do exist around the vicinity of Konoha, their numbers are remarkably limited. Moreover, they are inherently difficult to capture, which accounts for the elevated reward. Naruto stroked his chin, felt the emptiness of his wallet, and let out a deep sigh. He whispered softly to himself, Since I can hardly be any poorer, I might as well accept this task. As the saying goes, take a chance, and a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. Resolutely, he signed his name on the task sheet. According to the requirements, this task necessitated the collaboration of at least 2 individuals, and it was imperative that one member of the team belonged to the Oil Maiden family. He pondered for a moment. Now, their class had dwindled to just 2 members, and he could subsequently seek out Shino. Wouldn't fulfilling the most fundamental criteria of the task be accomplished? With this thought in mind, he hastily made his way to Sakura's residence. Upon seeing the task list in Naruto's hands, Sakura was left speechless, her astonishment rendering her momentarily mute. It was her first encounter with a reward so lavish, igniting a fervent excitement within her. After quickly informing her family, she grasped Naruto's hand and rushed towards the Yamanaka clan. When Shino laid eyes upon the task list, an expression of utter despair crossed his face. Why did you choose this task of all tasks? He lamented. Perplexed, Naruto gently inquired, is there an issue with this task? Shino sighed deeply. The Mikazuki beetle is exceedingly rare. Within a radius of several kilometers, it would be quite the challenge to find even one. Do you truly believe our clan would be foolish enough to offer 15,000 for a single specimen? Ah, never mind, Shino continued. Let us hasten our departure. Naruto, uninterested in further discourse with Shino, seized his arm and propelled him forward. Instead of discussing this, we ought to take action and forge our own glory. Shino looked at Naruto's retreating figure with an expression of disbelief. Glory? If 15,000 silver notes could indeed forge glory, then what heights would someone like Tsunade or the Third attain? He let out a sigh and followed Naruto out of the family home. As they passed by the invincible scratch-off lottery booth, Naruto instinctively walked in. Wu Di was taken aback. He had witnessed Naruto exhaust his entire wallet previously. How could he possibly have money now to play the lottery? Naruto swiftly rummaged through his pocket, his movements fluid and graceful. Upon opening his wallet, he smiled and looked up, exclaiming, I forgot I was out of money. Farewell. Wu Di stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He wiped the black line from his forehead. Gazing at Naruto's departing figure, his teeth clenched in determination. You may defer payment. I grant you the privilege of credit. How could a man of his ilk, one who reaps where he has not sown, allow others to casually pass through his establishment? Naruto hesitated momentarily, narrowing his eyes into slits. He pivoted and returned to the counter. Boss, please give me a scratch-off ticket worth 1,000. Charge it to my account. Very well, Wu Di responded, retrieving 1,000 yuan scratch-off ticket. As he handed it to Naruto, he whispered, credit is permissible, but there are stipulations. My credit cannot be granted without cost. The fee for credit is 10 per thousand, with a daily interest of 5 per thousand thereafter. This means, if you borrow 1,000 today and repay it on the same day, you will owe a total of 1,010. If you delay by a day, it will increase to 1,015, and from there, it escalates daily. Do you understand? Naruto, upon receiving the scratch-off ticket, seemed oblivious to the terms, simply taking it in stride. There's no need to report such trivial matters to me. When the time comes to settle, just name your price. Wu Di's lips curled into a sly smile, revealing his true nature as a shrewd merchant. At that moment, Shino and Sakura entered. Boss, we would like 2 tickets as well. They each settled their bills and received scratch cards, eagerly scratching away. Before long, Naruto's card revealed a glimmering golden light. And from beneath the scratched coating emerged a green scroll. 4 large characters were inscribed on it, struggling in desperation. Naruto promptly seized the scroll and inquired, Boss, could you enlighten me on the nature of this ninjutsu? Wu Di glanced at the description and softly elucidated. This ninjutsu is rather peculiar. It is a sound wave technique. When you sense that you are about to endure a fatal blow, simply kneel before your assailant and shout, Daddy, please don't hit me. If you are male, or Mommy. I was wrong. If you are female. The attacker will then enter a brief state of tranquility. During this tranquil state, their attacking power against you is reduced to 0. And they will even become quite protective. A hint of an awkward smile crept onto Naruto's lips. This ninjutsu seemed a bit too, well, he had lost his parents at a young age, but surely he wasn't in such dire need of maternal affection, as he silently lamented this. Sakura and Shino's cards also revealed items. Shino's item was a solid insect-repelling bomb. This is called an insect attraction bomb. To attract a specific type of insect, simply focus on that insect in your mind, and the bomb will emit an irresistible fragrance for them. Typically, it can be used to capture some rather rare insects. Naruto and Sakura turned their gazes toward him. Chapter 102, The Challenging Task Ahead. They were about to embark on a quest to capture the micro-aroma bug. And with this bomb, their chances of success would significantly increase. Shino felt a surge of joy. He had initially thought this mission was destined to be fruitless. However, with this bomb, capturing the micro-aroma bug would surely be within their grasp. At that moment, Wu Di quietly interjected, though the bomb is excellent, its volatility is quite rapid. Therefore, once you have identified your target, you must act swiftly. Shino nodded and tucked the bomb into his ninja tool pouch. Naruto and Sakura looked at him with eager anticipation. With the bomb in hand, their capturing expedition would undoubtedly be a resounding success. Shino cleared his throat. As a member of the Oil Woman clan, I shouldn't be asking you for a share of the task reward. However, as you saw, I spent 1,000 silver notes in hopes of winning. Naruto and Sakura exchanged glances, reaching a cautious decision. How about we allocate 5,000 from our reward to you? Is that acceptable? Sakura inquired softly. Shino stroked his chin and nodded gently. All right then, 5,000 it is. Observing his evident reluctance, the expressions of both individuals grew considerably grim. Turning around, Sakura delicately inquired as she held the gloves that had floated out from the ticket. What purpose do these gloves serve, dear sir? Wudi cast a glance, his brows slightly arching. These gloves are indeed remarkable. They can instantaneously triple the user's explosive power. Moreover, they are perfectly compatible with the skills you previously acquired. Sakura beamed with delight, hastily stowing the gloves away. A vision of herself, outfitted with the gloves, effortlessly overcoming Ino, danced in her mind. Ino, I wonder how you shall ever surpass me now, she muttered to herself before rising and making her way toward the exit. By the way, shouldn't we also seek out the fragrant insect? Naruto and Shino nodded in agreement, and the three of them proceeded toward the outskirts of the village. Outside of Konoha, amidst a grove of trees, Shino produced the fragrant ointment, mentally envisioning the elusive fragrant insect. Almost immediately, a glimmer emanated from the ointment, releasing a delightful aroma. However, they couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation as the rate of evaporation seemed excessively rapid. In the mere blink of an eye, it had diminished significantly. Shino, grasping his hair in frustration, shouted towards Wudi's direction, "Is this what you meant by only a slight increase in speed?" Turning back, he anxiously observed the ointment, employing both hands and feet in a futile attempt to halt its evaporation. Yet, 1 minute later, gazing at the remaining ointment, now scarcely the size of a fingernail, Shino revealed a despondent smile. He was left uncertain as to whether any fragrant insects resided in the vicinity. Initially, he intended to wander through the woods with the fragrant bomb in hand. Even if the bomb were to evaporate at a slightly accelerated pace, such a sizable quantity should suffice to traverse the entirety of this forest. However, he had not anticipated, despite his meticulous calculations, that the slight increase in speed mentioned by the boss would reach such an astonishing degree. Mere seconds later, the bomb had completely dissipated. He despondently tugged at his hair, sinking to his knees. Naruto and Sakura sighed in succession. Just as Shino wallowed in his despair, a vibrant green insect emerged from the bushes by the roadside. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the fragrant bug, as it fluttered its wings. A faint scent wafted through the air. It approached Shino, curiously surveying its surroundings as if searching for something. Shino, doesn't this resemble the fragrant bug?" Naruto whispered, offering a gentle nudge. Slowly, Shino lifted his gaze, his eyes alight with a bold smile as he beheld the fluttering creature before him. "This is it. Quick, catch it," he shouted recklessly, startling the tiny bug into a hasty retreat. Naruto and Sakura dashed out together, their four hands striking simultaneously. However, the diminutive creature was far too elusive to be caught. Shino rose, exhaling heavily, and a sinister expression suddenly crossed his face. "Little bug, do not flee." He strode out with great determination, swiftly darting in front of Naruto and his companions. However, his velocity was so astonishing that he failed to notice the gnarled roots of an ancient tree beneath him. With a sudden misstep, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Naruto, who was trailing behind, could not halt in time, and his large foot landed squarely on the other's face. He let out a muffled cry, a hint of warmth swirling within his nostrils. After Naruto stepped past him, he turned back with a smile, saying, "Get up on your own. We still need to catch some bugs." Shino, with tears in his eyes, rubbed his face. On his fair skin, a distinct shoe print was still visible. Initially, he thought that was the end of it, when suddenly, a faint sound of a crack reached his ears. His sunglasses, worn for several years, fell directly to the ground, snapping in half. Ahead, Sakura and Naruto quickened their pace, nearly catching up to the elusive insect. Suddenly, Naruto felt the ground disappear beneath him. Looking down, he realized he was suspended in midair, hovering over a gorge several meters wide. At the bottom of the gorge, a river meandered gently. Sakura leaped forward, propelling herself off Naruto's back to soar across to the opposite side of the gorge. With a cry of despair, Naruto plummeted downward into the abyss. He shut his eyes tightly and screamed loudly, yet after more than half a minute, he had yet to experience the sensation of plummeting to the depths of the abyss. He slightly opened his eyes and glanced back, only to discover that his clothing was snagged on a withered tree perched precariously on the edge of the cliff. He was filled with immense joy, bursting into laughter. This must be the fortune that follows after a great calamity. Perhaps overwhelmed with happiness, his movements seemed to have become somewhat exaggerated. Suddenly, from behind, the dry tree trunk emitted a crisp sound. Splash! At the bottom of the canyon, the surging waves stirred not a single ripple. Now, the only one able to pursue the fragrant insect was Sakura. She remained vigilant, fully aware of her footing. She could not afford to make another mistake. Naruto, rest assured, no matter what happens to you, you will always live in my heart. With a determined sweep of her hand, she leaped forward. The fragrant insect was perfectly clasped within her palm. However, having exerted a bit too much force, the just captured insect was already on the brink of death. She cautiously found a bag to contain it, retracing her steps along the same path. As she approached the edge of the cliff, she felt a peculiar softness beneath her feet. Suddenly, she heard Naruto's roar. Ah! The soft sensation vanished in an instant. Splash! At the bottom of the canyon, the tumultuous waves still failed to create even a single splash. Naruto. Sakura hurriedly crouched down, gazing into the depths of the canyon, pulling out a white handkerchief. Chapter 103. Plea for mercy. After much effort, the three finally reunited, exchanging glances. Naruto was drenched, his head swelling with two large bumps. Shino's face bore the imprint of a shoe, and his already modest nose had collapsed further, his nostrils stuffed with padding. The broken leg of his glasses was adorned with two tender green branches, secured with a circle of milky white spider silk. The only unscathed Sakura pinched her temples, filled with regret. If only she had learned medical ninjutsu, she could have treated them both now. Shino tilted his neck slightly and sighed. Let us head back. Sakura and Naruto nodded in agreement, and the three began to walk towards the edge of the forest. However, they had not ventured far when they spotted a figure in black clothing, with a shovel slung over his back, peering around suspiciously. The direction of his gaze was fixed on the village of Konoha. The man's actions grew increasingly dubious. Who is that? Naruto shouted. Immediately, the mysterious man bolted into the woods without a glance back. The trio furrowed their brows simultaneously, an acute sense of danger enveloping them. After him, Shino whispered softly. The three of them dashed out almost simultaneously. This time, Shino had learned his lesson, refraining from rushing to the front, instead trailing behind Sakura and Naruto. The enigmatic figure ahead darted about, but after a brief moment, his speed suddenly diminished, as if he had lost all strength. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto and the others closed in. Just as they reached him, he swiftly formed hand seals. Wood release, 1,000-year root technique. Dozens of wooden stakes instantaneously bound the man in place. A profound sense of despair engulfed him, his face turning crimson from the effort of suppressing his emotions. The three approached with steely expressions. Who are you? Why are you peering into the village? Shino adjusted his glasses and inquired with gravity. The man cast a sidelong glance before turning his head away. Who sent you? Naruto stepped forward, mimicking Shino's serious demeanor as he pressed for answers. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he raised his hand and struck the man's face repeatedly. Will you speak? Will you speak? Will you speak? Noticing this, Sakura hurriedly intervened. Naruto, wait. We have to give him a chance to respond. Naruto paused, his hand frozen midair, and scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin. You're right. He turned back once more and inquired, will you speak or not? The man, bowing his head, remained silent. Naruto, scratching his ear, felt a chilling dread swell within him as he observed the man's complete lack of response. He reached into his tool bag and retrieved the scriptures of Tang Sing, speaking in a low, somber tone. Since you choose not to speak, I shall take it upon myself to enlighten you. The man raised his head to gaze at him, his eyes filled with ferocity. I have granted you an opportunity. It is you who has failed to seize it. As he spoke, he opened the scriptures of Tang Sing and began to recite softly. How foolish it is to expend all my strategies, to yearn for the beauty of the reflected blossoms. He recited the scriptures at a deliberate pace. Upon observing this, Sakura hurriedly pulled Shino away, retreating a considerable distance. In the process, she inadvertently failed to notice that the pouch containing the fragrant insect had fallen to the ground. The man, initially gritting his teeth in restraint, began to exhibit visible veins on his forehead as the recitation prolonged. Stop reciting, he suddenly shouted in desperation, biting off his own tongue. Meanwhile, Naruto, deeply engrossed in the scriptures, remained oblivious to the world around him. Once he completed the recitation, he gently lifted his head. Benefactor, the old monk has cleansed your innermost thoughts. May I ask if you could enlighten me? His voice abruptly ceased. Observing the man's head droop lifelessly, blood still trickling from his lips, he exhaled a sigh. I haven't even asked your name yet. Why resort to such a desperate act? He remarked. Your heart is far too fragile, unworthy of the scripture's sanctity. The scriptures slowly closed. Noticing him retracting the sacred text, Sakura felt a wave of relief wash over her as she approached. Casually, she caught sight of the bag containing the fragrant insect on the ground, and her heart tightened suddenly. Peering into the bag, she discovered that the insect was undeniably lifeless. Its body lay in tatters, marred by numerous bite marks, clearly having endured immense torment before its demise. Shino glanced into the bag, his chakra uncontrollably surging forth, severing the spider silk entangled around the sunglasses' legs. With the sound of the sunglasses hitting the ground, his furious roar followed suit. Naruto. Naruto forced an awkward smile, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Behind Shino, Sakura gradually donned her gauntlets, her fists colliding momentarily, and she inhaled deeply. 5 seconds to a true man. With a thunderous shout, Sakura's chakra surged dramatically. In a swift motion, she propelled herself forward. As her fist drew perilously close, merely a centimeter away, Naruto's heart lurched violently. His azure eyes began to flicker with evasion. He swallowed hard, contemplating to himself, this airport truly deserves a touch of authenticity. It is indeed a hardship for her child. One wonders if, in the future, she will be able to nourish her offspring adequately. Given the circumstances, I shall have to endure a bit of discomfort myself. He suddenly collapsed to his knees, exclaiming, "Mother, I have erred." Sakura's surging chakra abruptly ceased, her sharp gaze softening into a gentle warmth. Slowly, she removed her gauntlets, poised to caress Naruto's golden locks. However, as the effects of the true man wore off after 5 seconds, she reclined backward, a blissful smile gracing her face as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Shino approached, seething with anger, his arms infested with numerous crawling insects. The sight of those dark, densely packed creatures sent a shiver down Naruto's spine. Faced with such a grotesque predicament, he would rather endure a punch from Sakura than contend with those insects. He gritted his teeth. Having already submitted once, what was one more time? He slightly shifted his knees, turning to face Shino, and exclaimed loudly, "Father, Before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a darkness enveloping him. It was as if something soft and squishy had obscured his face. Quickly brushing away the obstruction, he gasped in shock.